really is. No, I am not a Satanist. I am simply an esoteric and occult researcher. I've been looking into symbolism for a very long time, and I can reassure you that this symbol does not represent the devil, does not represent any negative figure. It's a very deep, occult, esoteric symbol. What we first need to understand about the Baphomet, it is indeed a symbol. Every symbol we see around us is neutral. The pentagram, the Baphomet, is neutral. It depends how you use it, whether it is used in a good or bad way. Everything is neutral. It's your mind's perception that gives it a positive or a negative charge. First of all, let's break down the Baphomet symbol. Let's look very closely at the Baphomet. We have clearly the 4 physical elements corresponding to the Baphomet. Here we clearly have the fire element. The wings represents the air, the flapping in the air. The fish scales, which is the water. And this dome figure representing the earth. The soul is incarnated into 4 bodies. We have a mental body of consciousness, intellect. We have an emotional body of consciousness, which is all to do with intuition and energy. We have a spiritual body of consciousness, our astral body, and a physical body of consciousness for the physical earth. Earth corresponds with your body, air corresponds with your mind, fire corresponds with your spirit, water corresponds with your emotions. So the Baphomet is showing you the 4 elements of the soul, the 4 bodies of the soul that we are incarnated in. Now, let's look at this moon figure. We have the moon. The moon represents the internal world. It represents what we cannot see. The sun represents our conscious mind, what we can see, what we're aware of, the physical world. The moon represents what we are not aware of. It represents our internal world. Remember, we have 2 worlds. You're an individual. You have a dual nature. Individual. You have an internal world. When you close your eyes, you have an internal voice, an internal world of thought and emotion, and an external world of this material body. The moon represents the internal. The moon on top represents the moon controlling the mind, represents the inner world controlling you. Now this is very symbolic in the occult world. If the inner world is controlling you, then you have no control over reality. This is the devil horns. You know the devil horns? The moon crescent? This represents you are the devil. You're being controlled by your thoughts, by your emotions, by your psyche. Then we have the moon below, which represents control over the inner world. We have control over our thoughts, our emotions, our impulses. So you're either being controlled by thought and emotions, or you're controlling them and having self-mastery. In alchemy, we always see this symbol of the man or woman on top of the moon, representing emotional control and self-mastery of the internal world. The journey of the occultist is to gain full mastery over their consciousness. They want to be conscious of every single thought that enters their mental field of consciousness. We get over 7,000 thoughts a day. It is possible to achieve a certain level of mastery where you are conscious of every single thought that enters your mind. This is one of the end goals of self-mastery and occultism, as this gains your personal power. When one achieves this, they are then able to direct the mind in one place and one place only, becoming more effective in manifestation and creation, because we are microcosms of the divine. We are creators. This is the gesture of as above, so below. The inner world and the outer world are mirrors of each other. The inner produces the outer. Your physical life circumstances are a result of every thought you thought in the past. The inner projects the outer. If you want to produce a change in the outside world, you got to produce change in the inner world of consciousness first. As above, so below. As within, so without. This corresponds with absolutely everything in the universe. Now we have the goat head, which represents the animal self. This represents the lower carnal mind. Lower carnal mind, which is earthbound, because a goat is on the ground. It's not a bird, it's on the ground. It represents the lower self, the beastie nature, the one that tells us to hate, to steal, to eat all the time, to consume. It's the beast within us, the beastie side of our consciousness. It has a human body resembling this, the human in the beastie nature, or we have the spiritual nature, the higher self. In essence, this symbol of the Baphomet represents the higher and the lower self of human consciousness. It represents the higher and the lower. To conclude all of this, the Baphomet is a symbol that represents the two paths that one can take. We can take the beastie path and become an instinctual animal, our body, or we can take the divine path of reaching our higher self. It is a symbol that represents the higher and lower self and the four different bodies of consciousness. In essence, this does not represent Satan or the devil. The devil represents the lower aspect of our human psyche. The war between Jesus and Satan is symbolic and allegorical for the war that happens within our mental field of consciousness. The internal war between good thoughts and bad thoughts, positive emotions and negative emotions. It is the constant war inside the battlefield of your own mind. Jesus, Satan are symbols, characters that are symbolic of aspects of your own consciousness, because the universe is mental. The only thing that truly exists is your mind. Therefore, all of these ancient spiritual texts like the Bible, the Bhagavad Gita, the Quran are all symbolic of what's happening inside of our mental body. It is the inner chaos that can destroy our life, or when we create structure and restructure our inner world, we can live a peaceful life. If you are struggling from the internal world and you want to gain mastery of yourself while learning the occult secrets, join Ethereal University, a community of like-minded individuals who are all striving for the best versions of themselves. We host live calls and we have an abundance of lectures that you can watch. Or check out the Book of Wisdom. This is volume 2. I'll leave all the links in the description. Have an amazing day.
bookofwisdom.com. Visit today.
Watching pornography makes you see people as objects. It does a lot of psychological damage to the human mind. And if you truly want to progress in life, your spiritual journey, mastery, whatever it is, mastering your sexual urges is essential to become powerful, successful, and become the best version of yourself. And there are some occult practices that I used to help master this urge. They're not really techniques, they're more mindsets, which will definitely help you overcome your urges. So if you want to quit pornography today, this is the way forward that I used to create this version of myself. Before we go into the tactics, we must understand that whatever we do in darkness comes into light some way or another. If you watch pornography, you know you have a problem. You keep this to yourself. We all naturally do. These things are private, and what we do in our private time molds our subconscious mind, and we keep it away from people. But whatever we do in darkness always comes to light. If you're doing things you don't want others to see, such as watching pornography, it will come out through a subconscious force. It will come out in your eye contact. You won't really be able to make eye contact with the person you're attracted to. It comes out in your energy, your aura, your presence, your confidence. All of this plays a role in molding your consciousness. And especially women can pick this up so easily. Females are more subconscious, males are more conscious. Females speak indirectly, males should speak directly. If a woman is hungry, they will say, "I'm hungry." "Are you hungry?" But a male will say, "Let's go get some food." You have to see the underlying subconscious messages in women because they speak in more of a subconscious language. Men speak in a direct language. And maybe even men will pick this up. If you want to be taken seriously in the business world or your career, whatever it is, this is essential for your body language and your personal power. So you must master your sexual urges. Releasing your sexual energy, your sexual fluids, removes the life in your eyes. A lot of people get dark bags underneath their eyes. I used to have them years and years ago. My eyes were always half shut. There was no life in my eyes. But as you purify yourself, the life and the energy comes back into your glaring eyes. The first tactic on mastering your sexual urges is understanding that thoughts produce emotions. Whatever we think about inside of our mental body directly corresponds to what we feel in our emotional body. What we see here is a piece of alchemical artwork showing you the light of the mind shining down into the heart. This represents the mental body with the clouds. This represents the human heart, the emotional body of consciousness. What we think about, if we think about sex, or if we watch things that are stimulating to us on Instagram, TikTok, that thought goes into the mind and the feeling gets then produced in the heart and the body becomes aroused. What we think inside of our brain becomes emotional energy in our heart. As above, so below. And what becomes in our heart is what we take action on. We take action on emotion. Human action, human behavior pretty much comes down to what we feel. We only act on what we care about or what we love. If you love that feeling of watching pornography, that is the reason why you're taking the action. So keeping this in mind at all times is very important in your journey of self-mastery. What you think is what you feel, and what you feel is what you act upon. Remove stimulations that can possibly produce that thought of watching pornography. Unfollow the people. Purify your environment so these thoughts do not enter your mind. And if you do become stimulated, remember, thoughts produce emotions. Change your thoughts. Think about something else instantly. The more you think about it, the more you feel, and the easier it is to take action upon it. And the second tactic that I say to myself is that it's all mental. World, the universe, life is all mental. For example, unfortunately, my brother passed away recently. I've never gone through something like this in my life. It's tough. It's horrible. It's not nice losing a loved one. However, if I sit around and focus just on the negative side of that, yes, of course, I'm going to have my moments. But if I just sit there and focus on the negative, it will destroy my life. It will pull me down. The only thing that I can do to benefit from this situation is to become a better family person out of this. Become more loving. Spend more time with the people who mean a lot to you. You can always change and transmute the mindset of every situation in your reality. There's a famous saying I like to say, if you can change it, change it. But if you cannot change it, change the mental attitude towards it. Never just sit there focusing on the negative side of reality. This helped me with mastering myself watching pornography. It's all mental. You hold the power over the mind. And the next tactic is probably the best one ever. And I still use this today in everything in my life. Before I make any decision in life, I always say to myself, what is the effect of this cause? Is that effect going to push me towards who I want to be? Or is that effect going to pull me away of who I want to be and become and where I want to go in life? If the effect is not pushing me towards who I want to be, I will not take the action which is the cause. Consciousness cannot escape the law of cause and effect. It is an immutable, inchangeable law that is governing your consciousness and your mind. You have to keep this law in mind because it is the law that is creating and crystallizing your reality. Any decision you make, what is the effect of this cause? The law of cause and effect is a force that you cannot escape. So you have to work with this law and become conscious of the law. So before you do take the action, what is the effect? Is watching pornography going to push me towards who I want to be and where I want to go? If it's not, do not take the action. That's where willpower comes in. You can do little exercises for willpower, meditation for 30 minutes of not thinking. You can do rituals that strengthen the connection to your mind with your willpower. At the end of the day, the willpower is the most essential force in the consciousness. Another thing is remove any music that talks about it. Even the words will be producing thoughts in your mind. What you feed your consciousness is ultimately what you project back outwards. Don't listen to the rap music. Don't listen to any music that talks about it. Try and remove this from your environment. These tips that I've given you don't just work in quitting pornography. These work in every aspect of your life, and they will dramatically change your life if you become conscious of them and actively use your mind. Don't fall under the spell of becoming unconscious. Never act unconsciously. Never think unconsciously. Never feel unconsciously. Stay on top of your mind. Be the observing eye in your mind. Never fall unconscious. Of course, we all need to sleep, but I mean in the waking times. And this is why learning about yourself or consciousness is essential for every aspect of life. Business, your career, money, whatever it is. Whatever you're doing in your life comes down to understanding human consciousness. And that's why I wrote these books, so you understand yourself, so you gain your understanding of the functions of your own mind, body, emotions, and how you are creating reality. That's why I wrote the book of Symbolism, because symbols are not just symbols. These symbols represent forces and aspects of the human psyche themselves, and they are veils, they are keys that help you remember and become conscious of what has fallen unconscious in your mind. We're simply just becoming conscious of what we are unconscious of, and becoming conscious of them and using these powers. You want to take your life to the next level? Feel free to get the book of Symbolism. I'll leave a link in the description. Take care, everyone.
bookofwisdom.com. Visit today.
Welcome back, people. We're back with another video. Let's jump straight into this. Make sure to tune in till the end, because this has got so much information in this video. So sit back and enjoy. So everything's Taurus fields. The Earth's a Taurus field. Everything's Taurus, which is electromagnetic field, electric and magnetic. The center of the Taurus field is where the two opposing forces meet in the center. And this is what creates the plane of inertia, the dielectric plane of inertia. Okay? You got red shift, blue shift, positive, negative, south and north pole, right? This is what the ancients were showing with the tree of life. As you can see here, this is the plane of inertia, and this is the Taurus field. Everything consists of this. Everything is a Taurus field. A atom is a Taurus field. Okay, now the inertia is the 0 point. So this plane is a 0 point. It's the balance between two poles. Okay, now this creates matter, because matter is two opposing forces in motion equalized. So these two forces coming together is what creates matter on this physical plane. And this is why we can't see the electromagnetic field, because it consists of one of the elements, which is either electric or magnetic. But when they combine together, it's what creates this physical plane, which is physical matter, which is light in motion. Now, everything is one. Don't get confused by duality. Duality is two opposing forces, but them two opposing forces are created by the same substance. It's two aspects of the same substance. So, for example, water and ice are the same thing, you know what I'm trying to say, but it's two aspects of the same substance, because all is one. The whole universe is one. All goes back to the one, which is God, the creator, or magnetism, whatever you want to call it, because magnetism pulsates. Electricity has two poles, red shift, blue shift. Okay, so red shift, blue shift is electricity, and electricity vibrates, and all vibration always comes back to a standstill point. But magnetism is what pulsates. This is why your heart pulses. You breathe, which is a pulse. This is the breath of the universe, magnetism. Now, this is why the earth is green, okay? Earth can be spelt heart. If you just move the H to the beginning, it spells heart, okay? Because the heart is the center of the Taurus field, which is the heart chakra for us humans, okay? We consist of the same field, as you already know. Heart being the center, which is green, which is the center of the seven colors. The center of the seven colors. This is the most powerful chakra in your body. People think it's the crown chakra, but it's the heart chakra because it's the center of the Taurus field. You must align them all and combine them all into one, which is the heart chakra. Now, Earth is green. Nature's green. Okay, this is because we live on heart chakra, the plane of inertia. It's the center of the Taurus field. Okay, and this is what the Egyptians called Isis, which is nature. Nature is balanced, and nature is female, Mother Nature, because it looks after us with the fruit it grows with abundance and the water. It's a female energy, Mother Nature, and this is the symbolism of an equal, balanced arms. This is the scales, it's balanced. Mother Nature is balanced. This is why the sky is blue, because what comes after the heart chakra? Blue. Sky is blue. We live in Midgard. This is what the ancients called Midgard. You don't have to take this tree literally. It's a metaphor. We live in Midgard, where both positive and negative duality here. Now, Mount Meru. Mount Meru was known as the center of the earth, okay, or known as Hyperborea. And this is the North Pole, the electromagnetic North Pole. But when I say Mount Meru, it's not an actual mountain. They weren't saying there was a real mountain in the center of the earth, a magnetic rock. No. The plane of inertia, okay, there's something called a hyperboloid. That's what it's called, a hyperboloid. And this is the center of the Taurus field. And this hyperboloid is what is in the shape of a mountain, you see? So if I go to this next one, they say Hyperborea on this map. Why do they call it Hyperborea? Because this is the hyperboloid in the center of the Taurus field. And this is the electromagnetic mountain, a metaphor. Mountain, what they're metaphorically saying, this is the electromagnetic mountain at the center, the double vortex, the center of the Taurus field, which is the North Pole. Pole of electromagnetic energy. So this is why they call it Hyperborea. It comes from the word hyperboloid. And the center of the earth is so sacred. And they symbolize this with, obviously, the North Star, which is Polaris. And this is where the swastika comes from, because it's the 4 seasons moving around the North Star. This is the Big Dipper constellation moving around the North Star, which is Polaris. There's that pole again. Pole. Magnetic pole of the Taurus field. And this is where the green, emerald green, aurora borealis comes from. It comes from this center hyperboloid at the center of the earth, where the most electromagnetic energy is stored. The center of the plane of inertia. The center of the plane of inertia. This is the all-seeing eye as well. As you can see, they got the sun, the moon. This is the Masonic cosmos, the sun, the moon, and the all-seeing eye, because the eye is Polaris, the eye of the stars. It's all a big eye. Now, the eye means a lot more as well. It's not just that. There's different ways you can interpret symbols. Now, this is the emerald tablets. Deep in Earth's heart lies the flower, the source of the spirit that binds all in its form. Okay? The flower of life is thine own place of thine spirit, and stream through the earth as thine flows through thy form, giving off life to the earth and its children, renewing the spirit from form unto form. This is the North Pole. This is what he's talking about. He's talking about the aurora borealis. Aurora borealis. It's the Earth's aura. Emerald green. Heart chakra. Plane of inertia. Green. Earth. Heart. You see? All related. Now, there's many symbolism of this. So much symbolism of the ancients. The 7 layers of heaven. 7 layers of heaven, which are the 7 planets. Okay? These planets are the solar system. It's the solar system because we are the soul. We are the sun, the soul. And we're inside of a solar system, which is the 7 planets. That's why there's 7 layers of heaven. okay? The rings of Saturn, the rings of the planets are moving around us, okay? So this is what the ancients were depicting in their cosmology. Now this is the Hebrew cosmology of the earth. This is the Mayan cosmology of the earth. You see, it's all an enclosed system. We live inside of a giant Taurus field. All is atum. It's what the ancients said, the ancient Egyptians said. All is atum. Atoms are Taurus fields. Don't be tricked by the modern science today with the current model of an atom. It's completely wrong. They're hiding the Taurus field. They're hiding the electromagnetic field, which is in everything. Absolutely everything is in motion, and motion comes from this field. And you see, this is upside down, but this is I think it's pretty sure it's candles, but the 7 candles, the 7 planets, the 7 Elohim. You see? It all goes back to the stars and the heavens. Now, this is how the earth really works, with the stars on the outside of the cosmic egg, and then the Taurus field spinning around the sun and the moon, the positive and the negative charge. The sun gives you energy, the moon takes your energy. The moon controls monthly cycles. Moon is mon. This is etymology. Mon, month, money, demon, monster. Stir is star, moon star. We are all stars. Youngster, minister, superstar, Hollywood star. We're all stars. We come from the stars, which is heaven. Our soul comes from the stars. You see? We are the universe, the image of man made in the universe. We are a microcosm of the universe. The universe is a macro. We are micro. We consist of everything. The body, mind, and spirit. The sun, the soul. Moon, the mind. Earth, the body. Body, mind, and spirit. We have 12 systems in the body, which are governed by the 12 zodiac signs. Starting at the Aries, which is the ram of God, all the way down to Pisces and Capricorn, kneecap. It all goes back to the stars. We are the stars. We are the universe. Everything is inside of us. Everything. Like I say, the Temple of Solomon, the Temple of the Soul, and man, the soul. The temple is the body. The soul is the soul, and the man is the mind. The temple of the soul and the mind, body, mind, and spirit. We consist of the 5 elements: air, spirit, water, earth, and fire. We consist of everything. We are the universe. We're made in God's image, which is the universe. You see? Now, everything goes back to the stars. The ancients worship the stars because the stars govern everything. They govern the systems in the body. They govern your life. This is why your zodiac is so important, your sign. Each zodiac has a specific element associated with it as well. Aries, which is the first sign, the Ram of God, the Lamb of God, which is a fire sign. Fire, first. Fire, first. F-I-R, this is etymology. The cerebrum, ram, which is in the brain. Aries, the ram, controls the head, the face, and the nose upwards. So it controls the cerebrum. The Torah, which is, I'm pretty sure it's the Hebrew Bible, which is the Taurus. Tornado comes from the Taurus field. You see? Everything's inside of you. It all goes back to the Taurus field, and the Taurus field is everything. Now, like I said, 12 zodiac signs, 12 systems, 12 cranial nerves in the brain, the 12 disciples of the Bible. All symbolic. Have to read the Bible properly. Now, this center, at the center of the earth, right? This is what's stirring the ether, and the ether consists of the 4 elements. Because there's 5 elements. Spirit can be called ether. People call it spirit or ether. Ether is pure potential, pure energy. It's what connects the astral to the physical. It's the dimension between the physical realm, which we're on, and the astral. So it has pure potential. It's pure energy. This is why we say either. I either want to go there or there. It's connecting 2 scenarios. That's what the ether is. It's connecting the 2 worlds, the astral and the physical. The center is like the cosmic womb. There's a black hole in the center. This is the center of the Taurus field. This is the womb of creation. This is the womb of creation. And inside of this black womb with the 5 elements, and everything's being stirred around. Everything's in motion. Light is motion. Everything's motion. Now, like I said earlier, light crystallizes into physical matter. They are the same substance. Spirit and matter are the same substance, but different variations, different aspects of the same substance. Low vibrational spirit turns into matter. High vibrational matter turns into spirit. Or light, whatever you want to call it. Matter is light crystallized. This is where we get the 7 metals from. The planets. The planets are light. Specific frequencies and vibrations of light. When these lights, or the planets, materialize, material metals, materialize, they turn into the 7 metals. Saturn turns into lead. That's why lead is red. Saturn is red. The sun turns into gold. That's why the gold is yellow and the sun is yellow. You see, Saturn is the time god. What happens in autumn? The leaves turn red and they die. This is why Satan, time god, the reaper, everything is crystallized till it's death and then reborn again. You see, rust. When things rust, it turns to red. Because it's Saturn. Saturn crystallizes everything. He's the reaper who comes around in winter. You see? He's Satan. Jesus and Satan, the sun and Saturn. They say we live in a solar system. The solar system. I think I've already just broke this down. The 7 planets are the 7 chakras. Everyone already knows this. But I'm going through it anyway. But this is where we get the 7 planets from. And the 7 metals. You see, all the ancients knew it was an enclosed electromagnetic system. It's not a spinning ball in the middle of space, people. They want you to believe this so you get stuck in this material world. Because if you believe everything's material, you can never affect this plane effectively. You can never create your life effectively if you don't understand the planes of existence. Because the mental plane is a higher plane. And it breaks down and it controls the planes below it. The mental plane, hold on, I've got it here for you. The mental, the astral, etheric, and physical. Etheric connects the physical to the astral, but the mental is what's above them all. You see? Now, it's important to understand this. It's important. However, the ancients always talked about the enclosed system. Only NASA, which is introduced around the Roman times, not NASA, but the globe Earth was introduced around the Roman times. Okay? By these Masons. These Masons introduced this because they wanted to take over the minds of the masses and control them. These people worship the physical realm. They know how it works. They know the ins and outs of it. They know how to do the magic. They know how to do it all. They understand it all. That's why Masonry have to take the oath. The oath of not speaking. You're not allowed to speak about anything you learn about in Masonry. Because they're discovering the truth about your mind and how it creates reality and stuff like that. So, this is the Masonic cosmology. The 5-pointed star, the 5 elements. The checkerboard for duality, positive and negative. The 2 aspects of every substance. This is another ancient painting depicting the firmament. The stars inside the firmament. The sun. You see, the ancients worshipped the sun because it's so important for sustaining our life. It's the only reason we're alive is because of the sun. But then people think it gives you cancer today. They brainwash you to think the sun gives you cancer when it's the #1 source of all life. They want you to believe it's a big, spinning, dangerous ball in space. It's not. It's here to give us life. It's God's son. That's why Jesus is known as God's son. It is the Son of God. God created that to sustain us. You see? So it's important you understand the true cosmology of where you are, because if you don't know where you are depleted of all of your morals. You're depleted. You're demoralized. You're lost. You don't know where you are. You don't know where you exist. Okay? Once you accept the globe model, the heliocentric model, you will subconsciously think that you come from nothing. This is why they implemented the evolution theory just after the globe model was introduced by Charles Darwin. Charles Darwin came in after the globe model. He's a Mason. He was another Freemason, and implemented evolution where we came from monkeys, because they want you thinking less of yourself so they can manipulate your mind. You see? They want to manipulate your mind, and they have done since you got here. Since you came through that portal, you were manipulated from that day to believe this, believe that. The true cosmology, the truth will set you free. You will understand things better. You will feel better in yourself when you know the sun is here for you. You'll feel better in yourself that you know that you didn't come from a monkey. You were created as a human, a manifester, a creator. You're so intelligent. Your mind is amazing. You can manipulate matter, mind over matter. See? Thank you all people for tuning in. Tap in with yourself. Love yourself. Find the truth. Spread the truth. Nothing dies. Nothing in this creation dies. Everything's energy. Everything's light. Light can never die. You're a light being. That's why it says Hugh. Hugh man. Hugh is light in Hebrew or Latin. Either one of the two. You are light. You're a light being. You never die. Ever, ever, ever die. Ever. Stop thinking you're going to die. This body will die because it contains electricity. And electricity always goes back to a standstill point because of vibration. Electricity vibrates. You are pure light. You will never ever die. Thank you all people. God bless. Make sure to like, subscribe and share.
bookofwisdom.com. Visit today.
The Pope is supposedly opening 5 portals on Christmas Day. Now, I know this video is a bit late, but I'm going to be commenting on what I think this symbolism and this ritual truly means and what they are trying to do to society with this symbolic ritual. So the first thing we must understand is that everything these people do on a mass scale, all of these major events that they take place on, are all symbolic. They're all ritual. They all have purpose. Okay? So when we look at the locations of these 5 doors that are in Rome, we actually see the sigil of Lucifer when we connect the dots of all of the 5 door locations. This is the sigil of Lucifer. Lucifer is not what you think. Sigil of Lucifer represents the outline of the human brain and our visual perception field. Now, the human perception field is how our brain interacts with the external reality. Our external reality is not physical. The only thing that exists outside of you is pure energy, formless, vibrational energy and light. Your brain is an energy decelerator. Your brain decelerates this light, this energy, into a material reality or perception that you can interact with. You don't look into the external world. the energy, the light enters the eye retinas, goes through the optic nerve, and travels to the back of the brain called the visual cortex. And the visual cortex is what shapes your visual screen. Now, if you are seeing the screen, this means that you are not the body, you are not the brain, you are the perception observing the screen that you are seeing. You are the eye behind that, you are the person behind that. So, what this is actually symbolizing is perception. This is a symbol of perception, of perceiving the material plane, of how spirit interacts with matter. Now, what's Lucifer? Now, the word Lucifer means the light bearer. He's known as the light bearer. The word Lucifer originates in Latin. Luci means light, and fer means to bring. It's the light bringer. The eyes, the visual perception of the light bringer to your reality. You see, everything outside of you is light. You are made of light. The word hue man means light. Hue means color, which is a form of light. And man means manifest. We're light manifested into material form. Every single one of us is Lucifer. When we fall for the material world, the external world, is an illusion. It is the false world. It can elude you. It can make you fall in love with the material things, material pleasures, lust, money, fame. These things make you fall. This is the fall of Lucifer. This is the mythological story. This is the symbolism behind Lucifer. It's you. Are you falling for material pleasure because you are a divine spiritual being from the higher planes, not from this plane? Now, if you let your divine being fall for this material plane and fall for the evil that can take place in this plane, then you are Lucifer. It represents the false light, the false reality. This symbol, the sigil of Lucifer, it symbolizes the interplay between light consciousness and the perceptual experience of the physical reality. The external world is truly internal. What we visually perceive is essentially light waves carrying information, which then gets processed by our brain, the central computer of our nervous system. Okay? So, how many doors are open? 5 doors. So 5 is the number of perception as well. 5 fingers on each hand, 5 points on the human body, 5 toes on each foot. We have 5 senses. 1, 2, 3, and 4, they're spiritual numbers. 6, 7, 8, and 9, they're material numbers. 5's the gateway. 5 is the middle bridge of how our spiritual self interacts with the physical self, how spirit interacts with matter. So this ritual is symbolic of perception. This is maybe bringing in a new perception. A new event will happen after this, a new perception of the world. Or personally, I think this ritual was to obviously shape the collective consciousness, because your reality is an externalization of your inner consciousness. It's simply just a mirror. Your material life, your material world outside of you is simply a mirror reflecting with mathematical and geometric precision of your internal consciousness. Your consciousness is creating and causing the effect called reality, physical reality. Your life is a result of every thought you thought in the past. Therefore, with that being said, everyone who perceives this ritual of the Pope's opening 5 spiritual portals, who's letting in demonic energy into the world, they're going to let demonic energies and demonic spirits all in the world. Well, what if I told you the only portal they're opening is a portal in your own mind for negativity? By you believing in negative forces coming into the world and going to possess everyone, that's opening up your own mind. The collective spiritual community has been brainwashed in thinking there's going to be demonic energy. Therefore, what will happen? there will be demonic energy. Not because the Pope opened up a portal to the demonic energy, it's because everyone opened up their own minds to the demonic energy. Therefore, we as a collective consciousness shape the external world on a macrocosm scale. For example, the microcosm is your personal life. Your personal life. You have created it through consciousness. Your belief system is just externalized in your world. But on a collective scale, we all believe in money, for example. And because we all believe in money, and we believe that this piece of paper holds value in our minds, okay, in the mental plane, this has an effect on the physical plane by shaping the physical plane by being ruled by this belief on a macrocosm scale. Yes, I know that money doesn't exist. It's just a belief in my mind. But that doesn't have an effect because the collective consciousness believes that money has effect, has power. When it doesn't, it's just a piece of paper with the belief behind it. If the collective consciousness stopped believing in money, then the collective consciousness would have broke the spell and we would have no longer had a material plane ruled by money. You see, our beliefs is ruling and shaping our physical plane. This physical world outside of you is truly just an effect of the mind, an effect of our consciousness, our inner world. So I believe this ritual was done to change our perception, to make us think the Pope is bringing this spiritual energy and negative forces into the world. And it's just simply us creating the negativity in the world by believing in this, by thinking this. Remember, they have the power to send messages into millions of people's minds through media. And then messages are then believed, and that belief is shaping our world. What have I told you? That the New World Order is not manifested by the elite, it's manifested by you and us. We're all manifesting the New World Order. They can't manifest it. We can, because we are the ones believing it. We believe it. It is reality. It shapes our own prison. We're all shaping our own prison by believing in the prison, by believing in money. So this ritual was all to do with perception, creating a new perception, creating fear in our minds to, of course, distract us from what's really going on. This is all a ritual to implant messages in your own mind. So I hope you all understand this video, and I hope you all gain some insight, and I'll see you inside the university.
bookofwisdom.com. Visit today.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to another lecture inside Ethereal University. In this lecture, you will learn about the death process and how to prepare for it, and why that preparation is so important. So let's get straight into this. You must understand, as a spiritual creature that you are, you have a visible nature and an invisible nature. You never truly die. You are an eternal soul experiencing a temporary physical world. The inner world of thought and emotion is eternal, while the outer world of matter is mortal. Everything that is seen is mortal. Everything that is unseen by the eyes is immortal. When you die, your external physical world will be stripped away, leaving only your pure consciousness in its raw form, drifting within the astral plane. So here you see your physical external body and your internal world. And your internal world is your state of consciousness. It's your state of consciousness. Your thought and emotion is one overall state. Okay? So you must understand these planes. You have the physical body, the etheric double, an astral body, a mental body, and the Buddhic body. When you die, you leave the physical plane. Then you will more than likely leave the etheric plane, because the ether acts as like a portal. Everything comes out of the ether and returns back to the ether. I can break that down in another video in electromagnetism. But electromagnetism is ether, energy coming in and out of the ether. You will, every single day you die, every single day. There's a cycle of life and death occurring all the time. Every single day, you go to sleep, you go back, your consciousness slips back through the ether. And then when you wake up, your consciousness comes back through the ether into the physical plane. Death is just a bigger macrocosm of the microcosm cycle of life and death. So you will return back to the astral, which is the realm of imagination, infinite possibilities. And this is where thought forms start to manifest. Okay, so depending on how advanced you actually are mentally and emotionally, will depend how long you stay in the astral. Now, what we must understand is that there is many different components to the astral. We have the higher astral, the middle astral, and the lower astral. These are all vibrational states. So if your mind and soul is operating in lust, lust, desire, hate, food, physical addiction, smoking addictions, then these are quite heavy. These are quite heavy attachments to your consciousness, and they're quite low level desire, which means they have a low vibration. You will manifest in the lower astral when you're stripped from your physical body. The lower astral is not inherently evil. However, there's just low vibrating things going on there. Low vibration does not mean evil. Okay? So just like bad doesn't mean evil. Okay? In the lower astral, you are going to see lower astral beings. You're going to see spirits, souls with low level desire. Okay? People who are attached to the physical plane, people that lust, people that do these things. Technically, this is hell, but you can escape it by escaping yourself. Now we're going to break all this down. I'll break all this down properly once you understand the full context. So depending on your level of desire, you will manifest in a corresponding layer of the astral plane. If your mind is still attached to the low physical desires, you will find yourself in the lower astral realms. But if you have few desires and have detached from the worldly attachments while you are encased in a body, then you will rise into a higher or middle astral plane, mainly the middle. Okay. The higher astral plane is very formless. So as I broke down here, this is, the physical plane is the lowest dimension. This is the most form, the most matter. It's quite heavy. The higher you go, the lighter it becomes, the more fluid, the more formless it becomes. So you see here, it says denser down and lucidic up. So this is more lucidic in these higher realms. This is more dense in the lower realms. So this is why the ancient Egyptians were always talking about, I'll show you this. This is showing you death. So first of all, we have Anubis, which represents death. Here you have the heart, which represents the soul. And here you have a feather. And this is a scale. You see how this is a balanced scale? So what this is symbolizing, this represents death. This represents your heart, and this is a feather. So when you die, your heart must be as light as a feather, which means your emotions, your soul, should have no attachments to the world. It should be light. It should be detached. This is why the word light and light are the same. Light is in heavy and light is in very bright. Because when you're less attached to the things, your soul shines. You're authentic. You're light. You're very bright soul. and you have no attachments. Your light is not heavy. So you must detach from the worldly desires. We have to detach from the smoking, the food. This is why we should fast. Smoking, this is why we should detox. We should also meditate. We should also be able to sit with ourselves for long periods of times. Okay, I'm going to break all this down properly. But that's why the Egyptians show you the symbolism here. Okay. So you're stripped of your material body. So that state of consciousness you're in right now, your inside world, if you shut your eyes, that state you're in, that is what you're going to experience when you die. Okay. And you're going to be manifested into the astral. In the physical plane, you can mask or hide almost anything. But in the spiritual realm, you cannot. The astral body, your thoughts and emotions directly shape your spiritual body, your astral body, revealing your true inner state. So your desires that you can hide in the physical plane, your emotions, your thoughts, you can't hide any of that in the spiritual plane, in the astral plane. That will directly shape who you are, your color of your astral body, and your astral body as a whole. So here we have Kim Kardashian. If you could see this lady's astral body, you would run so far that you would be horrified for the rest of your life. If you could see their spirit, their astral form, it would be horrific, because their mind is so attached to, physical things, so attached to desire, money, fame, worship, power. These people do not want to die. These billionaires and millionaires will never want to die. They will do whatever they can to stay alive, because they understand what when they die, they have to face themselves. They have to face their inner world. And their astral body, their true authentic self on the inside, is horrible and horrific and so low vibration. So this is where it comes in. You must be as light as a feather. This is what the Egyptians are showing you in their artwork. Your soul must be as light as a feather. In order for the soul to ascend to a higher plane and not look at that physical plane and say, I want to go back, or I want to desire things down there, you must detach now and prepare for death. Hell is not a place. It's your own personal suffering born from within. If your mind and soul are deeply attached to mental fixations, emotional wounds, and physical addictions tied to the material world, that pain will follow you into the astral. This is your true judgment day. You judge yourself when you die. You see your authentic self. There's no hiding. Right. Imagine right now that you that everything you cling to was stripped away. No matrix, no electricity, no food, no TikTok, no phone, no possessions, no distractions, no one else. Could you sit alone with yourself for just 1 hour? Could you sit alone with your thought and emotion? That moment of truth is what you must begin to prepare for. Could you sit alone with yourself? Can you sit alone for long periods of time and just think? And if you cannot, then you're running from your internal world. You're running from your thoughts. You're distracting yourself from your thoughts. This is what we must address. Now, don't feel bad if this is you. We've all have problems. We all have internal problems. But this is what we have to face directly in order to prepare for life after death. We must meditate for long periods of time. Not even meditation. We should be able to sit with ourselves with no distractions and just think. This is what the people of the past used to do when we had no technology. People would sit and think for hours. This is what we need. Because if you cannot sit with yourself, imagine sitting with yourself with no physical body. That's the level that's going to happen. And we need to prepare for that. The soul and mind must become as light, as weightless, as radiant as a feather to ascend to a higher plane. and move beyond the physical life. To rise, they must release heaviness, attachments, burdens, fears, and desires. The lighter and brighter your inner being becomes, the more freely it can rise into a higher state of existence. Ascension is not about going somewhere, it's about becoming something pure, clear, and luminous. Okay, this is very important. Very, very important. We must detach from the worldly things. So enough of that. How do we do it? How do we attach? How do we prepare? Number one, you must detach from the material things. Start loosening your grip on things, possessions, titles, even identities. They are temporary. Appreciate them, but don't let them define you. Let nothing outside of you define you. Nothing. Your name is not you. Your job is not you. Your reputation is not you. Your bad past is not you. Your good past is not you. Your business is not you. Everything outside of you is not you. Now, what I'm saying is, I'm not saying go full right-hand path and never care about anything physical, never care about your family, don't love your family. I'm not saying that. What I am saying, love these things, love these outside things, but do not become attached and do not let them define you. You must be okay with losing anything that is outside of you. You must be okay with that, because you must understand the physical plane is, it's promised that everything is temporary. Everything is temporary in this plane. So don't ever think it's going to be there forever, because it's not. And you must remind yourself, not remind yourself, but I think about this sometimes when I start becoming a bit attached to work and stressed. I just remind myself that I'm going to, this is temporary. I'm going to leave this world one day and I'm not going to care. So you must have the balance. Okay. The balance is key. You can go down that right-hand path and just fully cut off from the world like a monk and shave off your hair, disconnect from the physical world. You can do that. That's not wrong. There's different paths in life. You have the left-hand path, purely physical. You have the middle path, which is balance between the physical and spiritual. Then you have the right-hand path, which is monk mode, where you fully disconnect from the world. They shave their hair off to disconnect from the physicality. They meditate for long periods of time. This is what they're doing. They're preparing for death. Monks prepare for death. They understand this. They understand that you don't die. Your inner world is the true world. The inner world is the only world that exists. Everything outside of you is an extension of you. Number two, cleanse the mind. Watch your thoughts. Are they rooted in fear, anger, regret, or craving? Meditation, mindfulness, and inner reflection help purify the mind. The cleaner your thoughts, the lighter your spirit. So your astral body is formed by your thoughts. It's formed by your emotions. If you sit around thinking about eating all day, you're going to have a very heavy astral body. It's going to manifest in the lower planes. But if your mind is thinking about good things with good intentions, love, knowledge, expansion, you're going to manifest even the middle or the higher. And there are ways to even ascend out of your astral body. Yes, you can ascend out of your astral body and out of the mental body, but that's all very advanced, and I'm not going to teach that yet. I'll make another video on that, but you can ascend from them bodies. The astral plane is not the end. You can keep ascending as a soul until you're left with just the pure essence of the soul. But we're going to, anyways, cleanse the mind, reprogram the limiting belief systems, let go of mental attachments. And the way you do this is by getting a piece of paper and writing down every single attachment that you have. And you're going to realize, dude, there's more than you think. Okay. We have to detach from these. We have to. 4, practice presence. Can you sit in silence with yourself? The more at ease you are with your own inner being, the less you'll fear death. The afterlife is just an extension of your inner world. It's so important. This is so, so important. Can you sit with yourself? If you cannot sit with yourself, you have some inner work to do. You have some thoughts to address, some beliefs to address, and some feelings to address. Okay, so practice sitting in the present, meditation, or just literally sit there and try and be okay with yourself. And if you can't be okay with yourself, then there's something you need to address, whether it's a belief system, whether it's an emotional trauma, or something. This is what we must reshape, refine, and let go of. Live truthfully, speak and act from your soul, not from fear or ego. The more authentic you are, the more aligned you become with your true self, which carries beyond this life. The ego is your mind's perception of itself while being incarnated in this world. It's been shaped by your experiences, your thoughts, your beliefs, and your emotions. So your ego is basically this false thought form that you've created. It's a false layer of yourself that sits on top of your true authentic self. It's basically your physical character. When you were young, you had no ego. You were pure. You had a pure consciousness. But then as you grew older, your ego started to grow, and it still is growing because it was shaped by experiences, things you've gone through, things you said, things you believe, things you think. It's created by you, by your mind. And the ego is close to the word echo. The ego is the echo. It's an echo. It's a layer. It's a false identity. It's a false layer that sits on top of your soul. And if you don't get rid of that ego, if you don't know how, well, not get rid of it, but balance it, if you don't know how to rise above that ego and you die, it's that ego that's going to be pulling down when you die. It's that ego that's going to be your suffering. Okay. 7, connect with the divine, whether through prayer, meditation, tune into something greater than yourself. The connection is the soul's compass beyond this world. If you can meditate and rise above them clouds of thought, that's the soul, that's the observer. We must connect with that. Okay, this will definitely help with just allowing yourself to connect with your true self. Meditation's great because you can just fully detach from the world. And the more you meditate, the more you can prepare for death. A powerful way to cultivate detachment is through daily detachment meditation, done either at night or in the morning or the first breath upon waking. Or do this as many times as possible per day. Start by physically grounding yourself in the present moment. Say out loud, I am here right now, nothing else matters. Let that phrase draw your awareness into the now. Just keep saying it until you're present. Then begin to slowly list everything you identify yourself with, one by one. I am not your body. I am not my body. I am not my name. I am not my possessions. I am not my house. I'm not my children. I'm not my everything. I am not my thoughts. Release each layer gently. Imagine, if you want to, if you have a good imagination, imagine placing these things into a big box. Placing your body, placing your name, placing your possessions, placing your house, your car, your thoughts, your beliefs into a box, and then shut that box. If you have a good imagination, do that. That can help. And you'll be left with yourself. And you're not even that. It goes even deeper. Eventually, you'll reach the mind itself. Detach from the language that the mind is even using. Now, that's very difficult. And not many people have ever thought about that, and they've ever even been there. Detach from the language that the mind is using. Think about that for a second. Your mind is not what you actually think. It goes very deeper. Your mind is not that little voice. It's that voice that the language is using. So even the language is a spell on your mind. Okay, it's an attachment. Eventually, you'll reach the mind itself, detached from the language it uses, the voice in your head, the need to define. What remains is something beyond thought and beyond words. I can't even describe what's left, because words, once the language is gone, it's purely metaphysical. All I can say it's pure awareness, and it's symbolized This is why symbols are so amazing, because they can symbolize things that are beyond words. A flame, it's just a flame, and you won't be able to understand that until you've been there. It's just a flame. It's pure cause. Like, words can't describe it. You'd have to experience it. Connect with this essence daily. This is truly who you are. So this is a great way to detach. We can do these detachments every single day through meditation. This will definitely help over long periods of time. Of course, you're not going to be ready tomorrow for death, but just try and prepare for these things. This is the whole reason people used to meditate. It's the whole reason why people do these spiritual practices, because they understood that this plane is temporary and your soul moves on from this plane. And you'll never truly believe in the soul until you experience it. So I can show you these things, but you must go out and experience it. The soul is real, but you won't understand unless you cast off everything else. Okay. So I hope this video helps. It's a very deep video. I'm going to be making more of these stuff, of more self-mastery. And of course, we've made the self-mastery section now. So I'm going to be start filling up this place with lectures. And I think it's a great time to start this, because a lot of people have been asking on how to master yourself, prepare to death. So hope this video helps. See you in the next one.
bookofwisdom.com. Visit today.
Hello, everyone. Today we're going to be discussing the esoteric and occult meaning behind the story inside of Genesis, the story of Adam and Eve. This is a widely known story, but not many people know the true esoteric meaning behind it. Okay, so today we're going to be breaking this symbolism down. Before we get into this, please leave a like and a subscribe on the channel. I would greatly appreciate it. And please comment below any lectures or anything you wish to know, and I could maybe make it in the future. The first thing we must understand about the Bible is that it is an esoteric and occult book. It is written in allegory. It is written in such a way that we understand the book compared to our level of perception. Now, what do I mean? If a child read the Bible, they would gain a standard meaning and story behind it. They would gain a normal interpretation of the book, of being good, praise God, and be a good person. However, me, who have studied the occult and esoteric and symbolism for a very long time, when I read the Bible, I see a deeper meaning. I can read between the lines of the allegories, which means the Bible is written in such a genius way that it speaks to your level of intelligence. Depending on how advanced you are mentally and with knowledge, will depend on how you decipher this book and how the parables inside the book can speak to you in your personal life. Okay, so the Bible is the greatest psychological book ever written in history. This is why it's known as the greatest story ever told. It's a story. What we must understand with the Bible is that the Bible creates on the surface a logical way of thinking, which is what we call religion. We read the Bible and if we think logically and we take that book literally, then we gain a religion. But if we look beyond the surface, this is what we call esoteric, metaphorical, symbolic. You can read between the lines using our right hemisphere of the brain in deciphering this book and what it truly means to us and the evolution of our mind, body, and soul. What this book actually reveals between the lines is instructions and stories which teach you how to level up your consciousness, how you can sync the mind, body, and spirit and the soul all together so you can live like a god. This is what the esoteric is. It's the purification of consciousness. Now, when it comes to Adam and Eve, okay, what we must understand is that this is the beginning of creation. This represents the beginning of your life in an esoteric way. This is symbolic for the beginning of your incarnation into this physical world, okay? And we have Adam, masculine, Eve representing feminine. These are the two masculine and feminine energies which create the whole material universe. Okay. And as we are born with a pure consciousness. We are born with pure consciousness. Well, now, what do I mean? As a baby, we have no knowledge. We are pure essence of the soul. You know, we don't gain the knowledge of good and evil. We are pure. Yes, we're not happy all the time as a baby, and we're not sad all the time, but we have no ego. This is what I mean. Our consciousness is not split. As a baby, you are whole. You have a whole consciousness. You are yourself. You have no false identifications, no limiting belief systems, nothing. You are pure awareness and the pure soul and the pure mind. Now, this is what Genesis is representing. As we grow older, the more experiences we gain, the more thoughts we start to think, the more knowledge we gain of this world, the more impure our mind, our heart, our soul, our spirit becomes, the more impure our body becomes. As we grow older, we're infected with negative beliefs, negative thoughts, and society norms. This is a big one. As we grow older, we are molded by society. We shut off areas of ourself and we push them away so that we fit in with society. We all know this. We all did this in school. We pushed away parts of ourselves to act cool or to fit in, whatever it may be. Whatever type of person you were in school, we all went through this because society and culture is programmed. So as we grow older, our consciousness splits. We gain a persona, an ego, and we gain a shadow self, the subconscious, and we gain an ego. Now, the ego is what you show to people. It's that character that you show, that you put on to your culture, to your family, to your friends. This is a false identification. And we also gain a shadow self. The shadow self is gained through experience. This is the subconscious. Our ego is created through experience. And so is the subconscious and the shadow self. Okay. So as we gain age in this material body, we fall from the Garden of Eden. We gain the knowledge of good and evil. This is what the symbolism represents of us leaving the garden, us eating from the fruit. Now, the fruit represents the knowledge, it represents the insight, the experience, which splits our pure consciousness. Our soul splits. Okay? We lose connection with the divine. We lose connection with our pure self through material experiences. We may lose ourselves in material experiences. We may lose ourselves in lust and material gain, wealth, and all of these lovely things that the material world offers. We lose ourselves in this. Okay? And not only that, there's another symbolic thing that we're missing with being a child. There's another symbolic meaning behind this tree in this story of Adam and Eve. And this is sexual energy. Okay? As we are a baby, we have no ability to create another human life. We have no sexual urges. We have no desire for the material things as a baby. Nothing. As we grow older, our sexual energy cultivates around the age of, it's like 10, maybe earlier for some people or later for some people. This is what we call puberty, when our sexual energy activates. This is when the masculine and feminine energies are present within the body. And we are now given the ability to create human life. We're now given the ability to bring in a soul into the material world. Now, this is what we believe and know in the esoteric world. That is what sex is. You're bringing a soul from the astral into the physical. Okay? So as you grow older, you gain this ability to use the power of creation. You gain this force within you that allows you to open a portal in the astral and bring in a soul to the material. Now, this power can be misused. This power is very powerful and should not be misused. In occult and esoteric teachings, we teach and learn sexual transmutation, how we transmute sexual energy into different areas of our life so we can grow and create. Because sexual energy is creative energy. It creates a whole new human being. So if we retain it, we can transmute it into creativity. So this energy is kind of corrupting us as well. And now I'm not saying growing up is evil, all this thing is evil. This is a natural cycle that we must go through. The soul of us must go through this cycle so that we learn, so that we overcome it, so that we gain mastery over ourselves, so that we expand ourselves. I recommend you watch the Evolution of Consciousness lecture that I did on my YouTube. An amazing lecture. It talks about the evolution of consciousness and how we're on a never-ending cycle of life and death and expansion. So leaving the Garden of Eden is symbolic. You see, Eve represents emotion. She's feminine. Adam represents action. That's why he bit the apple. You see, Eve takes the apple and tempts Adam because she's the emotion. She's the sexual desire. And Adam eats it. He releases. He misuses the power of his creation. He misuses his consciousness because of material illusions and material desires. This is natural, okay? As we grow older in this life, our soul has to experience sin. We have to experience negativity. We have to experience evil, okay? And we have to misuse this power within us to learn about it so we can overcome it and gain control over it. Now, this is why the Bible says in Genesis 3:6, "For God doth know that in the day ye eat thereof, then your eyes shall be opened. Ye shall be as gods, knowing good and evil." This is very, very, very symbolic. We come into this world to experience a dualistic way of reality. We come into this world to challenge ourselves so the soul can grow, because the soul comes from pure love from God. But we come into this world so the soul may know what it's like to be evil. You see, we are like a seed. Our soul's like a seed. And when that seed grows, okay, and it's planted, them roots must grow to hell in order for the top of the tree and the roots to grow to heaven. In order for the soul to reach the highest states, it must descend down into the lowest states. Good and evil. This is the story of good and evil, okay? And this is the story, a psychological story of how the human mind has functioned in this life. This is what this story is representing, of how our soul and mind is functioning, how our consciousness is splitting and growing up and evoluting. Okay. Like I said, snakes represent sexual energy. They represent, snake, when you've been snaked. This is why we say you've been snaked, because it represents a temptation of sexual energy. This is why the Kundalini is symbolized as a snake. This is the serpent within us that we can rise to activate dormant brain cells in our brain. Now that's called the Kundalini awakening. I'm not going to get into that into this video, but this is what it symbolizes, the tree and the knowledge of good and evil, because our body is the tree. Our central nervous system is the tree. The snake is our sexual urges and this false temptation that tempts us to interact with sin, the material world, okay, and go against our higher divine self. This is what it represents. Now, it's very, very symbolic. Not everyone is going to agree with this, but this is my interpretation of Genesis based on my research of occultism, symbolism, metaphors, and me studying the Bible. This is my interpretation, and I hope it resonates with you. It might not resonate with you, but this is what makes sense to me, and this is what has made sense to many other occult researchers who are in this space as well. Okay, so please leave a like, leave a comment, leave a subscribe. I'd greatly appreciate if you could, just give me some support on this channel. We're nearly at 100,000 subscribers, which is insane. I just want to say thank you all. And yeah, I will see you inside the university. If you join, I'll look forward to mentoring you, connecting with you on the live calls. There's a new symbolism course, which is going to be available very, very soon. And yeah, if you join the university, you also get a 30% discount on all of my products, astrology readings, one-on-one calls, all of my books. Yeah, so I hope you gained some insight on this video, and I'll see you in the next video, and I'll see you inside the university. Have an amazing day.
bookofwisdom.com. Visit today.
What is good, people? It's Revival of Wisdom. Today we're going to be talking about Saturn. I've done this video in the past. However, this video is going to contain a lot more in-depth explanation of Saturn. So the 33rd degree Mason, Manly P. Hall, said, Saturn is the key to crystallization, physical matter. Light is matter, matter is light. They are interchangeable. Low vibrating light turns into matter, high vibrating matter turns into light. And Saturn is the god of this world, this physical world. He crystallizes light into matter. This is symbolized as the Masonic checkerboard, matter and spirit, matter and light, light and matter. He's also the god of time, destruction, justice. He creates and destroys, because all things in time die. He creates and destroys you. So, because we live in this physical world, which is the electric world, this is why we say electricity, because it comes from the root word of El, Saturn. They used to call Saturn El, E-L. This is why we used to say Elohim is God. The real God of this world is Saturn, but it's being hid. This is being hid. Jesus is Saturn. All of this is Saturn. It's all Saturn worship. It's the real God of this world, So, physical matter is a result of two opposing forces equalized on the plane of inertia, because everything is created out of electromagnetic Taurus fields, toroidal fields. And these two poles equalize on the plane of inertia, which gives you planet Earth, plane of inertia. The plane of inertia is what Saturn is. It's the ring around the center of the plane of inertia. Thank you to Walter Russell saying, physical matter is a result of two opposing forces on the plane of inertia. This is what Walter Russell says, so please check out his work. He's got many books, many books on light and electromagnetism and stuff like that. So I advise you to check him out. So The Taurus field gives you the binary code 0 and 1, the female vagina, and the male phallus. This is the code for this world. Saturn crystallizes physical matter. Now, Saturn is the most outermost layer of the 7 layers of heaven, where it says in the Quran, it says, Allah, it is He who created the 7 layers of heaven. Saturn is the outermost layer. He's the top. He's the most high. So when we say the most high, we're referring to Saturn. He's the most high before the firmament, before the stars. So Saturn is the god of this world. He's the Lord of the Rings. He wears the crown. The crown is the rings. Crown, Kronos. So the planets are luminaries. They are lights. They are beings. They are energy, conscious energy. And we're in the heart of the solar system. Saturn is the outermost layer. He is the one of this world. He's the god of this world. Now, on the North Pole of Saturn, you have the hexagon. Add up all the sides. It creates the 6-pointed star. Or it can be created as a cube. The cube is very important. The 6-pointed star is very important. 6 points, 6 triangles, 6 side, 6, 6, 6. Black cube adds up to 6 in gematria. Now, what did I say in the beginning? Saturn crystallizes the physical world. He creates physical things out of light. You are a light being. This is why we say human. Hue means the light spectrum. Hue, man, we are light manifested into physical forms, human. And we are incarnated through Saturn. Satan, same thing. The number of the beast is 666, and the 666 comes from the 6.6 triangle, 6 sides of Saturn, 666. We are all known as carbon-based life forms. Carbon, the atomic structure of carbon, is 666, 6 protons, 6 electrons, 6 neutrons. We are materialized into our physical bodies through Saturn, through the number of the beast. These bodies are the beast, it's the animal. The divine, the Christ, is the consciousness within, because you are a physical, spiritual being combined into one, hexed into one. Hexagram. This is a hexagram. You're hexed into physical matter, spirit and matter, light and dark, combined into one. Now you contain of the mark of the beast, the mark of your body. Your body's the beast. It says in the Bible, Satan, who is the god of this world. This world. There are many different worlds, but this world is run by Saturn, and it says that in the Bible. Saturn is Satan. It's the same thing. And look at the crown of thorns are wrapped around the heart. The soul is in the heart. The mind is in the brain. The soul is wrapped around the rings of Saturn. You're wrapped in physical matter. This is what it's showing you. This is symbolizing the rings of Saturn wrapping you. And the cross on top is the cross of the cube. The cube, the black cube of Saturn, unfolds into a cross. So Satan, who is the god of this world, Corinthians 4:4 in the Bible, Satan, who is the god of this world, has blinded the minds of those who don't believe. Saturn blinds your mind because the god of this world materializes you and he blinds your mind when you incarnate into physical matter. When you enter this soul system, not the solar system, you hit Saturn first. He materializes you. And look at the symbol for Saturn. This is the symbol for Saturn. All of the planet symbols are created out of the Holy Trinity. The Earth, Moon, and Sun. Body, mind, and soul. The Sun is your soul, the Moon is your mind, the Earth is your body. Your body's made out of the 5 elements. The Sun is your soul because the Sun is life force. Gives life to everything. Your Sun is a soul. Your soul is the sun of your body. The moon is the mind. The moon is the moon of your body, the mind of your body. Intelligence. So all of the symbol of the planets are created out of these. The Saturn symbol is created out of the Earth cross, matter, and the moon crescent, moon, mind, matter over mind. This is why Satan, who is the god of this world, has blinded the minds of those who don't believe. He blinds your mind. Look at the symbol, it's showing you. The Saturn symbol is matter over mind when it should be mind over matter. So we descend into a soul system, into our 666 Saturn carbon suit bodies, and we are matter over mind. Then we have to move up the spine to go back up to spirit, to mind over matter, where you manipulate your own reality. Now look at this. It creates the number 5. 5 is the number of change. You're moving from this side of the number sequence over to the right side. You're moving from the spiritual into the physical world. You're incarnating into the 5 elements, the 5 senses. So the cube, the black cube of Saturn, is another major symbol. Very important symbol. Here you see the cube, and the color black is associated with Saturn because Saturn is associated with death. He creates and destroys, light and dark. Death is associated with black, spirit, because you can't see spirit, which is blackness. So the black cube is black because Saturn rules the nighttime, which is dark, blackness, and he rules the winter, which is death, blackness. So Saturn is the black cube. Cubes have 6 sides: up, down, right, left, back, and forward. Cubes are 6-sided. Everything is 6-sided inside of this creation because you're incarnating, you're materializing, crystallizing into the cube, the world of the cube. Everything's a cube. Everything's got 6 sides. Here's Leonardo da Vinci showing you that you're in the cube. Leonardo da Vinci did this famous painting. You're in the cube, you're hexed into physical matter, or you're incarnated into the 3rd dimension, the 3-dimensional world, which is a cube, 3D. And black cube adds up to 6 sides of the black cube. The Kabbalah means cube god in Arabic. And look at what they do. They worship the cube, the black cube, and they stand in rings like the rings of Saturn. Australia, Denmark, Manhattan, Santana all have these black cubes. You go to New York, you will see the black cube there as well. These black cubes are everywhere because it is the real God of this world, So look at the cross. The cross unfolds into the cube. Xbox, Nintendo GameCube, Sega Saturn, anything to do with a simulated gaming reality, they put Saturn in it because we're in the simulation of Saturn. This is a simulation. And this is why they reflect this through the Xbox, GameCube, Sega Saturn, anything to do with gaming, simulations, is all Saturn. Because we're in the cube of Saturn, the black cube. We're in the GameCube, the Xbox, the Sega Saturn. As above, so below. So they reflect it through the simulations that they create inside of this simulation. Cubes have 8 points for the 8 points of time and space. 8 is the number of time. Everything's cycling, infinity. So look at the cube. The cube is symbolized as in Judaism. The Judays have the black cube. They wrap themselves in a black band and they cover their eyes into blackness. The black cube, for the black cube of Saturn, they use the star of Saturn and they worship their god on Saturn Day because it's all Saturn worship. And look how the Saturn god is wrapped around with these thorns or leaves, just like Jesus is wrapped around his heart. And Jesus on the cross is us on the cross. We are in the cross. We are in the cube. The cross is the cube. And the cross is even in the Saturn symbol. This is another symbol for Saturn. There's two symbols. You got this one, the one I've just broke down. And there's this one. This is the cross of Saturn, the cube god, the simulation, the game cube. Now, Chronos is another word for Saturn. Chronos means time. When you clock into work, you go to the Chronos machine. Well, I did anyway. And I'd tap my card on the Chronos, because Chronos is time. Anything to do with time is Saturn. He creates and destroys. Look at the artwork of Saturn with the sand, the time. Look at this, how he's cutting off the baby's wings. He's crystallizing the spirit into matter. He's cutting off your wings. Satan, in the Bible, he falls from heaven into earth and he loses his wings. He becomes a serpent. You see, it's all symbolic for us. We are the fallen angels, fallen angles of light. We're fallen angles of light. We are light beings. Now we're fallen into physical matter. Saturn's chopped off our wings. He's chopped off our spirit wings, because when you astral project, you can fly. You will fly around. He's got the Reaper staff here, always depicted with the Reaper staff. Now look at the clock. Saturn day is the 6th day, the number of the beast, 666. Look at the clock. 6 take away 12. 12 take away 6 equals 6. 7 take away 1 equals 6. 8 take away 2 equals 6. 60 seconds in a minute, 60 minutes in an hour, 24 hours in a day, 2 plus 4 equals 6. That's 666. Everything's 666 because it's time. Saturn. All goes to Saturn. He's the god of time. We're in time now. We're in time. We're in the time, which is God, the god of this world, the god of time. Now look at this. The Reaper is also depicted as the Reaper with the staff, the black cloak, black symbolizing death, spirit. Judges wear black because Saturn is the law. He's the god of this world. He's the law. This is why they wear black cloaks. When you graduate from university, you wear a black cloak and a black cube on your head. You've been hexed. Funerals, you wear black because it's all to do with Saturn, Father Time, Father Crystallization. Now, Saturn, here's another one of him cutting off the wings of a child. Because he cuts off the wings. He creates and destroys your body. We're in the electrical world. Everything that is electrical vibrates. All vibrations have to come back to a standstill point, which is death. This is why your body dies. Your atoms stop vibrating. Herona. Look at the crown. The crown is the corona. Corona means crown. And look at this is an alcohol brand for beer. You can see the staff of Saturn in the symbol with the moon crescent. Corona, which is the crown, Saturn, the crown on Saturn, the rings. And then you've got the staff. It's all Saturn worship. Is the black cubes of 9/11. 2 black cubes. This was a ritual for Saturn. It's all ritualistic. And look at the Star of David, the Star of Saturn. It's not the Star of David. Creates IXXI, the sigil of Saturn. IXXI means 9/11 in Roman numerals. 9/11. It's all a ritual for Saturn, and they have the 2 black cubes of Saturn. Now look, XX. There's more symbolism of Saturn now. We're going deeper. XX is more symbolism for Saturn. The sigil of Saturn is XX, as above, so below. Same with the Star of David. You split it in the middle, as above, so below, as above, so below. XX, this is a Knights Templar Cross of Lorraine. XX, Knights Templar, High Order of Masonry. They all worship Saturn. Well, Saturn is the real god of this world. X Eon with the XX. XXL magazines, which is all to do with famous rappers and stuff like that. When you die, you put XX on the eyes because it's Saturn. He's the Reaper. Is Jesus with the XX crown with the thorns around his heart, around his soul, with the cube on the top, the cross cube. Le Lucifer with the XX Cross of Lorraine. Jay-Z with his alcohol brand, XX Cross of Lorraine. The X Factor with the rings of Saturn. All Saturn worship. The seal of Melchizedek is also Saturn. This is the cube. This symbolizes the cube with the 8 points for the 8 points of space and time. And this is the cube. It's another ancient symbol for Saturn. Here you see the star of Saturn with the Melchizedek symbol around it, which is all to do with Saturn. Here you see an altar, the Holy Grail, the Melchizedek symbol on it, and they're worshipping it. This is why we wear rings, wedding rings for the rings of Saturn. It all goes back to Saturn. Earrings. The 8-pointed star of the ancient Sumerians is all Saturn. It's all Saturn. So the ancients, the symbols of Saturn goes on forever. It's in all of the major corporations. You can see it everywhere, the rings of Saturn. Toyota is an obvious one. Internet, Nike, Target, Sega, Saturn. It's all Saturn worship. All Saturn worship. Because he is the real god of this world. Here's Kanye West's album with a Saturn here. Here's Michael Jackson's album saying escape. There's the X again. The escape. You have to escape this reality. Maybe that's what he's pointing at. Here you see it on the dollar bill. The star of Saturn. Here you see it again on the dollar bill. So that is it for today's people. I hope you all gain some insight on Saturn. Please like, comment, and share if you can. Subscribe if you like the channel. Please have an amazing day. God bless.
bookofwisdom.com. Visit today.
Welcome people, we're back with another video. I will now be keeping track of my YouTube and trying to upload every week. In this video, we'll be talking about the chakras. The chakras are the 7 attributes of God, and they are the 7 planets. These are literally vortex portals within us that connect us to these vices and characteristics of God. Each one of these energy centers are a spinning wheel of energy which controls the cells and organs in that particular area of the body. For example, it's literally a mini brain for that area of the body. Each chakra has a vice which you need to turn to a virtue in order to climb up through the system. They work like a stairway system. You have to go through each chakra in order to unlock the one above. This process is turning matter into spirit as you descended from spirit to matter. Saturn is Satan, that's why it's the lowest chakra, and that's why the devil is red, because red is the lowest vibrational color. When you are in these lower states of consciousness, you are in your animal nature. This is your physical side of your nature, and you are mainly being driven by your animal instincts, or your ego. Moving back to your higher self or your spirit self is not an easy process, it takes a while. However, with discipline, consistency, and motivation, you can achieve this, and this is what the ancients called Christ consciousness. Once you have achieved this, it is basically a state of mastery of the mind. You no longer lust for the lower animal nature things. Now, let's start with the root chakra.
This is located at the base of your spine, and you can feel this chakra by tensing your anus. This energy center is in control of your survival needs, your vitality, your stability, and security. Now, if this chakra is unbalanced, you will feel insecure, fear, anxiety, unstable, low self-esteem, anemia, over or underweight, and constipation. In order to balance this chakra, you need to feel grounded, embodied, stable, calm, centered, a sense of safety, and trust in yourself and the world around you. The next chakra is the sacral chakra, which is located around the belly button area. You can feel this chakra just by sucking in your belly. This chakra is to do with relationships, self-worth, creativity, empathy, and most importantly, sexuality. This is the most important one in order to start to raise your vibration overall, is giving up the over-sexualized nature. In order to balance this chakra, you need to come into harmony with all the toxic relationships that you have. Get rid of the fear, the anxiety, the isolation, and 100% get rid of the over-sexualized nature. Lust is one of the most lowest vibrations you could possibly feel. It is literally manifesting hell. In order to work on this chakra, you need to feel self-worth. You need to do creative things, empathy, healthy relationships, and 100% being confident. The next chakra is the solar plexus. This is to do with personal power, will, metabolism, eating, happiness, and your self-esteem and self-identification. You can feel this chakra just above your belly, below your ribs, and you can suck in this area. If this chakra is blocked, you will feel lack of confidence, difficulty in manifesting your desires, low self-esteem, misuse of power, misuse of dominance, weak will, and shame in yourself. Biggest one for this chakra is overeating, as it's to do with metabolism. If you are overeating, you are literally unbalancing a lot of your lower chakras, not just the solar plexus. In order to work on this chakra and balance it, you want to have a positive self-identification. You want to feel happy, a happy self-esteem, effectiveness to people, not overeating, and a strong willpower. Now for the heart chakra, one of the most important chakras. Chakra is to do with love, understanding, trust, hope, openness, compassion, balance, and forgiveness. The most important because your heart is the tree of life in the body. It is the center of the toroidal field. It is the most powerful chakra. Your heart is 5,000 times stronger magnetically than your brain. Once you have hit the heart chakra and you start surpassing the heart chakra, you are now turning matter into spirit, as the lower three chakras are dense and physical, and the above the heart chakra are turning to spirit. As you can see already, this is a hard and long process of working on yourself physically and internally. The symptoms of a blocked heart chakra would be lack of love or too much love, difficulty to accepting or giving love, lack of compassion, loneliness, and lack of emotional fulfillment. Finally, a lack of connection with a divine or to nature. In order to balance this chakra, the most important thing and the most powerful thing you can do is loving people, accepting and giving lots of love. Second most important thing to balance the heart chakra is balance. You need a balanced life. You need balance in all aspects of your life. Now for the throat chakra. This is a very important chakra as it's to do with communication. A symptom of this being unbalanced is a lack of self-expression and putting on a front all the time, acting with the ego. In order to balance this chakra, you need to constantly self-express yourself. You can't be putting on a front. That voice inside your head, you have to let it come outward. Don't just block it off with a wall. Self-expression will lead to you gaining friends who actually like you for being you, and not these fake friends that you have to put on an ego for. In order to balance this chakra, you need to express yourself, express the word that's within you. Don't be lying to people, don't deceive or be deceptive. The next chakra is the third eye chakra. This is starting to get very advanced and you are coming very close to spirit. Just before we head on, I want to announce the PDF is now available, containing all the presentations I've ever made, all into a condensed 38-page PDF. The link will be below this video for you to access. And if you want to learn how to create reality using your mind, how to attract your desires, how to get out of the situation you are in, the link will also be there for the Manifestation Mastery course. Now for the third eye chakra. The third eye chakra controls the pineal gland, which is your first eye. It's to do with your psychic abilities, channeling, telepathy, astral travel, visions, and connection to the higher self. You need all of the chakras aligned to get the full potential out of your third eye or pineal gland chakra. For example, if you're astral traveling and you fear something, you will be instantly shot back to your body. So you need to master all of the chakras before you go on and try and do these higher spiritual activities. Symptoms of the third eye chakra being blocked is lack of imagination, lack of vision, lack of concentration, blocked or clouded intuition, can't see the big picture, and especially overly reliant on logic and intellectual thinking. A good way to work on this chakra is imagining things, vision things, trust your intuition at all times, always follow that inner voice. Cut out the tap water which contains fluoride. Fluoride blocks the pineal gland. And cut out all junk food because all of this is affecting your pineal gland. When in meditation, you want to focus your eyes and your attention to the center of your head between the two eyebrows. This is where the pineal gland is located. This will help and awaken the pineal gland over time when you keep doing these meditations. Finally, for the crown chakra, this is to do with universal consciousness, all-knowing, enlightenment, cosmic connections, the God source. This chakra is blocked by being cut off from spirituality, plagued by the senses, being tricked into the five senses and being tricked into thinking you are the body. In order to work on this chakra, you need to feel grounded. You need to know yourself, your real self, the voice within you. Have common sense, have specific decisions that you're making, be very direct. Now we've got out of the way all of the chakras, I can now introduce methods and meditations which will help you unblock them spiritually. When meditating, you want to get into the present moment in a nice, comfortable position. Bring yourself to the present moment by saying, I am here right now, nothing else matters. Keep repeating this over and over with your eyes open or closed. After a couple minutes of bringing your attention to the present moment, you can now start to breathe in through the nose deeply and breathe out through the mouth slower than you breathed in. Place your attention on the chakra that you want to balance. Think of a high vibrational emotion like love and think of this while placing your attention on that chakra. You can do this exercise every day for 10 to 20 to 30 minutes. The longer the better. Another practice you can do is by chanting the Bijis for each chakra. They are here starting from the root chakra all the way to the crown chakra. Or you can chant the 7 vowels. There are not 5, there are actually 7. A, I, A, O, U, M. A, This is the proper way of pronouncing the 7 vowels. These are so powerful because these are the only things that exist. It is literally the sound of God. By pronouncing them right, you can actually create a lot of power within you and align your chakras. That's it for this video, people. I'd appreciate a comment and a like to help the algorithm. I appreciate you all. Love and light.
bookofwisdom.com. Visit today.
What What if I told you that reincarnation is real and that there is a metaphysical, spiritual science behind this? Most people leave this world just as lost when they entered it. That they carry their fears, attachments, and addictions with them, only to be born again trapped in the same cycle, repeating the patterns of lifetime after lifetime. This lecture is not just about preparing for death. It's about mastering yourself before death, so you don't take them burdens with you. Because the truth is, whatever addictions, fears, and unresolved emotions you cling to in this life, you carry with you into the next. Unless you break free now. You must master yourself before death. Death is not the end. It is the great passage. But how we transition depends on our mastery of the self. This was symbolized by the Ouroboros, the snake biting its tail. Every ending is a new beginning. It's an infinite cycle of consciousness. Now, your human body is basically an antenna tapped in to a stream of consciousness. Just like a radio is tapped into a specific frequency to play that radio. Your body is basically an antenna, a crystal picking up the consciousness of God. You are on an ever-ending journey, a journey of learning and expansion of the mind into new fields of thought. This was symbolized as the Ouroboros. When you die, it is a new beginning. It's a transitioning, not an ending. Everything is eternal in this universe as consciousness is formless and constantly transforms into new forms of life. Let's break down the word death. Death contains the word ether. Now, the ether can be found in the word heart or earth. Ether. Everything in this plane comes from the etheric plane. The etheric plane is the barrier between the physical plane and the spiritual plane, the astral plane. The astral plane is the screen that you have in your mind that allows you to imagine a red apple, for example. This is the imaginative plane where thought forms start to take form. Everything begins as a thought, then the thought form becomes an imagination, then energy, then physical. Everything in the physical plane is a shadow of thought. All objects manifested as thought. You came from the astral. You came from the stars. This is why we say reach for the stars. Or this is why you say you are a star. Cis star, Miss star, fraud star, stir is star. And when you become famous, you become a superstar and you gain a star on the Hollywood floor. You are a star. The ether. The ether is the infinite energy source which all things come out of and return back to. This is the cycle of life and death, summer and winter, day and night, sleep and awake. The ether is the infinite energy source which all things come from and will return back to. Okay, sorry about that little error. The ether is the boundless source of energy from which all things emerge, to which all things return to. We can see this in the cycle of the sun. The sun does this wave of creation. It rises and it falls. We have the day and the night. The daytime represents our conscious mind when we are alert. The nighttime represents our subconscious mind when we are inside the spiritual realms. The nighttime is spirit, the daytime is matter, spirit and matter. Awake and asleep, conscious and subconscious. We see this in the yearly cycle. Summer is life, winter is death. Spring is the morning, summer is midday, autumn is evening, winter is the night. Everything is a macro and a micro cycle of being born out of the ether and returning back from life and death. Life and death is manifested within the cycles of the sun and everything outside of you, as within, so without. This is why we say sleep is the cousin of death. The macrocosm is death, the microcosm is sleep. Every time you go to sleep, you are essentially it's a miniature death. You're entering into spirit and then returning back into matter in the morning. when the sun rises. Everything is a reflection of the macrocosm cycles. Preparation for death. The first thing we must do in order to prepare for death, for life after death, in order to stop being reincarnated in this cycle of materialism, in order to progress as a soul, because remember, you are a soul in a body. Just like the sun gives power and life to the earth, your soul gives power and life to your body. When you say I, you're referring to the soul. And your soul can be stuck underneath layers of false identifications. Who you believe yourself to be is merely a collection of subconscious programs running within your mind. Now that's very deep. That is very, very deep. Who you think you are is a part of your thinking mind. Your name, your job, your reputation, your family, your friends. These things are not you. They're all aspects of the thinking mind. What happens if you meditate and you turn off the mind? Then all these things do not exist. You're left with the pure soul, the pure awareness, the pure observation. If you turn off the thinking mind, you're no longer your body, you're no longer your reputation, you're no longer your friends, you're no longer your job and your labels. You are the soul. That's the true you, the observation of the mind, not the thinking mind. The ego is the echo. It's an echo of your true self. The ego is your mind's perception of itself, shaped by experiences, trauma, emotions, and beliefs. It is merely an echo of your true soul self. The ego is not you. Your mind is not you. You are the soul. And this is the true self that we must express within our life and we must connect with before we die. Because when we die under the echo, under these false layers of the emotions, the traumas, the experiences, the addictions, the emotional attachments, when we die underneath all of this, when we don't know our true self, the soul is still hidden. The true you is hidden underneath these layers of false identification. We must remove these layers of false identifications. We must remove them. We must destroy the echo. Remember, the ego, you never had an ego when you were a child. When you were a child, you were pure. You didn't, you didn't show off things. When you were a child, you were pure. You expressed yourself freely with you didn't hide anything. You didn't hide any aspect of yourself. You didn't suppress any aspect of yourself to fit in as a child, as a baby. Because the ego was not here when you came here. The ego grows with experience. The ego is a false perception of yourself while being incarnated in this material world. It's your mind's perception of itself and it's created through your experience. Remember, you are unconditioned consciousness, and your experiences, thoughts, traumas, emotions, and beliefs have conditioned your consciousness into believing you're only a physical body, but you are the soul. We have to remove these layers. How do we remove these layers? Like I said, the best thing, meditation. Meditation. There is a great meditation that you can do every single morning and every single nighttime. You can sit there and repeat over and over before you meditate. You can repeat that you are not this, you are not that, you are not this. You can label them one by one. Start with, I am not my body, I am not my job, I am not my name. And then detach from absolutely everything until you are left with nothingness. And when you start to meditate, detach from everything. Nothing matters. I am here right now. And what will be left? The only thing that will be left is the language that your mind is using. Now, this is very deep. Not many people will tell you this, but I've lingered in meditation many times. And I can tell you from experience, that the only thing left once you detach from everything is the language that your mind is attached to. So whether that's English, Italian, French. Once you detach the language of the mind that that little voice in your head's using, you're left with the soul. Once the mind is switched off, you're left with the soul, and you have detached from all of these external things. You're left with the soul. That's you. That's the power. That's the source of all creation, where everything you've ever done has come from. Every thought, every idea has come from your soul. Number two, that's meant to say number two. Sorry about that. Mental addictions and emotional addictions. Okay. These two are very important. Mental addictions, this could be thought patterns. This could be the labels that we've just been talking about. Then you have emotional attachments, which is maybe you're too attached to an external thing. Maybe you're too attached to your phone. Maybe you're too attached to family. Maybe you're too attached to loved ones. Yes, I'm not saying don't love them, but what I'm saying is do not rely on anything in this world to make you happy, to fulfill your emotional needs. Everything is found within you. You must look within, and if you're looking without, if you're trying to find yourself in the outer world, you'll never find yourself. You'll constantly be looking around in loops. Because nothing, you cannot find yourself in the outer world. Nothing will long-term give you long-term validation. Seeking validation in the outer world will leave you soulless, leave you feeling empty inside and sad and depressed. You have to find yourself within. You have to detach from everything you are relying on to give you emotional stableness. You have to detach from all. Yes, love your children. Yes, love these people, but do not rely on them. Because everything in this world is temporary. Do not conform to this world. The Bible tells you this. Everything in modern society nurtures the body, but neglects the soul. They keep you addicted to as many things as possible. Smoking, you have to detach. Drugs, you have to detach. Alcohol, detach. You cannot rely on anything. This is why this path is very, very difficult to walk. But I'm showing you the way. These are the things you must do before death. You have to detach from absolutely everything. If you die and your mind and soul is still addicted to these worldly things, then you guess what? You're going to reincarnate. You're going to reincarnate because your mind is still thinking about these material earthly things. And if you are operating in that vibration, you're going to project that vibration and come back here. You have to detach. You have to master the soul and master the mind. Like I said, the matrix is designed to keep you addicted to as many things as possible. Your phone, food, smoking, drugs, alcohol, clubbing, all of these things. Everything in society is made to trap your soul and reincarnate in this world. That's why it's very, very, very difficult to walk this path. Very difficult. Matrix, matter tricks. John 2:15 to 17. Do not love this world, nor the things it offers you. For when you love the world, you will lose God. Do not love this world, nor the things it offers you. Do not conform to the pattern of this world, but be transformed by the renewing of your mind. Great quote. Do not conform to the pattern of this world, but be transformed. Let this world transform you. Learn from this, expand from this, but do not be mentally and emotionally attached. Okay? What good will it be for someone to gain the whole world yet forfeit their soul? Like I said, everything in the Bible is telling you the truth. You just got to read it correctly. This is spirituality. This is spirituality. The Bible is spiritual. It's a spiritual text. We must disconnect from everything outside of us and connect with the true soul. Here we have the Egyptians showing you the soul leaving the body. Here we have the soul here. Here we have the Masons showing you the soul coming out. The soul is real. You are the soul. And when you leave this physical plane, you will go into the astral plane. That's where you came from. You came from the astral. You came from the stars. You incarnated into this physical body. Your consciousness fell into this material form to experience limitation, to experience a 3D world. So in order to ascend properly before we die, we have to let go of all the attachments. Every addiction you have, write them down. And one by one, tackle them. Before you die, you have to, or else you will reincarnate. This is the teachings of Egyptians. This is the teachings of Masonry. All of these addictions contribute towards life after death. Everything must be controlled, and we must be attached to the soul. I'm not saying I'm perfect. I'm not saying I'm perfect, people. We're all not perfect. We're all under psychological operation by the government. We're all in a very difficult situation with this awakening. I'm simply pointing out what I know from my journey and what I've been learning through occultism and research and reading lots of books and many different things. I'm on this journey just as you are. Maybe I'm further. Maybe you're ahead of me. We don't know. But this is what I'm sharing with the world. This is what I'm sharing with my research. And this is what makes sense. It's common sense. Look at everything around you. Everything's made to feed the body, not the soul. So my beautiful watchers and fans and supporters, I appreciate every single one of you, and I hope this video has supported your journey. If you're feeling lost in life, if you're searching for deeper answers, whether you're seeking clarity, looking to expand your studies, or ready for personalized mentoring, this is your chance to connect with me live and receive insights tailored just for you. Start your path to self-mastery and enlightenment inside the world's best esoteric school. Your journey starts now. Tap the link in the description if you want to join Ethereal University, or feel free to check out my books. I thank you all, and I really appreciate for 100,000 subscribers on YouTube. I love every single one of you. Make sure to drop a like, a comment, and subscribe to the channel if you're new. Let me know some ideas for, lectures, anything that you want to know. I can make lectures on them. Just drop it in the comments. I appreciate every single one of you. Take care.
bookofwisdom.com. Visit today.
What if I told you you don't have one body? You in fact have four. There's a secret hidden right in front of you, and most of you overlook it. And by learning these teachings today, this will change your perspective on life, on yourself, and completely change the conception of yourself. This is the key to your highest potential. If you stay with me today, you will find secrets about yourself that will change your life. But I warn you, once you step this path of esoteric knowledge, there's no going back. Once you see, you can't unsee. So stay with me, and we will discuss the four bodies of your soul and how you can master yourself to reach your highest potential. The first thing we must understand is that there is a sun. And just like the sun gives life to the earth, there is this life force within the sun that gives life to all matter. We must understand that that matter itself is dead. It has no life potential. It has no ability to create or destruct anything. All of the life comes from above, from the sun, from the life-giving power of this infinite energy source we call the sun. No matter what model you believe, the sun still gives power to this physical realm. giving life to all of the crops, giving life to animals, giving life and growth to all things that the rays come in contact with. This is a macrocosm process. We must understand the teachings of as above, so below. This means that the macrocosm repeats itself in a microcosm form. Now, what do I mean? Humans are made in the image and likeness of God. You are a miniature version of God, a spark of the divine consciousness made in human form, in physical form. Just like the sun gives life to all physical matter and growth to all crops on the earth, your soul is a miniature sun. And your soul is giving life to the body. Your body is a miniature earth, which also goes through the cycles of the 4 seasons of the sun. We feel different in each one of these seasons. It's because our body does not only go through these cycles externally, but these cycles happen within ourselves, within consciousness. Your soul is the sun. The sun you see in the sky is an externalization of your soul. Your soul is the life force. You are the soul, not the body. And like the sun gives power to the earth, the soul gives power to your body. So first, let's look at the etymology of the word sun. The word sun comes from it's a Latin word solis or sol, which means the sun. Sol then became soul, sun, soul. And in fact, S-O-N and S-U-N in the old etymology dictionary mean the exact same thing. They are interchangeable. So when we look at the symbol of the sun, we look at a circle and a cross, which represent the 4 aspects of the sun, the 4 seasons of the sun: summer, winter, spring, and autumn. These are the 4 states of the sun. Like we said, this is why we get this symbol. You have the 4 states of the sun, which represent the 4 bodies of the soul. Now, this is where we get deep. Like I said, the sun you see in the sky is a macrocosm of your soul, an externalization of your soul. Just like your sun has 4 seasons, the 4 seasons within us are the 4 bodies. Our soul is incarnated and split into 4 sections. We have a mind, we have a physical body, emotions, and spirit. These are all interchangeable and they are all linked. In ancient alchemy, we have the exact same symbolism of the 4 stages of alchemy. But in this case, they're symbolized as the 4 elements: earth, water, air, fire. In this ancient alchemical symbol, we have the pentagram, with the top one representing the soul, ether. Our soul then has the 4 bodies, with the human here. We have the man, the eagle, the bull, and the lion. We see this on the tarot card, the Wheel of Fortune. The man, the eagle, the bull, the lion. We see this in Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John. The lion, the bull, the man, and the eagle. We see this with depictions of Jesus. Jesus, the man, the bull, the lion, and the eagle. These represent the 4 fixed signs of the Zodiac: Taurus, the bull; Scorpio, the eagle. Scorpio was symbolized as an eagle. It's an ancient symbol. Now it's been changed to a scorpion, of course. Leo, the lion; Aquarius, the man. These represent the 4 fixed signs, which are 4 different elements. Taurus is an earth sign. Scorpio, a water sign. Leo, a fire sign. Aquarius, an air sign. Taurus is the earth. As above, so below. The earth is the physical body. Leo is fire. Fire is the spirit. Scorpio is water, which is the emotions. Aquarius is the mind, which is an air symbol. Air is the mind. That's why we call people airheads. Okay? So what we're actually looking at here are the 4 aspects of our soul. We have the sun in the middle and the four bodies of the soul. This is what Jesus is symbolizing. Jesus represents you. God made flesh with the four aspects of the soul. The four gospels are all depicting Jesus in four different ways according to the different body of consciousness. The wheel of fortune are representing the four bodies of the soul. This represents the four bodies. Now, how are they four bodies? They are four dimensions of consciousness. The mind is not made of the same substance of the emotion. The emotion is not made of the same substance of the physical body. The spirit is not made of the same substance as the physical body also. They exist in four dimensions of consciousness. They are four bodies of our soul. And the most important teaching here is what I'm actually getting to, is the powerful one. This is what gives you power. Most of us live in chaos. Our mind is thinking of doing something. Our emotions are feeling something else. Our body is lusting and wanting to do something else. And our spirit's energy is completely off. Most people live in unbalance. None of these four bodies are working together. This is why we produce chaos in our lives. When these bodies are in balance, are not working together. So in alchemy, they symbolize the four elements, which are the four bodies of consciousness. These are the furnaces with the fire. They represent transmutation of each body. We have to sync these bodies. We have to sync the mind with our emotions, and our emotions with our actions, the physical body, and with our spirit. These four key bodies need to be in line in order for us to create consciously in our life. Because each one of us is a creator, a miniature version of God, creating our own earth, creating our own material reality. And in order for us to create consciously and with effect and power, we must have these bodies unified so that we can create consciously and not create chaos. So this is very, very important. And this is a secret teaching found in all ancient societies. But this is what the hidden symbolism of astrology actually is. The sun is our soul, and the 12 zodiacs are 12 aspects of our soul. And we have the four aspects of the four main bodies. This is what we're looking at. We're not looking at the sky. We're actually looking at aspects of ourselves, aspects of our soul that we must master and transmute in order to become our highest potential. So I hope this makes sense. And it may take a while for you to fully understand this, but the key knowledge in order for you to understand any of these teachings that I've gone through today is the major teaching of as above, so below. What is above is below. What is within is without. Your inner reality projects the outer reality. What is inside of you is outside of you in some form or way. Whatever roots that go down will always shoot up. When you throw a bouncing ball, you shoot it down, it will go up. As above, so below. As within, so without. God did not make a creation separate from himself. We are all extensions of the divine made in physical form. And we are incarnated into four sections. Our soul is separated into four sections. These are the four corners of reality. These are the four pillars of reality that we must control. So in order to access our soul in meditation, we must turn off these four things. Turn off the mind, the emotion, the spirit, and the body. And then we access the soul. So I hope this video helps today. And you can learn all about this in the Book of Wisdom, Volume 2. This book is a revolution in consciousness. I do not recommend everyone reads this book. This book is only for people who are serious and want to transform their lives. This book is a book that will change the scope you see reality. It will change your perspective on yourself because you will resonate with this. This book does not just give you information. It gives you a sense of well-being. it gives you truth, and you will find your power from this information. This information is not just information, it's a key to your path of enlightenment and transformation. So you can find this book in the description of this video. And if you are part of the university, I will see you on the live calls. Thank you, everyone. Please leave a like, subscribe, and a comment, and let me know whatever videos you want me to make next. Anything that you fail to understand or have any confusion with, I can make a video on it. So let me know in the comment section any reviews or anything I should do. Thank you all, people. Have a great day.
bookofwisdom.com. Visit today.
The earth has become a realm in order to trap souls within so that they can harness our electricity, our energy. Even the Bible is talking about how this realm is controlled by the wicked one in John 5:19. We know that we are the children of God and that the whole world is under the control of the evil one. Ephesians 6:12. For our struggle is not against flesh and blood, but against the rulers, against the authorities, against the powers of this dark world, and against the spiritual forces of evil in the heavenly realms. So the Bible is telling us that this is not the only world. There are other worlds, there are other realms that we can go to, considered as heaven. Heaven being a higher realm where there is no evil, no darkness. This is a midpoint realm where there is good and evil. Now, we're going to explain how the soul trap is how it's working, and how your soul is being harnessed for its energy, and how you are tricked to come back to this realm after death. What you need to understand is first is that you are the invisible intelligence behind the physical body. You are the mind and soul. The soul is the true you, the good you. It is pure love, pure bliss, eternal, never dies. The mind can be corrupted, though. The mind is the intelligence of the soul. It is invisible. It has no true form. The intelligence inhabits the brain. The brain is the computer to control the electrical machine called the nervous system, which is choice, program, and action. You are the invisible intelligence behind the body, and this will prove it even more. You do not even see into the external world. You are seeing an image produced by the brain, because the light is being sucked through the retinas of the eyes. The image is produced in the visual cortex at the back of the brain. What does this mean? This means that we are the consciousness in the center of the brain, in the pineal gland, that is experiencing the program being ran by the central nervous system in the brain. This is the sigil of Lucifer. Lucifer in Latin is Lucy. Lucy is light in Latin. Lucifer is known as the light bearer. This is how the eyes work, people. It's not a demon or a devil. The sigil for Lucifer is how the eyes work, and how the left eye is controlled by the right brain. The right eye is controlled by the left brain. There is a crossover. It's the same with the body. The left side of the body is controlled by the right brain. The right side of the body is controlled by the left brain. There's a crossover with our hemispheres in the brain. Now, this empty chamber in the center of the brain is where this universal cosmic intelligence is held, known as the most holy place in the Bible, the throne of God. Okay? This is above the 33 vertebrae on the spine. As you can see here, you are the being in the center of this point. All of the nerves are being then back to this one particular point, which is which is the seat of our invisible intelligence. You can see it's an empty chamber. Our consciousness, our intelligence is not a physical thing. This intelligence is the true voice inside of your head. This is why your head is heaven, your heart is earth, your heel is hell. Your head is heaven because this is the seat, the throne of God. God is in heaven because the consciousness, this divine intelligence that's controlling the body, is sat in the center of the brain. The brain is taking commands of this invisible intelligence. When you close your eyes, you can feel your awareness, your consciousness, your intelligence is all in the brain. Your awareness is not in the feet, the heart, the legs, the arms. It's all in the center of the brain. Now, if you meditate deeply, you will find that you are beyond the mind. You are the being observing the thoughts. You are the soul observing the thoughts. Now, with this being said, you are the consciousness experiencing the program being ran by the central nervous system in the brain, because you're not seeing into the external world. It's an image, it's a simulated image produced by the brain and the central nervous system. You do not experience the external world. You do not feel the external world. You feel electrical impulses on your nervous system. Your nervous system is decoding what you are feeling. So the only thing that you truly feel is the electrical impulses on your nervous system. This is why the nervous system is the tree of knowledge of good and evil, because it gives your invisible intelligence, your mind, the knowledge of good and evil. It can detect good things, it can detect bad things. If it's hot, if it's warm, if I need to go, the nervous system is doing this. It is the tree of knowledge of good and evil. Okay? Now this universal intelligence is symbolized as the single eye. Okay? Matthew 18:9. It is better for you to enter life with one eye than to have two eyes and to be thrown into the fire of hell. What does this mean? It's symbolic, it's metaphorical, people. It is metaphoric. Your universal intelligence is the single eye, the one eye. It's the balance between the two poles, between the left and the right, the good and the evil. It knows the right thing to do all the time. This is our inner guide. The inner self is the inner guide. And when you are operating your life off duality, using your two eyes, you'll be thrown into the fire of hell, lower states of consciousness. Because you're split. You need to live in oneness, even, balance. Matthew 6:22, the light of the body is the eye. The light of the whole body is the eye. You are a light being. Human. Hue means an attribute of a color. Man is the word manifested. We are light manifested into physical form. Depending on your vibration is depending on what color that you are vibrating on, which is a hue, a human. If therefore thine eye be single, thy whole body should be full of light. Again, it's talking about the single eye, oneness, completeness. When you balance the hemispheres of the brain, we'll go over that later. But anyways, the body is the earth. This is what we need to understand, people. The body is running the simulation, the program that our consciousness is experiencing. So when we leave the body during death and astral projection, we leave the earth. This is how it works. The body is the vehicle for the earth, for this realm. Everything exists within our mind. You have the soul, mind, and body. The soul is the observer, the watcher, the true being. This is why She has many different heads because the soul inhabits different bodies. This is the serpent, which means knowledge, which is the mind, wisdom. And this is the body, soul, mind, and body, Brahma, Vishnu, Shiva. The mind is the bridge between the soul and the body. So what do I mean? When you astral project, you are using your mind to project your awareness, your observing consciousness outside of the physical body. The mind is the projector, projecting consciousness. By using your mind, you can project your consciousness outside of the body, which is known as the astral realms, which is known as walking on water. Jesus was never walking on physical water, people. It's metaphorical. Believing the physical body. The water is the ether, which is the veil between the physical and the astral realm. It's a fluid substance. It's on either side. It's physical and astral. The ether is the fifth element that they hide from us. Why? Because they're trapping you in the physical. They are hiding all of these realms. Etheric, astral, and mental. People think their mind is their brain. It's two separate dimensions. These are completely different dimensions. The mind is way more intelligent. The mind is formless. There is no form to the mind. You can think anything you want. You can manifest anything you want within your mind. It is not a physical object. The physical realm is being controlled by the mind. Everything's being controlled by the mind. Everything exists within the mind. This is why the Egyptian says the universe is mental. So when we project our consciousness outside of the physical, we go to the astral. The ether is the water that Jesus is walking on. This is the veil between the physical and the astral world. The word together has ether within it because it joins the two worlds together, together, the astral and the physical. The word either is ether because the ether is on either side, physical and astral, physical and spiritual, physical and non-physical. In the astral realm, the mind can manifest anything we want. We incarnate to restrict our minds. This is why Saturn, if you go and watch my video on Saturn, how Saturn is this simulation, okay, our minds can manifest anything we want in the astral plane in the click of a finger. However, when we incarnate in matter, we now have to labor for our manifestations. This is why Saturn's known as the great teacher in astrology, because he teaches you a lesson. When your mind incarnates into matter, it's teaching your mind a lesson, the knowledge of good and evil. This is why the Bible says, you shall be gods and know the knowledge of good and evil. When you incarnate here, you have to know the knowledge, you need to know the knowledge of good and evil to become a god. Okay? Now, the square is the physical plane, the triangle's the ethereal plane, the circle's the eternal plane. The circle has no beginning, no end, it's eternal. The physical plane is the square, it's limited. The square is limited. The cube is the geometric shape which gives rise to matter. Now, the term think outside the box has truth in plain sight. You have to think outside the box to project your consciousness, use your mind to project your consciousness outside of the box, the physical plane, into the astrals. The astral realm is the realm of the stars. Above us is the stars. Through the stars is the astral plane. This is why astral has the word star within it. The devil is the deveil. When you sell your soul to the devil, quote unquote, it's metaphorical. The devil exists in the physical plane. It's the lowest state of consciousness. The deveil, you deveil yourself into the physical when you are the devil. The deveil. The ethereal plane. Now, we all know what the famous symbol of the all-seeing eye, right? the all-seeing eye with the eye in the triangle. Look at the Masonic artwork showing you the triangle above in the sky. This is symbolizing the ethereal planes. The eye in the triangle symbolizes your invisible intelligence, your mind, which has the ability to see on either side. Because the triangle's the ethereal plane. The eye is your consciousness, your intelligence. And this intelligence has the ability to see in the physical plane and to see in the ethereal planes, in the astral planes. This is why it's above the earth, it's above the ground. Because it can see here, it can see in the heavenly realms. Now, the stars are, well, this is known as heaven, the realms of the astral planes. This is some quotes from the Emerald Tablets of Thoth. Out of the darkness ye must rise upwards, one with the light and one with the stars. Man is in process of changing to forms that are not of this world. Grows he in time to the formless, a plane on the cycle above. So there's other worlds. The Bible's telling you there's other worlds, there's other realms. Know ye must become formless before ye are one with the light, the astral light above, which shining through the stars. Not of the earth are ye, earthy, but a child of the infinite cosmic light. You are the invisible intelligence controlling the physical body. The body's not you. It's the vehicle that your soul lands in when your mind projects your consciousness into that realm. Free from the body, I flashed through the night. Unlocked at last for me was the star space. Wow, that's powerful. The star space, the astral planes. This is what he's talking about. We are all a star. We descended from the astrals, which is the star. We are all a star. Look at the ancient paintings of Jesus' birth. It's the star beaming his consciousness down into the physical plane. Here's another one. Here's some Freemasonic artwork showing you, again, the ether, that invisible intelligence, the eye, manifesting itself inside of here, in the physical realm, where the people are. You see? It's the same here. This is Jesus. Here's the bird symbolizes the Holy Spirit, your invisible intelligence, descending into the waters, the ether, the ethereal, everything. The ether's the base of all physical matter. Here's Truth in Plain Sight. Mr. Bean, the famous TV program in England, in the UK. He begins the program like we all begin the program for falling from the stars. He falls down with a beam of light. And this is truth in plain sight. This is false. The aliens don't exist. They're a lie, alien. But this symbolizes the star beaming our consciousness. And when we die, this star will suck us back up. Just like this UFO is doing. It's truth in plain sight. So, this is some more Freemasonic artwork going from duality to singularity. Sun, moon, masculine, feminine. Right hemisphere, feminine, left hemisphere, masculine. The consciousness in the center, the balance point. Here's another more Freemasonic artwork. The two pillars, left and right hemispheres, and the invisible intelligence between the left and right hemispheres, the light of the body. This is why light's coming off it. Because it's light, it's pure light. The blazing star. The stairs go from the checkered board, the duality, up to oneness, in between the sun and the moon, the masculine and the feminine. This is symbolizing going into oneness. What did the Emerald Tablets say? You've got to become one with the stars, one with the one with the self. Balancing the two hemispheres so that you can gain, because when the two hemispheres are balanced, you can gain a more deeper connection with your invisible intelligence. Same with the chakras. When the chakras, the seven seals in the Bible, These are 7 seals because when you conquer the 7 chakras, when you balance the 7 chakras, you then gain a more deeper connection with your internal self, because your mind is not filled, it's not being ran, it's not being dominated by these 7 deadly sins, the 7 seals, the 7 chakras. These are 7 energy centers which are concealing our true form. Balance makes us have a stronger connection with our true cosmic intelligence. Heaven is even. This is why Jesus is pointing at the heart. The even point is the heart. You got to balance the chakras and live from the heart, because the heart is the earth. You're in good and evil. The body manifests the lower and the higher self. The higher self is in the higher parts of the body. Wisdom, intuition, expression. The lower self is in the lower parts of the body. Sex, food, and power. This is how they are trapping your soul, people. Like I said, the mind is the bridge between the soul and the body. So by tricking the mind, not giving it the right knowledge, and keeping the mind stuck in the lower 3 centers, thinking about power, food, and sex, this is low vibrating energy. It's going to keep your mind addicted to the physical realms. Okay? This is why you need to go even, balance, heaven. Okay? I will explain the soul trap in a second, how it fully works. But I'm telling you all the science behind it so you can understand. When you are doomed, you are domed. This is the dome, the firmament, the firmament, the mind. Ment is mind, firm is firm. A firmament is doomed under the firmament. You must have a loose mind, an open mind to expand your consciousness beyond the stars, beyond the ethereal barrier. You have to vibrate higher than this world. Your consciousness must be expanded more than the physical plane. You need to learn how to astral project. You need to learn how to leave the body, how to operate outside of the body, so that you, when you do leave the body, you will have recognition. You'll have knowledge. You'll have practice. But this is as above, so below. The woman's belly is the earth. It's as above, so below. It's a microcosm of the macrocosm. We are the children in the womb. We are the people in the earth being ready to be born into the heavenly realms. As above, so below. It's a microcosm, macrocosm. Everything is in everything on a bigger and a smaller and a larger scale. Now, when the baby figures out that there is a world beyond its mother, what happens? The baby starts to move around and tries to get out of the mother. Because once it starts to hear the external world, starts to hear people, it's going to wonder, what's outside of why am I in here? What's outside? So the baby will force its way out of the mother. It's the same with our minds, as above, so below. When our minds figure out that there are other realms beyond this world, we will seek a way out. This is the womb, the mother earth, mother nature. It's the mother. We're in the womb. We can be born out of this world, which is being born again in the Bible. When you are doomed, you are domed under the dome, under the firmament, the firm mind. The firm mind will keep you under the firmament. Due to the law of polarity, there has to be other realms. There has to be. Because the law of polarity works in this world, and it will work on every scale possible. It's universal laws. These are universal laws. The law of polarity means that there are other realms polarizing this realm. There is a hell, there is a heaven. There is a midpoint, which is mid-God, which is the one we are in now. Earth, heart. Earth is the heart. Heart is the center, good and bad. The balance between good and bad. Your reality is your level of realization. Your mind realizes other worlds, you will seek a way to them worlds. It's that simple. The soul trap is to keep you stuck in this physical body, which is the earth. This body is the earth. It's running the program, like I said at the beginning. It's running the simulation that your consciousness is experiencing. You are an electromagnetic being, and you're hidden in a cage, your rib cage, and you're stuck in cells, a prison cells. Look, you're in cells. We produce electromagnetic energy. Your soul produces this energy. And by trapping your consciousness inside of this physical realm, they harness this energy within the astral realms. They're using you to manifest demons, because your mind creates demons through emotions and mental thought energy, which is a whole nother video. I can make a video on that. You're manifesting everything for them because they're trying to create a hive mind. This is why they want everyone to believe in one belief system, one government, one belief system, one religion, because they're creating a hive mind. This hive mind will manifest and be summoned within the astral planes, because the mind manifests the astral plane. The astral plane is the realm of imagination. The mental plane is the realm of just thought alone. The etheric plane is the energy. The physical plane is the matter. So all of our minds together are manifesting these demons within these subconscious realms, the astral. Now, how are they keeping you stuck to this realm? Well, when you die and you're stuck in your lower three chakras, okay, when your mind and soul detaches from the body, which is the earth, when you leave the earth, you're still going to have these mental addictions to the food, the sex, the materialism, the phone, the cigarettes, everything. This is why they get you addicted to everything possible. The TikTok, the YouTube, they get you addicted to as many things possible. Because when your mind is addicted to these things, and when this mind leaves the physical body, you're still going to have these addictions. Okay? You're still going to have these thoughts. And you will be manifested into the lower astral realms because you're thinking materialistic, you're thinking negative, because your level of realization was your reality. You were manifesting hell on the earth. When you leave the body, you're going to manifest hell in the astral planes, which means you'll be vibrating on the very low, which will put you in the lower astral realms. So guess what? You're going to come back. You're going to come back into materialism. You're going to reincarnate. Because you haven't prepared for life after death. You must detach from the external world. Okay? Moon is mind. The sun is the soul. The earth is the body. The moon is the mind. This is why we say lunatic. In your mind, you have a specific mood. Moon. Money, M-O-N, is the moon. Money exists in the mind. They get you addicted to the money. The Bible's telling you this. Do not conform to the pattern of this world, but be transformed by the renewing of your mind. It's telling you. Of this world, but be transformed by the renewing of your mind. Who knew that the Bible was this deep? Matthew 16:26, what good will it be for someone to gain the whole world yet forfeit their soul? James 4:4, don't you know that friendship with this world means enmity against God? Therefore, anyone who chooses to be a friend of this world, of the world, becomes an enemy of God. John 4:4, dear children, are from God and have overcome them, because the one who is in you is greater than the one who is in the world. It's talking about the invisible intelligence. It's greater than the physical world. John 2:15, do not love this world, nor the things it offers you. Because this world will create you to, if your mind has attachments to what this world offers, sex, money, and power, pretty much, you will reincarnate here. You will come back here. Because when you leave the body, your mind will still have these addictions. Do not love the world, nor the things it has to offer you. All of this is in my newly published book. The paperback versions are now available. Finally, for all the people who have been waiting, the Book of Wisdom. All of this knowledge is inside of the Book of Wisdom. The paperbacks are available. There's worldwide shipping. You can get it anywhere, pretty much, any country. My new website, it's amazing. There's going to be some amazing products coming on the new website. But I thank you all for the support. Before I leave, I need to explain what is going on with the soul trap. Like I said at the beginning, the mind's the bridge between the soul and the body. The body's the realm. By tricking your mind with false knowledge, they are keeping your soul stuck to this realm. They get you addicted to all the physical things, and that is it. As soon as you're addicted and you die, you're going to come back. So by tricking your mind, which is the bridge between the realms, they keep your mind stuck within this body. They keep you in physicality. They deveil you, the devil, the deveil. Thank you all for the support, people. If you do want to join the Academy, all the links will be posted below this video for the book, The Academy. Thank you all for the support and have an amazing day.
bookofwisdom.com. Visit today.
Do the elites actually worship Saturn? In this video, we're going to be discussing the occult and esoteric meaning of the 7 planets and the abuse of the Saturnic energy within today's world. This will help you gain a deeper understanding of reality, yourself, how you create reality, and what these 7 planetary energies actually truly are. In order to understand anything within the universe, we have to understand the law of correspondence, the law of as above, so below. There is one consciousness expressed in infinite forms. Me, you, the squirrel, everyone who possesses consciousness within this universe is an expression of the one divine consciousness, what we like to call Source, God, or the grand architect of the universe. We have to understand there is a large scale, but the large scale is mirrored in the small scale. If we look at lightning, this is a large scale. This is the macrocosm. Then we go a bit smaller to the trees. We see the same pattern. Then we look a little bit smaller into the human body. We see the same pattern of the nervous system. Then if we zoomed into the microcosm, brain cells, we still see the same pattern. This reveals the universe is a fractal universe. The large is reflected in the small. And this is the symbol of the Fibonacci sequence, which represents this as above, so below principle. The big spiral represents the macrocosm, but then this spirals into the tiny spiral. This symbol goes for eternity, never touching, never finishing. The large is mirrored in the small. With understanding this, we can realize that we are a microcosm of God. We are our own universe. We are our own world. Your body is the earth. Your mind is the mind of God, just in a smaller version. You are a drop in the ocean of the vast collective consciousness. With that being said, everything you see outside of you is inside of you. As above, so below. The 7 planetary energies on a macrocosmic scale are the 7 energies that form the physical world. The physical dimension is crystallized thought. Everything you see around you was thought made manifest. Thought, imagined, then created in the physical reality. duality. Therefore, these 7 planetary energies are 7 astral forces that create and weave the material existence. For example, if we look at a tree has 7 categories of consciousness, 7 creational forces that create the tree. This is the reason why we have 7 days of creation in the Bible. This is the reason why we have 7 days of the week for the 7 planetary energies. Monday is for the moon, Mars is for Tuesday, Mercury for Wednesday, Jupiter for Thursday, which is Thor. Thor is Jupiter. Venus for Friday, Saturn day for Saturn, Sunday for the sun. This is also the reason why we have 7 major energy centers within the body, the 7 life forces that flow through the body to give physical existence to the physical form. Man is a microcosm of the universe. With that being said, if we look at a tree is nature, and nature is the macrocosm, the creation of God's mind. And if we look at the tree, we can see 7 creational categories that go into create the tree. For example, the stem of the tree, the trunk, represents the sun. The root system, the base of the tree, where the tree grows out of, is Saturn. If we look at the fruit of the tree, that represents Jupiter. The smell, the look, the colors of the tree, that's Venus. How the tree communicates with other trees through the root system is Mercury, the intellect, the intelligence, the communication. The leaves of the tree is the moon. The defense mechanism of the tree, how it defends itself from infections and other territories, is Mars. So we can see all physical matter, all physical creation demands these 7 categories of consciousness, these 7 planetary forces. But again, that is the macrocosmic scale. The macrocosm is reflected in the microcosm, which means you have access to these forces, these 7 planetary energies, and you use them to create anything in reality. You've been using them maybe unconsciously your whole life. For example, this book that I've created, the Book of Wisdom Volume 2, you can find it in the bio if you're interested in reading it. It has the 7 planetary forces that go into this tree, into this book. I used the sun, which is my passion and my drive to take actions. I used Mercury, which is my intellect, my thinking, my communication. I used Venus, the layout, the look of the book. I use Mars, my defense of my work, my trademark, my copyright. I use Saturn. Saturn is my time, my discipline, my attention. I use Jupiter, which is the why, the reason why I created it. I used the moon, which is my care. My care is the generative force. Whatever you create in your reality is because you care. You care about keeping a house above your head. Therefore, you go to work and earn money. Care is the driving force to create anything in reality. What you see right now watching this video is because you care about watching this video. If you lose care about watching the video, you will turn it off and continue to do something else. All creation demands these 7 forces, hence why we have here a midsection. Sometimes we see the symbol of the earth, which is a circle and a cross in the middle, because these 7 forces create earth. But again, this video is specifically aimed to Saturn. We're going to be discussing Saturn's Saturnic energy because there is a lot of misunderstanding in today's world, and I'm going to give my perspective and my research on the energy of Saturn and how we use it and how it's being abused in today's world. Saturn externally, because remember, we have an external world, an internal world, a macro and a micro. Saturn externally in the material plane governs the foundational and enduring aspects of existence, such as the roots of plants, the bones of our body, even the insects that dwell beneath the ground. It represents the dull, hard, unyielding forces of life, symbolizing structure, limitation, and conditioning. Under Saturn's influence, things become rigid, bound by the god of time, bound by restriction and boundaries. In Roman mythology, Saturn is revered as the god of time, ruling over the cycles, beginnings, and endings. This connection with this emphasizes Saturn's role in marking the passages of life, aging, and inevitable constraints we all face. Internally, inside yourself, the microcosm. Internally, Saturn embodies the conditioning within our own consciousness. When Saturnian aspects of consciousness dominates, we become overly rigid, fixated, restricted in our thinking and actions. For example, Saturn's influence is strongly felt in today's world, where many people's minds are confined to societal norms and conditioned responses. The pervasive control Saturnian energy can lead to the sense of limitation, as people become trapped within structure imposed by society society and power structures. However, we have to remember that limitation, there is dark and light. Limitation is not bad. This is why Saturn is connected to the god Satan. They are the same being. It's something that restricts, holds back, and keeps you limited, conditions and limits consciousness to its lower power. Saturn is a great teacher, guiding us through difficult life lessons that ultimately lead to growth and expansion and power. Although Saturn's energy is harsh and often challenging, it helps us to develop resilience, discipline, and wisdom. Yet in modern age, this energy has overpowered the minds of the masses, fostering excessive rigidity and limitation. Instead of being ruled by Saturn's constraints, we should seek to embrace more freedom, love, joy, balancing Saturn's lessons with openness and fluidity in our life. So like I said, Saturn rules law. Anything that is limiting or holding back, something that is a restriction or a wall. This is why we see judges wear black robes. The color black is associated with Saturn because Saturn rules over the nighttime and the winter time. Capricorn, they wear black robes. A graduate also wears a black robe with a black square cap on its head because black is associated with Saturn, restriction, limitation. University graduates wear this. Personally, not to offend anyone, these educational systems that we have in today's world are not here to give you power, to find you the power of consciousness or yourself. They are simply to restrict you, to keep the mind limited in a certain belief system. That's not to say the things in university are completely useless, but what I'm saying is it is a conditioning by the educational system. And if we actually look at the top of the hat, it's a square over a circle. And in Freemasonry, we see the compass on top of the square. In Freemasonry, we see the square underneath the compass on top of the square. The square creates squares and the compass creates circles. So this is symbolizing the square, which is matter, the circle, which is spirit, matter over spirit when it needs to be spirit over matter. This is a symbol of conditioning, limiting the mind into being locked in the five senses and base consciousness. Saturn's energy is keeping people restricted. This is why there is so much Saturn symbolism in today's world, because Saturn is anything to do with limitation, restriction, and time. All of the systems in place are to limit our minds, to keep us on base consciousness, only thinking in a limited box, only thinking and aware of the five senses. In base consciousness, in animal nature, one only thinks according to their senses. When they have a sense, their mind thinks. This is an affect state of consciousness. They're living in the affect. We need to understand that in base consciousness, we have no true power to create. We're simply living in cycles of affect. Now, what do I mean? The physical world is the effect. It's already manifested and cannot be changed. Our consciousness needs to rise to become a cause instead of playing around and being lost in the effect, to become a co-creator. And this is what the system does not want you to do. It does not want you to become a conscious creator. So they keep you in base consciousness, not giving you the awareness that you are literally a god creating a world right now. You are a world and you are shaping the world. Our consciousness needs to be mastered, controlled, and then we can become a conscious creator instead of running around in the world of illusion and effect. As above, so below. What happens in the mind happens in reality. We do not want to be matter over spirit, which means the external world over the internal world. We need the internal world to rule over the external. Saturn symbolism can be symbolized as a black cube. The cube symbolizes this physical world because everything has 6 sides. We can move forward, backward, left, right, up, and down. We are in this cube. This is why we say think outside the box. Thinking outside the box means to become a cause and not an effect. The mind needs to be a cause, an instruction center, and not just thoughts that are reinforcing the effect and lost in the effects of the material world. Instead of reacting, we need to become a commander. This is a symbol of conditioning and the physical plane. Black is dull, lifeless. The physical world is lifeless. It has no power to create. It has no power to do anything. It is simply a projection and an effect. You, the mind, consciousness, are the cause. You can create the effect. In today's system, Saturn's energy is heavily relied on, which is just simply man-made laws, restrictions, time wasting, and keeping people in base consciousness, only aware of the physical five senses. Let's get something straight about the elites. They do not worship Saturn. There is nothing to worship. They simply use the energy of Saturn to keep people limited. They're not using the planet Saturn, but they're limiting people in their belief systems and physically where they can go, restricting boundaries, countries, restricting people's minds through mass media, which is all symbolism of limitation and restriction of Saturn. They're not worshipping it, they're using it and abusing it. Saturn could be anything in your mind that keeps you limited. If you have a limited thought that does not allow you to take action on something, that is a Saturnic energy within your own mind. Anything that is indoctrination, anything that is boundaries on you, that is a Saturnic energy. Some people say that the Saturn and the moon are working together to trap our soul. This is highly symbolic. Saturn and the moon are not forming a matrix to trap your soul and keep you reincarnated. Again, this is symbolic, and in the esoteric version and understanding of this, we can see that they do have a relationship. The moon is our subconscious mind, and Saturn is restriction. If we have restrictions and belief systems in our subconscious mind that keep the soul locked and trapped only in these five bases, these five senses, then we will think and condition ourselves that we are only the physical body and never actually free ourselves from the material world and ascend. Saturn and the moon are not working together, but these are highly linked. By limiting the subconscious, we keep people stuck in base awareness, keeping them locked in the world of effect, never becoming a conscious creator. We have two spiritual currencies, time and attention. These are the two currencies that we spend. We spend time or pay attention. These are the two spiritual currencies that pretty much create our reality. And the system aims to hijack these two currencies from you, to limit you, to dominate you, so you do not become a conscious creator. So again, no one worships Saturn. It's simply just a symbol of limitation and restriction. Limitation has good and bad. Limitation can make us learn, overcome, become strong, disciplined, but when it's abused, it can keep people locked in base consciousness and stuck in their lower nature, never figuring out how powerful they are. You hold the power to shape a world. That's how powerful you are, to turn thoughts into physical existence. I'll see you in the next video. Please leave a like, comment, and a subscribe.
Welcome to Revival of Wisdom.
Welcome people. We're back with another video. In this video, we're talking about how Jesus Christ and Christianity is all sun worship. The Holy Bible of Christianity is not meant to be taken literal for history. It is a story and has lots of metaphors, starting with the symbol of the cross of Jesus. This cross originates from this ancient cross of the sun. This symbol has been used for thousands of years, way before Jesus was a thing, in Europe, America, Asia, and all around the world. In fact, this symbol is still being used by Christians today, not knowing it represents the sun. This is a 4,500-year-old artifact, a golden plate with an equal-armed cross found in England. The gold to symbolize the sun, and the equal-armed cross for the 4 equal seasons of the year. So this is why in the Bible you have Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John, symbolizing the yearly cycle of the sun and the 4 equal seasons. Also in the Bible, Jesus is referred to as the light of the world. So yes, Jesus represents the sun. He is a metaphor for the sun. Hence why in all of these pictures and images and paintings of Jesus, there's always a sun behind his head, and some even with the sun cross behind his head. Jesus also has 12 disciples, which represent the 12 zodiac signs and the 12 months of the year. This is the Last Supper by Leonardo da Vinci. As you can see, the sun, being Jesus, is in the center. because the sun is in the center of the zodiac signs. There are 4 groups which symbolize the 4 equal seasons. Each group contains 3 people symbolizing the 3 months and the 3 zodiac signs in that season. There is only 1 female in the painting, which is Virgin Mary, who symbolizes Virgo, the astrological sign. So yes, Jesus symbolizes the sun with his 12 zodiac signs and 4 gospels for the 4 seasons of the year. However, there is another phenomenon. The 25th of December is known as the birth of Jesus Christ, which is known as Christmas today. Jesus symbolizing the sun and is born on December 25th. This is the day the sun moves 1 degree northward, bringing back the warmth, the growth of crops, the life and light back to the northern hemisphere. Everything is springing back to life, as we call it, spring. So it is said that the sun is born again on the 25th of December, and Jesus is known as the risen Saviour, because the sun is our risen Saviour, because it gives life to the whole of this realm, the warmth, the crops, and without the sun rising in the morning, we'd all die in about 2 weeks. And we all know how Jesus died on a cross. The sun also dies on a cross in the southern hemisphere. It dies on the Southern Crux constellation. And on December the 22nd, 23rd, and 24th, the sun remains in the same position. So the sun dies for 3 days and it is born again on December 25th, when it moves 1 degree northward. And this is when the sun is born again, or resurrected, just like Jesus. Constellation Virgo is prominent in the spring sky in the northern hemisphere. So therefore, the sun is born a virgin, Virgo. And as you see in this image, you see Virgin Mary holding the sun. Us as humans do not own the sun, so therefore God owns the sun. So yes, the sun is the Son of God, and this is what Jesus is symbolizing. And just how Jesus sacrifices himself for humanity, that's what the sun does. The sun gives out all of its energy so we can live. There are many other Bible verses which represent Jesus as the sun. Now in Matthew 8:23-27, his disciples are in a boat and there is a massive storm. Jesus is asleep, meaning the sun has not arose. And the disciples say, "Save us, Lord, we are perishing." Quote, "Then he rose and rebuked the winds and the sea, and there was a great calm." End quote. Now this is a metaphor for the sun rising and calming the storm, because in the ocean, when the sun is down, that's when there are great storms. The worship of celestial bodies go back thousands of years, and it's called astrotheology, and it can pretty much be traced back to all ancient civilizations. Now going back to the ancient Egyptians, the god Horus, the god of war, and he symbolized the sun in the morning. Ancients used to say that he walked over the sky in 12 steps. Yes, this could symbolize the 12 zodiac signs. It also symbolizes the 12 hours of daylight. So we have 12 hours of Horus, but now they've rearranged the word to hours. Horus and hours. And when the sun rises, Horus rises, we say horizon, which is Horus is rising. That's the etymology of horizon. Another Egyptian god called Amun-Ra was known as the god of all creation. He was the first god of them all. Amun was also a sun god. Therefore, after every Christian's prayer,
they say Amen, sending their prayer through the sun to God. So this all goes back to the worshipping of the sun. Sun worship was around way before the Romans. However, in the Roman times, their sun god was called Mithra. Mithraism was the main religion before Christianity came into play. Mithra was the son of God. He died on a cross, and he was dead for 3 days and resurrected, just like Jesus. So the Catholic Church was not made in heaven, it was made by the Roman Empire. They mixed all the sun religions of Judaism, Mithraism, and other Arabic religions, and combined it into one, so Caesar, the Roman emperor, could gain his own religion. So yes, Christianity was a political move to gain more control over the masses, because it was a worldwide government at this point in time. So here is a Sumerian helmet with the rising sun symbol. And then the Romans also used this rising sun symbol on their armor. So sun worship has been going on for thousands of years, and it still goes on today. However, with all the programming and the low IQs, today we do not get the full interpretation of the Bible and these stories from the past. And Christians and other religions are all brainwashed to not question their religion and not realize their true origins and where they come from. I do advise you all to do your own research and come to your own conclusions. However, I'm just pointing out the facts and connecting dots for you all to see. That's it for this video, guys and girls. Thank you all for tapping in. God bless.
bookofwisdom.com. Visit today.
People, how are you all doing? It's Revival of Wisdom, and today we're going to be talking about your birth certificates and how we are slaves to a system and how they have trapped us into this system. Okay, so the first thing you need to understand about this system is there are two types of laws. You have the law of water, which is Admiralty law, and the law of the land. So the Admiralty law is the law of water, and this is what money is. Money is water. This is why we say liquidity, currency, the current. A current is water, something moving through something. Cash flow. And this is why banks are called banks, because a river bank is on either side of the water, and it directs the currency. You see? So money is water. And as you can see here, Ripple, the cryptocurrency, Ripple, water Ripple, and they're building a bridge over water, overseas, international banking with cryptocurrency. So money is water, and this has specific laws about water, but water is the same everywhere, you see. What the difference is with the law of the land is that you can have different laws in different lands. I can't do certain things in the UK that people can do in America, for example. You see, that's the law of the land, but the law of water is the same because water is everywhere. Now, this is very important to understand when it comes to, you know, these birth certificates. So, Pope Gregory, this is where we're going to start off. Pope Gregory in 1582 took the Orthodox Eastern sunrise calendar and changed it to his own Gregorian timeline, not a calendar, a timeline. This timeline was copyrighted by Pope Gregory under the name of the Vatican. So the Vatican owns the timeline that we are using today, 2023. They own it. They own the title of this Gregorian calendar. Okay? Therefore, anyone who is born under this copyrighted timeline, not calendar, they are subjected to Rome because Rome owns the timeline. They have a patent, a copyright for that timeline. What is on our birth certificates? That timeline. We are born underneath, we are subjected to the Vatican. This is why all birth certificates go to the Vatican. They own every single birth certificate. Okay? So when we use this timeline, we are subjecting ourselves to this timeline. Okay? Which the Vatican has a claim over. This calendar or timeline is set to sunset, not the sunrise, which is associated with death, darkness, and the moon, lunatics. You see, so this is a sunset calendar timeline. Okay, this is now, they've changed a couple things, right? They say that the new year is January the 1st. Okay, when we know this is in winter. January is winter, which is associated with darkness, death, the death of nature. So this is a death cult, people. These people are evil. They're so evil. The Vatican. And this is why we use April Fool's Day, because April is in Aries, and Aries is always the start of the Zodiac. This is why Aries rules the head region. 12 Zodiacs, 12 systems of the body. Each Zodiac is associated with each part of the body, and this is why Aries is the head, cerebrum. But we're not going to talk about it in this video. But yes, that is what April Fool's Day is. They're putting it in your face. April Fool's Day is the real start of the year, when the sun starts to rise again, when the risen Savior is resurrected, when it's born again. This is when the Jews celebrate the Passover. This is when the Christians celebrate the resurrection of Jesus, and they eat lamb. The Jews eat lamb because we're in Aries, the new year. The sun is now born again, our risen Savior, the light of the world. So yes, this is what April Fool's Day is. It's the first day of the year, which they changed. Pope Gregory changed. So you need to understand is that you are in the womb. You are inside of a ship, because every ship, literally a ship, every ship is female. This is why they say she delivers the product, because she does deliver the product, you, the baby. Same thing with a ship, they deliver products. They are a she. And when they pull up to the bay, like you can see on this picture, they're pulling up to the bay. This is now called the birth canal. The ship is now in birth on paper. Okay, this is law. And when they pull up, they tie up to the bay, and now they get a certificate of manifest certifying all of the products which are on the ship and what they are bringing into that nation. Okay, so you're bringing in this many of that, everything's on the certificate of manifest. And this certificate as manifest is also your birth certificate, because you are traveling through water when you are in the birth canal of your mother, because you are in water when you are in the womb. And you travel through the birth canal, and when you arrive, you get a certificate of manifest with the name, how many, the quantity, that's your birth certificate. Okay. And this is what it is. We are a we're not a corporation, but we represent a corporation, which is your name in full capital letters. That is your corporation. You cannot physically tax a body, but you can tax a corporation. This is why we get charged. This is why we get taxed, because it all goes down to the corporation, which our name represents, which we are subjecting ourselves to. We are my name, I am subjecting myself to this name, and that name has a corporation which I represent, which I subject myself to. You see, this is how we are attached to this straw man, this character that they have built on paper. So it's a character which is on paper. This is what we represent. So when the woman gives birth, she delivers the baby, and then she has another substance. Now I'm going to I'm going to break down how they attach this name to us, how they do it. Okay. Our mother is carrying us the product in the womb, the water. And it goes, for example, it goes from the United Kingdom into a state-owned, corporate, federal-owned hospital, which is government-owned. She does not declare the package when she enters the building. Aha, so keep that in mind. When she delivers the package in the federal territory, she does not declare the package either when she leaves. Therefore, there is no evidence that we exist when we arrive on paper. On paper, there is no evidence that we came into the building or left the building. We have not been declared. So we do not exist on paper at this point. When the woman gives birth, she delivers the baby, and then she has another substance, which is called the afterbirth material. Okay? This afterbirth material has the same DNA as our physical body, with the body, mind, and spirit. Okay? This is how they get this corporation. Hold on. The afterbirth material does not get claimed by the mother nor anyone. Therefore, they salvage that substance because we are under the Vatican. Every state is all Catholic. Your birth certificate is Catholic. No matter what religion you think you are, every single birth certificate is Catholic because we are subjected to Rome. All roads lead to Rome. Rome runs all of this. Okay, we're still under the Roman Empire. Okay, so Rome are Catholic and they believe in salvation. This is how religion comes into this. This is how they use religion to get this. So they salvage the afterbirth material and they claim it and they salvage it and give it and charge it to Rome. And they give it a name. Here's the legal term, born alive. Here's what it says. Each product of such birth is considered live, born, and fully recognized as a human person. So each product of such birth, so that could be anything, the afterbirth, the person who actually comes out, the baby. So your afterbirth, which we do not take with us, we take the baby with us, they keep that in the hospital, they collect the afterbirth, and they salvage it, and they give it the name, which, it is us. We are a representative to that afterbirth material, which they put the name on, they claimed, which is subject to Rome. So we are walking around our whole lives as a representative to that claimed salvaged afterbirth material, which the federal state have. Okay. We are under the Catholic Church, Vatican. Therefore, the afterbirth material is a child of God. See, on paper, therefore, they believe in salvation and salvage the afterbirth material. This material has no mother or father. The state pick it up. It becomes a war to the courts and gets charged to the state. So we are a representative to that character they salvaged because it is the exact same DNA as you. Subject is the name or the title, and the matter is the physical aspect left behind in the hospital, which represents us. You see? So now we're moving on to Unum Sanctum. Unum Sanctum was in 1302, a very, very important year. Very important year. Unum Sanctum says this is basically how they claim everyone in the world. So the Vatican had all this power, all this gold, all these people under them. They need to get a claim for them so then they can rule over them and make them slaves. So what they did, they created Unum Sanctum. Pope Boniface VIII did this. And it says, the spiritual man judges of all things and he himself is judged by no man. The spiritual man, keep that in mind, unless he invent like Manichaeus, two beginnings, which is false, and judged by hereticals, since according to the testimony of Moses, it is not in the beginnings, but in the beginning that God created heaven and earth. Furthermore, we declare, we proclaim, we define that it is absolutely necessary for salvation that every human creature to be subjected to the Roman pontiff. So they are claiming us in Unum Sanctum, and it's in the vaults in the Vatican. They will put a spell on it because they are sorcerers, they are magicians. They put a spell on it, they lock it up, and whatever goes on that piece of paper goes. And this Unum Sanctum is claiming all of us. So what does it say in the beginning? The spiritual man judges of all things, and he himself is judged by no man. The spiritual man, the man with the body, mind, and soul, the first baby that comes out the birth canal. That's you, your body, you, body, mind, and soul. You have the Christ, which is I am, which is grace. Grace means here now, in the present. You have the Christ, which means I am. Therefore, you have a soul. If you can say I am, you have the Christ. You have a soul. But a creature can be anything with no soul. You see, so no man can judge the man with the soul. However, as it says in the second part, we proclaim, we define that it's absolutely necessary for salvation that every human creature to be subject to the Roman pontiff. So they are subjecting the afterbirth, not the man with the body, mind, and soul, but the afterbirth to the Roman pontiff, to the Roman Catholic Church. We are the ones who are claiming to be the afterbirth material, which is our birth certificate, which is our representative. We represent that because it is our DNA. This is how we are stuck. We are stuck because we represent this DNA, which is on paper, recorded. You see? So we, being untaught, uneducated in these subjects, we are subjecting ourselves to this system, to this slavery, because we just want to live. We just want to live happily, just peaceful. Think about it. Where's all this coming from? Where's all this war, all this killing, deaths coming from? We just want to live. It's coming from the Catholic Church, these evil death cult, which has subjected us, which has used us as slaves, and we are still slaves, and it's just going to get worse and worse and worse. So this is how we have subjected ourselves to be the slaves to this system. It's a lot to take in, and there's a lot more deeper stuff which goes into this. I'm just going over the surface. I'm going quite deep, but there is little details that I still need to learn myself. But this is the general how that we've been stuck to this slave system. So we are batteries, okay? This is why we get charged. When you go in a court, you get charged, okay? Because you're a biological battery. This is why cities look like motherboards, because we are feeding energy to this matrix. Okay, when we look outside of ourselves, when we give power to so-called Jesus Christ, worshipping idols outside of ourselves, where attention goes, energy flows. We are feeding the matrix with energy. By looking within, placing your attention within yourself, you are taking back your power. Because the I am is Christ. The you, the soul, is Christ. It's God. The awareness is God. Okay? However, we are subjecting ourselves to this system. We're subjecting ourselves to this system and the feeding of our energy. So what we need to look for the future is that, think about it, with the end goal is to change our DNA, is to literally make us robots, transhumanism, slaves. This is why we have smart cars. smartphones, smart watches, smart meters, smart cities. And all of this is going to be connected by the smart grid, which is 5G. This is why 5G is rolling out. 5G is going to connect all of these technologies to one. It's like a big net system. And you know why they're doing this? It's because all of this is going to be connected through AI, through this 5G, and that 5G is going to be controlled by the elites. So you say anything wrong, you do something wrong, you say the wrong thing online, they'll turn off your car, they'll turn off your phone, they'll turn off your smartwatch, they'll turn off your TV, because it's all going to be connected and controlled by the smart grid. And this is what the Great Reset is, people. But they're going to trap us inside of these 15-minute smart cities, so we can't leave the area, because they're going to use climate change as a tool to enslave us to not travel because of so-called climate change and the fumes that we are putting into the air, which is all BS. They're doing this to push these new cities, to push all of it. But listen, they're trying to get inside of your body. The only way they can do that is to get you addicted and using this technology. First, they got on the body with the smartphone. Well, first of all, we use the technology. We get used to it with it in our hand. The next step for them was to get on the body, which is the Apple Watch, as you see down here. They have now successfully got onto the body. The next thing is to get inside of the body. This is the brain chip. You see how they've slowly lured their way in, slowly got you addicted to this technology, got you dependent on this technology. And what they're going to do is that they're going to mold society to be dependent on the brain chip. So in order, for example, if you want to go and pay for food, you're going to have to get a chip to pay for the food, because it's all going to be digital money. And that digital money will be connected to the chip, and you'll need the chip to pay for things. You see? So this is how they're slowly transhumanizing us. These phones, these apps, these things which are all we are all using was created by Freemasons. Mason means traveler, because they travel the depths of the mind. They understand human consciousness. They understand the brain. They understand the mind. By the deepest root cause, they understand it. This is what Masonry is. It's the occult. So these technologies is designed by these people. This is why they're so addictive, because they understand how it works. They understand how to get people addicted, because they understand human consciousness, the brain, the body, and the mind. So this is the advantage Freemasons have over us. And these secret societies, which have gone through the orders of Freemasonry and progressed onto these secret societies, which are the evil side, because I'm not saying Freemasonry is evil, okay? But the societies which they go beyond Freemasonry, because you can go beyond the 33rd degree into these secret societies, and they use this knowledge for the bad, to enslave people. And this is what's going to happen. Transhumanism. So I hope you all learned some insight for today. Please do a bit more research on, the birth certificate and stuff like that, the straw man. And have an amazing day, people. Please like, comment, and subscribe. Peace.
bookofwisdom.com. Visit today.
You're living in 4 planes of existence right now, but most people are only aware of one. And that's why they feel lost, disconnected, and stuck in cycles they can't explain. If you don't understand the blueprint of reality, you'll keep trying to fix the physical, while the real causes lie in the unseen dimensions that you have direct access to. You must understand it is that the universe only exists in the mind. Everything is a projection of consciousness. Therefore, consciousness produces everything. Our internal world is consciousness. Our external world is this physical body, physical world. Everything is an externalization of consciousness. For example, this was a thought. Now it's made physical. But before this was invented, it was existing in someone's mind, in consciousness, invisible. Then it was made manifest, made physical. So everything in this physical plane is the effect. The cause is consciousness, mind, the mental plane. So now I'm going to explain these different dimensions of consciousness. You don't just exist in this physical plane. The physical plane, in fact, is the lowest plane there is. It's the illusionary plane. So first of all, we have the Buddhic plane. This is the nothingness. So think of it like this. Absolute nothingness. If you turn off thoughts, there is nothingness. This is the void. And out of the void springs infinite potential, which is the mental plane. Now, your mind has no limitation. It can think anything, be anywhere, anytime, any place. In the whole world, there is no limitation with the mind. This is the realm of infinite possibilities. This is the realm of thought. Thought is a dimension, information and thought. To go a little bit deeper on this, there are pockets of thoughts, what we call in the occult fields of thoughts. Your mind does not think thoughts, it receives them. Your mind is like a radio. Whatever the mind is tuning into, setting its mindset, setting your frequency or setting your mind, you will receive thoughts based on that set, whatever you set your mind to. So there are pockets of thoughts that we penetrate in the mental plane. The mind is the mental plane, the infinite possibilities. This is the spark of creation. This is where all things begin to manifest as an idea in the mind as a thought. So if you want to gain certain information, you need to meditate or do thought exercises where you are penetrating that dimension of thought, that pocket of thought. For example, if you want to find a way on how to make financial wealth, you would use your mind, set your mind on wealth and money and think, close your eyes and think about that specific topic and see where your mind takes you. And you will expand your mind into different pockets of thought and gain information. So this is the mental plane. This is how you can use the mental plane. You can use the mental plane to do this. Then we have the astral plane. We have higher, middle, and lower astral plane. The astral plane is the body for thought. So every dimension, physical, etheric, astral, mental, Buddhic, is a body for a dimension above. Each dimension below is a product of the dimension above. So for example, the astral plane is imagination. This is the lucidic realm of imagination. This is where thoughts begin to manifest into some sort of form. It's not a physical form because this is physical, but imagination is a lucidic form. It's not really physical, but it's there. It's a projection of light. It's astral matter condensed by the willpower of the mind. So depending on the vibration of that thought will depend whether it manifests in the higher astral plane, middle astral plane, and lower astral plane. If you think about more material things and visualize material things, this will manifest on the lower astral plane because material matter is low vibration. Now, that does not mean it's evil. That does not mean it's bad. Okay? It just means low vibration just means more material. But if you think and imagine more spiritual things, this manifests on the higher astral plane. So the astral plane is the screen in your mind that allows you to vision an apple, that allows you to vision anything. It's that mental projection that's inside of your mind. Now, this is what we call the third eye. It's an eye because the eye is the mind, and the mind can see into the astral plane. It perceives this spiritual world, this lucidic realm that we have access to. This is where also infinite potential takes place. This is the realm of spirits, demons, jinns, whatever you want to call them. Spiritual entities exist in this, because this is where thought forms manifest into form. This is where thoughts create bodies. Think of it like this. The mental plane is a thought of a chair. The astral plane is the imagination of that chair and all of the different possible chairs that could possibly be. The etheric plane is the energy double of that chair. And the physical plane is the physical chair. So, as you can see, the higher we go up, the more formless and lucidic it is. The lower we go down planes, the more dense it becomes. This is formless and this is form. Everything manifests through this process. This highlighter is down here in the physical plane, but the idea began in the mental plane. Everything begins in consciousness before it creates a physical body. It goes through this process. Therefore, if you want to start to mold and create your own reality and create things in your world, you can use these planes to your advantage. You can use your mind to do mental thinking exercises by closing your eyes and expanding your mind into a different pocket of thought to gain wisdom, gain information, gain downloads. The way you do that is simply get into a meditative state, close your eyes, pick a topic that you want to think about, and see where your mind takes you, but always remain centered on that topic. And you can do this for maybe an hour or two or half an hour, and your mind will take you places where you will unlock information. You can even use this to make decisions in your life. Think of the topic and see where your mind takes you. You'll gain information. This is how you use the mental plane for ideas. The astral plane is imagination. You have to reconnect with your imagination very vividly. Your imagination, your consciousness is infinite. It's not a three-dimensional plane. It's an infinite plane. You can think and make form anything in your consciousness, in your imagination. You can think anything and you can imagine anything in the most vast details. You just have to reconnect with your imagination. I have a free book on my website. I'll leave the link in the description. It's an ebook. It's called Activating the Inner Eye. This is going to help you reconnect with your imagination. It's a practical guide on how to imagine. So once you know how to use the mental plane and astral plane, thought and imagination, you pretty much need to use the physical plane to take physical action with this physical body that you have and start to manifest these desires you have in the higher planes. Now, it's very important that we master the mind, because the mind is the very fabric of reality. We become what we think about. Your life is a product of every thought you thought in the past. It is the mind that directs the flow of consciousness. And wherever this consciousness is flowing is what you will create in your life. Consciousness is the most potent force in the universe, and the mind is pretty much the universe in a microcosm form. It is infinite potential, and your mind will continue to expand into new realms of thought forever and ever and ever. You are eternal. You are not this physical body down here. You are consciousness, literally dreaming that you are in this physical body. So everything begins with the mind. We need to be conscious of the thoughts that enter our mental field of consciousness. There is a level of self-awareness that you can reach where you can become conscious of pretty much every single thought that enters your mental field. Now, we have over 7,000 thoughts a day. You can gain such mastery over your mind where you can become conscious of every thought you think. And that is when you gain superior power. Because when the mind is fully under control of self, you can direct the mind's potent force into a specific goal. Most people's minds are dualistic. They want something, but their mind is thinking something else. They have limiting belief systems. They have the little voice that comes in and says, you can't do this, you're a failure. That is a fractaled mind. The mind needs to be singular. It needs to be on your team and not an enemy. Do not let your own mind take away your power. Your mind should be on your team, giving you power, giving you the best possible thoughts and the best possible beliefs. When the mind is in this condition and on your team and not taking away your power through the destructive thoughts, it becomes a potent, powerful force used for manifestation to create anything. And the way we get the mind on your team is through constant meditation to learn how to control the mind and turn it on and off. Subconscious reprogramming through visualization, affirmations, cultivating emotions associated with your goal. All these three ways we can reprogram the mind slowly over time so that it becomes powerful and becomes on your team and doesn't give you negative contradicting thoughts. When the mind is fully aligned on one thing, it can create massive empires and things in your physical reality. So I hope this video helps, and I'll see you in the next one. What if God is not watching you every move, not judging every mistake that we make, not deciding in real time who goes to heaven or hell? What if reality does not work through God micromanaging everyone in his creation, but through a law? And what if you are not separate from those laws, but an active expression of them? Once you understand this, everything in your reality will shift. The idea that God micromanages everything and does everything by himself to hold up his creation is illogical. It makes no sense. There are billions of souls and living people in this world. There are plants. There's no way there is an intelligence out there micromanaging everything. If you die and pass on, there's no one waiting in a queue to be judged by God. This is totally, just religion creating up their own version of the Bible or whatever holy book it is. We have to remove that system out of our mind that's being heavily implanted into us. If God were personally judging every soul the moment they died, there would be an endless queue of people waiting to proceed, punish, or rewarded. Reality does not operate like a courtroom with a single judge overseeing every case. Instead, reality operates through systems, through structure, through law. God does not intervene moment by moment. God sets laws into place, and creation unfolds by obeying them laws automatically. Think of like a video game. Reality works like a code, not a control. When someone creates a video game, they do not sit there creating and controlling every character, every movement, every outcome. They write a code. They define rules, gravity, collision, cause and effect. Once the code is set, the game runs on its own. Reality functions the same way. God is not micromanaging existence. There are laws that were written into the fabric of reality itself, and everything operates through them. And these laws are not just in the fabric of reality, like I just said. They're literally ingrained into your own mind. Your mind cannot escape these laws, are pretty much creating everything you call life. We see some of these laws in nature. This is where geometry becomes important. Geometry is not random decoration in nature. It is a law made visible. Spirals, symmetry, ratio, structure appears everywhere because geometry follows rules. These rules govern how plants grow, how crystals form, how cells divide, how planets rotate around the Earth, never ever falling off track. The sun rotates around the Earth. The moon rotates around the Earth. What is the order? What is the law that these intelligences are following? Why do they never distort? Why do they do the exact same thing every day and never fall off path? There is an order. And in fact, the word cosmos comes from Greek, and the word cosmos in Greek means order. This is why we call cosmology or the cosmos, the universe. It is order. It is an ordered, structured creation which contains and recycles and regenerates itself. For example, if we look at the Fibonacci sequence, this sequence is a code written into nature. It's not just decoration. It is an instruction into plants, into everywhere you see the Fibonacci, which is right there in your hand, the Fibonacci sequence. The pattern governs how things grow in the most efficient and sustainable way possible. Leaves, flowers, shells, trees, hurricanes, and even galaxies follow this sequence because it allows growth without collapse, overlap, or waste. The reason the Fibonacci appears everywhere is because it's the law of balance. Each stage of growth builds the one before it. Nothing is forced. Nothing is micromanaged.
micromanage. Growth unfolds naturally because the rule already exists. Without this law, nature would not sustain itself. Plants would block their own light. Branches would compete instead of expand. They would all be fighting for space. Systems would collapse under their own complexity. The Fibonacci solves this by allowing infinite expansions while maintaining order. This is what an actual law looks like in action. A single principle set once, creating harmony across all scales of existence. Nature does not think about how to grow. It follows the code on a subconscious level. And because the code is perfect, growth appears intelligent. This is the same principle that governs reality itself. Without the Fibonacci sequence, plants would be fighting for space, fighting for light, that it would be pure chaos. The reason why there are laws in place is because it allows everything to self-sustain itself, to grow infinitely. These laws, such as the Fibonacci sequence, is pretty much a code to ensure that plants, nature, are eternal and they keep recycling themselves without a being micromanaging these things. Just like how your body works. Your body is running off subconscious programs. You don't tell your heart to beat. You never have. You don't tell yourself to breathe. You never really have. You don't tell your digestive system to digest food. These laws are already in place before you even become conscious as a baby. Who is the one telling your body to grow, to regenerate itself when it cuts? Who is this intelligence? What is this intelligence? Well, this is what we call the universal subconscious mind. The universal subconscious mind, the same power that is making the planets rotate around the earth, the same power that's telling the seed to grow into a plant, the same power that turns your cut into a scab, then into skin, is the same power that is running your heart, that is telling your lungs to breathe. We're all interconnected with this universal subconscious blueprint which sustains reality and creation itself. It's a self-containing system. Now that we've gone over some of the basic stuff, but you see where I'm trying to come from now. There are laws you cannot escape, and one of them laws would be cause and effect. It's impossible to escape this law. It is too powerful for your consciousness to actually escape cause and effect. Every cause will produce an effect, and every effect will produce a cause. It is an endless, infinite circle or cycle. It creates everything in your reality. The way I like to use cause and effect is before I make a decision, I know I'm trying to push my life towards who I want to be, towards my higher mind, but towards my goal. So every decision I make, let's say my friends contact me and say, do you want to come out? Let's do this. Let's say it's, something that's just going to waste my time and it's not very important. Of course, it's good to have time with friends, but let's say it wasn't important, for example. Before I make any decision in life, I say, well, what is this cause going to affect? Is that effect that this cause I'm about to decide on going to push me towards who I want to be, where I want to go in life, or what I want to achieve? Is it pushing me towards who I want to be? If it's not, I will not take that action. I will not produce that cause. I only take actions that I know are going to make positive effects. Now, of course, there are things we can't control, but we can minimize these things. I only take causes, which is just an action, if I know the effect is going to benefit me. I know sitting here, making videos will help me produce value for the world and for yourself and to help people awaken to these things. I know by this is the cause, this is going to benefit humanity and help people awaken even more, because that's all I want to do. I want to help people, provide value to change people's lives. Another law that you can't escape is obviously time. You can't escape these laws. They are eternal principles that were set into place by some sort of intelligence. We live inside them. We express them. We are shaped by them. But you are not separate from creation standing outside the system. You are geometry. Geometry is right there in your hand. That's the Fibonacci sequence. You are the law made conscious. You are thought crystallizing into experience. Every object, every person in your reality is pretty much an externalization of your mind. The friends that you have a similar thought process to you, or they maybe have similar thoughts to you, or similar things that you both like. Your friends are mirrors of yourself. Reality responds to you because you are part of the same structure that governs everything else. Thought becomes action, and action becomes consequence. Consciousness shapes your environment. This is not punishment or reward. It's simply just reflection. It's either punishment or reward depending on how you perceive things in your belief system. Everything you experience is neutral. It's just your mind's perception on whether it's labeled good or bad, because that's what the mind likes likes to do. It likes to think it's in control. But in truth, if you just observed it without the mind, just with pure awareness, it's neutral. So there are mainly 8 laws that govern your reality, and I've talked about these before in a previous video on my YouTube. This is what creates the seed of life. The seed of life is 8 circles, and each circle represents a law, and these individual circles come together to create a geometric form, which is a flower. So it's symbolic of how nothingness turns into something. When geometry comes together, it creates physical matter. And the reason why they're circles is because circles represent something that is invisible, something that cannot be measured, such as a thought or a law. Anything that is considered spiritual or unseen by the human eyes is symbolized as a circle inside the occult traditions. The reason is for that is because circles' surface area cannot be calculated. You can't find the exact surface area of a circle, which means it symbolizes something that you can't actually measure or see or tangibly touch. Therefore, the seed of life represents the 8 laws that come together to create a flower, the 8 laws that come together to form matter, the 8 laws that crystallize mind into a physical experience. These laws would be the first one, mentalism, the big circle around the seed of life, the big circle. So mentalism just reveals everything is mind. Without mind, there is no existence. Mind is reality, pretty much. You experience life not just outside of you, but mainly inside of yourself. Therefore, all of the laws that come after mind correspond to the mind, because mind is the first law. The second law will be vibration. Every thought has its own vibration, and you attract to you the thoughts that you put out based on the vibration. If you think negative, low vibrational thoughts, you will receive back to yourself more negative thoughts. If you think positive, you will receive more thoughts. If you think about football, you will receive more thoughts based on that vibration that you put out into the mental field. The third law would be correspondence. Everything corresponds, which means everything is just a reflection of something. Your reality is an externalization and a reflection of your mind. The things that you possess, the things that you've achieved, all comes from the internal mind. Everything corresponds to everything. As above, so below. Your reality is just an externalization of the thought loop that you live in every day, because thoughts work in cycles. 90% of the thoughts we thought yesterday, we will think again today. It's the thought loop that manifests our reality. To change our reality, we have to change our thought loop. And once we change the internal, this will be mirrored in the external, which is the law of correspondence. Fourth law would be gender. Everything is masculine and feminine, conscious and subconscious. These two work together to create your reality. You have masculine and feminine forces of consciousness. Masculine forces of consciousness would be physical actions, willpower, thinking. Feminine forces of consciousness would be intuition and imagination and emotion. These are all aspects of the mind, the first law. The next law would be cause and effect. Very simple. We went over that earlier. Every cause produces an effect, and every effect will produce a new cause. It's an endless cycle. The next law would be rhythm. Rhythm is everything is in cycles, like I just said, day and night, winter, summer. The universe works in cycles. And just like I said, the law of correspondence, as above, so below, as within, so without, because the physical world has cycles, so does your mind have cycles. Thought loops. We think 90% of the thoughts that we thought yesterday. The subconscious mind responds to rhythm. The more you say something, the more you believe it, the more it becomes a program and more suggestible to your conscious mind. And the last law is care. It's impossible to escape care. You cannot not care. It is important. It is impossible to escape. If you hurt someone, you know deep down that that was wrong. And care also corresponds to creation. You only act on what you care about. You care about paying the bills, right? So we take the physical actions to go generate money to pay the bills for our house or whatnot. Or if you love someone, you care for them. You take the actions to message them, to contact them, to see them. Human action is driven by love or care. This is how all reality is created. So once we understand these things, it's life-changing once you work with the law. That's what I mean. Most people are unconscious of the law. The laws are there, but they're just not aware of them. Now that you're aware of these laws, you can consciously work with these laws so they're not working against you so you can actually make these things and work them in your favor. So let's go into heaven and hell, because there's a massive debate. Now that you understand that you are the laws, you are crystallizing reality, not just in the physical, but in the spiritual dimension, in the astral plane. It's the exact same laws. The law of correspondence reveals as above, so below. Your reality is a reflection of your mind. Everything is a reflection of you. That doesn't mean that other people don't exist. I mean, the way you view other people is through the lens of your mind. You perceive what you have in your mind, your beliefs, your traumas, your memories. This is where heaven and hell are misunderstood. No one is sent anywhere by force. There is no external authority dragging souls into destinations. Consciousness determines the environment that you are in. Environment, it's mental. As above, so below. When the body dies, consciousness withdraws from the physical technology of the body. The simulation of the physical world is no longer being ran by your brain. I mean, your consciousness will go into the astral plane, which is the realm that just sits above the physical plane, which is the realm of imagination and desire. The environment that you go to in the astral plane directly corresponds to your state of thought and your emotion and your desires. If you desire hurting people your whole life, then you're going to go to an astral realm, as above so below. You're going to be in an environment where that goes on, but in a non-physical sense. Wherever them thoughts, whatever the strongest thoughts you thought throughout your life, that is the environment that you go to. If you were so caring and loving to your family, all you wanted to do is provide for your family or whoever, and you pass on, you will go to a place where people care. Souls are manifesting them thoughts and them energies. It's vibration. Whatever vibration you're vibrating at, you will reflect and correspond in your reality when you die. Therefore, you create your own suffering by desiring such low vibrational things, or you create your own heaven if you are truly operating from a place of love in your heart. You see, your mind can lie, but your heart cannot. Your heart reveals your true desires, your deepest wants and needs, and it reveals your true self, and that will be projected and responded in the astral plane, because astral matter is very respondable to consciousness. The physical plane is not really. It takes a longer time for things to be manifested in the physical plane. But in the astral plane, whatever you think, whatever you desire, it instantly corresponds to your reality there. So God does not micromanage everything. The law does not judge, it simply reflects. The universe is made of laws. The Emerald Tablets of Thoth even mentions this. He says, the search for the laws that governs man's life are an eternal mystery. Man is always forever searching for the laws that govern his existence. This understanding now changes everything in your reality. It removes fear-based control, it removes blind obedience, and it returns responsibility to where it belongs, to you, your consciousness, yourself. You are not being what? You are not being law, not micromanagement. You stop waiting to be saved, judged, or condemned. You realize something far more powerful. You are not separate from creation. You are participating in it. You are the universe experiencing itself. What a fabulous video, and I really enjoyed this today. Please leave a like, comment, and share on the video, and I'll see you all in the next one. And if you wish to get this book, there is a link in the description. Have an amazing day, everyone. Take care.
What if I told you the devil is closer than you think, and it's not actually a real person, force, or spiritual entity outside of you, but a being and an aspect of your own mind and psyche? In this video, you will learn exactly what the devil is and the true esoteric meaning of the devil. The first thing we need to understand is that the universe is a mental universe. Look around you. Every action, every building, everything you see around you was begun first as thought in the mind, then manifested. We use the mind to build and shape our reality. The universe, the world, only exists inside of our mind. Therefore, God and the devil exist inside of our own psyche. So first of all, the devil is not a literal being, but a symbol of the lower self. It represents the unmastered, ego-driven part of the human mind, a symbol of destructive thoughts, emotions, behaviors, lives in realms of chaos, fear, hatred, lust, and ignorance. This is why we see the devil as red, because red is the lowest vibrational color on the color spectrum. It also corresponds with the root chakra, which is all to do with survival instincts. Red represents chaotic and intense emotions like hatred and anger. When we are angry, our face turns red. The devil represents our animalistic fundamental needs, our instinctual needs, our survival state of consciousness. We have a survival state of consciousness and a godly state of consciousness. Our godly state of consciousness is creating, not just experiencing in the animal state, but consciously creating reality. This is why we see the devil with a goat head, an animalistic head, and the head is where the brain is. The animal head represents living off instinct, the part of our mind that lives on urges, impulses, and instincts, eating, sex, power, ego-driven actions, and ego-driven thoughts. Animals are only aware of themselves. Animals live on instinct. They have no ability to consciously create like humans. This is our lower desires for the material world. That's not to say the material world is evil. However, when our consciousness is only seeking material things, this leads us down a path of self-destruction, because nothing material can ever satisfy our soul. Everything material is temporary. Therefore, the devil represents the part of us that seeks only material desires, only material fulfillment, the ways of thinking where we only think about ourselves and ego-driven thoughts. It also represents the unchecked, unconscious self, where we have no mastery over our thoughts, over our emotional impulses, and no mastery over our actions. We're living in instinct and impulsive states, which causes chaos, selflessness, destruction, and keeps us bound to our lower material 3D state of consciousness. It's important to recognize that the word devil was never present in the earliest Gospels. Instead, what was mentioned was a spirit of evil. This distinction is crucial because it underscores that the idea of the devil, as popularly conceived, does not actually exist as an independent entity. Rather, it is a personification of the lower aspects of the human mind, a facet of our own consciousness. The term spirit of evil was not meant to denote a specific deity or being, but rather any force of negativity, whether it manifests as a destructive thought, emotion, or action. A spirit is a force, an energy, and we have three forces that create our reality: thoughts, emotions, and actions. We have full control over these three aspects which transform and mold reality. A destructive thought, a destructive emotion, a destructive action is a spirit of evil, and it originates from the darker aspects of the human psyche. So now, because we're on the topic of the devil, we have to look at the pentagram, which is obviously connected to the devil heavily. The upright pentagram represents spirit, air, water, earth, fire. Upright, which represents spirit, the most important element on top of the earthly elements, showing spiritual principles over material principles. As spiritual beings as we are, we have to put our spirit first, our higher self first, and material things second. Why? Because material things never satisfy us long term. Seeking material fulfillment will leave us feeling unfulfilled in the long run and very unhappy, and we can lose ourselves in illusions. We have to put our spiritual principles first. Seeking wisdom, knowledge, connection to the divine, and connection to our higher self is what gives us true fulfillment in our hearts and souls. But when we see this pentagram inverted, we now have spirit on the very bottom, which now represents earthly principles on top of the spiritual principles. We're putting our earthly elements on top of our spiritual element, which this inverted pentagram represents no longer caring about spirit, no longer caring about our invisible internal world, and only caring about this external body, food, sex, material things, cars, money, and all the things outside of us, the world outside of our mind. This is what true Satanism is. Satanism is not worshipping an external deity, but it is worshipping the self, only fulfilling the ego's desires. This is what true Satanism is, and we have all been conditioned to live in this state. Satanists want us to believe that there is an external deity called Satan or the devil, and the reason they do this is because they trick us, making us believe that we are not Satanists, while they are actually conditioning us to be self-seeking, ego-driven people, where we only care about sex, food, material things, and money, which is actually conditioning us to be Satanists. 80% of the population today are unknowingly involving themselves in Satanism, which is ego-driven thoughts, actions, and emotions, dwelling and living in this state where we only care about ourselves. When we are spiritual, we realize we are all one. We are all one consciousness family, and we need to do things that help and contribute towards our collective experience, helping others, instead of seeking to serve only the self. The angel is depicted with wings, which represents elevation, higher self. The devil is represented with an animal horns, which is on the ground. A goat is on the ground, which represents the lower self. This is the elevated mind and the lower material mind. Horus, the bird, higher self. Set, the ground animal, lower self. Jesus and Satan. These are two forces, two characters that exist within the human psyche, not real entities. They are forces of our minds, and there is a battle between our higher self and lower self all the time within our own minds. There's always a part of us that's telling to do one thing and another thing, to do something bad and to do something good. There is this battle inside of our own consciousness. Here we have the human spinal column. The human spinal column is showing you the higher and the lower self. The higher self represents the head. The head is where the mind is. This is the creative essence of the universe. This is where all material things begin as a thought in the mind. We create with the skull, with the brain. This is our higher self, the heavens, connected to the heavens, the sky. And the lower end of the spinal column is where our reproductive organs are, where our gut is. Our reproductive organs and our gut is all to do with survival. The lower end of the spinal column, lower instinctual 3D based consciousness. The lower end of the spinal column is where our lower self dwells. Eating, consumption, power, and sex, lust. These are all emotional forces and instinctual based organs that are not inherently evil, but when we dwell and live off this lower end of the spinal cord, it keeps us in low states of consciousness. Our goal to raise to our higher mind is to balance this, not to overeat, not to abuse power, not to abuse sex and lust, but to master these organs and gain the ability to say no to these organs so that we can raise to our creative side of consciousness. Instead of dwelling in our instinctual nature, we can turn to our creative nature and consciously become a builder and constructor of reality. This is the true way of raising consciousness. This is the stairway to heaven, out of the animal consciousness to the higher consciousness. To wrap all of this up, it's all about gaining control over our instinctual lower nature and allowing our spirit to rule over our body and not our body ruling over our spirit or mind. The moment you let a thought become instantly an action is the moment you are an impulsive person. We are all trained to be this way. It is okay if you are in this state. The moment you let a thought turn straight into an action without questioning, that is the mind controlling you and you not controlling the mind. We need to gain control over the mind, and we do this through many different ways, through meditations, affirmations, and discipline. We slowly gain control over our minds, and once we gain control over our minds, we gain control over our thoughts, and we gain control over the attention that we give certain thoughts. We can then start to uplift our mind, our thoughts, out of our instinctual state to the higher mind. If you wish to learn more about consciousness, I'll leave a link in the description for the Book of Wisdom Volume 2.
bookofwisdom.com. Visit today.
Neo is plugged into the matrix on the back of his neck. And if we look at the human brain, the back of the neck is the reptilian brain stem. And when one operates their life out of the reptilian brain stem, they are unaware, unconscious. They are consciously dead because the reptilian brain does not really critically think. It acts on instinct, fight or flight mode. This is considered in the occult spiritually dead. When one is taking actions without intention, simply very reactive to life. They're not living, they're simply experiencing. When you're walking down the street and you see someone, and in your mind you think me versus them versus me, that is an animalistic way of thinking. I used to be trapped in this way of thinking, always thinking of fight or flight, always judging people, always reacting to the world, never consciously creating and commanding with intention in the world. This could be considered the matrix. When one lives lives unconsciously, simply surviving in the world. Another symptom of living in the reptilian brain could be obsession, a constant need to assert your power over others to feel safe or superior. Views relationships as power hierarchies, not as mutual connections. It could be a conquest for sex, lust, seeking validation through sexual activity. Sex becomes a tool for dominance, escape, and self-worth. Intimacy is avoided. Pleasure is pursued without emotional depth. Seeking pleasure all the time. This is all to do with the reptilian brain. Seeking safety. It could be compulsive eating or food hoarding, driven by craving and not actual hunger. Eats to soothe fear or emotional discomfort, often unconsciously. This is the unconscious. Fear-based decision-making. Every choice is shaped by perceived threat or insecurity or fear within the subconscious mind. Long-term vision is sacrificed for immediate safety and gratification. All the reptilian brain. Territorial behavior overacts when personal space, possessions, or status is threatened. Acts as though survival depends on ownership or status. Addiction repeats patterns to feel safe, even if they are harmful. Avoids anything unfamiliar or unpredictable. Low empathy. No empathy or emotional care for one another and for fellow beings in the world. Sees people as threats, tools, or competitors. This is all to do with the reptilian brain. Intense jealousy or possessiveness. Sees others as rivals or objects to control. Cannot tolerate perceived threats to loyalty or status. Quick to be angry. Slow to reflect. Reacts with rage, withdrawal when challenged. Lacks emotional regulation or deep self-awareness. So this brain could be considered the matrix, hence why Neo is plugged into this brain. He's operating the life out of this brain, unconscious, simply navigating life like an animal. I was in this state, and you can only really realize this when you come out of this brain and you start to function from the higher regions of the brain, which we will discuss very soon. And my life was chaos because there was chaos operating internally. I was never thinking about the future. I was always operating life out of fear, out of lack. Never had care for another person. When you operate life out of this brain, the matrix, things outside you, can easily control you. This is why they keep us in a constant state of fear. So we operate life out of this. So we never gain full control over our reality, over our actions, over our thoughts. So Neo is called Neo, and he works at a place called meta cortex, very symbolic of the neocortex, the higher region of the brain. Now, this brain makes you human. It ultimately allows you to hold control over the animal urges, okay? The neocortex is the brain that allows you to have self-mastery, that allows you to control your urges, your instinctual survival urges. So humans can overcome their reptilian animalistic state and start to operate their life in a conscious mastery state. And Neo is plugged out of the reptilian brain, and he starts to use his neocortex, the human brain. This allows one to learn to have self-control, allows one to create, allows one to think about others. It allows one to critically think deeply. It allows one to be self-aware. Who am I? Where did I come from? And where am I going? This is ultimately the brain that has shaped the world. We look at humans. We built technology. We built all of these amazing things. They all come from the neocortex. This is the higher region of the brain that allows consciousness to function on a higher degree. It allows you to truly become a creator and have self-control instead of living in a reactive animal state. You see, animals are only aware of their five senses. They're only aware of surviving. If you notice, look at animals, they're always looking around. Even in their home, they're always looking around, sniffing around. That's because they operate in an animalistic brain. Humans have the neocortex. This is a higher region of the brain, which if you wish to master yourself, this is the brain that you will be using. This allows you to operate life on a higher degree. We see this
reptilian brain symbolized everywhere. See it as reptiles. Reptiles are symbols of this brain. We see the Egyptian god Osiris with the green skin representing a reptile, a crocodile. Sometimes we see Osiris depicted in Egyptian artwork with crocodiles or reptiles, if you do a little bit of research on that. And also, if we look at the overall symbolism of Osiris and his story, we notice that he is the god of the dead or the underworld. This is not literal, but the dead or the god of the death, the god of the death of self, the dead of consciousness, because you are a divine being with limitless potential to create. And ultimately, to create, we have to master our reptilian brain. But when we function from this reptilian brain, we are dead to our higher powers of creation, of imagination, of actually gaining control and operating life from the higher mind, operating life as the divine being as you are. But if you operate life in Osiris, he is the god of dead. You are spiritually and consciously dead. You act unconsciously. You are dead, not physically, but mentally and spiritually. So what we're looking at here in the Egyptian artwork is the reptilian brainstem. We have the left hemisphere and the right hemisphere of the brain. Notice a curve. The feminine body is very curvy. This represents feminine. The masculine body is very liney. So if we study geometry, we know that lines are masculine, hence why the word masculine, line, and the feminine body is, in geometry, feminine is represented as curves. So this is the left masculine brain on the left side, and this is the right feminine brain on the right side, with Osiris, the reptilian brainstem, in the middle. So we're going to go deeper into some Mesopotamian artwork now. Now let's have a look at this. We're looking at the reptile on the very bottom. We see the left brain and the right brain, the Eye of Ra and the Eye of Horus on the left and right. In Freemasonry, we still see the symbolism of the two pillars, Yakin and Boaz in Freemasonry, with the two pillars symbolizing masculine, feminine forces of consciousness, also representing the masculine left brain and the feminine right brain, with the reptile down here. But if we have a little look here, right, we have a little look at these reptiles. This person is standing on top of the reptiles. When you are on top of something, you have power over the below. You are standing atop of something. You have mastery over it. You have control over it, symbolizing gaining control over the reptilian brain, the reactive actions, the sexual urges, the addictions, the territorial behavior, the fear-based decisions, constant internal tension, never being able to focus. It's symbolizing gaining control over these internal qualities that happen within us, in our mind, because the universe is mental. And if we do not gain control over this brain, it will dominate our mind, which will ultimately dominate our actions and destroy our life and live in an unconscious state. So this is basically instructions in this ancient Mesopotamian artwork of becoming self-mastery, to operate on a God consciousness level. So we have a person symbolizing your awareness, the internal you, having mastery over the reptilian urges, the reptilian brain, the reptile thinking. We have a person, a face in between, and it's standing in between these pillars, symbolizing balance of the brain hemispheres. Because the face, we see the eyes in the middle, we see the person is you, your consciousness, standing in the middle pillar. So representing seeing reality as neutral. Everything in the world is neutral. It's the mind's perception that gives it a positive or negative charge. When we adapt this mindset, this view of reality, this knowingness of reality, we see the world for what it truly is. And if you see things as neutral, it allows one to transform the situations in your life accordingly, instead of simply choosing a side. This is a major problem in society, and this was a problem within myself also. We like to choose sides, and choosing sides can keep your consciousness locked in a certain mindset, in a certain belief. And belief is what is ultimately destroying humanity. It's about knowingness, and knowingness is in the middle. We want to seek to know things. Knowing things allows you to go out there, directly experience it, and know it for yourself. For example, I know I'm not on a spinning global ball flying through space. Why? Because my senses tell me I'm not doing that. My senses tell me I'm not going 1,000 miles per hour and 360,000 miles per hour through space while while spinning around the sun. I know that because I know myself. I know I'm not my body because I've had direct mystical experiences beyond the physical body. So we should seek to know things, and that's what we call gnosis. Direct knowledge obtained through direct experience, knowingness. And that is a middle pillar quality. So in Freemasonry, we see the middle pillar. The matrix is designed to give you two wings all the time. Democrats, Republicans, feminism, and then there's another side. There's always two sides that they're giving you because they want you locked in either way, which is seek the middle pillar, seeing things as neutral, seeing things as the middle pillar, seeking direct experience, gnosis. And this aligns with the brain because the brain gives us these two perceptions also. The right brain sees the woods, the whole woods, but the left brain sees the individual trees and branches and leaves. If we're too left hemisphered, we're going to see everything as divided. If you're too left hemisphered, you're only going to see yourself. You're only going to think about me, myself, my ego, my consciousness, my life. And I'm only going to operate in the world, take actions only towards me without considering the collective, which is the right hemisphere quality. The right hemisphere allows you to see the bigger picture, how we're all connected. We're all one family of consciousness. We're all one being separated in different bodies, one consciousness operating in different bodies. So it's about aligning these perceptions of the brain and standing in the middle and also conquering the reptilian brain. This allows us to operate in the world and see the world for what it truly is and operate from a place of balance. We also see some more symbolism in Egypt of the Ram Sphinx in Egypt. Ram Sphinx. Please leave a comment and please leave a like and a subscribe onto the YouTube if you like my content. Smash that like button and we'll get straight to this. So this is the Ram Sphinx in Egypt, also symbolizing the brain. This is my research. These are my conclusions. You can take this with a pinch of salt and go out and do your own research. This is what makes sense to me based off my information I've gained, my symbolism that I can read. So take what you can from it. I'm not here to obstruct anything. I'm not here to place anything in your mind. I'm simply here expressing my research. Never take anything off anyone as solid truth. I've never have said everything I say is solid truth. This is my research. If the research aligns with you, that's great. Maybe it doesn't with some people, that's fine. Simply take things with a pinch of salt, go out and collect as much research and information from many different sources and place together your own understanding of symbolism and your own perspective on reality. But like I say, seek to know and not believe. So this is the Ram Sphinx in Egypt. This is a more powerful symbolism of the brain. We have Osiris here, the god of the dead, which is the reptilian brain, and an Aries symbol here symbolizing the hippocampus in the brain. So this is the reptilian brain stem, heavily aligned with the reptilian brain stem here. We can see the connections if we look closely. So this represents the dead of consciousness. This is the dead of self, living in impulsive animalistic state, the symptoms that I listed earlier. I'm not going to go over the symptoms again. And Aries symbolizes the hippocampus in the middle of the brain. This is the hippocampus. And Aries is a symbol of a state of being. Why? You see, ancients and the ancient Egyptians, according to my research, Freemasons still use this symbolism today. So what they do is they use the path of the sun to symbolize a state of consciousness or a journey in consciousness. So what do I mean? So Aries here is the transition from the winter arc. So this is the winter arc from Libra, Scorpio, Sagittarius, Capricorn, Aquarius, Pisces. This is when the sun is dead. This is when the electromagnetic waves of the sun are not very present. This is the winter. This is when there's more darkness in the world. However, from Aries, Taurus, Gemini, Cancer, Leo, Virgo, and to Libra, this is when the sun is giving more electromagnetic rays. Everything grows. Everything is reborn again. Everything's growing. There's more light. There's more warmth. You can grow crops. So this is very symbolic as a state of consciousness. Aries is used heavily to represent the rebirth of the sun, but internally as an esoteric interpretation of Aries, it symbolizes the resurrection of awakening of the self. It is the rebirth of the sun, of the soul, the rebirth of becoming aware out of the darkness into the light, living in the reptilian unconscious state, the unconscious, not being aware that I possess consciousness, not being aware of my thought, emotion, actions. And Aries is that symbol, is of the rebirth of the spirit, the rebirth of the self, becoming self self-aware. So that's what we're looking at here with the Ram Sphinx. We're looking at Osiris, dead, the reptilian brain, operating life in an unconscious state, not really thinking, not self-aware of thought, emotion, actions, not aware of the soul, not aware of good and evil, not aware of the laws that are in the heart of love, not aware that there's always an intelligence in the heart telling us what's the right thing to do at all times, not aware of anything, just simply reacting to the world. But then we have a symbol of Aries above, which is the resurrection of self. So again, this is symbolizing by the Egyptians to me and my research going from darkness to light. This is the resurrection of consciousness when we start to deepen our self-awareness, which is ultimately what I'm doing to you in these videos. Hopefully I can awaken some people's minds and make people think deeper. And that process of internally what's happening within you that's what Aries represents when you're starting to say, wow, my mind's going deeper and deeper into the self, and I'm realizing more. That is what Aries symbolizes. When the sun returns, it's also a symbol of a sacrifice, because obviously when the sun returns back to Aries, we're sacrificing the winter, when we're transitioning, and all transitions require sacrifice. So in Aries, the Jews celebrate the Passover. It's the Passover of the sun, and what do? They eat lambs in the Passover Aries, because it's all symbolic of this internal process. In Aries, Christians celebrate with the Easter, which is the resurrection of Jesus, the resurrection of the sun. Remember, it goes deeper. There's deeper layers to this. It's the resurrection of the self and the mind deepening into a deeper awakening. So again, we're going from the lower regions of the brain, and when we start to critically think and become self-aware, we're starting to use the mid part of the brain, and the mid part of the brain then expands into the neocortex, which is the resurrection of the self. The mind is no longer functioning in just the reptilian brain, but then it's going into the light of the higher brain, the neocortex, and this is the reptilian brain. This is the midbrain, what we're looking at here with the Ram Sphinx. Yeah. So this is the resurrection. It's the transition point of going from the reptilian brain into the midbrain, into the neocortex. We're now resurrecting ourselves. Now, this is not putting anything negative on the reptilian brain. Without the reptilian brain, we wouldn't be able to live. We need the reptilian brain, but it's an abuse of the reptilian brain that can keep us in a very low state. It keeps us stuck in an unconscious state. But the reptilian brain is what's allowing you to breathe, to eat, to scan the environment for any threats. If there are threats, we do need the reptilian brain. That's not to say it's evil, but what I'm saying is an abuse of this brain, which is what most people are stuck in. They're operating their life out of this brain. And this is what the Egyptians, I think, are symbolizing, trying to tell us to resurrect ourselves, to become self-mastered, to become the highest version of yourself, to actively create in the world. Because when we are only operating from this brain, we're unconscious, well, then other people can use you as a vessel to create their reality. This is how the world is at the moment. The ones who know how to use the mind are controlling the other ones who do not know how to control the mind. So I hope this makes sense to you. Let me know if you have any video recommendations, and I'll see you inside Ethereal University. If you wish to take your research to the next level, I have things inside of there that are very powerful. We happily invite you. I'll see you inside of Join. If not, I'll see you in the next YouTube video.
bookofwisdom.com. Visit today.
What if the word Yahweh is proof that God is embedded in our very own being? Stay with me, because what I'm about to show you might change the way you see yourself forever. Today's topic is decoding the mystery name of Yahweh, the sacred name of God from the Hebrews. By the end of this video, you'll uncover the true meaning of the word Yahweh and how your connection to it unlocks your own personal power. When we look at the word Yahweh in Hebrew, we flip it on its side. We're actually looking at the human body. These are the legs, this is the torso, here are the arms, and here's the head. So if we actually switch this on its side, we see the human body. The Hebrew name Yahweh often translates to I am. The I am. Now, what is the I am? The I am, when you say I, you're referring to your highest self. Everything with the letter I in the beginning, most of them words are referring to our inner self, inside, intelligence, internal, in. The I represents the inside self, the invisible self. You cannot see the I am because this is the spirit. This is our consciousness. It's the intelligence controlling the human body. When you say I, you're not referring to your name, your job, your reputation, your ego, or your thoughts. You're referring to the observer who is beyond the thoughts, the one who's observing the thoughts. That's the soul. Look at the word Yahweh, Yahweh, the sacred name of God. Yahweh can be observed in the natural rhythm of the human breath. When inhaling, we subtly hear Yah. When exhaling, we hear Wei. Do this yourself. Breathe in through your nose, you'll hear Yah. Breathe out, you'll hear Wei. And in fact, the letter H, H, when it's pronounced, it carries the soft sound of wind or breath, a gentle exhale that mirrors the very essence of life, giving air. Breath is the spirit of life. It's what connects us with consciousness. If we stop breathing, we lose consciousness. The body shuts down. We're breathing the spirit of breath. We're breathing in the spirit of life. It's the very essence that gives us physical existence, and we're constantly staying connected to this breath at all times. Now let's look at Yahweh. 1, 2, 3, 4. There are 4 letters. The tetragrammaton is the 4-letter Hebrew name for God. Okay? Tetra, meaning 4. We have 4 gospels of Jesus. Jesus is depicted with a cross with 4 sections. Jesus has the 4 sacred animals around the side of him, always depicted with these 4. A bull or an ox, an eagle, a man, and a lion. These are the 4 fixed signs of the zodiac. Aquarius, the man, Scorpio, the eagle, Leo, the lion, Taurus, the bull or the ox, which are related to the elements. Leo is a fire sign. Aquarius is an air sign. Taurus is an earth sign. Scorpio is a water sign. These are the 4 elements. And the 4 elements correspond to the 4 bodies of consciousness, as we see here. This is fire. This is air. This is water. This is earth. So we are made out of the 4 elements, which represent the 4 bodies of consciousness: mind, emotion, spirit, and body. The soul is incarnated into 4 sections. Hence why Jesus has 4 gospels. Hence why Yahweh is a 4-named word, because we are tetraform. We have 4 bodies of consciousness. There are 4 pillars to reality: the mind, emotion, spirit, and the body. So what we're actually looking at here is the name of the very essence of the self. Yahweh represents the universal consciousness that we're all tapped into, because the body is like a radio. The body is basically a radio antenna, which is picking up the stream of consciousness, and we're all the same consciousness, just experiencing it in a different body. And Yahweh is the name for this intelligence that we're all acting out, that we're all manifestations of. So now let's look at the word Yahweh, where we read it this way in Hebrew, which is 10565. 10565 in the Hebrew letters and the numerical values. And the DNA is made up of 4 bases. These 4 things which create the DNA. This basis is the genetic code for all living things. Each DNA strand is held together by sulfur bridges that appear in a repeating pattern of 10565. This pattern matches the numerical value of the Hebrew letters of Yahweh, Yod, He, Va, He, which are 10565. This means the structure of DNA, the code of life, follows the same number sequence as the sacred name of God, Yahweh. This is a factual observation. So we're looking at 10565. So let's look over this one more time. Yahweh represents the breath, Yahweh, inhale, exhale. It translates to I am. It's written in our DNA. The word Yahweh on its side looks like the human body. Now, this is where things get a little bit deeper. 10, 5, 6, 5 adds up to 26. The number God, well, the word God adds up to 26. Allah adds up to 26. There are 206 bones in the human body. 26. 26 adds up to 8. 8 is the number of infinity. We are all the infinite consciousness. Consciousness will never die. It's immortal. It's infinite. We are all infinite. We are not these skeletal structures. We are Yahweh, the universal consciousness. The creator of all things is our essence. We're all God with individual identities, but the highest versions of ourselves is God. The ego is our own personal experience of God. Does this make sense? So in conclusion, Yahweh is not the name of a separate God from us, but rather the reflection of the divine consciousness manifesting through the human form. The human body is like a receiver acting as an antenna that tunes into the infinite intelligence and life force we call consciousness or God. This means that rather than being external, the divine presence is within us, expressed through our very existence. It's very interesting when we look into this, and what religion has done has flipped all of this knowledge. All of this sacred knowledge has been externalized. They've externalized God so that we worship God and we view God as something separate from the human experience. They do this so that we don't find the God within us, so that we don't find that we have the power of creation. The mind is the creative force of God. The body is the will to act out that thought. They don't want us to figure out that we are creators and we're all creating our own earthly experience. We're all projecting this reality. And they don't want us connecting with the divine intelligence within us because they want to be the creators. They want to keep this knowledge. They don't want the masses to wake up to this powerful knowledge. So what they've done is that they've taken the scriptures, they've externalized it so that we start worshiping and giving away our power to these external things. And when God is external, we start to fear God because we start to think that God has power over us. He can send us to hell or heaven. So this is what's going on. They've been externalizing this for thousands of years to keep us in a suppressed state. Okay? Humans are very advanced because we possess self-awareness. We possess the ability to move our awareness and our thoughts outside of the instinctual nature. For example, a cat or a dog. These things can only live in their instinct. They live based on instinct. They smell, they eat. That's pretty much what they do. But humans, we have the ability to rise above that nature and turn to our infinite selves, our higher selves. We can move beyond our instinctual nature and create very advanced things. That's why humans are made in the image of Yahweh. We are literally God in human form. So this is what we all need to realize. And I hope this video has helped. Please leave a like, a comment on inside of the description. I'll have some links to my books and my university. The people who have read them have just absolutely changed their lives. You could probably see that in the comment sections if someone leaves a review of the book. We also have Trustpilot. But yeah, I thank you all. And I'll see you in the next one.
bookofwisdom.com. Visit today.
Watching pornography makes you see people as objects. It does a lot of psychological damage to the human mind. And if you truly want to progress in life, your spiritual journey, mastery, whatever it is, mastering your sexual urges is essential to become powerful, successful, and become the best version of yourself. And there are some occult practices that I used to help master this urge. They're not really techniques, they're more mindsets, which will definitely
help you overcome your urges. So if you want to quit pornography today, this is the way forward that I used to create this version of myself. Before we go into the tactics, we must understand that whatever we do in darkness comes into light some way or another. If you watch pornography, you know you have a problem, you keep this to yourself. We all naturally do. These things are private, and what we do in our private time molds our subconscious mind, and we keep it away from people. But whatever we do in darkness always comes to light. If you're doing things you don't want others to see, such as watching pornography, it will come out through a subconscious force. It will come out in your eye contact. You won't really be able to make eye contact with the person you're attracted to. It comes out in your energy, your aura, your presence, your confidence. All of this plays a role in molding your consciousness. And especially women can pick this up so easily. Females are more subconscious, males are more conscious. Females speak indirectly, males should speak directly. If a woman is hungry, they will say, "I'm hungry." "Are you hungry?" But a male will say, "Let's go get some food." You have to see the underlying subconscious messages in women because they speak in more of a subconscious language. Men speak in a direct language. And maybe even men will pick this up. If you want to be taken seriously in the business world or your career, whatever it is, this is essential for your body language and your personal power. So you must master your sexual urges. Releasing your sexual energy, your sexual fluids, removes the life in your eyes. A lot of people get dark bags underneath their eyes. I used to have them years and years ago. My eyes were always half shut. There was no life in my eyes. But as you purify yourself, the life and the energy comes back into your glaring eyes. The first tactic on mastering your sexual urges is understanding that thoughts produce emotions. Whatever we think about inside of our mental body directly corresponds to what we feel in our emotional body. What we see here is a piece of alchemical artwork showing you the light of the mind shining down into the heart. This represents the mental body with the clouds. This represents the human heart, the emotional body of consciousness. What we think about, if we think about sex, or if we watch things that are stimulating to us on Instagram, TikTok, that thought goes into the mind and the feeling gets then produced in the heart and the body becomes aroused. What we think inside of our brain becomes emotional energy in our heart. As above, so below. And what becomes in our heart is what we take action on. We take action on emotion. Human action, human behavior pretty much comes down to what we feel. We only act on what we care about or what we love. If you love that feeling of watching pornography, that is the reason why you're taking the action. So keeping this in mind at all times is very important in your journey of self-mastery. What you think is what you feel, and what you feel is what you act upon. Remove stimulations that can possibly produce that thought of watching pornography. Unfollow the people. Purify your environment so these thoughts do not enter your mind. And if you do become stimulated, remember, thoughts produce emotions. Change your thoughts. Think about something else instantly. The more you think about it, the more you feel, and the easier it is to take action upon it. And the second tactic that I say to myself is that it's all mental. World, the universe, life is all mental. For example, unfortunately, my brother passed away recently. I've never gone through something like this in my life. It's tough. It's horrible. It's not nice losing a loved one. However, if I sit around and focus just on the negative side of that, yes, of course, I'm going to have my moments. But if I just sit there and focus on the negative, it will destroy my life. It will pull me down. The only thing that I can do to benefit from this situation is to become a better family person out of this. Become more loving. Spend more time with the people who mean a lot to you. You can always change and transmute the mindset of every situation in your reality. There's a famous saying I like to say, if you can change it, change it. But if you cannot change it, change the mental attitude towards it. Never just sit there focusing on the negative side of reality. This helped me with mastering myself watching pornography. It's all mental. You hold the power over the mind. And the next tactic is probably the best one ever. And I still use this today in everything in my life. Before I make any decision in life, I always say to myself, what is the effect of this cause? Is that effect going to push me towards who I want to be? Or is that effect going to pull me away of who I want to be and become and where I want to go in life? If the effect is not pushing me towards who I want to be, I will not take the action which is the cause. Consciousness cannot escape the law of cause and effect. It is an immutable, inchangeable law that is governing your consciousness and your mind. You have to keep this law in mind because it is the law that is creating and crystallizing your reality. Any decision you make, what is the effect of this cause? The law of cause and effect is a force that you cannot escape. So you have to work with this law and become conscious of the law. So before you do take the action, what is the effect? Is watching pornography going to push me towards who I want to be and where I want to go? If it's not, do not take the action. That's where willpower comes in. You can do little exercises for willpower, meditation for 30 minutes of not thinking. You can do rituals that strengthen the connection to your mind with your willpower. At the end of the day, the willpower is the most essential force in the consciousness. Another thing is remove any music that talks about it. Even the words will be producing thoughts in your mind. What you feed your consciousness is ultimately what you project back outwards. Don't listen to the rap music. Don't listen to any music that talks about it. Try and remove this from your environment. These tips that I've given you don't just work in quitting pornography. These work in every aspect of your life, and they will dramatically change your life if you become conscious of them and actively use your mind. Don't fall under the spell of becoming unconscious. Never act unconsciously. Never think unconsciously. Never feel unconsciously. Stay on top of your mind. Be the observing eye in your mind. Never fall unconscious. Of course, we all need to sleep, but I mean in the waking times. And this is why learning about yourself or consciousness is essential for every aspect of life. Business, your career, money, whatever it is. Whatever you're doing in your life comes down to understanding human consciousness. And that's why I wrote these books, so you understand yourself, so you gain your understanding of the functions of your own mind, body, emotions, and how you are creating reality. That's why I wrote the book of Symbolism, because symbols are not just symbols. These symbols represent forces and aspects of the human psyche themselves, and they are veils, they are keys that help you remember and become conscious of what has fallen unconscious in your mind. We're simply just becoming conscious of what we are unconscious of and becoming conscious of them and using these powers. You want to take your life to the next level? Feel free to get the book of Symbolism. I'll leave a link in the description. Take care, everyone.
There is a secret meaning behind the number 666. 666 is 3 sixes. The number 3 in occult and esoteric numerology represents the 3 aspects of human consciousness. We see this symbolism in the all-seeing eye with the light and the triangle. The triangle is the number 3. The eye represents consciousness, observation, and the light represents the light of consciousness, because consciousness is pure light. The 3 aspects of our consciousness is thoughts, emotions, and actions. Every thought creates a feeling, and the feeling creates the action. All physical manifestation is driven from these 3 aspects of our consciousness. All physical manifestation comes from thought. Every object you see around you, this screen, the phone you're on, the laptop you're using, or the iPad, was a thought in the invisible realms of consciousness. Then it was brought into physicality through feeling and action. This is because man is made in the image and likeness of God. We are all mini creators. We are all extensions of God's creative consciousness. Therefore, the number 666 represents 3 sixes. 3 is thoughts, emotions, actions. The number 6 represents the cube, because cubes have 6 sides. This material world that we experience, everything has 6 sides. Everything's created by cubes. We can move forward, we can move backwards, we can move left, right, up and down. This is the cube that we are stuck in. Therefore, 666 represents our 3 aspects of our consciousness, thoughts, emotions, actions, all contributing towards our physical self, material world, material pleasures, completely cutting ourselves off from our spiritual, true, divine self, which means 666 is representing a state of consciousness. A state of consciousness where we only operate from a place of material needs and survival things.
As humans, we possess a physical material body in the physical material external world, but we also possess an invisible inner world, which is what we call spirit. When we disconnect ourselves from our inner world, we become lost in this materialistic way of thinking and acting, which can lead to no life purpose, a feeling of emptiness and voidness in our hearts. Humans possess the ability to transcend our animal instinctual natures and turn to the divine mind, to the spiritual inner world. It is our inner world that is projecting our outer world. The outer world is just an effect of our inner state of consciousness. It's important as we go through this human life to not lose ourselves and look for our validations outside of ourselves. The external world is simply just a mirror, mirroring with mathematical precision what happens inside our consciousness. When we change our inner world, we produce effect in the outer world. To get back on track about this number, this represents when we are lost in our material self and we are completely cut off from our true divine self. The devil is always having goat horns, which represents a ground animal. This is the lower animal self of man. He's always red. The frequency of red is the lowest vibrational color, and it also represents the root chakra. This is all to do with survival mode and our physical needs and physical self. Red represents chaotic and intense emotions like hatred and anger. This is why the devil is always red, because it represents anger and an uncontrolled state of emotion and consciousness. You see, we've been taught in the church and all through religion indoctrinations that the devil is an external deity which influences humans. And in fact, this is nothing but a metaphorical story. The devil is a character which represents an aspect of the human mind, the lower aspect of the human mind, a facet of our own consciousness and psyche. The voice that we have in our head that tells us to do these negative things is not an external deity pushing us to do something bad. This is an aspect of our own mind. Jesus and Satan are just two characters which represent the two voices that we have in our own consciousness. In fact, the word devil was never present in the early Gospels. Instead, what was mentioned was a spirit of evil. A term spirit of evil was not meant to denote a specific deity or being, but rather any force of negativity, whether it manifests as a destructive thought, emotion, or action. The spirit of evil represents the darker sides of our mind, the part that leads us astray and brings forth negativity in our lives. The reason why they want you to believe in a devil is because they don't want you taking responsibility for your creations. They don't want you to realize that the external world is truly a mirror of your inner state of consciousness. Instead, when something bad happens in your life, you blame it on some external devil or Satan who tempted you. Everything is your creation in your life. When you realize this, you take full control and you begin to reshape your external world by changing your inner state of consciousness.
bookofwisdom.com. Visit today.
You are not breathing correctly. 98% of people only use a third of their lungs capacity, which is shallow breathing, which ages you, lowers your brain capacity, and also lowers your state of consciousness. So it's essential that you breathe consciously on a day-to-day basis, because this is what truly elevates your consciousness. I am going to give you the key for you to raise your consciousness just through breathing alone. Such a simple thing, but yet the most effective way for raising your state of consciousness and becoming more spiritually and mentally advanced. So tune in for this video and I'm going to show you exactly how to do it and the symbolism behind breathing. Air is more than just air. It carries electromagnetic energy. So now I'm going to give you the science behind this spiritual truth. This invisible force is what sustains all physical life, providing the life force energy essential for existence. Electromagnetism. Everything is fed off electromagnetism. Your body is an electromagnetic battery. Now, we can prove that air carries electromagnetism just by doing a simple test, a simple scientific experiment, by getting liquid oxygen and pouring it between a north and south magnetic pole, two polar opposite magnets. We see that the liquid does not fall straight through it. It is sucked, it is magnetically attracted to these two opposing forces, opposing magnets. This is proof that air, liquid oxygen carries electromagnetism. When you are breathing electromagnetism, the essential life force behind all living beings. This is known as energy or prana, chi, ether, or spirit. This is all the same thing. Air is not just empty space, it is energy, it is prana, it is life force, it is spirit, it is ether, chi, prana. You are an electromagnetic being. Your consciousness is in direct correlation with your electromagnetic aura or biofield around your body. Your state of consciousness is mirrored within this field around your body. Now, your breath, when you breathe in, you're breathing electromagnetism or life force. Breath is the vital link between the physical and the spiritual, bridging the body with the soul. Through breath, we connect with both tangible world and deeper, the unseen realms of energy and consciousness. Breathing deeply and properly elevates our consciousness, enhancing the brain's functions, heightening the sensitivity of our five senses. It also brings a profound calmness to the mind, creating a state of clarity and inner peace. Like I said earlier, breathing properly is the fastest way to elevate your consciousness. It is the fastest way because breathing, when you stop breathing, what happens? You lose physical consciousness. Your body will shut down if you do not breathe in this vital electromagnetic energy in the oxygen. If your body does not get this for 5 minutes or however you can last without breathing, this makes you lose physical consciousness. Your body will not survive without this essential life force energy. Therefore, air is one of the most overlooked things. This is why we see the symbolism of Buddha having a big belly. Why does he have a big belly? Because it's symbolizing breath work, proper spiritual breath work, the certain teachings of breath work, of when you breathe in through the nose, you have to breathe in through the nose. You don't want to breathe in through the mouth because the nose acts as a filter which catches dust particles and filters out the air before it enters the lungs. The mouth does not do that. The nose is for breathing inward. We breathe in through the nose, and when we breathe in, we breathe into our belly, not our lungs. When we breathe into our belly and our belly expands outwards, we are then moving this energy down from the nose down the spinal column. And when we breathe back out, the belly goes in, which is raising the energy up the spinal column, back out through the mouth. This is the true way of breathing, because when we breathe, we are moving energy. We are moving electromagnetic energy. When we breathe in through the nose, the energy travels down the spinal column. And when we breathe out, we are raising this energy back up the spine, some of it going out the mouth and some of it reaching the brain, activating dormant brain cells in the brain. But when we breathe, we need to make sure we are using 100% of our lungs' capacity, because the lungs is what transforms this special energy into consciousness, physical consciousness. So this is why Buddha has a big belly. It's not because he was fat. It's not because he was overweight. It's symbolism. It's symbolism of breath work. So try this. Do this for 2 minutes while you watch this video. Breathe in through the mouth as hard as you can until you no longer can fill any more air into your lungs and belly. Breathe it into your belly, not your lungs. And breathe out through the mouth. Do this for 5 minutes or 2 minutes, however long. I promise you, breath affects your consciousness. You will notice the difference. If you do it quicker, the quicker it'll affect your consciousness, and you might go lightheaded. But that lightheaded is you activating your spirit, your energy body. So try this just when watching this video. When you breathe consciously, you are renewing both your energy body and astral body, aligning your consciousness with a higher state. This practice feeds new life force energy into the body, revitalizing and enhancing your overall well-being. Like I said, your brain requires the most amount of oxygen. When we have shallow breathing, this is reducing the brain's capacity. Because when we are not breathing properly, which 98% of people are only using a third of their lungs capacity, we are essentially only using a third of our consciousness, because your breath is directly correlated to your consciousness, your state of consciousness. When you breathe in through the mouth, out through the mouth, out in through the nose, out through the mouth, consciously and deeply for 5 minutes, you will notice that your senses are more powerful and sensitive. Your brain is quicker. What's the word? It processes information quicker. You become quicker. You become a superhuman, and you feel more spiritual because it activates your spirit, your astral and energy body. So when we meditate, it's definitely important to breathe in through the nose and out through the mouth as deeply as possible to align with a higher state of consciousness. And this is the easiest way to separate your consciousness from the body. When you breathe in deeply for long periods of time, while meditating, while taking no thought, when no thought is present and you gain a rhythm of deep breathing, this is the gateway. This is the gateway to opening your consciousness. Because when you stop thinking, other aspects of your consciousness can open up. All of our lives we've been thinking, which is blocked off the higher states of consciousness. So breathing is very, very important. It affects our overall well-being. And this is Yahweh, the in and the out of breathing. When we breathe in, this is Yah. You can hear it. It sounds like Yah. And when we breathe out, that is Way. This is the name of God, apparently. But God is within you. You can connect with God. You can connect with source consciousness within you by breathing, by raising your state of consciousness through breathing and meditation. This is why the Bible tells you the Spirit of God has made me, and the breath of the Almighty gives me life. You are consciousness. You are God. You're an extension of God's consciousness. Job 27:3. As long as my breath is in me and the Spirit of God is in my nostrils. The Spirit of God is through breath. John 20:22. And when he said this, he breathed on them and said to them, receive the Holy Spirit. The word spirit means breath. In Greek, Hebrew, Latin, it all means breath or wind or air. The Holy Spirit is a certain way of breathing, a breathing technique that elevates your consciousness, that syncs you up to a holy consciousness, an elevated state. That is the Holy Spirit. That's why it tells you in the Bible, when he said this, he breathed onto them. He breathed onto them and said, receive the Holy Spirit. You must breathe to receive the Holy Spirit. When you breathe, you are renewing the body's energy. You're taking in new life force, which is regenerating your cells, regenerating your brain, nervous system, and also connecting with consciousness, pure consciousness. This is not something that we should be doing during meditation. Yes, it is, we should be doing it during meditation, but this is something that we need to apply all of the time. This is the fastest way you can raise your consciousness. I just want to say, all of this knowledge is inside of the Book of Wisdom, Volume 2. Make sure to give a like and a comment on this video to help the algorithm. And let me know what you think about the last book or this book if you have read them, to let the new people know what they're looking at with this book. This is truly life-changing. The Volume 2 and Volume 1 is truly life-changing. You can get them in a bundle also. Learn hidden knowledge inside of the Ethereal University. This is where truth seekers belong. I'm not here to try sell you this, but this is the place for truth seekers. And if you are serious about your spiritual journey and serious about gaining knowledge, which gives you the advantage over life, join Ethereal University. This will definitely help you. Thank you for watching this video. Please leave a like and comment. Make sure to give me any suggestions on videos you want me to make in the future. Thank you all.
bookofwisdom.com. Visit today.
What is good, people? We're back with another video, and this is going to be talking about the connection between the micro and the macro. You know, you are the universe, everything is inside of you. So the first thing you need to understand is that the law of mentalism, we are a thought in the creator's mind, everything's being thought into existence. We have a spark of this mind, this same mind of the creator, and everything is a state of mind. Particles or atoms, whatever you want to call them, are a mental thing. They're a product of the mind. Everything's thought into existence. Thoughts influence everything. Thoughts are energetic effects which send out waves into the quantum field around you. And your consciousness is actually the universe experiencing itself, expressing itself, and viewing itself. So we are the creator, but viewing itself in separate bodies. And this is why they call the material world the world of illusions. Because everything's separate here, but we all forget that we are all one. We've all been brainwashed to think we're all separate, but we're all one. We're all the same mind, the same consciousness, everything. So everything's created out of toroidal fields. God created the toroidal field. That's the only thing that exists because part of the atoms are toroidal fields. And it's the basis behind all creation. As you can see it in the owl's eyes, it creates the infinity symbol. And this was the apple. That apple is a toroidal field. And the toroidal field is made out of dielectricity, which is ether. Ether is black light, and this is counter space. This is another realm. This is what creates God to be omnipresent, to be everywhere at one place at all times. He is everywhere because ether is everywhere. And ether is infinite potential. It connects everything together, and that's what energy moves through. It moves through the ether. And that's black light. Everything is light, as it says in John 4:2, God is light. Everything's a vibrational state of light. So the Taurus field is made out of dielectricity, ether, black light, magnetism, which is white light, which is the center of the toroidal field. And magnetism radiates, it has no vibration. And then when white light splits, it turns into electricity, which is physical material, and that has a vibration. This is the Holy Trinity. The sun, the moon, Saturn. Saturn, the god of materialism. If you've watched my videos on Saturn, you know that Saturn is crystallizing everything into physical matter. And that's why his old name was El. The ancients called him El. And this is why we get L electricity. This is where L electricity comes from. Because L electricity is only a product of the physical world, which is redshift, blueshift, Adam and Eve. And this is what creates the redshift, blueshift is what is a product of magnetism. When magnetism, white light splits, and this gives us vibration. And this what creates the toroidal field, which is the basis of all physical creation. The sine wave is created out of the magnetic wave and the electric wave. The electric wave is the blue wave, and the magnetic wave is the straight wave, which is radiation. This is vibration, frequency. So the magnetic wave is straight, and then you have longitude and amplitude. which is depth, which is dimension. You see how the electric wave has depth and a dimension. This is why you get the cross. This is the cross of Earth. This is the symbol of Earth, of bondage, of physical matter, because it consists of magnetic wave and depth, which is electric wave. And this is where you get the sun cross or the earth cross, whatever you want to call it. It's the cross of physical matter, and the ancients knew this. This is why they used that symbol. Red shift, blue shift, which is the toroidal field, is the basis of all creation, physical creation. And this is why you have the police siren is red and blue. The Matrix movie, red pill, blue pill. You have red blood and blue blood in your body. The Democrat and Republic, the two parties, red and blue. Like your taps on your taps, you have a red and blue tap. One's generative and one's destruction. Fire, destruction, water, generative. So this is the basis of all things. And electric wave has dimension, like I've already said, depth, material, and it's measured in hertz. It's measured in hertz because it hurts you. It decays because the electric wave has a vibration, and vibration always has to go back to a standstill point. This wave cannot go forever, but the magnetic wave will go forever. It's radiation. Magnetic is radiation. It radiates forever. It pulses. But the electric wave will at some point come back to a standstill point, and that's why it hurts. It decays. That's why our physical body decays, because we contain of electricity. This body is an electric body, and it will return back to stillness like a guitar string. If you vibrate a guitar string, you pull it, it will vibrate, make a sound, and then go back to a standstill point. It's the exact same with every single toroidal field within the body. It will decay, and this is why our bodies decay, and everything in creation decays. So we're born into sin, the sin of Eve. The sin of Eve is always biting into the tree of knowledge of good and evil, which is the systems in the body. And the sin of Eve is biting into the sine wave. We bit into the sine wave. The sun moves in a sine wave. Our DNA is a sine wave. Time is a sine wave. Everything in this creation is a sine wave. This is why the dollar bill is a sine wave. Magnetism and electricity and electric waves in one. And this is the sun doing its sine wave, which creates, when you go bowling, it kind of creates that pin that you hit over. That's the pin of the sun. The Zodiac sign is a sine wave because the Zodiac sign is an expression of the toroidal field, because magnetism unfolds into 12ness. And that's why you have 12 Zodiac signs, 12 systems in your body, 12 cranial nerves in your head, in your brain. So if you can imagine this, see where my pointer is, always starts with Aries. Aries is the head. It's the first thing that's created in the womb. And this is Aries, the ram. And this is why it's called a cerebrum in your brain, which is the first thing that creates when you're in the womb. And what's the element of Aries is fire. Fire is the first element. F-I-R, first, because it's the first thing on the wheel, the first expression of energy. As you can see here, my pointer, this is the center of the toroidal field. It would go Aries, Virgo, Capricorn, Pisces, Scorpio, Cancer. Then we go back to Libra. Libra would be center. But you see how the toroidal field is the expression of the 12 energies. That's what the constellations are, the energy expressions of the toroidal field. So it would go outward, starting from Aries here, all the way back to Pisces, which is beyond the bottom half. But Libra would be the center. That's why Libra is the equinox. It's the equinox. Libra is when it goes from summer over to autumn. It's the equal. It starts to transition into the winter side. Equinox, equal, which is Libra. And that's why Libra has the two scales. It's symbolized with the two scales. That's because of, the sun moving over. It's being judged. It's equal now, but then it's going to tip over into the winter. That's why Libra is here, the center of the sine wave. Like I said before, magnetic energy unfolds into 12ness. Magnesium is number 12 on the periodic table. It's the sacred number. And this is why the scientists are NASA is trying to bring in another constellation to destroy the holy science of astrology. So Aries rules the head, which is Mars. Taurus rules the neck, the lower head. Gemini, the two twins, which is your lungs, your two twins, your arms, two twins. Cancer, the breasts or the chest area. Leo, the heart, which is the sun, which is fire, the center of the toroidal field. Virgo, the belly, which is the intestines. Libra, the kidneys, the two scales, the kidneys, balancing out everything. Scorpio, the sex organs. Sagittarius, hips and thighs. Capricorn, I've missed that out, which is the kneecaps. Capricorn, kneecap. Aries, which is the ram, which is the cerebrum in your brain. And then Aquarius, the calves and the ankles, and the Pisces, the two fish, the 2 feet. So everything corresponds, as you can see here. This is an ancient way of depicting it, of the folded human. And this is everything. Each constellation rules that part of the body, gives energy to that part of the body, makes you do certain things. So magnetic energy unfolds into 12ness, electricity unfolds into 7s. That's why when you get electric, the light spectrum that we see, it consists of 7 colors. Why we have 7 planets. The 7 planets give us our 7 metals and the 7 solfeggio scale frequencies. So the rota, this is the rota, and rota is an anagram for Torah. The Torah, which is I think it's the Hebrew Bible. Don't quote me on that, but it's one of the holy books, which is the Torah, the Taurus. Everything goes back to the Taurus field because it's the basis of all creation. So the chief cornerstone, it says in the Bible that the builders rejected the chief cornerstone. The chief cornerstone, you are the builder. You decided to incarnate into the physical world, into the electric world, El, the world of El, Saturn. When you are created in the womb, it takes you 9 months for you to be created. So, for example, if your parents, if you went into the womb here, it'd take you 9 months. So let's say you're born in Scorpio. So you'd go back 9 months, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. You consist of all of these 9 energies because it takes 9 months or however long you took to be born. Some people are born earlier. You'd have to find out how many months you were in the womb for. But you consist of these 9 energies, and each constellation has a cell salt associated with it. And these cell salts are vital for your health. And your cells and the optimal health of your body. So the chief cornerstone that you rejected is these 3 cell salts, these 3 constellations. So you're mineral deficient in these 3 constellations. For example, fluoride, magnesium, phosphate, and potassium sulfate. So that's the chief cornerstone. And a cornerstone, people always get it rejected with the cornerstone. The cornerstone is not, it doesn't say the cornerstone in the Bible, it says the chief cornerstone. The cornerstone is a cornerstone of a building, but a chief cornerstone is the top of the pyramid. This is where we get the pyramid of the wheel. So you're mineral deficient in whatever 3 zodiac signs you're not. You were not in the womb for. This is the chief cornerstone you rejected. So the human body is the micro. It is the universe in a physical form. It consists of everything in the universe. Just like your consciousness is the universe watching itself, experiencing itself. Your body is the whole universe. 12 systems in the body, 12 zodiac signs, 7 chakras are the 7 planets. The Holy Trinity of you is your Temple of Solomon, the soul and the mind, the sun and the moon. You know, everything is in you. You consist of everything, all the energies, everything. Heaven and hell. Heaven and hell is a mind state. It's a state of the mind. Head, H-E-A, which is heaven, and the heel, the bottom of your foot, is hell. And the bottom of your foot is the soul. So they're basically saying, well, it's wordplay. They're saying that your soul is in hell because, you know, with the elites being in control. So they call the bottom of your foot the soul, trying to say that you're in hell. The Christ is in you. And this Christ is Greek for Christos. And Christos is Greek for the oil. And this oil is produced in the cerebrum, the Aries, the ram, the cerebrum. It goes down the pineal. Well, the pineal and the pituitary are underneath the cerebrum. Goes down the pingala and the ida. The pingala being the positive charge connected to the pineal gland, pin, and the ida connected to the pituitary. And this is the 2 serpents going down the spinal column. And this is why Jesus goes from Nazareth to Bethlehem. And then Joseph and Mary are waiting for Jesus in Nazareth. Joseph and Mary are the pineal and the pituitary gland waiting for Jesus to come back up the River Jordan, your spinal column. So this is the oil. This is the story of Santa as well. Santa comes from the North Pole. Why? Because the North Pole of the Earth is the center of the toroidal field, and the North Pole of you is your spinal column, which is the North Pole of the toroidal field. The North Pole, he comes from the North Pole. This is the North Pole. This is the South Pole of the toroidal field. Comes from the North Pole, which is your mind. And he goes down the chimney and then back up the chimney. This is the chimney. And he drops off the present, which is the Christos, the oil. And this is why Jesus is crucified at 33, because he crosses over the vagus nerve at the top of your spine. When this oil comes back up the 33 vertebrae, these are your vertebrae here. When it goes up the 33 vertebrae, it gets crucified at 33 because it crosses the vagus nerve, and he's crucified on a cross at 33. This is the story behind Jesus and Santa. The Ark of the Covenant in the Bible is the two hemispheres which cover the vital parts of your mind, the brain side, which is the cerebrum, the pineal, the pituitary, etc. So the two hemispheres are the two angels, the Ark of the Covenant. This is the Ark of the Covenant covering the two vital parts of your brain. So these are the optic thalamus is another part, and it protects the Christ oil, which is inside at the center of the brain. See, the Bible is all a massive metaphor about yourself, because you are the universe. You are a microcosm of the universe. Your consciousness is experiencing itself, and the universe experiencing, and your body is the whole universe. Your head's heaven. So Moses crosses the Red Sea. These are the two hemispheres of your brain. This is the corpus callosum, the Red Sea. So he's pretty much saying that he's uniting the two hemispheres of your brain, because most people in this generation are stuck in the left brain, which is just logic, reasoning, science and maths, writing. You know, this is what school teaches you to do. It keeps you stuck in your left brain. And you want to cross over to you want to cross the Red Sea, which is the corpus callosum, to the right brain, which is awareness, art awareness, creativity, imagination, intuition, insight, you know, using the higher mind, creativity, imagination. If you don't have intuition, then you can't read energy, you can't pick up on bad things. This is what Moses is symbolizing by crossing the Red Sea. And it's also the upper room where Jesus met the 12 disciples. 12 disciples are the 12 cranial nerves in your brain. It doesn't just represent the 12 zodiac signs. The 12 disciples symbolizes many different things. Because like I said, energy the universe consists of 12ness. So you have 12 cranial nerves in your brain. And that's the 12 disciples as well. And they want you stuck in your left brain, which is the five senses, materialism. So they say in the Bible that Satan blinds the mind. Satan is Saturn. If you've watched my videos, Satan is Saturn. And you consist of the whole Trinity, which is the sun, moon, and earth. The soul, moon, the soul being your sun, the solar, the moon being your mind, the earth, your physical body. And Satan blinds the mind. Why? Because we enter a soul system. This is a soul system, not a solar system. And Saturn is the Lord of the Rings, which is the outer ring. When your soul enters the soul system, your soul starts to materialize, it hits Saturn. Why? Because Saturn starts to materialize you. You take on the 7 virtues, which are the 7 planets, which are your 7 chakras. And to get out of this soul system, you must get out of your lower nature, your animal nature, which is lust, desire, greed. You know, the number of the beast, 666, which is Saturn, Satan. So you enter the soul system, you take on the 7 energies, which you turn into physical matter. And this is your descension from heaven to, well, to say hell. And then you must raise back up from matter to spirit. They say Satan blinds the mind. Why? Because your mind gets materialized. Your soul and mind get materialized. And when you get materialized, it's an intense experience. You lose the divinity within you. You forget the divinity. So Satan, which is the first planet, the first energy you take on, the material body, he blinds the mind. He makes you forget everything, your divinity. Then you must remember, ascend up Jacob's ladder, the 33 vertebrae, to heaven. And this is a microcosm of the macro. because you will ascend back up to heaven if you do this, when you leave your physical body, when your body decays. So when it talks about in the Bible, completely destroy them, the Hittites, the Amorites, the Canaanites, all the ites, this is what God says to the Israelites. It says completely destroy them. It's basically symbolizing saying destroy your lower nature. The Canaanites, cannibals. We're under a Canaanite system now, which is cannibalism. And this is flesh eating, lust, greed, all the demonic stuff, all the lower vibrational stuff, the lower nature, eating, sex, and survival, the lower three chakras. You must get out of these lower three chakras and return back to spirit, which is heaven, which is spirit, love, being holy, being truthful, being passionate, going back to Satan blinding the mind. All of the planets are made out of these three symbols. Satan blinds the mind. And that's why Satan's symbol, this is the symbol for Saturn, Satan, this symbol of Saturn is the cross, which is physical matter, the earth, over the moon. The moon is your mind. So the Saturn symbol saying matter over mind. He blinds the mind. Satan blinds the mind once you enter the soul system. And you must remember, in the Bible, it talks about the Genesis, which is Eve, the sin of Eve, which is biting of the tree of knowledge. With the serpent, which wraps around the tree. It says the serpent placed himself on the tree. Well, the serpent is the spinal column. It's the serpent telling you eat from the tree of knowledge of good and evil, which is your nervous system. And eating from the tree of knowledge of good and evil is doing bad things. For example, over-sexualized, overeating, eating the wrong food. That's eating from your nervous system. It's decaying you. And it's preventing you from achieving the God self, the God consciousness. This is the symbolism of, the tree on the serpent, telling you to eat from the left brain, with the left brain being the sinister. Sinister is Latin for left. That's sin. Sin is left. And left is lefty Lucy, Lucifer, right, righteousness, right, God, godly. The tree of knowledge of good and evil, which is your nervous system, because it determines good or bad. That's the only thing you experience in this world is your nervous system. And then the tree of life is the cardiovascular system, and the Garden of Eden is your body. So that's it for this video, people. I hope you've got a greater understanding of how you are the universe and everything is inside of you. Just keep in mind you are the universe experience in itself, and your body is a reflection of everything. The 12 constellations, the 7 planets, everything's inside of you. This world is an expression from the inside outwards. You can't affect the outside world to manipulate reality. Everything's inside of you. I hope you got a greater understanding of this. God bless.
bookofwisdom.com. Visit today.
How are we doing, people? It's Revival of Wisdom. We're back today talking about sun worship. Okay? And please enjoy. Sit back and enjoy the video. First thing we need to understand is that the sun is the risen savior. It's the light of the world. Without the sun, we have nothing. Now, the sun is the Son of God. We didn't make the sun. No one owns the sun. But who created the sun? Obviously, the Creator created the sun. Therefore, it is the Son of God. And that is what Jesus is symbolizing in the Bible. The Bible is a metaphorical story. That's why it's called the greatest story ever told. Because it is a story about the sun, the Zodiac. It's about you, the systems in the body. It's about everything that is sacred in this creation. Now you can see the suns behind Jesus' head in all of the ancient portraits. Even the ones that are more modern, you still see a sun on the back of his head. Because he is the sun. He's the light of the world, our risen savior. And this is what Christians are lost, because they don't realize it's a symbolic story and they think Jesus was a historical person. He's not a historical person. Okay, this is what we need to get out. get out of our mind. This wasn't a historical person. It's the Son, our risen Savior. The Son is the soul. It's the soul of this creation. Because what is a soul? A soul is pure life force, pure energy. Whatever a soul inhabits, it gives life to. Like our soul feeds our body. The sun feeds the earth because the sun is a soul, and that's why the ancients called it Sol. Because it's the soul, and it's in you, and it's the light of the world. It's the light of everything. It gives life to all things. Here's Jesus and his 12 disciples. The 12 disciples symbolize the 12 zodiac signs. Aries, it rules the head region because the 12 zodiac constellations rule specific regions of your body. Aries, the ram, you have a cerebrum in your head. This is Aries on the head of the table. His Gemini rules the arms and the lungs. The two twins, Gemini. He's holding up two hands for the two hands and arms. The twins. Cancer has a knife in his hand. It's not so clear, but he has a knife in his hand. Cancer is the crab. Crabs have claws. And he's pointing at Virgo's Adam's apple, saying there's no Adam's apple there. It's a woman. Who's the sixth sign? The sixth sign is Virgo, the Virgin, the only woman in the painting. Now notice how there are 3 people in 4 groups for the 4 seasons and for the 3 months and 3 zodiac signs in each season: spring, summer, fall, winter. Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John with the suns on the back of their heads, because it's the 4 states of the sun. The 4 states of the sun. Now, 6th sign, Virgo, the Virgin, the only woman in the painting with no Adam's apple. Then we have the sun, Jesus, red and blue, red shift, blue shift. Electromagnetism. The ancients knew this. He's got one hand open, one hand down, because the sun gives and retrieves. The sun rises and it falls. It gives, then pulls away. That's what the sun does, and that's what he's doing. His arms are out, symbolizing the rays of the sun, casting down onto the earth, giving and then receiving. Libra, his 2 hands are equal, he's holding his arms out equally, because Libra is the 2 balanced scales. Libra is when the sun is balanced between the summer and the winter. It's being judged. The sun isn't balanced. That's what Libra is, the 2 scales. Capricorn is the goat. Goats have 2 horns, and you can see the 2 horns on his head here. See? So this is astrology. This is what Leonardo da Vinci is depicting here. It's astrology. He knew the story of the Bible is all astrology. It's all based on astrology. The Son of God, the real Son. Now here are some Bible verses. I am the light of the world. Obviously, that's the sun. What other light is there that lights up the world? The moon can't do it. It's the sun, the one and only Son, our risen Savior. Because if the sun didn't rise, we'd all be dead. So it's our risen Savior. And it dies for our sins every night and then gets reborn every day. Now Jesus calms the storm. Mark 4:35-41. The disciples are all on a boat and there's a heavy storm. But Jesus is asleep. The disciple says, Jesus is asleep. We need to awake him. They wake up Jesus, and Jesus got up and rebuked the wind and said to the waves, quiet, be still. Then the wind died down and it was completely calm. Well, when Jesus was asleep, this is the sun not being risen. It's not risen yet. Because in the night times, that's when the storms happen on the sea and the ocean. And when they awake Jesus, Jesus rises because he's the sun. He rises and everything calms. Because when the sun comes, the storms go. You see? So it's the sun. It's all about the sun. Here's another, Luke 22:10. A disciple asked Jesus, when will we know it's the end times? And Jesus says, as you enter the city, a man carrying a jar of water will meet you. Follow him to the house that he enters. Well, this is clearly talking about astrology, the topic that Christians think is satanic, when they don't realize the whole thing's based on astrology. Because the end times is the end of Pisces, which is the two fish, which is the age we've just gone out of. And you can see all these ancient churches here with two fishes, because they knew it was the age of Pisces. There's an ancient photo, ancient artwork with the two fish, Pisces. And the end times, as it talks about in the Bible, and Christians think the world's going to end or something. But no, it's just the end of Pisces. As you enter the city, a man carrying a jar will meet you. Follow him to the house. The house is the Zodiac sign that he enters. And the Zodiac sign is Aquarius, because that's what it is, a man carrying the water. We know this is astrology because a woman, that is a woman's job in the ancient times. In the ancient times, the woman used to get the water. You would never see a man collecting water back then. That was the woman's job, whilst the man builds the houses, for example. You see, so we know it's talking about astrology because astrology is the man holding the bucket of water. It's the end of Pisces. Now we are in Aquarius. And of course, Luke 24:36, the risen Savior, the Son. Now, the Son is also born on the 25th of December, a virgin, just like Horus, Mithra, Buddha, Krishna, Hermes, and thousands of other gods, all born on the 25th of December. Well, it's because the sun moves 1 degree northward on the 25th of December. And on the 22nd to the 24th, it stays in the same degree because it's moving south. But then on the 22nd, it stays in the same degree on the Southern Crux constellation. And the ancients called this the sun dies on a cross, because the cross is the Crux constellation, the Southern Cross. And it stays on that same degree for 3 days on the cross. The sun dies on a cross, and then on the 25th, moves 1 degree northward, bringing back the summer, the light, the warmth, the growth of crops. And this is the sun being reborn again, a virgin, because it's pure. And here's Mithra, another sun god before Jesus was around, before Christianity. It was Mithraism, and Mithra, Ra is Ra, the sun god, Egypt. It's all about Ra, the sun. You can see the crown of thorns on Jesus' head, symbolizing the rays of the sun. And here are the rays of the sun on the back of Mithra's head. Krishna, the sun. Buddha, the sun. Horus, horizon. All born virgins, all did miracles, all resurrected. Dead for 3 days. Well, here he is, dead for 3 days on the cross. And resurrected, because it's the most ancient religion ever been on the face of the earth, the worship of the sun. And we should worship the sun, because without the sun we are nothing. The sun feeds us, feeds the earth, feeds everything. Without the sun we are nothing. It's been reversed, and now we're worshipping man. When we're worshipping a man called Jesus, was never real. It's all about the sun, the most high, the most powerful, potent, celestial body in the sky, the orb that feeds us every day. It dies for our sins and rises every day. It's the sun. Now on the Holy Communion Day, it's the worship of the sun. They give out many suns. Here's Jesus holding a sun. And they raise the sun on Sunday, because they go to worship their sun god on Sunday. Not Saturn Day, not Moon Day, Monday, but on Sunday when the sun is exalting. And they hold suns up above their heads because the sun rises. They're symbolizing the sun rising above their heads as Savior. It's the sun. It's the Holy Communion Day. And here's Jesus giving a piece of himself to the children. It's the sun, the light. Judas was known as a backbiter, a backstabber, because he stabbed Jesus in the back. He betrayed Jesus. Well, this is just another astrological story about the constellation Scorpio, because the Scorpio is the J. Looks like a J. J for Judas, the scorpion, the backbiter. Scorpions backbite. They bite with their back. And what does Judas do? He betrays Jesus by kissing him to let the warriors know who they need to get. So he kisses Jesus and Jesus gets stabbed in the back. Well, when you get stung or bit by a scorpion, they leave like a kiss. So Judas kisses him and gets betrayed. Well, this is because the sun, when it hits Libra, it's balanced. The sun is balanced because it comes through summer. Now the sun's starting to die. The sun's starting to die. It hits Libra. And then as soon as it hits the scorpion, the Scorpio, it gets betrayed because now the sun has to fall to winter and Saturn is there waiting to take over the darkness of the winter. So he gets stabbed in the back by Scorpio, Judas, the Scorpion, the backstabber. You see, it's an astrological story. Here's Mary. Mary means marry, which means pure. The sun is pure. No one gave birth to the sun but the God. And it's born every day. It's born every day on every year. It's born pure. There was no controversy. There was no, activity for the sun to be born. It's pure. Now, the 7 metals come from the 7 planets. The sun gives you gold, and this is why the sun is golden. It looks gold. And this is why the banks are backed by gold, because gold is the most valuable metal, because it's the sun, the most valuable celestial orb in the sky, in the heavens. Well, here's Jesus, another ancient symbol of him being crucified on the cross with the big sun, the southern crux constellation. The sun dies on the cross constellation. And if you go to the old etymology dictionaries, you will see sun and son is the same word. They come from the same etymology roots. You can use them for no matter what, but they've been confused today. But if you go back to the old dictionaries of etymology, they are interchangeable. You can use them. Son, sun, sol, it's all the same thing. The 12 disciples, 12 brothers of Joseph, 12 tribes of Israel, 12 breastplates on the stones, because it's all the 12 astrological signs. They could have used any other number, but there's 12. Because 12 is the mind, which is God. 7 is the number of matter, which is man. 7 energy centers in the body. 12 cranial nerves in the brain, because it's the mind. 12 is the 12ness. The Zodiac is literally the mind of God, the signs of God. Now here we see here, Job 38, 31 to 33. Can you lead forth a constellation in the season? He's asking you, can you read the sky? Can you read the heavens? Canst thou bring forth the Mazzaroth in its season? Mazzaroth means 12 signs, the Zodiac. Why did they translated every single Hebrew word in the Bible into English, but they decided to leave out Mazzaroth? Why? It's because if that said Zodiac, Christians would have a different view on the Bible, but they leave that out. But Mazzaroth actually means the 12 signs, the Zodiac. And the stars means sign. The word stars means sign because the stars are signs, things to come, which is off in Hebrew, which means sign, things to come. You see a sign on the road, it's something coming. But God is saying, what does he say? To qualify as a director, a judge of man's life on earth, one must be able to govern the heavenly bodies that rule the earth. It's telling you to read the heavens. We need to read the heavens. Astrology, the 12 zodiac signs, the mind of God. It's telling you, read the Mazzaroth, read the Zodiac, because they are things to come in your life. They are signs. It's not satanic, it's made by God. God said, let there be lights in the firmament of the heavens to divide the day from the night, and let them be for signs. Signs are things to come. The 12 zodiac signs. It's all about astrology. Here's Mary holding the sun. His son, her son. It's the sun in the sky. The one and only, the most high. The soul, the solo because it's on its own. The most powerful, Ra, radiance. Here's the Pope holding the sun. All 3 popes holding the sun because they're sun worshippers and they know the true meaning and origins behind Christianity. Sun worship. Here's the Vatican is a sundial. Yes, this is literally a clock. Your watch is a sundial. It's got 12 sections on it for the 12 zodiac signs. 12 hours, 12 Horuses. Now here you see Jesus walking on water. Well, it's the sun, and here's the beard of the sun. Here's the pyramid of the sun, the illuminated one, the all-seeing eye, the sun. Here's the Ankh. The sun creates these symbols. The ancients knew this. Now, when you see these headdresses, these are actually the days of procession of the sun. Aries, Cancer, Libra. It's all about the sun. Here's some more sun worship going back to Egypt. Ra, Horus, Osiris, and Set. Jesus and Satan is Horus and Set. The sun and Saturn. Saturn rules the winter, Satan. Jesus, the sun, the light of the world, rules the summer, rules the day. Satan's the night, Saturn's the night, the sun is the day. The evil brother, Satan. Well, Horus comes, this is where we get the word hours from. There are 12 Horuses. The sun moves in 12 Horuses, 12 hours. Where's Horus? What hour is it? Where's Horus? His Ra, 12 noon, Ra, radiates, powerful, the most high sun. That's why he has a sun on the top of his head. These are the 4 states of the sun. Set, sunset. This is why we say sunset, because the sun is setting. His sunset, his Horus, horizon, the Horus is rising, Ra radiating, and the sunset. Then midnight is Osiris. Here's another ancient symbol for the sun, the scarab. Ra, the sun, scarab. It's got the word Ra in it because it's the sun. And here's the sun on top of the scarab with the wings. Because scarabs roll dung up hills, and then they'll let it fall down the hill to gain more matter. To gain more bigger, like a snowball effect. And the ancients saw this as a process of the sun, because the sun climbs up the hill and then it falls. So they used the scarab to symbolize the process of the sun. The sun climbs and falls. Here's an ancient Egyptian cat cutting off the head of the serpent. Well, the cat is cutting off the head of the serpent, symbolizes the sun cutting off the nighttime. When the sun rises, it cuts off the nighttime. It cuts off the serpent. The serpents represent darkness or evil. Oh, there's some more symbology of the sun and the heavens, the arch, the royal arch, the firmament, the sun inside the firmament. These are all ancient churches, and they all depict the firmament with the sun inside. Is the ancient cosmology, you see, because it's all about the sun. Everything's about the sun, because the sun is our orb made for us to sustain life inside of this creation, inside of this firmament, the royal arch of heaven. Here's the Freemasons depicting it. Here's the Masonic royal arch. But you can even see the zodiac signs. Here's Cancer, the checkered board. It's the royal arch of the firmament. Obviously, they don't want to tell you that. You live in space, apparently. Some more sun worship. Here's the beard of the sun on the water. They all have this long beard. And why do they say amen? Amen at the end of every prayer. Amen is a sun god, a creator god. It's all about the sun. So thank you all, people. Hope you all enjoyed. Hope you all gained some knowledge and insight. Please give me a follow, drop a comment, drop a like. Have a good day. Love you all.
bookofwisdom.com. Visit today.
What if dreams aren't random at all, but messages from a deeper part of yourself, trying to show you things? In this video, you're going to learn exactly what dreams are from an esoteric view, how to control dreams, and how to dream more frequently. Dreams are not nonsense. They are expressions of the subconscious mind. In the daytime, we're using our conscious mind, what we are aware of. This represents the daytime, the sun, the external world. We're operating in the external, outside the body in the day. But when we go to sleep, we return inward. Everything does this breath. We breathe in through the nose and out through the nose. Everything does this in and out process in the universe. We live, we die every single day. We wake up, we express things in the external. Then at nighttime, we return back to darkness, back to the internal. This is the breath of the universe. We have summer, we have winter. This is the breath of the sun and the seasons with the earth. You have an internal world and an external world. External is physical, the internal is spiritual. Like I said, when we go to sleep, we are returning back to the internal world of your own consciousness and subconscious mind. Your subconscious mind holds everything about you, your memories, your traumas, everything you've ever learnt, your language, your name, your job, everything you identify with is stored within this vast network of the subconscious mind. It is your own personal consciousness. Therefore, when we dream, we return back to the subconscious mind, and we are in fact thinking, but in a subconscious way. The subconscious does not speak the same language as the conscious mind. The conscious mind uses language, thoughts, and all things that are very logical and very easy to understand. The subconscious is the complete opposite. It is very indirect, metaphorical, and symbolic. The subconscious communicates and works in symbols. Ultimately, symbolism is the language of consciousness. This is why in occultism and esotericism, it is filled with occult symbols, because symbols are used to communicate directly with the consciousness within the subconscious mind, and the subconscious mind is ultimately connected to the collective consciousness. We are all connected and tapping into the mental plane, where we receive thoughts, ideas, depending on what we attune our mind to. That's why we call it a mindset. But getting back on topic, the subconscious mind is your own personal network. It is like a net, an interconnected web of your thoughts, memories, traumas, emotional blockages, and all the things you identify with and have experienced in your life is stored within this network. It can be seen as a web. One example of the subconscious mind using symbolism is this next story I can tell you. Let's say I was in a very traumatic car crash as a young child. I experienced a lot of emotional trauma in that car, and that deeply impressed my subconscious mind with that trauma of emotion that I felt. Therefore, every time I see a car in my external world, that car is now a symbol that represents the state of consciousness I was feeling in that particular time of the traumatic car crash. The car is a symbol for a state of consciousness within my subconscious mind. Just like when you see a word, that word triggers what you believe that word to be in your subconscious mind. Symbols are the language of the subconsciousness. Therefore, when we dream, we are basically seeing symbols of our own personal subconscious mind. Our higher mind, which is basically our subconscious, the higher version of you that exists beyond your human thinking mind, communicates using symbolism. The higher mind does not speak human thoughts, human language. It speaks the language of symbolism. Therefore, when we dream, every event, every person, everything that happens, and everything you see is your own personal subconscious mind materializing within the plane of the astral plane. This is a dimension that sits just above the physical world that everything is pulled out of. For example, look around you. Everything you see around you was thought, then imagined. Imagination is the astral plane, and this astral plane sits above the physical world. As above, so below. These objects were thought, imagined within someone's mind, and then pulled into a physical reality. Therefore, the imagination is what you're experiencing within a dream. It is your subconscious mind thinking and materializing within the imaginative plane. For example, let's say you are a Christian, you believe in Jesus your whole life, you have lots of emotion towards Jesus. This deeply impresses your subconscious mind. You believe in him so much, you go to sleep, you have a dream that you meet Jesus. You did not meet directly with Jesus. You met with your own belief. It was your own belief materializing within the imaginative plane and revealing itself to you. Dreams are materializations of your memories, your subconscious beliefs, traumas, and anything that could be inside the subconscious mind. It is your subconsciousness revealing itself to you in a material form. Let's say you have a nightmare. There is a big dark figure chasing you and you are running away in fear, away from this dark figure chasing you. That dark figure is not an external entity. It is not a spirit or a jinn or a demon. It is in fact an aspect of your own mind. It is a symbol that represents maybe a fear, a trauma, or something you are running away from internally inside your subconscious mind. Something that you are not addressing, but something that is fearful, something that can be controlling you on a subconscious level. Let's say you have a fear to address something in your personal life. You want to address someone who is getting on your nerves at work. You continuously put this off and you fear doing that situation. Over a long period of time, this can slowly control you subconsciously. You start to avoid the person, avoid any contact. It is subconsciously controlling you. This is not the best example, but you can see what I mean. Hidden fears and traumas in the subconscious mind can subconsciously control your actions and ultimately lead you to low states of consciousness, keep you from reaching your higher potential, and ultimately create blockages within your own consciousness. That figure in the dream is a materialization of something that you are fearing and running away from and not addressing. This is why people always have dreams of traumas that they have experienced as a child or when they were younger, or maybe from a year ago or two. It's because that emotion is deeply impressed in the subconscious, and the subconscious is always trying to reveal things to you, communicate to you that you need to change, purify, and maybe heal within your own consciousness. This is how the higher self communicates to you through the language of symbolism. Once you understand this, dreams can become a very powerful tool, not just entertainment at nighttime. Your consciousness never rests. Your consciousness is eternal. It is the very spark of the divine. Your body needs rest. Your consciousness is not physical. It does not need rest. So this is a way you can identify what your dreams are trying to show you is by writing them down. A dream journal. Every single dream that you have a book placed near your bed. Every time you wake up, first thing you should do is pick up the book and write every single detail that you can remember about the dream. The people that you met are all symbols or aspects of yourself. Maybe it is a friend you saw in your dream. That friend represents a state of consciousness that is within you and is trying to reveal something to you. It's about making the subconscious into the conscious, to become conscious of the unknown. Write down every detail, everything you saw, every event that played out, even the details of the clothes that they were wearing. Everything is symbolic within dreams. Write everything down and then analyze the dream. Don't analyze it from a logical mind. Analyze it with the right hemisphere of the brain, which allows you to see metaphors, read between the line. Try and gain the message that it's trying to show you. What does this overall mean to you? And what could this reveal about aspects of yourself that you need to heal or maybe take action in your life and world? Because your higher self is always guiding you towards awakening and fulfilling your mission in the manifested physical world. Dreams speak in symbols, not logic. Ask about your dreams. What is this trying to tell me? Don't take things literally. Look for an emotional tone and symbolic resonance. With practice, you'll begin to understand the personal language of your subconscious mind. Now that you understand that, again, please leave a like or a comment on this video. This is now a technique for lucid dreaming and dreaming more often. This is not going to happen overnight. This is not an easy method. It simply takes practice and dedication. Every morning, choose 3 time slots. For me, I choose 4:30, 5 a.m. and 6 a.m. 3 alarms that are going to go off at these 3 times, half an hour apart from each other. Each time you wake up, stay awake for 5 to 10 minutes. Turn off the alarm. Try and keep your conscious mind awake, but drift back into sleep. There's no other better way for me to explain that. It's very difficult, but try and keep the mind awake, but the body falling back asleep. More than likely, you will drift off back to sleep. Then the next alarm will go off half an hour after. This will wake you up again, guaranteed. You will probably drift back to sleep by repeating this process. After the 3 alarms go off, each one of them times, you're either going to have a dream or a lucid dream, but definitely you will have a dream. And if it doesn't work one time, keep trying it. I've been using this method for a very long time, and I can tell you 70-80% of the time it triggers a dream, and a very vivid dream. And it's ideal for lucid dreaming because keeping the conscious mind awake while letting the body fall asleep, you can become conscious within these subconscious realms of your mind. But when you are conscious inside the dream world, you can do what you want, but you also want to let the dream naturally unfold. If you try and take too much control, then you will wake back up. If you feel any fear in your dream, you will wake back up into the material world. Another tip to dream more often is to meditate before bed. Simply close your eyes and think about nothing for 5 to 30 minutes. Detach from everything outside you, your name, your job, work, thoughts. Mentally detach from the world and the physical pleasures and become pure awareness before you try and go to sleep. This will help you become conscious while being within the self. If you wish to learn more about consciousness, yourself, the Book of Wisdom Volume 2 can definitely help you. I'll leave a link in the description. Thank you for watching this video, and I'll see you in the next one. What if I told you that the seasons don't just change the external world, they also change your internal world? They have a psychological and a spiritual effect on your consciousness. If you're new to esotericism, you may not really understand this. But if you have some deep understanding of as above, so below, you already know this. But today we're going to be explaining it in great detail. So tune in, take a pen and paper, maybe make some notes. So we have 4 seasons. The sun is the main source of life on the earth, and it changes the circumstances on the earth in 4 different ways. Of course, we have spring, summer, winter, and autumn. These are the 4 states of the earth due to the sun's cycle. Not only do they take place on the earth, they also take place on you, your body, your mind, your spirit, your consciousness. They change things internally and externally. The first thing we need to understand is that we have a dual nature. We have a mind, and in that mind, we have an internal self. That's what we call the spiritual self. It is the individual that exists within their own mind, within their own consciousness. It is the self that imagines, thinks, feels. That's the spiritual self. And internally, that self is the true self. When it's detached from the false identifications, of course, such as the ego. But the true self dwells within the mind, and that's the immortal self. That's the self that will never die, never perish, that will always be there, and it always has been there. The internal self. But on the other side of the mind, the outside of the mind, we have this, what we call our physical human body. This is our external physical body. So outside of us is a physical reality, but inside of us is a spiritual non-physical reality. Inside of us cannot be measured. Outside of us can be measured. So we have an internal world and an external world. I think this is the reason why the word individual has the word dual at the end. Dual meaning opposing or two. We have a dual nature. Inner world, in the mind, and a self out the mind. And the mind acts as some sort of doorway. It is a doorway into ourself. So in esotericism, this is what it's all about. It's about we work with the internal world. We try and figure out who we are from the inside out, not who we are outside of us. Because we realize that the external world is nothing but a crystallization of what's happening inside of us. Our lives are a result of every single thought that we thought in the past. So let's not get off track here. Let's carry on. As I was discussing the seasons, we have an internal world in the mind and a self outside the mind. And this is reflected even in the cycles of the heavens. This is how you know the universe is intelligently designed, and the law of correspondence corresponds with everything. The law of correspondence is as above, so below. It's not a hermetic principle. It's not a Freemasonic principle. The law of correspondence, as above, so below, is just the law of life of the universe. It is in everything. So the daytime, the sun, this is external impressions or expressions, should I say. We express ourselves outside the mind, in the outside world, in the material body, taking actions outside of us during this daytime. The sun represents outward expression, the daytime. This is when we wake up, we're conscious, we do things outside of our mind. But then the nighttime comes around and it becomes dark and the moon rules over the nighttime. And we return back to our internal world. We return back to the darkness. We return back to the internal internal self, the self in the mind, really is fascinating. And this is as above, so below. This follows the correspondence. This follows the law. Although that the outside world has a cycle of day and night, so does our own mind have this cycle. As above, so below. As within, so without. What's happening outside of us is also happening inside of us. The mind is also going in a cycle. Because in the daytime, the mind wakes up and we express things externally. But when the sun goes away and the electromagnetic rays of the sun are not very strong, our brainwave decreases, our body activity decreases. It slows down and we return to the internal self. The body switches off and we return to the internal self in the mind. We enter in the doorway of the mind and return to the internal, the spiritual self. And when the body is less active, this is when we are more connected to the internal world, our spiritual true self. So as above, so below corresponds with the day and night, the sun and the moon. The moon represents our internal world, the world inside our mind, the self inside the mind. And the sun represents the external self in the external world. So not only are these cycles happening in nature, the darkness outside of us when the sun goes away is the same darkness that we go within ourselves when we go to sleep. It's the same cycle. Our bodies are in the cycle of the external world also, as above, so below. But then we can even take this even further. This fractals down even further. If we look at the cycle of the yearly cycle of the sun, which is what we call the 12 zodiac signs, we notice that these 4 seasons also take place in every single cycle of the day. So a yearly cycle can be seen as a big version of a daily cycle, or a daily cycle can be seen as a smaller version of a yearly cycle. For example, we look at Aries, which is spring. This is when the sun springs everything back to life in the spring. This is when the crops start to spring up and start to grow again. But we could see that at 6 a.m. in the morning, when the sun rises and just cracks over the horizon and starts to bring light into our day. Aries is associated with the morning time also as spring. Morning time is a smaller version of spring. Then we look at the summertime. The summertime is midday, when the sun is at the top of the middle of the sky. This is when the sun is most powerful, most radiant in our day. This could be seen as the summertime. Then when the sun starts to set, this is associated with autumn. Autumn time is the sunset. Then the winter time is associated with the nighttime, the midnight, when everything's very dark. So a daily cycle is basically a smaller version of a yearly cycle. And just how I explained how the cycle of the sun outside of us also happens inside of us with our consciousness falling asleep when the sun goes away, is also happening to us on a yearly cycle also. So the daytime is associated with the summer and the nighttime is associated with the winter. The winter is like the inhale. The summer is like the exhale. It's the breath of the universe, just like how we breathe in and out of our lungs. Everything takes this rhythm and polarity, okay? So winter is associated with the self and the world inside of ourselves, inside of our mind, the spiritual self, the internal. Because the winter is when the sun's rays, electromagnetic rays, are not very powerful. And this decreases brainwave activity, making us more connected to our internal world, inside the mind. But the summer's the complete opposite. The summer is when the sun is very, very powerful. And the sun's powerful electromagnetic rays increase brain activity, making us more actionable in the physical world outside of our mind, in the external world. So summer is the daytime and winter is a big version of the nighttime. Vice versa. Just like how in the winter, we're more in the house. We're inside buildings so it's very cold outside. Animals hibernate. They go inside. They go into little places. They collect all their food and prepare for the winter. They go inside. They go in darkness to hibernate. So does our consciousness, our spirit, the self inside of our mind. We can use these cycles to our advantage, to evolve spiritually, to connect and be more balanced. You know, I've mentioned a lot of this inside the university to my members, to the family inside of there. We discussed this. We had a great discussion about this. And, you know, the live calls we have are priceless. The conversations you can have with someone when they're awake, you never forget them. You always have deep, meaningful conversations. And we discussed this deeply, and we were going into some interesting things about how we can use these types of changes in the seasons for our spiritual growth. We even discussed about spring and autumn and how they're associated with the different spiritual bodies that we have. But anyways, let's not get off track. Lucid dreaming, dreaming itself, and astral projections, I find are more easily accessible during the winter and the night times. Like I said, because the brain activity is decreased due to the sun being not powerful, we are more reconnected with the self inside the mind, the spiritual self, the immortal self. Wintertime is a great time to work on yourself, to start to gaining discipline, to meditating, to really working on the subconscious. Because spiritual work is harder than any physical labor. You really got to dig deep within yourself and be honest and true with yourselves. I think this is the reason why, a lot of people convert to spirituality from religion. They come into spirituality and then they go back to religion because they realize spirituality it's difficult. You have to be honest with yourself. You have to really face the traumas, the negative aspects of yourself, the dark side of yourself, and bring it to light and transform it. And that sort of work is a lot more difficult to do than any physical labor. So the winter time is the time that we go inside ourselves. We reflect a lot more. We need to work on ourselves, on our mind, on our negative habits, on our dark traits, on our things that we have been pushing away and not controlling. The winter time is that time we can really start to connect with the internal self, work on our imagination, work on our mental willpower, work on all of these things like lucid dreaming, astral projections, and purifying ourselves, removing any mental barriers, any negative belief systems that may be subconsciously holding us back. It's easier to access the subconscious in the nighttime and in the winter, especially the winter. That's why I made this video, because we're in autumn now. We're transitioning into the winter. So I thought I'd share this with you all. And it's important to understand that you are a microcosm of God. Like I said, the law of correspondence associates with everything in the universe, people. Everything. And that's the best thing with the law of correspondence. And I've been using this for the past 3 to 4 years, right? The law of correspondence has determined and filtered out so many lies that was given to me, that's given to you, that's given to everyone in the world. The law of correspondence is like a filter. If someone gives you a piece of information, for example, gravity, and it does not apply with the law of correspondence, then you know it's a lie, because it's a universal thing. What happens inside of me also happens outside of me. What happens in my astral world happens in my material world, more than likely. As above, so below corresponds with everything. The same structure in my veins, in my nervous system, is the same structure in the trees, in galaxies, in everything. As above, so below, the universe is a fractal universe. Therefore, the point that I was getting at is that you are a microcosm of God. The same mind that God manifested things through thinking. He thought the stars, the earth, nature, the human body, designed everything with the God mind. He thought everything into existence. And that mind, them powers that God used to manifest everything into physical existence through the power of thought, is the same mind that you possess, but on a smaller scale. God manifested the macrocosm through thought, as the universe is a mental universe. Everything you see around you was thought, then manifested into physical reality. God manifested the macrocosm, the world, through thought, and that same force of thought you use to create the microcosm, to create your own world. You think your life into reality, your world into reality. Your body is a microcosm, a miniature universe. Every thought you think commands 50 trillion cells in your body, and your cells religiously execute on every command that you give it. You're in charge of 50 trillion cells. You're literally commanding a whole civilization inside your body. And this is how you are a reflection of the divine. The God mind created the macrocosm, the world, and you create your own world inside that world using the same power as thought. Very powerful. So everything that happens outside of you is also happening inside of you. The law of correspondence is the most important, the law that you could possibly learn, because it makes everything so clear for you in the universe. Makes life so clear. You see the reality for what it truly is. It's a reflection of the higher dimensions. Just like how reality right now is a reflection of what's happening inside of people's minds and consciousness. We can't blame the elites for all the negative things that's happening in reality, because all the negative things that's happening in reality is the negative things that's happening in people's minds. We need to take control of ourselves. So with that being said, thank you all, everyone. If you wish to read more, 90% of you watching this video have already got this book. I want to say thank you for your support. It means the world to me. It makes me research more and write more books. And the book of Symbolism is coming very soon. So thank you, everyone. I'll leave a link in the description for the Unum University for the live calls and for the book if you wish to join. Have an amazing day.
bookofwisdom.com. Visit today.
Neo is plugged in on the back of the neck, which is the reptilian brainstem. The reptilian brain is all to do with survival mode, survival state. It's always scanning the environment for safety, whether that's physically, emotionally, or mentally. It does not think. It is instant. For example, do I smack the guy or run off? If something happens to you, like a car's coming really quick to you, you do not think about this. The reptilian brain is the animal instinct that will instantly move your body on the instant reactions. Hence why it's the closest brain to the rest of the body. It has instant access to the electrical nervous system to control the body at instant reactions. Now, Neo is plugged in on the back of the neck, which is the reptilian brain. Therefore, the matrix is the body itself. It is the lowest state of consciousness. This is what it represents. The word matrix means womb. It translates to womb because your body is a womb. Your body is a vessel for universal consciousness, for God consciousness. And the body is also a womb where you can be born again outside of this body by raising your consciousness, by awakening the neocortex. This is why Neo is called Neo, because it represents the neocortex. This is the higher aspect of our brain. This is all to do with new things, higher reasoning, higher thinking, new learning. You see, the brain is a receiver for universal consciousness. Now, what do I mean? It is a radio receiver. Think of it like this. You have a radio tower which emits frequencies. And each little frequency, 00.1, 00.2, 00.3, each 00 point is a different person. We are all the same universal consciousness, encapsulated inside of a different vessel. This is why our body is the temple of God inside of the Bible. Your body is a sacred temple of the divine essence of the universe. However, consciousness is controlling this physical body. And I'll show you this diagram here. Consciousness consists of imagination, emotions, thought, and memory. All of these things are not physical. They're not made out of atoms. You cannot think with atoms. If I split open your brain while you are thinking of a cheesecake, I would not see a cheesecake. It's because these things exist metaphysically within consciousness. They are not physical. The body is physical. It's part of matter. It's part of time. You see the Leonardo da Vinci, the circle and the square. The square represents limitation, beginning and end. Because when you draw a square, there is a beginning and end. It represents the body, the mortal self, the ego, the echo. Then you have the spirit raised above, which represents spirit over matter, mind over matter. Invisible forces create physical forces. Everything physical exists in non-physical. This is also the Freemasonic square and compass, why the square is below the compass, because the compass creates the circle, which is spirit or mind. Then you have the square, which is matter. Mind and matter are the same substance. Mind creates matter through thought. Everything in this physical universe manifested through thought. Everything began as thought. So you are spirit and matter. You have a material body and a spiritual body. And you are right in the middle. This is why humans are very, very important. Because we have an animal nature, the reptilian brain, and a higher consciousness, the neocortex. And we must awaken out of the matrix, which means womb, which is the body. And Neo is waken up from the lower self, the reptilian brain, and moves into the neocortex, because the brain is a radio receiver for consciousness. Now, what do I mean? I went over this before. Your consciousness is controlling the brain. The brain is a computer. And when our consciousness, our imagination, our emotion, our thoughts, and our memories are all contributing towards just survival things, food, safety, fear, all of these things, and our consciousness is locked into a survival state, we are using the reptilian brain. We're no longer thinking. You don't think with the brain, but the consciousness is thinking, which activates the different parts of the brain. When we think for higher reasoning, we use the neocortex. It stimulates the neocortex. When we think about survival, we're using the reptilian brain. So therefore, when Neo wakes up, he wakes up to the higher aspects of consciousness, which is only utilized by the neocortex, by learning new things and expansion of the mind and expansions of consciousness. Okay? So the whole matrix is to keep you designed, well, the whole matrix is designed to keep you in a survival state, in the three-dimensional awareness. They want you constantly scanning for safety, scanning for food, scanning for emotional safety in relationships and other people. You see, they do not want you to think. They want you stuck in that reptile, that animal state, that beastly state that most people are in. Most people, all they do is eat, listen to music, consume, have sex, lust, desire. This is all the reptilian brain. So when we say the world's being ran by reptilians, it's symbolic. There is no physical reptilian humanoid beings controlling, manipulating human consciousness. We are all the same consciousness. However, there is a corrupted state of consciousness running this world. And this consciousness worships the physical plane. And they control the physical plane. So by doing that, they keep you stuck in a reptilian way of thinking, the animal state, to keep you stuck in the lowest state of consciousness. Now, this is the god Osiris, which represents the reptilian brain. None of the Egyptian gods ever existed. They are all symbolic for the brain and anatomy of the human body. Osiris represents the reptilian brain. As you can see, this anatomy compare to the brain stem and Osiris statue found in Egypt. And we also see an ancient artwork of Osiris with green skin and two reptile crocodile alligators next to him, which also symbolizes the reptilian survival state of human consciousness and the activation of the reptilian brain. This is what it symbolizes. Now, this is what the Matrix is all talking about. It's talking about the awakening, the expansion of consciousness. The word divine is dive in because you connect with the divine by diving inward. There is no man in the sky going to save you. You must connect with the self. Know thyself. Truth comes from within. All of these things I'm telling you comes from within you. I'm just pointing it out. All of this is self-realization. A lot of people say, well, what are my sources? My sources is knowing thyself, observing thyself, using the neocortex of critically thinking, sitting down and thinking about yourself and having deep realization of yourself. You can realize that your thoughts are not of this physical world. It's quite simple. The brain does not think. The brain does not imagine. The brain does not hold memory. All of these things exist in consciousness, the one consciousness, but we are all fractal, infinite parts of. This is the eye on the triangle, consciousness being given down to the rest. This is separate. Consciousness is separate from the rest of the pyramid. The pyramid is your body. Neo is the one consciousness. This is the Egyptians symbolizing the one consciousness giving Ankh, which is life, to all the different life forms. However, you can see that the central sphere is giving a big Ankh to the humans, because humans, like I said, possess the advanced consciousness, an advanced brain that allows us to turn above our reptilian animal self. For example, we can go against our reptilian lower animal nature and turn to our godly nature. Animals cannot do that. They are stuck in instinct. They are stuck in a reptilian animal way of thinking and operating. Everything they create is to survive. We can turn against our lower nature and create for amazing things like buildings, architecture, technology. We can use our creative consciousness for anything we wish, not just survival needs. And it's the same with your spiritual journey. You can raise your consciousness beyond this animal state that they try to keep you in through fear, consumption, food, and the reptilian brain. We must awaken, start to think critically, and awaken to our divinity, because the mind, the consciousness within you has infinite potential to expand. There are infinite fields of knowledge that you can explore. The mind can never be filled. It can never ever be full of knowledge. It always expands, and that's why you are alive. That's why you are part of this universe. That's why the science always says the universe is always expanding, because the universe exists in your mind, and the mind is always expanding into new fields of thought, new fields of knowledge and information. And that is your whole sole purpose, of expansion of mind and expansion of consciousness, and the exploration of the mind of God. We are living in the mind of God. You are a thought in the mind of God. You must awaken out of this body. This is why Jesus says you must be born again to see the kingdom of God. You must be born again. You must raise your consciousness beyond physical limitation and awaken to your divinity. And this is pretty much it for this video. I hope you all understand this, that this is all symbolic for consciousness.
bookofwisdom.com. Visit today.
You're living in 4 planes of existence right now, but most people are only aware of one. And that's why they feel lost, disconnected, and stuck in cycles they can't explain. If you don't understand the blueprint of reality, you'll keep trying to fix the physical, while the real causes lie in the unseen dimensions that you have direct access to. You must understand that the universe only exists in the mind. Everything is a projection of consciousness. Therefore, consciousness produces everything. Our internal world is consciousness. Our external world is this physical body, physical world. Everything is an externalization of consciousness. For example, this was a thought. Now it's made physical. But before this was invented, it was existing in someone's mind, in consciousness, invisible. Then it was made manifest, made physical. So everything in this physical plane is the effect. The cause is consciousness, mind, the mental plane. So now I'm going to explain these different dimensions of consciousness. You don't just exist in this physical plane. The physical plane, in fact, is the lowest plane there is. It's the illusionary plane. So first of all, we have the Buddhic plane. This is the nothingness. So think of it like this. Absolute nothingness. If you turn off thoughts, there is nothingness. This is the void. And out of the void springs infinite potential, which is the mental plane. Now, your mind has no limitation. It can think anything, be anywhere, anytime, any place. In the whole world, there is no limitation with the mind. This is the realm of infinite possibilities. This is the realm of thought. Thought is a dimension, information and thought. To go a little bit deeper on this, there are pockets of thoughts, what we call in the occult fields of thoughts. Your mind does not think thoughts, it receives them. Your mind is like a radio. Whatever the mind is tuning into, setting its mindset, setting your frequency or setting your mind, you will receive thoughts based on that set, whatever you set your mind to. So there are pockets of thoughts that we penetrate in the mental plane. The mind is the mental plane, the infinite possibilities. This is the spark of creation. This is where all things begin to manifest as an idea in the mind as a thought. So if you want to gain certain information, you need to meditate or do thought exercises where you are penetrating that dimension of thought, that pocket of thought. For example, if you want to find a way on how to make financial wealth, you would use your mind, set your mind on wealth and money, and think, close your eyes and think about that specific topic and see where your mind takes you. And you will expand your mind into different pockets of thought and gain information. So this is the mental plane. This is how you can use the mental plane. You can use the mental plane to do this. Then we have the astral plane. We have higher, middle, and lower astral plane. The astral plane is the body for thought. So every dimension, physical, etheric, astral, mental, Buddhic, is a body for a dimension above. Each dimension below is a product of the dimension above. So for example, the astral plane is imagination. This is the lucidic realm of imagination. This is where thoughts begin to manifest into some sort of form. It's not a physical form because this is physical, but imagination is a lucidic form. It's not really physical, but it's there. It's a projection of light. It's astral matter condensed by the willpower of the mind. So depending on the vibration of that thought will depend whether it manifests in the higher astral plane, middle astral plane, and lower astral plane. If you think about more material things and visualize material things, this will manifest on the lower astral plane because material matter is low vibration. Now, that does not mean it's evil. That does not mean it's bad. Okay? It just means low vibration just means more material. But if you think and imagine more spiritual things, this manifests on the higher astral plane. So the astral plane is the screen in your mind that allows you to vision an apple, that allows you to vision anything. It's that mental projection that's inside of your mind. Now, this is what we call the third eye. It's an eye because the eye is the mind, and the mind can see into the astral plane. It perceives this spiritual world, this lucidic realm that we have access to. This is where also infinite potential takes place. This is the realm of spirits, demons, jinns, whatever you want to call them. Spiritual entities exist in this because this is where thought forms manifest into form. This is where thoughts create bodies. Think of it like this. The mental plane is a thought of a chair. The astral plane is the imagination of that chair and all of the different possible chairs that could possibly be. The etheric plane is the energy double of that chair. And the physical plane is the physical chair. So as you can see, the higher we go up, the more formless and lucidic it is. The lower we go down planes, the more dense it becomes. This is formless and this is form. Everything manifests through this process. This highlighter is down here in the physical plane, but the idea began in the mental plane. Everything begins in consciousness before it creates a physical body. It goes through this process. Therefore, if you want to start to mold and create your own reality and create things in your world, you can use these planes to your advantage. You can use your mind to do mental thinking exercises by closing your eyes and expanding your mind into a different pocket of thought to gain wisdom, gain information, gain downloads. The way you do that is simply get into a meditative state, close your eyes, pick a topic that you want to think about, and see where your mind takes you, but always remain centered on that topic. And you can do this for maybe an hour or two or half an hour, and your mind will take you places where you will unlock information. You can even use this to make decisions in your life. Think of the topic and see where your mind takes you. You'll gain information. This is how you use the mental plane for ideas. The astral plane is imagination. You have to reconnect with your imagination very vividly. Your imagination, your consciousness is infinite. It's not a three-dimensional plane. It's an infinite plane. You can think and make form anything in your consciousness, in your imagination. You can think anything and you can imagine anything in the most vast details. You just have to reconnect with your imagination. I have a free book on my website. I'll leave the link in the description. It's an ebook. It's called Activating the Inner Eye. This is going to help you reconnect with your imagination. It's a practical guide on how to imagine. So once you know how to use the mental plane and astral plane, thought and imagination, you pretty much need to use the physical plane to take physical action with this physical body that you have and start to manifest these desires you have in the higher planes. Now, it's very important that we master the mind, because the mind is the very fabric of reality. We become what we think about. Your life is a product of every thought you thought in the past. It is the mind that directs the flow of consciousness. And wherever this consciousness is flowing is what you will create in your life. Consciousness is the most potent force in the universe, and the mind is pretty much the universe in a microcosm form. It is infinite potential, and your mind will continue to expand into new realms of thought forever and ever and ever. You are eternal. You are not this physical body down here. You are consciousness, literally dreaming that you are in this physical body. So everything begins with the mind. We need to be conscious of the thoughts that enter our mental field of consciousness. There is a level of self-awareness that you can reach where you can become conscious of pretty much every single thought that enters your mental field. Now, we have over 7,000 thoughts a day. You can gain such mastery over your mind where you can become conscious of every thought you think. And that is when you gain superior power. Because when the mind is fully under control of self, you can direct the mind's potent force into a specific goal. Most people's minds are dualistic. They want something, but their mind is thinking something else. They have limiting belief systems. They have the little voice that comes in and says, you can't do this, you're a failure. That is a fractaled mind. The mind needs to be singular. It needs to be on your team and not an enemy. Do not let your own mind take away your power. Your mind should be on your team, giving you power, giving you the best possible thoughts and the best possible beliefs. When the mind is in this condition and on your team and not taking away your power through the destructive thoughts, it becomes a potent, powerful force used for manifestation to create anything. And the way we get the mind on your team is through constant meditation to learn how to control the mind and turn it on and off. Subconscious reprogramming through visualization, affirmations, cultivating emotions associated with your goal. All these three ways we can reprogram the mind slowly over time so that it becomes powerful and becomes on your team and doesn't give you negative contradicting thoughts. When the mind is fully aligned on one thing, it can create massive empires and things in your physical reality. So I hope this video helps, and I'll see you in the next one.
bookofwisdom.com. Visit today.
Hello and welcome to another video, people. Before we start, please like, comment, and subscribe if you wish to see more content. Today we're going to be talking about the mental universe and how everything is mental. This is the number one law on the Kabbalion. If you've never read that book, it's called The Kabbalion. A very good book. It's the first law because this is the most important thing you need to understand, is how everything exists within the mind. Behind every single one of these eyes is the same consciousness expressed in different bodies. The mind is what gives perception to what you're experiencing. Behind every single one of these eyes is the exact same consciousness, but the brain that they inhabit is giving them a different perception, a different being, a different body. Now, this is the difference between humans and animals. Humans possess a advanced consciousness, an advanced mind that gives us the ability to be aware of ourselves mentally, physically, and spiritually. We can reflect on ourselves. When a dog looks in the mirror or an animal looks in the mirror, it doesn't know what it's looking at. It doesn't realize it has a consciousness. It can't reflect on itself. It can't say, I want to improve in this area. It doesn't have that consciousness. We have a divine consciousness. Take away the N for divine, and you get with a D, put it with a D, you get divide, because we have a divided two-way consciousness. An animal only has one. However, it's still the same mind. We're all mind. We're all mental. We all exist within the mental plane. Look at this person walking. The body, the brain is sending electrical signals through the 12 cranial nerves, which the 12 disciples that spread the gospel of Jesus, right? You have 12 cranial nerves in your brain. There are 12 disciples which spread the gospel of Jesus. Jesus represents the mind, the intelligence, the invisible intelligence that we all are, the same intelligence, the same exact consciousness, which then sends a command into the brain. Then the brain sends these 12 electrical signals through the 12 cranial nerves to control the rest of the body through the nervous system. This person walking is not, the body is not walking. The mind is telling it to walk. And the brain is it's a supercomputer which is decoding these demands given to it by the mind. Because the pineal gland will have something to do with the ether, because the ether is physical and non-physical. The mind is sending the commands through the ether to the pineal gland, which is then getting broken down into electrical codes within the brain and sent throughout the nervous system to control the body. And this is why in the Sims simulation, because the body's the simulation, it's a false reality. It's the fake reality. It's not the real you. You are formless. There is no form, but the third dimension is a dimension within your mind. Matter, mind, light is all a product of your mind. It's all in the mind. Now, this is why the Sims has this green little diamond on top of the head. Because this is you. This is your invisible intelligence controlling the character. Okay? It's controlling the character. And this character is in the world. Your consciousness isn't in the world. The world exists within you, but the body is a vehicle for that realm that you land in. When you have a dream, your mind transcends this body into another body, duplicates your body into another universe, unite. Unite is one. We're all one. It's all one universe, expressed in many different ways, infinitely. And the vehicle that you land in is the body to operate in that realm. This is the all-seeing eye, as you see here. The eye, this is all the intelligence. This is the ball of consciousness, God, expressed in different bodies. We're all this same one in different bodies, as you can see here. And this intelligence is expressing infinitely throughout the universe. An infinite universe. There's no beginning, no end. There was no beginning of the universe. There is no end. It's infinite, always has and always will. But the mind is what gives you the ability to explore the universe, to make perception of it. We are God in disguise. We are God in disguise. We are God in flesh. But the body can become attached to the mind, can become attached to the body if the mind is not aware of itself. When the mind is that blinded by matter, and we lack knowledge and understanding of what we truly are, a formless, infinite being, a traveler. This is why Freemasons are called Freemasons. Mason means traveler. Free. You're a free traveler because your consciousness is a traveler of the universe. When we lack understanding, our mind bounds to the body because we don't separate the body with our different layers of consciousness. When we separate them and identify that we are mind, body, emotion, you then can apply this knowledge to when you want to astral travel and explore the different realms of your mind, because the mind is the universe. People, this is what we need to understand. The mind is the universe. I am you and you are me. This is the Egyptians showing you this. The Ankh is the symbol of life. This is the one ball of consciousness, mind, giving it the Ankh life to all the different life forms. The cows, the birds, the snakes, and the big Ankh given to the humans, because the humans are the most intelligent. We have the most advanced consciousness. We have the most advanced consciousness. This is why the one is giving a big Ankh to the humans here. Here you see it again. This is not the sun. This is also showing Ankh giving out its life to all things infinitely. And this is the Most High. We are the Most High in disguise. When we strip off the body, we strip off the desires for the physical world, we strip off all these fake identities that the mind gets attached to. That is God. The universe. You are the universe experiencing itself. I and I. The letter I and the number one is just one line. The letter I is the number one. Because your I am, when you refer to yourself as I, every single one of you who's watching this video refers to yourself as I, which is the one. We are all the one. We are all intelligence. We are all invisible. We are all the one. One is the only number. 1, 2, 3. Everything goes up in ones because there is only one. Doesn't matter how far you go down the line with numbers, all of their numbers are created by one because there is only one. It's me and you are the exact same consciousness expressed in different bodies. Mind. Cause. There is only one cause. There is only one mind. There is only one being. But because we lack understanding of this, we think we are the bodies. And this causes division because the physical world is the most illusionary world. It's an illusion. It's all an illusion. Now you see with the two, you look with the two eyes, but you see with the inner eye, the mind. Okay, the mind is the mental plane is a shared plane, and it gives perception to what you're looking at. The mind. I'm affecting you when I speak, because the mental plane is shared. We all share mind. We all express mind. When I'm speaking to you, I'm affecting you because we are mind. So the words that I'm saying, which are being manifested from my mind, are being manifested through my body into vibration, is affecting you. I'm affecting you with what I'm saying. And these words are having an effect on your mind, because we're all mind. This is why you need to be careful what you're listening to, music and all sorts. Because music can also create thought loops within your mind. Because the chorus, we shouldn't be listening to choruses. Choruses are loops. And what they're saying in the chorus is being looped. And this can create thought loops within your mind. Go and listen to an old song that you used to listen to about 5 years ago, 10 years ago, 20 years ago. Go and listen to an old song, and you guess what? You will get nostalgia. Why will you get nostalgia? Because that song will trigger the thoughts that you were thinking in that time of listening to that song. So songs with choruses create thought loops, and they reprogram your subconscious mind. It's important why music is very powerful. Mind and mind, same word. See, language is the truth, people. This is why I use language in all of my presentations, especially the English language. It's riddled with occult truth. I is my me, I, you, and me, or I, one. We are not the name, we are I. Every single one of you is I, because we are all the one, all mind. Now, the only thing that is truly mine is my mind. When you say something is mine, it's an illusion. It's not yours. The only thing that is mine is mind, my mind. Okay? It's my mind. It's the only thing. It's the same word, mind and mind. Like I said before, everything's one. Hot and cold is different degrees of the same thing, of the one substance, of degrees. The 7 colors are different frequencies of the one white light. Everything is one. There is only one. We are all one. Everything is one. Hot, cold, day, night. It's the same degree of one, which is mind. The mind's perception is what's giving it, labeling it hot or cold. The mind's perception of colors is what is giving it red or purple, hot or cold. There is only mind. The mind gives things perception. There is only one, that is mind. The conscious and the subconscious mind. The male and the female, these are married. The subconscious mind is your hidden part of the mind. Okay, it's hidden. You can access it through different meditations and Reiki teachings, and dreams or manifestations of your subconscious. This is how you know mind and matter are one, because your mind creates matter in dreams. Your subconscious manifests everything in a dream, in the astral realms. The conscious is what you're conscious of, what you're consciously thinking of. So me, I am conscious that I am speaking into this mic and creating this video. My subconscious mind is the hidden part of the mind, which is speaking to my heart, telling it to beat. It's telling my food to digest. It's regulating all my blood. It's doing everything in my body without me being conscious of it. Without me being conscious. The subconscious is the feminine. The conscious is the male. The Bible, of course. Proverbs 12:4. Helpful, not helpful, an excellent wife is the crown of her husband, but she who brings shame is like rottenness in his bones. In the same way, husbands should love their wives as their own bodies. He who loves his wife loves himself. You can take that physically, you can take that literally, or you can take it metaphysically. See, the Bible's written in such a way where you can take it as your level of realization. He who loves his wife loves himself. If you love your subconscious, if you love yourself, you speak good about yourself because your subconscious takes everything literally. If you say, I hate you to someone, your subconscious does not know the difference between me and someone else. It only thinks me, me, me. Why? Because mind is the only thing that exists. You are mind, I am mind. If I say I hate you, you're saying that to yourself. Your subconscious picks that up and says, I hate myself. And that's telling your subconscious that's what you want. Because your subconscious manifests 90% of your behavior. The programs within your subconscious. Tying your shoelace is a program. You don't need to be conscious of it. You can just do it because it's a program. It's deeply interwoven in the subconscious. Driving your car, texting on your phone. You don't have to think about what letter. You just do it because you know where the letters are. It's a program. Therefore, if you look after your subconscious, they are a married couple. It's your wife. Your subconscious is your wife. And it manifests 90% of your daily basis thought patterns, actions, behaviors, emotions, all the things that you all the trauma that you've experienced is stored within your subconscious, which is affecting you. So let's say you were in a car crash 10 years ago and you had a really traumatic event, you really hurt yourself, and you had a very, very, very strong emotion that you felt of pain. That will still affect you today. And why? Because it will manifest into your behavior. How? Well, you'll be cautious of what cars to go in and who. You'll be cautious because of that event that stored within your subconscious, because of that feeling you felt was so painful and so strong. It's still manifesting into your behavior today. For example, you won't go in certain cars, you won't go with certain drivers. The subconscious stores everything, all your memories, the programs, and everything. So if you trick your subconscious, that's how you manifest your life. If you trick the subconscious, you already have something. And therefore it will manifest into your life, and into your behavior, thoughts, and actions. This is why the golden rule is to treat others like you want to be treated. Because I am you and you are me. We are all subconscious. We all have subconscious. Whatever I do to you, I do to me. Because my subconscious picks that up and thinks I'm speaking to me. Mind is very powerful. Whatever I do to you, I do to me. Treat others like you want to be treated. The golden rule. That is the only rule we need in this realm, in the universe. If everyone understood this rule and how the subconscious works and how karma works, we'd live in heaven on earth, the Garden of Eden, the golden age. As a man thinketh in his heart, so is he. Proverbs 23:7. Where your heart is, there will be your treasure. Your heart's the emotions. This is the storehouse of emotions. This is where you feel emotions. You have to let your emotions move through you, not become you. You can't let your emotions become you. Or accept, be like the sky and let them pass through you. Be like the clouds and the stars passing over. Let them pass through you. Do not let them become you. And this is how emotions can take over your mind. We are driven by, when a man is driven by emotions, he has no self to control. You must control the mind, because the mind can be corrupted. Because your thoughts are electrical in the brain. Your thoughts come from the mental plane. So how the mind works is that you place your attentions on something in the mind, and infinite information just flows in. Think about it. When you think of a certain topic, as soon as you think of that topic, information comes flying into your mind. Different ideas, ping, ping, ping. It's all connected. It's why we call it a mindset, because your mind sets itself to frequencies. And when we think of something, we tap into that frequency, and just the universe, the mind, the mental plane just flows in information based on that frequency and that thought. The universe is just information. All of the information out there, nothing is new. It's all there. You just have to tap into it. You can tap into these different thoughts, and it's all there. Everything already exists within the mental plane. You don't think anything. You receive thoughts. We all share the mental plane. We affect each other. I'm affecting you. Speaking, listening to me is affecting your mental plane, your mind. The physical plane is the lowest plane. It's the world of effect. Everything you see in the physical plane is the effect of mind. Like I said, the person walking is the effect of their mind telling the body to walk. The physical plane is the lowest dimension of your mind. Mother Earth, we are in a mother. We're in the womb still. The Earth is feminine. It looks after you. It provides you with food for free. It grows on trees, with water. It's Mother Earth. It's the womb. The dome above your head is your mother's belly. Okay? Is your mother's belly. You're in the womb still. You're forever in the womb, because your mind's constantly expanding. Because when the baby's mind figures out that there is a reality outside of its mother, it starts to hear the people on outside of its mother, what does it do? It figures a way out of the mother, and it becomes born again in the water, in a hospital, into the other world. It's the same with our minds. When our minds figure out there is other worlds beyond this physical, we explore them. The astral plane, for example. You figure a way out of the body. Because when you're the firmament, look at the word firmament, meant at the end. Firm is firm, something strong, something like a rock is firm. If your mind is firm like a rock, you will be stuck under the firmament. So, for example, people who are very programmed and can't think outside the box, they have a firm mind, and they'll be stuck under the firmament, because your mind is the only thing that's keeping you under the firmament. It's the only thing. When you're doomed, doom is dome. This is the dome, which is your head. Your head is the dome. Above your head, above the earth, is the dome, the ethereal barrier. But that's just an external manifestation of your head. You don't leave the earth, you leave your body to leave the earth, because your body is the earth. It's a dimension within your mind. So when you're doomed, you're domed. Your reality is your level of realization. You realize something, or when you have an idea, the mind, and the EYE or I, same thing, mind, it's all mind. Reality is your level of realization. You realize there's other worlds. That's your reality. Your perception's your reality. Mind in Latin is mens. Jesus was known as the fisher of men, which is the fisher of minds. He was fishing minds worthy of knowing the higher truth, the deeper occult knowledge. Jesus figured out that we are all God. And he got killed for it because in that age they were trying to suppress this information. Jesus figured out he was God because we are all God, every single one of you, and they killed him because we're all mind. We are not the body. We're the invisible intelligence, which is God. But you are not God if your mind is attached to this physical world, to the worldly pleasures. If you master your mind and travel the depths of your mind, that is God. Mental and men. Look at the word mental. It has men in it. Men in the Bible means mind. Here you see Masonic. The Masonic symbol with the eye, the mind. Looking over everything is the one. Everything comes from the one. All the lines coming off it. Giving its life to all of the life forms. Down here on the bottom, you have duality, black and white. Up here, you have singularity. One and the two. Unification and division. The lower self is divided into the left and the right. So the Bible even says, I forgot what verse it is, but it says, it's better to go through life with one eye than to have two and be cast into the fiery abyss of hell. I'm not sure what verse it is, but you can research it yourself. It's better to go through life with one eye, to be unified. Unified consciousness. Dimension. No-brainer. No-brainer. The language tells you the truth, people. Dimension. The dimensions are in your mind. Entertainment. Entertain the mind. Disappointment. It's all in the mind. Environment. The environment that you are in is a product of your mind. Within, rearranged spells high twin. Within is your mind, and your external world is mirrored from the decisions you make in your mind. Advertisement, commitment, it's all meant, it's all mind. Everything is mind. Everything. So, this is important. The collective thoughts and collective beliefs. The collective, because we all share the mental plane. And because of this is why we are in a weakened state of consciousness at the moment. Because the collective thoughts and the collective minds overall are asleep. And they don't believe in anything. You see, everything is true within the mind. You think of something, it is there instantly. You think of a chair, it's there in your mind. You think of anything, it's there instantly. So everything is true within the mind. Anything can happen in the mind. Anything can happen on the physical plane if the collective consciousness, the collective minds, believe it to be true. This is why back in the days, in the ancient days, you look at all the old world stuff, you see all this crazy technology, and it's because as a collective, as humanity back then, they believed that they had much more open minds. Therefore, the things manifested in the physical world were a lot more out of the box, so to say, compared to today. For example, magic is not as powerful today because the masses don't believe in it. It's still powerful, don't get me wrong, but if the masses believed, or if everyone knew magic could be real, because it is, anything's real in the mind, it would be a lot more powerful. You see? So and what they're trying to do is create a hive mind worldwide. They're trying to make one religion, an external god. What happens when you worship something external? You give energy to it, because where attention goes, energy flows. Where your mind gives attention to, energy goes there. And when we all believe in external gods and give our worship and our power to these external things, we all give energy to it, which will manifest as a demon in the astral planes. It's a hive mind. They're trying to make a hive mind to summon our energy. Trying to summon our energy. And it through mind, through collective thoughts. The hive mind. They want one religion, one government, one currency, one belief system. And that will create a hive mind, which will limit our consciousness, which will limit what we can do in the physical world. Because if everyone doesn't believe in certain things, it cannot happen, because it's all in mind. Mind is so powerful. I am you and you are me. I hope you all enjoyed this video, people. If you haven't already, join the Wisdom Academy. The Wisdom Academy, we have many occult lectures just like this one. Also, we have just launched Mindwave Hub. If you want genuine frequencies, genuine binaural beats, because the ones on YouTube, the ones on Spotify, Apple Music, they're all tuned to A440 hertz, which shuts down the right hemisphere of the brain. If you want to gain access to your true consciousness, your mind, you need to balance the two hemispheres and balance the chakras. You can do that externally by listening to binaural beats. If you want true frequencies, true binaural beats to hemisync the chakras, hemisync the brain, to gain access to the different dimensions of your mind, well, you can gain access anyway, but it's going to help you if you're trying to learn this. Join Mindwave Hub. The link will be in the description. Listen to the binaural beats, meditate to them, listen to when you go to sleep. They'll massively benefit you. Thank you all, people. Hope you had an amazing, lesson. Hope you learned a lot. And please subscribe. God bless you all.
bookofwisdom.com. Visit today.
Welcome to Revival of Wisdom.
What is good, people? Is Revival of Wisdom. We're back with another video. Today we're going to be talking about the importance of Saturn and the occult. Let's jump straight into this. So Saturn is the god of the earth, right? It's the time of God, change, destruction, physical matter. He creates and destroys, because the energy of Saturn is the key to crystallization. It wraps things in physical matter, right? He creates everything, all life forms, and he takes things back, because the day that you're born, that's the day that your expiry date is coming. The time is ticking until Saturn takes your life. This is why he's known as the Reaper. Okay? as he's personified as eating his child here in this ancient Roman painting. As you can see, he's eating the child. We are all children of Saturn, right? He creates physical matter, our physical bodies, right? He's the god of time because he's the slowest moving celestial body. He's the Lord of the Rings, as you can see here. He's the last one on the ring. He's the slowest one moving, okay? So he is the Lord of time, destruction and creation, okay? This is why his name is Saturn, Satan. He's the devil, okay? But I'm not saying Saturn's evil, guys. It's a part of life. Everything lives and dies, right? He's the key to crystallization. Now, as we have the clock here, our god Saturn, or Chronos in Greek, just means time. He's also the god of time, as I've already said. 60 seconds in a minute, 60 minutes in an hour, 24 hours in a day. Add 2 plus 4 equals 6. 60 seconds, 60 minutes, 2 plus 4 equals 6. That's 666. Okay? And as you see on the clock, 6 take away 12 equals 6. 7 take away 1 equals 6. 9 take away 3 equals 6. 6 is the number of Saturn. It's associated with Saturn, right? He's the god of time, of justice. Everything goes back to the Reaper in the end. Everything lives and dies. Now, the artwork of him, he's always got the Reaper staff. You see, it's personifying death. Now, when you see this, the Romans were not saying Saturn was a real person, a real god in human form. No, this is personification. This is what the ancients always did. They personified, just like the Bible. It's all personification. So the personifying Saturn eating its children because it eats, it's the Reaper. No one can escape the Reaper. No one can escape death. Now, Saturn is 666, which is in the Bible, the number of the beast, right? The number of the beast, Satan, 666, right? So on the North Pole of Saturn, you have a hexagon which makes a cube, right? Now this hexagon, when you join up all the corners, creates the 6-pointed star known as the Star of David, right? In the Jewish religion. Now, as you can see, the 6-pointed star has 6 points, 6 mini triangles, and a 6-sided hexagon. That makes 666. And also, your Saturday is named after Saturn, the 6th planet, the 6th day of the week, and has a 6-sided polygon on its north pole. That's also 666. Now, this Star of David, this symbol goes back thousands of years, and it originates from Saturn. It's not the Star of David, right? It originates from Saturn. It symbolizes the physical and spiritual aspect combined into one, which makes us humans, right? Also symbolizes the male and female combined into one. These two sacred energies create the human. We consist of both male and female energy, also known as the Seal of Solomon. And we all know if Solomon was a real person, he talks about communicating with 72 demons. He could apparently, in the text, he could communicate with 72 demons, and this is sorcery. This is black magic. Now, this symbol is associated with hexing people. When you place a hex on someone, that is a form of witchcraft, which a hex is just a curse. When you're cursing someone, this is black magic. Now, the black magician would stand in the middle of the symbol and cast his spells onto other people. Now, this symbol is obviously on the $1 bill, twice on the $1 bill. and it's very, very ancient symbol, and it originates from Saturn. And let's keep going. So the cube. So I've just said how you see the cube on the North Pole of Saturn, right? The cube is limited. It's a 3D shape. It symbolizes limitations to the physical 3D dimension, the third dimension, the physical realm which we are in. Now, as you can see, the color associated with Saturn is black, right? Black is infinite potential. Black is the creation of all things before there was light. Light is born out of blackness, darkness, okay? Now, black is physical matter. And as you can see, the black cube, black symbolizing physical matter, the cube being limited, as the physical realm that we are in is limited. It's not like the fourth dimension where everything can exist in a thought. The third dimension is limited, right? And this is what Saturn is. It limits you to the 3D 666. Your body limits you to your physical body. Now these black cubes are placed everywhere, as you can see: Australia, Denmark, Manhattan. There's one in New York. As you can see, the Apple have a cube. The Nintendo GameCube, Trump Tower is a black cube. This is worshipping the energy of Saturn, the god Saturn. Okay, it's not a god; it's a celestial energy. However, it rules over Earth because it pretty much created the physical realm. Now, as you see, when you go to a funeral, you wear black, a black suit symbolizing Saturn, which is the color associated, black. And as you see in Mecca, they walk around the black cube in rings. As you can see here, they're stood around in rings, like the Saturn, the rings of Saturn. The Mercedes symbol. You probably wouldn't notice that, but yes, it's Saturn. And when you graduate from university, you wear a black cube on your head. This is all symbolizing Saturn. Okay. Now, as you can see, the Jews here have a black cube on their third eye whilst they pray. Notice how he's shutting his eyes into blackness, darkness, and he's wrapped around a black strap around his arm. This is symbolizing the wrapping of physical matter, of how physical matter wraps things into existence. And as we all know, the Star of David is a Jewish symbol. So he has the black cube and the Star of David, right? So all of these religions are secretly worshipping Saturn. Okay, this is all Saturn worship, Kronos, the god of time and destruction, the physical reality. Now, as you can see, it's symbolized everywhere in all major corporations. Pepsi, internet, that's obvious. NASA, of course, NASA. NASA means to deceive in Hebrew. Universal, Walkers, that one's so obvious. Nike, Toyota. So many different ways they symbolize it. You either see the rings of Saturn or the black cube, as I just showed you here, the Nintendo and the Mercedes, right? It's absolutely everywhere. Now, they also use 666 to symbolize it, as I've just broken it down to you. 666, the World Economic Forum. We all know how they're trying to enslave us into this new world agenda. Google Chrome, CERN, Disney, Coca-Cola, Cadbury's, all of these have 666. Now, every UPS barcode has 666. And even www. Is Hebrew for 666, as you can see here. Monster. It's the same Hebrew letter. It means 666. Drake, 6 god. That's his god, Saturn. Why? Because they love physical realm. They love the physical dimension, the third dimension. Because they can rule here through riches. They can build an empire here. It's not like the fourth dimension. They don't want to ascend. They want to stay down here in the physical realm. Okay? Now, this is why they're cloning. They can move their consciousness into other clones to live forever. This technology exists. This is why they love the third dimension. As you can see, all of these sellouts here, Drake, Leonardo DiCaprio, you know, all of these people doing 666 because this is their God. This is their God. They love the physical realm. They sold their souls for wealth and fame in this physical realm. So why would they leave? You see? Now, this isn't all just evil, okay? So you have 7 chakras, right? You have 7 days of the week, 7 solfeggio scale notes. These are frequencies, the solfeggio scale. Now, it's called the Saturn moon matrix because the moon symbolizes your mind because you're created out of the Holy Trinity, which is body, mind, and spirit, right? That's the triangle, the equal triangle, body, mind, and spirit. Now, the 3 main celestial bodies are Earth, Moon, and Sun. The Earth being your physical body, the Moon being your mind, and the Sun is your soul, hence why it's called solar. It's a solar soul. Now, these symbols are alchemical symbols. So when you're doing alchemy, you use these symbols to obviously symbolize what we're talking about. Now, as you can see, these are all the symbols of the planets. Now, Saturn is created out of the moon on top, the moon on the bottom and the earth on top, as you can see here. You see? And this creates the number 5. Now, with the moon being your mind and the earth being your physical body, this is mind over matter, because the earth is your body's matter. This is a matter over mind. You don't want to be matter over mind. This is low states of consciousness. You won't be mind over matter. You see, to manipulate matter, to create your own reality. Now, obviously, we all know Saturn is associated with the lowest chakra, which is the root chakra. This is to deal with your animal instincts. When you're down here, you identify as the physical body. You don't know anything spiritual. You're you have a pure physical mind. You don't believe in anything spiritual. This is survival mode, consumption. They want you trapped down here, which is matter over mind. They don't want you to create your own reality, which is mind over matter. You see? Now, that's what Jupiter is. Saturn is the moon on the bottom and the earth on top. But Jupiter is the moon on top with the earth on the bottom. That's mind over matter, you see? So, these chakras are an ascension process from matter, physical matter to spiritual. This is the ascension. This is the stairway to heaven. This is Jacob's ladder. You see? Now, the number 5, which is obviously associated with Saturn as well, which create the symbol for Saturn, created the number 5. You have 5 senses, 5 elements, 5 physical elements. As we all know, Saturn crystallizes everything into physical matter out of the 4 elements. 5 fingers and toes, 5 points of man. Okay, the number 5 is the number of justice. Saturn holds things back. He restrains things from you, makes you learn the lesson. Now, 666 is not all evil. 666 is the atomic structure of the carbon atom. 6 protons, 6 electrons, 6 neutrons, right? We are carbon-based life forms. All life forms are based on the bonding properties of the element carbon. Because Saturn crystallizes everything into physical matter. Now, the Masons symbolize this with the checkered boards. They have the black square, which is obviously matter, as I just said, the black cube. And spirit is the white square, because white is eternal light. White and light, you see. Black is physical matter. Now, this is what we are. The point of our soul is to transmute from matter to spirit, but these are interchangeable. This is the constant cycle between spirit and matter, spirit and matter. High vibrational matter turns into spirit. Low vibrational spirit turns into physical matter. You see? Now, we are carbon-based life forms. This is what 666 is, the number of the beast. When I say we, the physical body is the beast. It's the animal. It's the carbon suit to operate in this physical dimension, in this physical realm. See? It's the vehicle used to operate in this physical realm. But your mind isn't from this physical realm, you see? The brain is the physical manifestation of the soul. Okay? So, as you can see here, the spine is an extension of the brain. Everything goes back to the brain. This is literally what your physical body is. You see, this is the nervous system, and everything reports back to the brain, and everything's controlled from this control center. And this spinal column, at the top of the spinal column, is your third eye, which is known as the pineal gland. And this is the seat of consciousness. It's the center of consciousness. That is your true self, pure consciousness. This body is just a physical body. This body is mortal. This body runs out, but your consciousness lives forever. They don't want you knowing this. This is why they keep you down here in your lower chakra. They want you to believe everything is just physical. They don't want you to believe in the spiritual side of reality. Because this way they can manipulate you, right? They want you matter over mind because they know your mind creates reality. They know your mind is the root cause of reality. You manifest your own reality from the inside out. So this is why they control your perception of reality. They control your information in order to manifest their new world order. You, who are ignorant to knowledge and wisdom, you who are ignorant are manifesting their agenda because you accept their information and their perception of this reality. Now, this is why they tell you the globe model, the heliocentric model, to trap you into physical matter. Now, if you understood about this true form of this realm, you'd understand that there's a spiritual side behind everything. The spiritual side, something has to exist. The root cause of reality is higher planes of existence. It happens in the mind before it happens on the physical plane. You see? They don't want you knowing this. They want you matter over mind, which is the symbol for Saturn. Moon over Earth. The Holy Trinity. Now, as you can see, the cube also makes IXXI. This is Roman numerals. This is Roman numerals, and when it's translated from 9/11. Yes, 9/11. This is the secret code of the One World Order. the two twin towers, when the two become one. Okay, when the two become one, this is how you reach the higher states of consciousness, the physical and spiritual. Now, as you can see, the 9/11 memorial are two black cubes. It's two black cubes. This is all Saturn worship. Now, I'm not saying that Saturn is an evil celestial body, right? No, everything has a good side and a bad side, right? It's duality. The spirits of Saturn on the dark side are the most evil demonic spirits. Now, these are the spirits that these are invoking through these rituals, right? Yes, 9/11 was a massive ritual. It's a satanic ritual, okay? Now, we all know Elon Musk. Elon Musk is coming with the mark of the beast. And English gematria, this equals 666, right? 666, as I said, is the number of the beast. You are the beast, your physical body. You see how the Bible twisted things up to make things more confusing, right? But it's there. You just have to have the knowledge to be able to read the Bible properly. As we all know, we had this virus. I'm not going to say the name because I'll get flagged. This virus adds up to 666 because this is all part of the New World Order. It's all part of keeping you in this physical dimension. Okay? Now, as you can see here, Novus Ordo Seclorum on the back of his shirt, on Elon Musk's shirt, this is also on the $1 bill, Novus Ordo Seclorum. This means New World Order. Yes, New World Order. This is on the back of Elon Musk's shirt. And as you can see here, he owns Neuralink, which is the brain chip which they're going to be putting into implanting this onto your brain. This is the New World Order to connect you and merge your consciousness with AI. Neuralink and Meta, he owns Meta as well, which is the metaverse. These are going to be linked in, hence why they have the same symbol, but just in a different format. It's the infinity symbol. And the infinity symbol comes from the Taurus field, as you can see here, your electromagnetic field from around your body. Now, the end goal is for this New World Order is to trap your consciousness inside of an alternative reality being projected from the metaverse. Because the metaverse will be the reality. Neuralink will be the brain chip inside of your brain, projecting your consciousness into an alternative reality while they harness your energy of your physical 666 body. Now, this stuff gets real deep, people. Now, this is the end goal of the New World Order, is to connect you with AI. This is why they're trapping you and keeping you in these lower states of consciousness in the Saturn associated root chakra. So you don't find out about the spiritual side of reality, because if you knew the truth of this reality, you wouldn't connect to AI. You see, you have the power within you to travel to other worlds, the astral plane, for example. You travel to different worlds when you are sleeping. Okay? They want you to know it's just a dream. However, their end goal is to trap your consciousness and feed off your energy, spiritually and physically. Okay? I don't know why these people are just pure evil. As I said, evil love bondage. They love the physical dimension. They don't want to ascend to other realms. These evil love the third dimension. This is why evil spirits will inhabit bodies, exorcisms, because they miss being in the physical realm. They miss it. Evil love bondage. So this is why they're cloning and putting their consciousness in clones to stay in this third dimension, to stay as further away from the source as possible. Okay? This is why they're doing it. And this is how it's all linked in. So I hope you all enjoyed this video. Hope you gained some wisdom. Please feel free to join the Telegram. And please leave a like and a subscribe. Thank you all, people. God bless.
bookofwisdom.com. Visit today.
What are we all doing, people? Survival wisdom. Today we're going to be breaking down the Bible and its real, true metaphysical meaning. All of these slides within this video is taken from my book, The Book of Wisdom. So you can get all of these slides. So the Temple of Solomon, you are body, mind, and soul, which is the Holy Trinity, the moon, sun, and earth. The sun is your soul because the sun is its infinite source of energy. It is its own source of energy. And that is what your soul is. It's its own source of energy. The moon is mind. This is why you call people a lunatic. You're a lunatic. Luna means the moon. And inside of your mind, you have a specific mood. Mood is moon. And mind in German is Mond. And the word Mon means moon. And earth is your physical body because your body contains of the four elements, the four physical elements. Well, the Temple of Solomon is the temple of the soul and the Mon, the soul and the Mon, the soul and the mind. And it's the temple of the Holy Spirit in the Bible. Everything leads back to one singular point in the center of the brain. The brain is not the mind. It's mind over matter. Okay? The brain is the physical manifestation of the mind. The brain is the electrical computer which decodes the light waves given to it by the mind. This is why everything in the body leads back to one singular point. And we'll go over this in a minute. But this is controlling the physical body. This is the within. If you rearrange within, it spells high twin because within you is your twin, your true self. And it's just an entity in the center of the mind. And if you shut your eyes, you can feel it. Your awareness is in the center of the brain. So there's just an empty chamber in the center of the two cherubs, the two brains. They are two separate brains. They're two hemispheres. And the empty chamber, when scientists chop it up and see it's just an empty chamber, well, because you can't see in that plane of reality. You cannot see the mind. You cannot see thoughts. It is invisible to the human eyes, to the visible light spectrum, to the two eyes. The reason why we call it the third eye in the center of the brain, it's not the third eye, it's your true self. It's the mind and soul. It's an eye because it does see. It's the all-seeing eye that you always see here. There's some Masonic artwork showing the two pillars, the two cherubs, the two hemispheres of the brain, and the inner eye. This is the eye that sees all things. What do I mean by seeing all things? Not physically. It sees the mind. It's what, because your soul is watching the mind. You can observe the mind. You are not the mind. And if you meditate deeply enough, you can go beyond the mind. It's the all-seeing eye. It sees the mind. It sees what emotions you're feeling. It sees what you're thinking. It sees what you're seeing with the two eyes. It's the all-seeing eye. It sees all things. It's omnipresent. It's everywhere. Because the mind can be anywhere. The mind can switch itself into any place it wants. There is no limitations with the mind. So there is two hemispheres in the brain. And in the Bible, there is a quote saying, the most holy place between the two cherubs. The two cherubs is the two hemispheres of the brain, and the most holy place is between them, which is what the Masonic artwork is showing. This is the all-seeing eye, the soul and the mind, in the center of the brain. And you will not see this with the two eyes. So when scientists come to seeing the empty chamber in the center of the brain, they wonder because they do not understand the occult side of the world. They do not understand the layers of reality. How the two eyes, everything physical comes from the unseen. Everything seen comes from the unseen. Now, the two hemispheres of the brain play a major role in our lives. The right hemisphere is the artist. The left hemisphere is the scientist. The right hemisphere controls the left side of the body. The left hemisphere controls the right side. So there's a crossover. Now, the right hemisphere is to do with your feminine energy, creativity, unification, metaphors, visualization, intuition. The left hemisphere is to do with sequencing, facts, materialistic details, language, and logic. So they keep us normally trapped within the male aspect of our mind, which is the left hemisphere. You know, if you listen to Spotify, Apple Music, and radio, they're all tuned to 440 hertz, which shuts down the right side of the brain, makes you left brain dominant. And we learn, well, 90% of people learn to write with their right hand. They're taught to learn with their right hand, which is to do with the left brain. You see, so we are being trapped within this left side of the brain, which is all to do with logic, thinking logical, not creative. You know, very analytic. But the right side of the brain is to do with your creativity. So the right side of the brain is perceiving reality as a holistic perception. Now, what do I mean? If you're riding through a woods, for example, if you're riding through a woods, your right hemisphere is seeing the whole woods as one unified woods. The left hemisphere's job is to break down the perception given to it by the right hemisphere and break it down into individual trees. So what am I saying? The right hemisphere is seeing humans and everything in creation as one unified consciousness. The left hemisphere is seeing individual egos. This is why the left hemisphere is the place of the ego, the right hemisphere is to do with the higher self. They're both needed, though. I'm not saying one's better than the other. It's balance. Now, they don't want you to see the unified perception of creation. They want you to think everything is individual, everything doesn't come from the one, because all things come from the one. And we experience the two in this reality, dualism. In order to understand the one, we have to experience the two to advance. So anyways, let's get away from the two hemispheres. The right hemisphere, like I said, is to do with the higher self. And this is why in John 21:6, it says, cast the net onto the right-hand side of the boat and you will find fish. Meaning, cast your energy, cast your perception into the right hemisphere of the brain, and you will find God, unification, and higher self. You will see things from a unified perspective. How we are all one, because we are all the same consciousness. The same spark that is in me is in you. This is why I am you and you are me. We are all the all-seeing eyes of God, just split up into individual bodies. We are all made up of the same essence, consciousness, And that consciousness, that mind and soul is in the center of the brain. You are just in different avatars. And until we see this, we'll forever be divided and conquered. Until we figure this out as a collective consciousness, we will forever be divided and conquered and ruled over. This is why the Bible says, ye are gods. You are the sons of the Most High, because we are. We are the Word made flesh. We are God made flesh. Mark 16:19. So then after the Lord had spoken unto them, he was received up into heaven. Head is heaven, H-E-A, and sat on the right hand of God. God is the consciousness in the center of the brain. Heaven is the head, and the right hand of God is the right hemisphere of the brain, meaning he sees things in unification, creativity, intuition, the higher mind, the higher brain. When Moses crosses the Red Sea is the corpus callosum, moving from the left to the right hemisphere of the brain to see unified perception of reality. Head, H-E-A, heaven, same root word. This is why the ancients always depict God in the center of the brain. Here you see ancient Christian artwork showing God in the center of the brain, the light. Here you see it here. Here you see Ganesh, an Indian god, which is the brain. Here you see the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit in the dome, the brain. This is the brain, because you are God made flesh. That's what consciousness is. The upper room where Jesus meets the 12 disciples. It's the upper brain on the upper room. The upper room is the chamber, the empty chamber in the center of the brain. That's the room. And the 12 disciples are the 12 cranial nerves in the brain, which pretty much rule the body, all the cranial nerves. The tree of life, the cardiovascular system. This is why in Genesis it says the tree of life was in the midst of the garden. Midst meaning middle, because the middle of the body is the cardiovascular system, which is controlling all of the systems in the body. The tree of knowledge of good and evil is the nervous system. It's the spine and brain. This is what's detecting good and evil. The brain is the electrical computer with the left and the right hemisphere, decoding the dualistic world, decoding the light waves given to it by the external world. It is an electromagnetic computer. It is artificial intelligence. It is very intelligent, the brain and the nervous system, the human body as a whole. But the tree of knowledge of good and evil is the nervous system, because it is the tree that detects good and evil, makes you learn good and evil in this dualistic reality. Here you see Adam and Eve around the tree of knowledge of good and evil. Adam and Eve, male and female energies, with the serpent in the tree, and the tree of knowledge of good and evil. Well, this is the spine, the brain, and the serpent is the kundalini up the spine. The serpent is the S. That's why S, serpent, S, the letter S is the serpent. Sex and serpents make an S noise. You know, the Bible cursed the serpent. So we don't figure out the true religion. The true religion is raising the kundalini and becoming God-man and reaching our higher states, our true God self. Because once the kundalini is saved and hits the pineal gland, it activates 100% of the brain, when we're only using around 20 to 10% as of right now without the kundalini awakening. So when you use it, you're activating 100% of the brain. You're activating all the dormant brain cells. You're regenerating the body. And this is the serpent in the tree of knowledge of good and evil. This is the spine, brain. This is Adam, Eve, the male and female energies. The light of the body is the eye. Therefore, if thine eye be single, thy whole body should be full of light. Matthew 6:22. This is the single eye in the center of the brain. It is not the pineal gland. It is what's inside the pineal gland. You have to go beyond the physical world, and there are no words to describe things that are not physical, metaphysics. And the whole body should be full of light. Well, this light is the same pyramid that you see. You are the pyramid with the all-seeing eye on top. This is why the ancients built the pyramids with the stairs in the middle symbolizing the spine, because once you open all the chakras and balance them and raise the kundalini, you activate all of the brain, which gives enlightenment. The word enlight in ment means mind, light in the mind, enlighten the mind. And this is enlightenment. We are the temple. And Jacob called the name of the place Peniel, for I have seen God face to face. Within spells high twin. Within you is the God self, which you need to manifest into the external world. And he's seen God in Peniel, the consciousness. He's seen his true self, consciousness, in the pineal gland. Genesis 28:10, Jacob's ladder. Jacob, he took a rock there and laid his head on it to sleep. Jacob had a dream. He dreamed there was a ladder that was on the ground and reached up into heaven. Head is heaven. The rock he fell asleep on is the sacrum bone, because he's symbolizing the oil that comes down the spine, hits the sacrum bone and rests there, falls asleep, and it looks up and it sees the ladder to heaven. Because when you raise this oil, you become God-man. You become God in heaven. You can leave the body at will. Do you not know that your body is the temple, that your body is the temple of the Holy Spirit? Corinthians 16:19-20. Or do you not know that your body is the temple of the Holy Spirit within you? Your body is the temple of the Holy Spirit, the soul and the mind within the center of the brain, the temple of Solomon, temple of the soul and the mind. Romans 8:10. Christ is in you. It's not external. When you give where attention goes, energy flows. When you give your energy to external things, your attention, your worship to external things, you're giving energy, meaning it's draining you, and you're feeding something within the astral plane, a mental thought within the astral plane. So with you realizing that the Christ is in you, that you don't have to worship anything outside of you, this means that you're internalizing your energy. You're not giving your energy, because where attention goes, energy flows, which means you become more present. You become healthier, because you're not giving off all of your special electromagnetic energy that's charging you. This is why the religions run by the Vatican is all external. They're exoteric. Exoteric means external teachings. The esoteric is the internal, the hidden teachings. In Psalms 82, I have said, ye are gods, and all of you are children of the Most High, because we are the Most High, split up into individual bodies. That's what consciousness is. Consciousness is the Most High, and we have to raise ourselves to the Most High. Brahma, Vishnu, Shiva, the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit. Why is it always a trio? It's a trio because it symbolizes us, the soul, mind, and body. The mind is the bridge for the soul to be in the body. What is the soul? It's the life force. It's the watcher. It's the all-seeing eye. The soul sees into different realities, and it gives life to the body of every reality it goes in. This is why you always see light around the all-seeing eye, because it is the energy, the life force, the light, life, L-I. Life is light, and it's the eye because it sees into the different realities. It sees into the dream world. When you're going to sleep at night and you dream, it's not a dream. It's another reality. You're a multi-dimensional creature. We live in a multiverse. There's infinite amount of yous. And there is a version of you which is the highest self in a reality somewhere. And this I has the ability to switch realities, which is exactly what astral travel is. Astral travel is the ability to switch reality beyond the 3D construct of this world. The Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit, Brahma, Vishnu, Shiva. The Brahma, the soul, inhabits different bodies. This is why they have different heads. Vishnu, the mind, symbolizing gnosis, meaning knowledge. This is the serpent. The serpent symbolized knowledge. Shiva, the body. The Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit. The bird, the soul, because the bird symbolizes the soul. This is why you have here the Egyptians showing you the soul leaving the body. Here you see here with the twin head, the same head, and it's a bird. This is the soul self. This is the ego self. The Egyptians knew this. They knew all of this. Of course they did. Now the whole story of Jesus is all metaphorical for the process which goes on within your body. Your neck and head is the Holy Grail, which the sun and the moon creates. Sorry, the sun and the moon creates the fluid within the Holy Grail, the brain, the skull. And the moon creates the milk. Sorry, the moon makes the milk. The sun makes the honey, the land flowing with milk and honey in the Bible. The land flowing with milk and honey is the center of the brain in the Holy Grail. Here you see the Masonic artwork showing you the sun and the moon creating the fluid in the spine. Here's the serpent. Serpent symbolizing the two Kundalini channels, the Ida Pingala up the spine. Here's the furnace raising the Kundalini, raising the oil, heating it up, and rising it to the crown. You see? So here you see more Masonic art, seeing the sun and the moon creating the holy fluid in the brain, in the cup, filling the cup. This is why it's a cup, because it's the Holy Grail. This is the holy oil in the center of the brain that gets released down the spine, which is Jesus coming down from heaven. It comes down the spine, down the River Jordan in the Bible. This is when Jesus goes from Nazareth to Jerusalem. He comes down the River Jordan, and Joseph and Mary are in Nazareth waiting for Jesus' return. Joseph and Mary symbolize the pineal and pituitary gland, which produce the two oils created by the sun and the moon. And he returns. When he returns, he gets crucified at 33, because there's 33 vertebrae at the back of the spine, and it crosses the vagus nerve. The crucifixion of the oil past 33 vertebrae creates God-man, and it creates your higher self, and it activates 100% of the brain. And you turn into spirit, you turn to your spirit self. This is why Jesus dies. He didn't physically die, it metaphorically dies, and becomes his higher self. The ego self is left behind. It's the same with the whole story of Jesus. Jesus comes down from heaven, which is the oil. He dies in a cave for 3 days, which is the oil hitting the cave. Here's the cave, and resurrects after 3 days. If you resurrect the oil, comes up and gets crucified at 33 in Golgotha. Golgotha translates to a place in the skull. The three wise men from the east. Well, if you look at the Masonic artwork, they'll always show you a ladder up to the east. Okay? Here you see north, south, west. This would be east. Here you see east here. East here. The ladder up to the east. The east is the top, up. Three wise men from the east. The thalamus, pituitary, and pineal gland in the center of the brain. The most important glands in the body. Here you see the Egyptians with the spine, the sun, and the two hemispheres of the brain. What did I say at the beginning? The sun is the soul. The sun is its own source of energy. It's the life force, which gives life to anything it inhabits. The soul is the same thing. That's why sun and soul mean the same thing. So, what I'm saying is consciousness is God. And this is why when it refers to as God in the Bible, it means your higher self, pretty much. And returning back to this higher self, because God is something that you need to manifest. Consciousness is God, and your body is a reflection of the creation by God. This is why everything in the body corresponds with the stars. The stars rule the body. We are an image of the stars. This body is an image of the whole of creation. Aries rules the head. This is the cerebrum, the ram in the brain is the ram, Aries. And we have something called the cerebrum, Aries, the ram. This is the Lamb of God moving to the higher mind. Taurus, which is the lower brain and neck, the cerebellum, the bull Taurus, the lower mind, and the cerebrum and the cerebellum, the ram and the bull, is what makes you ramble on. Ramble meaning walking. The higher mind and the lower mind working together makes the body ramble. Ramble is what makes you walk along. Thank you to Santos Bonacci. Gemini, the two twins, rules the two arms, the hands, and the lungs. These are the two twins of the body. Sagittarius, the horse, which rules the hips. Hips means hippo. Hippo means horse. Hippopotamus means water horse. Hippo means horse, and this is why we call them hips, because horses have massive hips. Capricorn, the kneecaps. Pisces, the two fish, the 2 feet. Then they make us swim. We are an image of the stars, people. Well, the body is anyway. Consciousness is God, and the body is the image of the whole of creation. It's a reflection of the whole creation, as above, so below. 12 systems in the body, 12 cranial nerves for the 12 constellations, 12 cell salts. The body's made out of 12 cell salts. So, this is where it gets kind of deep. You know, this is where we get deep. And he said, Jesus was known as the fisher of man. And fisher of man, meaning man does not mean man as in the male. Man means mind. He's the fisher of minds. So the Bible is not patriarchal. It's not patriarchal. Man just means mind, pretty much. So the fisher of mind, man, because he was fishing minds out of this reality into the higher realities. He was teaching people how to leave the body when he walks on water. Walking on water is the physical, etheric, astral, and mental. These are the different planes of reality. The ether is the either, because the ether is the substance that's on either side, astral and physical. It's the fifth element, is ether. And the fifth element is the water. The same water at the beginning of the Bible when it says, let the firmament divide from the waters above from below. The water symbolizes the ether. It's the base of all physical matter. And the ether symbolized is known as the water. So when you're walking on water, you're walking on the ether, meaning you're leaving the physical body. So when Jesus walks on water and he's teaching Paul to walk on water, Paul becomes scared and falls back into the water. Well, when you astral travel and you become scared when you're projecting, you'll fall back into your body. So he's pretty much saying, walking on water is leaving the body and walking on the ether, because the ether is the veil between the astral, and that's what devil means. Devil has the word veil in it, because the devil is trapping you between one veil, which is this world. They're trapping you in this world, this thin layer of reality. Your dreams are different veils. The ether, the astral, the mental are different veils. Devil is deveil. Deveil. You need to escape being stuck in one reality and live in between realities. And this is when you truly become a multi-dimensional being, because your soul is just the eye. That's what you are. You're just an eye, and you see into different worlds. And it also, when Jesus means the fisher of man, the fisher of minds, he is I truly believe, because of my research, that there is other worlds. It's not just this one. There's higher worlds. There's an infinite amount of you, and you've been in them dreams you call dreams. Them dreams are other realities that you are in. That's why when you're there, you don't feel like you're in a dream. You feel like it's 100% real, because it is real. So this is why the ancients always depicted the many different heads, because there's many different versions of you. And this I, the soul, the watcher, is switching itself into different bodies at all times. Well, when you sleep, when you astral project. And this is what the ancients were doing. They understood the multiverse, and they could switch bodies at will. And this is what the 7 seals are in the Bible, also known as the 7 chakras. These are literally portals within us to these different worlds. We're in the heart at the moment. Earth rearranged spells heart, meaning middle. This is where good and evil exist. It's the middle point, the midpoint of realities. So, I hope you all enjoyed the video. All of this knowledge that I've give you in this video is inside of my book, the Book of Wisdom. The Book of Wisdom gets updated every single month with new pages. It's a one-time payment for a lifetime worth of research and knowledge by me. So if you do want to get it, the link will be in the description. But I hope you all gain some amazing insight. Please like, comment, and share to help the algorithm, and drop a subscription. And for more lectures, every 2 days, I drop lectures and knowledge within the Patreon. If you want to support the channel, join the Patreon. Everything's in the description, because we are not monetized on YouTube. Thank you all. Have an amazing day.
bookofwisdom.com. Visit today.
Creation demands destruction. Every time you release your sexual fluids, you're destroying a part of yourself to create an extension of yourself. For example, if you want to create a business, you have to destroy your time, attention, and energy in order to create the effect of the business. All creation demands some sort of sacrifice or destruction. This falls under the law of polarity in the universe. It's the same with your sexual fluids. Your sexual fluids, especially as a man, contains minerals, all the minerals in your body. It contains your vitality. It contains your DNA. It contains the blueprint of you, and it can create a whole new human being. You are literally playing with the power of creation if you are releasing your sexual fluids too much. Sexual fluids also extend beyond the physical plane. They contain astral forces, because all physical creation is a mental creation. We live in a mental universe. Everything begins as a thought in the mind, then the thought takes the form and the body of imagination, which is an astral force. Imagination vibration turns into etheric emotional energy. Then the etheric emotional energy turns into the physical action and the physical manifestation. We live in a mental universe. Therefore, these dimensions do not exist separately. They are permeating and mixing in with all. Your physical body has an astral body. Everything physical has astral forces behind it. Semen is known as the astral fluid of the soul. It feeds nerves, the channels of life force and consciousness within the body. And every time you release it, you're destroying a part of your vitality, your brain, your nerves, your energy levels, your creativity, and your DNA to create an extension of you. Therefore, it is a sacred fluid within your body and not something to be played with and to be released too much. Think about it. This is a very creative energy, your sexual fluids. It can create a whole new human being. This is how powerful it actually is. It is the power of creation, and the misuse of this power can destroy your own vitality and your life of your body. Because that life you are giving in order to create an extension or a child is the same life you could keep inside of you and not waste to recycle and regenerate the body. Sexual energy has been for thousands of years associated with regenerating the body, longevity of life, and maintaining youth. Not only that, every time you release your sexual energy, it floods the brain with dopamine. Dopamine is the brain's reward system. Created within the middle of the brain, it releases every time you've achieved something. However, sex or an orgasm is the most powerful feeling you can feel. It's the most amazing, intense feeling and release of dopamine you can possibly feel as a human. Therefore, if you flood your brain with this high amount of dopamine every single day, you are getting the epitome of human feelings every single day. Therefore, you will become numb to everything else in reality. You won't be able to enjoy the small things in life. And I know this firsthand because I experienced this myself. As soon as I stopped, this is when I started to enjoy the little things in life, seeing family, and I actually gained more energy, more ideas. We'll get into this a bit later. It is a creative energy. It creates a whole new human being. Therefore, if we maintain this energy, we can maintain our creative power within us because that's what we are. We are all creative beings, moving energy from higher dimensions of consciousness, the mind, into lower dimensions of consciousness, the physical world. You hold the power to create. You are not in a world. The world is working through you. You do not possess a life. Life is working through you. You are not in a universe. You are the universe. It's moving through you. There is no past, present, and future. The present moment is you. When we release every single day or frequently throughout the week, like I said, we're triggering the brain's reward system, dopamine, which makes you feel as if you have already achieved something. And if your brain is telling you you have already achieved something by overusing your sexual fluids, then you will not have the motivation to achieve other things in your life. I know this firsthand. I became very lazy. I didn't want to work. I didn't want to do anything because subconsciously my brain felt as if I've already achieved. If we look at the symbol of the Baphomet, we notice the Baphomet has horns and a goat head. Now we look at the word horny. When you become sexually aroused, it's known as horny, which is the horns, representing the lower mind. The lower mind is the mind we use for our animal instincts. We have two parts of our mind. A higher mind, which is contained of higher thought, which chases spiritual things such as love, wisdom, knowledge, and God. Then we have a lower mind, which chases the things of the material world closely associated with the ego, chases validation, material gain, status, and physical sensation, physical pleasures. It is these physical pleasures that can keep you in an endless loop, making you feeling empty inside, because nothing material can ever satisfy our internal world. Nothing. You can achieve millions of dollars. You can achieve your dream house, your dream car, your dream watch. And if that is the only thing you are chasing, you will feel empty inside when you achieve it, because nothing of this material plane can satisfy you. Nothing of the lower mind can ever satisfy you. This is why we must sacrifice the lower mind and overcome the lower mind and the lower instincts. One thing I found amazing when I mastered my sexual urges and my lust is that my mind became a lot more clear. The thoughts and the time and the attention that I used in my mind to go towards lust, sex, and chasing these things was taking up a lot of mental space, time, and energy. But as soon as I removed it and mastered it, my mind became an open vessel for higher thoughts to be received from the higher mind. The mind is like a radio antenna. Whatever we attune it with, that's what we receive. If we're constantly thinking about lust and low-level pleasures, we're going to just receive low-level thoughts. But once we remove all of the lower mind and we conquer our physical body and physical urges, our mind becomes an open channel for divine thoughts and spiritual thoughts. This is what most people call today as downloads. You receive wisdom from your higher self. Not only do you receive more wisdom, you just receive more power to create. The male and the female come together to create a child. That's how you were created. Now, the law of correspondence teaches as above, so below. It refers to everything in the universe. Therefore, in order for you to create a reality, to give birth to something, you have to bring together the masculine and the feminine. Your masculine forces are willpower and actions. Your feminine forces are emotions and imagination. When you combine the willpower, action, emotions, and imagination and combine them together, you can give birth to reality. But it's important to only give birth to things that are spiritual, that are good, that are for the benefit of yourself and humanity, and not for the ego and the lower mind. Killing our lower mind is essential for spiritual ascension when we die. The thoughts that we give the most attention and energy to when we die are pretty much the same thoughts that we're going to think when we die. When you die, your physical body and external world is stripped and you're left with your internal world of consciousness, more than likely be resonating within the lower astral plane before you move on to any higher dimensions of the astral. It's important that we kill any addictions such as sex, food, attachments, emotional attachments to people, any desire for material things before we physically die. The Hindus taught this, Buddhism taught this, the ancient Egyptians taught this. We have to remove the desires in our heart for material and things before we physically die, because when we die, we cannot fulfill physical pleasure. Therefore, we will create our own suffering within the astral dimension. So sex is the biggest part of this. We have to remove the desire for sex or releasing any of our sexual fluids before we physically die to master ourselves. And not only that, it's going to benefit the way you feel, the way you think, the way you act towards people once you have mastered this. Porn psychologically damages you. You are quite literally the person in the corner of a room watching two other people give pleasure to each other. Psychologically, that is not good. And what happens in darkness is always revealed in light. What you do in your alone times will show in your confidence, in your eye contact, in your presence, in your aura, your energy. You cannot hide things that you do in the dark, because they always reveal themselves in a subconscious way, whether physically or through an energetic spiritual way. Sex can be known as sacred energy exchange. You are exchanging energy, bioelectrical energy. It's a scientific fact that when you hold hands with another person, your brain waves of each individual become synced. Your emotions sync. And you exchange electromagnetic energy because you are an electromagnetic being. When you have sex with someone, you are literally exchanging emotional energy. Your aura is not just an electromagnetic field. It is literally a manifestation of your internal consciousness. Your consciousness contains your thoughts, your beliefs, your traumas, your emotional state. And this manifests externally through the vortex of your heart into an energy presence around your body. This is why you can feel sad when someone else is sad next to you, because their energy is merging with yours. When you have sex with someone, you are quite literally exchanging consciousness, beliefs, traumas, emotions, feelings, vibrations, and your consciousness merges with their consciousness. So be careful with just having casual sex. Now, I'm not here trying to say never release, never have sex with your partner. I'm not saying that. I'm saying take caution with these things. Take my teachings with a pinch of salt. If it benefits you, that's great. I'm not here to tell you how to live. I'm simply giving you my research and the things that have helped me in my life on my esoteric research, awakening, or spiritual path. I don't like calling it a spiritual path because it's not spiritual. It's simply just life, the knowledge of consciousness and the self. So I hope this video helps. If you'd love to read this book, I'll leave a link in the description. This book I wrote myself called The Book of Wisdom, Volume 2.
bookofwisdom.com. Visit today.
Hello, Seeker. Welcome to Revival of Symbolism, a channel devoted to the language of esoteric symbolism, guiding you to discover yourself and expand your consciousness into deeper realms of thought. I'm Harry B. Joseph, also known as Revival of Wisdom, and today we're going to be discussing the symbol of the pentagram. The pentagram is a well-known symbol inside the occult, used by pretty much every ancient tradition, Freemasonry, Rosicrucianism, Hermeticism, all the occult schools of thought. You will see this symbol. And today we're going to be breaking it down into some great detail. Now, there's a lot that goes into this symbol. It's basically a 5-pointed star. Now, if you notice that the star is one line continuously, you can draw this symbol continuously with one line without taking your pen or pencil off the piece of paper. So it's actually symbolizing one, and one expressing through 5 ways. So if we look at this symbol and each one of their points, we're looking at the 5 elements that create life, the universe, or creation itself. So the element of spirit simply represents the divine, the unseen world, the things that we can't really put our hands on, we can't feel, touch, taste, or see, but they hold influence over the material plane. So spirit covers a large category of things such as spiritual forces that drive physical existence. So it's one of the elements. Now, what are the elements? Well, they make up the entirety of physical creation. Air, water, earth, fire. These are the 4 tangible that we can see, feel elements that make up physical creation. They create the whole universe. However, the spirit is the invisible forces, the invisible element that creates the visible, tangible world. Before you take a physical action, there is a force inside of you that moves the body. There is an intention, which is a spiritual force, an invisible, intangible force that makes a physical action be taken in the world of manifestation called Earth. This is the element of the divine. The divine comes down creating the world. Okay? So, as I previously mentioned, how this pentagram is one line. It's a one continuous line. So if we draw this pentagram together, let me make this a little bit thicker for you. If we draw this pentagram together, it goes from spirit to fire, to air, to water, to earth, back to spirit. So it's one continuous line, and the elements are always in their proper place. These elements always have to be in this specific order. This is the correct order. If you see air down here, then the pentagram is incorrect. Okay? So it always goes spirit, water, fire, earth, air. This is the correct order of the elements. Now, this is highly symbolic, which is what we'll break down in just a minute. But before we go into the deeper aspects of this, I will explain pretty much what it means on a basic level. So we'll come back to this drawing. So spirit is on the top, which means spirit over or more superior or more dominated over the earthly elements. Now, what does this mean to an individual, to yourself or me? If I wear this pentagram, I am basically saying my spiritual divine self, my internal self, is more superior than anything the material world can pretty much give me. My spiritual journey is more superior. My spiritual self is more dominant over the earthly world and the material things. Okay? Now, not many people are like that in today's society. Most people chase the material things, which means they're ignorant of their spirit. They're ignorant of their divine nature. They're ignorant to consciousness and their internal world. They have no connection with their internal world. All of their thought, emotion, and action, their three creative powers, is totally expressed only on material gain and external things. However, if you see an upright pentagram, you're seeing someone who is basically saying, my spiritual nature is more important than my earthly nature. My spirit comes first before anything material. And ultimately, this is how you become more happy and fulfilled in life, by chasing, well, not chasing, but putting your spirit first, putting your internal world first. You know, seeking the things that are untangible. For example, knowledge. I'm addicted to knowledge. You know, I would rather chase knowledge because knowledge is power. Knowledge of self is so important. When we die, it is the only thing that matters in the end. When you die, you are immortal. And if you have no knowledge of yourself, then you're going to struggle in the afterlife. If you have no self-control over your thoughts and emotions and desires, then you will suffer in the afterlife because you have no control of your thoughts, and your thoughts will be creating your reality in the realm of imagination or the astral plane. But that's a whole other lecture. But this symbol is pretty much saying placing the invisible over the visible. So there's many different avenues we can go with this. So this symbol is also used in magic. We could use the symbol for manifestation. It represents controlling the inner world to produce then effect inside of the external world, you see? So we have to put this first in magic spirit. We have to change the internal so we can produce change in the external. Reality is created from the inside out, okay? So this symbol is heavily associated with magic as well, which is a whole other lecture. In this lecture, I'm going to give you a good detailed explanation, but this symbol is so vast and wide, it would take many breakdowns to go into each meaning of the symbol. So it's representing the divine element of spirit coming down and manifesting the physical plane through that process of this. So as I mentioned earlier that I'd come back to this, what we're looking at is the process of spirit turning into matter. This is the process of how spirit condenses into a material form, how higher energy, higher forms, which are invisible, come down and manifest and crystallize into a physical object or a physical reality. So this pentagram is explaining the process of creation. So it comes from the higher realm, spirit, the source, the emanation. An emanation is a thought or an emotion or a desire, which comes down to fire first. Fire represents the will. This is the willpower. This is the willpower. It's still kind of more of an invisible force, but fire is the closest element that represents spirit. This is why we light candles in magic and rituals, because it's literally opening a doorway to spirit. It's the closest element to spirit. So this is why sometimes in alchemical artworks, they use fire to represent spirit. Because, it's quite difficult to use a symbol for spirit because it's totally invisible. So it goes down to fire first, the will. Then it goes up to the air, which represents intellect, the intelligence of the mind. This is thinking, mind, intellect, logic. Then it goes down to water. This is emotion. This is intuition. and then it goes into the earth, which is physical body action. Okay, so spirit represents an emanation. So an emanation is something descending out of the void, out of the nothingness. And the first thing that descends is will, then intellect, then emotion, then a physical action. Then everything returns back to spirit from earth. So it's showing you how spirit manifests into matter. It's also showing you the macrocosm, how the world is created. So ultimately, it's a symbol of the microcosm also. It's a symbol of you. If you put your body outwards, you would see your body in this 5-pointed star shape. So it's a symbol of the microcosm, because you yourself are a microcosm. You contain all of the elements: spirit, fire, earth, water, and air. You breathe air, you drink water, fire in your nervous system, which is electricity, and earth is your physical body. So you are a microcosm of the universe. And this is what the circle, when we see the circle around, this is representing the macrocosm, the circle. So why are you a microcosm? Because you know how the sun changes the earth with its different electromagnetic rays, depending on how far away the sun is to the earth when it's rotating. Well, depending on what model you believe anyway, the electromagnetic rays produce change on the earth. So when the sun is further away from the earth, or whatever model you believe, when the sun is further away, then the electromagnetic rays of the sun are weaker, which means that's what the winter is. The winter is the death and the death of the electromagnetic rays of the sun. We still get sun, but it's just not as powerful as summertime. So nature dies. But then when the summer comes back around, the sun is closer, it produces higher amounts of electromagnetic life force rays, which increases the growth again in the summertime. But this is also not only happening on the earth, it's happening within the body. The body goes through this rhythm. The same rhythm that the external world goes through, your body's going through this rhythm. So these changes in the cycles not only change the earth, they change consciousness. These cycles happen within you. They happen within your body, your cells, your nervous system, your brain, your psyche, your emotions, your intellect is all affected through these cycles of the sun. So this is why you are a microcosm of the macrocosm. Your mind is cut out of the same fabric of God's intelligence, of God's mind. The same power of thought God used to manifest the world, to think it into existence, the same power you use to think your world into existence. You are truly a microcosm containing all the 5 elements, all the same powers of God, but just in a smaller version. It's a symbol of the microcosm. It's a symbol of the macrocosm also. It's a symbol of how spirit manifests into form. And this is why it's associated with magic, because you can use these elements in magic, this process of how spirit becomes matter. So there's so much that goes into this. And I actually broke this down inside the new book, the Book of Symbolism, on these 2 pages here. I will do another one on the inverted pentagram. This book, I've basically gone over every Freemasonic symbol, alchemical symbols, every occult society symbols is pretty much in this new Book of Symbolism. But again, it's not a book on symbolism. These symbols are representing forces within yourself. They represent you. And these symbols are designed to awaken aspects of yourself. So this is not a book on symbolism. This is a book on you. Each symbol will awaken different aspects of yourself to help you understand yourself. So anyways, it's a big book. It's going to be very, very soon. I'll leave a waiting list in the description. You can join the waiting list, or I'll just give you an email when it's ready. And I will see you in the next video. Please leave a like, comment, and share. And I'll see you in the next one.
bookofwisdom.com. Visit today.
There's an ancient symbol hidden in plain sight, one that holds the key to transformation, power, and unlocking your true potential. It's been used for centuries by mystics, rulers, and even modern science. But almost no one understands its true meaning. Once you do, it will change the way you see yourself and the world forever. Stay with me, because this could be the key to your own awakening. The symbol of the snake or the serpent is a very powerful symbol that refers to something within you, that we all are on this journey. So first of all, we see this symbol in ancient Egypt on the top of the pharaoh's head. We also see this with Buddha, with the snake on top of the Buddha's head and below. We also see this in Rome, with the Roman god Mercury holding the staff with the snake. We see this in Adam and Eve's story with the snake tempting Eve. We even see this today on the medical facility. What does this mean? Why is this symbol being used for thousands and thousands and thousands of years? It has a very deep esoteric meaning. We see this in the caduceus staff, and we even see the snake representing the kundalini. What does the snake actually mean? A lot of people think it represents the kundalini, which it does. However, there's a deeper interpretation of this symbol, and it goes very far beneath the surface of what the snake actually represents. Okay? So first of all, when looking at symbols, we need to observe what the snake does in nature. The serpent sheds its skin. The serpent shedding its skin is a sacred symbol of an inner transformation. It transforms from its old self to a new self. It sheds layers of itself. As the snake discards its old exterior, it mirrors our own journey of realizing outdated beliefs and patterns, paving the way for a renewed, authentic self on the esoteric path of awakening. Essentially, it represents transformation, but not transformation of our physical bodies, transformation of our inner world. Now, this is where things get a little bit tricky and you may become a little bit confused, but I'm going to make this very clear for you. The snake symbol or any symbol can be used for different context. For example, the kundalini. We see the snake representing the kundalini. We all know that energy can't be destroyed, only transferred. Like I said, this is a transferring of energy. It's a changing, a transforming, shedding its skin. It represents transformation. Sexual energy is energy, and we can transform the sexual energy into a kundalini awakening to activate dormant brain cells in our brain and to activate the human light body, which is the spirit. We can cultivate, save, and retain our sexual energy, transmute it up the spine to activate the brain. This is a symbol of transformation, of energy in this context. However, when we go to the emergency services, this does not mean the same thing as the kundalini. The snake in this context represents transformation of health. When we are picked up by the emergency services, we are looking for a transformation. We are unwell and now we need to transform to well-being. This is why they use this symbol. It represents transformation, especially with the pole and the snake climbing. It's climbing, it's transforming from the bottom to the top, shedding its skin, shedding old layers, transformation. We see this in the Bible with the snake tempting Eve to eat the apple of the tree of knowledge of good and evil. Well, what does this mean? Where's the transformation in this? Well, this is a very hidden one. The transformation takes place in Adam and Eve's consciousness and their mind. They go from a pure, whole state of consciousness, from being tempted by the snake, and they eat it and they transform into knowing the good and evil, into the dualistic ways of thinking and the dualistic meaning of this world. Let me rephrase that. They understand the dualism of this world, and they now understand the two good and bad ways of thinking. They know the knowledge of good and evil, of duality. They shifted from a whole state of consciousness into their consciousness being split into good and evil. This represents the journey of every single soul that incarnates into this world, including yourself. When you were a child, you were whole. You had no understanding of good and evil. But as you grew older, you've eaten the fruit. You grew to understand the knowledge of good and evil. Your consciousness split from a whole into a separate and divided way of thinking and divided understanding of the world. We suppressed aspects of ourselves to fit in with society norms, and we just limited ourselves with limiting belief systems. We knew the knowledge of good and evil. Our consciousness split from a whole state. This is what Adam and Eve is symbolic of. We see this with the Roman god Mercury, with the snake. Mercury represents intellect, communication. He's always flying in the air, which represents the air, the mind, the intellect. He's holding the snake to represent transformation of the mind. This is what we call mental alchemy. Turning base metals into gold, turning the unenlightened aspects of our mind into enlightened ones, turning our negativity into power and control. We see this with Buddha, and Buddha is all to do with transformation of the inner world, transformation of the mind and the soul and the emotions. And it also represents the Kundalini. We see this in ancient Egypt. We always see the snake on the head, representing the place where the third eye is, representing the intellect or the mind's eye, the third eye, whatever you want to call it. This is the place of the invisible intelligence within us. This is our mind or intellect. And this is the transmutation of the mind. This is why the snake is on the head, representing the transformation of the mind, going from the unenlightened into the enlightened, going from the uncontrolled to the controlled mind, so that we can control the very fabric of reality. I've kind of just given that away. Why is this important? Humans are creators. We're the architects of creation, endowed with the divine power to channel the fourth dimension, which is the imagination, into reality. Each thought and intention is a seed. When nurtured with focus and clarity, transforms the unseen into the tangible experience. This creative process bridges the gap between the ethereal and the material. Humans are creators. It's impossible for you not to create. Whether you're doing this consciously or subconsciously, you've been creating your whole life, turning non-physical thought into physical reality. We are creators. However, the mind cannot create in a state of chaos. The mind cannot create with limiting beliefs. The mind cannot create with thoughts that come and destruct our minds. The mind cannot create consciously and effectively if there are impulses within our mind and we have no control over the mind. So this is where self-transformation comes from within. This is where the snake comes in. The snake represents the transmutation of our mind from the uncontrolled to the controlled. In this context of the Egyptians with the snake on their head. It's all to do with mental alchemy. In the occult tradition, the mind is seen as a delicate instrument that demands constant vigilance. Left unchecked, it reverts to archaic and destructive thinking patterns. Like a finely honed blade, it must be continually sharpened through discipline and self-refinement. In this unending process of unveiling and mastery, we learn to shape reality, harnessing the power of our thoughts to manifest the highest potential. It's all to do with mental alchemy, and this is how the snake is connected to you. And what the snake represents to you, it represents the transmutation, the changing of ourselves, of our consciousness, so we can gain control in this 3D world. If we lack control, then we'll constantly be manifesting chaos. Now, there are 3 ways that we can transform our world, and we can slowly transform our mind. Now, this is not an overnight process. It takes periods of time of purification. And number 1 is affirmation. Let's say we have this dirty cup of water and we have a tap of water. And in this tap, it's pouring in more water, clear water. Over time, if I keep pouring clear water into this cup, it's going to slowly purify this cup. And then in the end, it will look like the cup on the right. It's the same with your mind. The cup represents the limiting beliefs, the negative thoughts, the negative mind, the uncontrolled mind. But if we keep repeating affirmations over and over and over again, such as I am disciplined, I am powerful, I am limitless, over time this can purify our subconscious and we can gain control over the mind, and we will become conscious of the thoughts that we are giving attention to. The second way is meditation. Meditation allows one to develop an off switch for the mind, providing a sense of control over it. Over time, we gain the ability to filter our thoughts and become more conscious of the ones we choose to engage with. Meditation, over a period of time, will give you this button that allows you to filter out negative thoughts. If you have a negative thought in your mind, you'll be able to become conscious of this and redirect your mind's attention. This is all about self-control, because remember, we become what we think about. The snake represents the transmutation of the self. And another way is visualization. Visualization allows your subconscious mind to experience the reality you desire, accepting it as truth. As the subconscious becomes more immersed in this imagined reality, it works to manifest it into your conscious experience. Your visual eye, visual eye. You're using the mind's eye to see and mold your future. That's what imagination is for, to create in your future. You can become your future now in your imagination. And this can slowly purify your consciousness, slowly purify your mind, which will then, if you do all three of these over periods of time, you will see great transformation from the inside out. And your outer world will start to mirror your inner transformation, because it's as within, so without. You change your inner world of consciousness, of thought and emotion, you'll change your external reality and your circumstances. So I hope this lesson has gave you a great understanding of what the snake actually represents. And now that you see it, you will see this everywhere. Every time you see a snake, you know it represents the transformation. So please, if you can, leave a like, comment, and subscribe, and turn on the alerts to make sure you never miss a video. And if you have any video suggestions, feel free to make a comment and I can make a lecture on it. I appreciate you all watching this video today, and I'll see you all inside my university if you're inside, and I'll see you all in my Telegram if you join, and I'll see you in the next video, of course. Thank you and take care.
bookofwisdom.com. Visit today.
So this is known as the bag of the gods. This symbolism is widely known, but no one knows what it truly symbolizes. We see this in ancient Sumerian artwork. We see this in the Mayans' artwork. We always see this bag with the gods. What does this actually represent? Okay, so the bag itself represents carrying. Carrying what? It represents information. It represents knowledge. Your mind is the carrier of the information. So this is why in his left hand, he carries the bag, and the right hand has the pine cone. This represents carrying of information. Why is it a bag? A bag can be passed on to someone else. The information can be taught to someone else. This is the information of activation of the pineal gland or higher consciousness of humans. Because as humans, we all possess an animal nature, the nature that tells us to eat, to steal, to gain material wealth, to survive, to hate. This is our animal self. This is our animal behavior. But we also have a divine nature of consciousness, which we have access to. the higher planes of consciousness, the planes that manipulate this material world and create all things in this material world. The human mind has access to. The animal does not. The animal has no idea he exists. The animal has no inner dialogue, but humans have the inner dialogue. Humans can create infinitely. We can expand our minds infinitely into new realms of thought. So we have this higher divine nature and a lower nature. This bag of the gods is basically just representing the knowledge they possess of higher consciousness, of the higher aspect of life, okay, which is the activation of the pineal. The pine cone. The pine cone is in his right hand. The right represents wisdom. The left represents intellect, knowledge. Knowledge and wisdom are two separate things. Wisdom is applied knowledge. It's a feminine aspect. Knowledge is just gained information that you know, which is masculine. So in his right hand, he holds the pine cone. The pine cone can be opened and shut. The shut pine cone represents the asleep human being, the human being that exists in his lower nature, that just basically survives, lives on eating, consumption, material lust, living in chaos with his emotions, living in a place of hell. This is the animal nature. Then we have the awakened human, the one who has consciousness of himself, the one who looks within himself, the one who knows there is more to him when he looks in the mirror. He is far more than just the physical body. He is a divine spiritual being, a divine being who has limitless potential of creation into the material plane. So this represents the awakened. This represents the asleep. This is why he carries the pine cone in his right hand. It represents applied knowledge. This is the information. This is the intellect he possesses. And this is the applied knowledge of the awakening, of activation of the pineal gland. Because remember, the pineal gland is not your consciousness. The pine, pin, pineals, the same root word. Pine cones were always symbolizing the state of consciousness one was living in, whether he was asleep or awake. We see this at the Vatican. We see the pine cone over the two pillars. This is the two pillars of Freemasonry, and the dome. This is the Royal Arch of Freemasonry. This represents your head. This is the two pillars, the two hemispheres, and the pine cone in the middle, which is the pineal gland. What is the pineal gland? The pineal gland is not your consciousness. It is not the third eye, and it is not the mind. It's not the mind's eye. The pineal gland is a radio receiver. This is your body. Your body is an antenna. Most people think they are this body. This body is nothing but a receiver and a downloader of consciousness. Your brain does not produce consciousness. You are not this brain in your head. This brain is a downloader of consciousness. Consciousness comes from a way higher divine plane, which is what this image is showing here with the clouds. The mind is light. Consciousness is light. And this light is coming down into the material plane, and your body is basically a crystal antenna which is receiving and downloading this consciousness. So you can experience a three-dimensional reality. So God can experience himself in a divided, separate state. This is what this represents. Now, the pineal gland can be activated, okay, and stimulated, because the pineal gland has phytoluminescent crystalline jagged-shaped cells on it. And obviously, these are crystals. Crystals are on your pineal gland. And what do crystals do? Radios use crystals. Your phone uses crystals. They tell you that crystals are woo-woo and pseudoscience because they don't want you to know the power of crystals. Your body is basically a giant crystal. Your pineal gland is a radio receiver for your consciousness. So if they can ruin your pineal gland and damage it, this will damage your connection to the divine, to your true self, to consciousness, to God, whatever you want to call it, the source. There is all one source consciousness, and we're all collectively connected to it. And this is our connection. This is our antenna. So what a radio does, a radio has an antenna, and the frequencies are all around us because all the radios are playing in your ear right now. But what the antenna of a radio does is tune into a specific frequency to pick up that frequency and play that frequency. It's the same with your consciousness. You're all a fraction of God's consciousness. So that is essentially what we are looking at here. We're seeing knowledge, intellect in the left hand, and applied knowledge, activation of waking up to higher consciousness, to the higher human form. Because we can reach beyond our physical form. We can turn our animal self into a divine being, into one of these so-called gods. These gods are nothing but human beings. The Anunnaki were not gods. They didn't come from the sky. These are normal, regular human beings who activated their higher consciousness. This is what we have here. This represents spirit. Birds represent spirit. So do we have any questions? I'll take some questions now. That was just a short lecture on what that symbol truly means. Okay. So if we have any questions, feel free to go ahead and ask some questions. Anything that you don't understand, anything that you want to know. Okay. So base reality would be where source resides. Yes, the base reality is your consciousness. Are these lectures available in the university? There's a whole section, basically inside the university, there's a whole section with like over 30 long form lectures like this. So the base reality is where the source resides. Yes, the base reality is your inner world, your consciousness. That is the only thing that exists. Your outer world is just an effect of your consciousness. Your consciousness, everything that has gone on within the mind and emotion is pushed outwards into your reality. You have thought and felt your way into your external circumstances. Your life is a direct correlation of every thought you thought in the past. Therefore, your inner world of consciousness is creating and molding your outer world. The best way to keep connection consistent, the best way to keep your connection to the divine or the higher planes of consciousness is through meditation and through imagination. Imagination is the fourth dimension. It is the astral plane. That screen that you have in your mind is not a physical screen. That is the divine plane of the astral. And this is essentially where all objects of this material world comes from. The phone that you are holding, the laptop you're watching this on, whatever you're doing, every single object you see in your room that you are in right now began inside of the plane of imagination. This is not a physical plane. This is a metaphysical plane that you have access to. And you have the ability to bring down this plane into physical form. That's what we call manifestation. That's what the ancients called magic. This is what we now call in science metaphysics. It's all the same thing. So yes, you all have access to the divine planes. Unlike animals, this is why humans are so advanced. Okay. Is the pineal able to constantly activated, or is it just a temporary experience? I don't fully understand that question, unfortunately. Maybe you could word it in a different way. The real meditations on the university, legit, y'all, yes. In order to connect to consciousness, you need to sit in meditation and turn off your feelings, and the feeling of unity will come. Do I understand correctly? Yes, that is correct. So when you sit in silence and in stillness, I highlight the word stillness because stillness, when you are still, no information from your nervous system is being decoded by the brain. So when your body is still and does not move, your nervous system starts to relax and comes to a balanced state. Your brain starts to relax, it comes to a balanced state. The left and the right brain stop working, the nervous system stops working. Then, once the body, the material body is shut down, you then have access to consciousness. You can't access consciousness if the body's in such a busy state. If electricity is being fired every 2 seconds, your whole body's electrical. When you move your foot, that's electricity being fired from the brain to the foot instantly through the nervous system. Your brain, your whole body is a technological machine. So you must shut down the technological machine to access the divine that exists beyond the technological machine. Do you understand that? Did we create ourselves from the higher plane? When you say yes, you created yourself, you manifested yourself in this material form for a reason in this specific time and place. Wisdom books, are these available inside the university? Yes, they are. So anyone who joins the university, they all gain 50% off the store. So you can get anything you want inside the store for 50% off. Plus, you get the Book of Wisdom Volume 1 PDF for free. You get the Human Health Guide. Plus, you get all of the library books. There's a load of different books on occultism, symbolism, esotericism. Do you need to place your attention somewhere specific during meditation? You can do. Okay, you can do. So if you struggle, when you first start to meditate and you struggle to turn off the thoughts, think of the back of the brain, the back of your head. Don't think of it, place your attention on it. Okay, so when you place your attention on the back of the brain, this now shuts off thought because the back of the brain doesn't have any activation to do with thought. The front brain does, the neocortex. That's all to do with activation of thinking. So place your attention on either the back of the brain or your breath. What's more important, creating yourself or finding yourself? It's a balance of both. So in order for you to create fully, you must have awareness of self and awareness of thought and control over the mental dialogue, the inner voice inside of you. Okay? When you control that inner voice, that is when you gain power. That inner voice is what brings commands into physical reality. Before you kick a football, there is a change in consciousness. There's a decision made in consciousness before the body takes the action. Therefore, every physical manifestation is a change of inner consciousness before it's a physical reality. You can have the reality you want through consciousness before physically having it. That's the secret to creating. But you must believe it like you know the sun is going to rise in the morning. That's how much you should know that you have that reality in consciousness through feeling and thought and imagination. And that's how you can truly create in your reality. Shrooms help with consciousness or ego. I can't really talk about that because I'm maybe uploading this to YouTube, unfortunately. But we need to clean our pineal gland first from calcification. Yes, definitely. You should go on a detox the body. Because you can't really connect with consciousness if your body is in such a dirty state. Because the brain is, your nervous system is in a state of fight or flight, trying to fight off all these toxins. So when you meditate, you're probably going to be having thoughts all the time because your brain's firing, your nervous system's being attacked through toxins. So you must detox to have a true connection with the divine. Your diet plays a big role in your spirituality and mentality. What is the most optimal food for pure consciousness? Fruits and vegetables. They possess consciousness. So when you place them inside of you, they're syncing with your consciousness. How to check the cleanliness of your body, your skin, your teeth, your tongue, your mouth. If your skin has spots, different colors on it, you're not clean, because your skin is a reflection of your inner organs. Coffee's not the best for you. Coffee gives you fake energy, okay? So what coffee does, that buzz you get off coffee is actually the toxic effect of the chemicals reacting with your body. If I'm inside the university and wanted to buy your book, you said it would be 50% off because we are your student. Is that automatic or we need to have a code? You will have a code. Yes, I'm going to releasing a code for all the students after this. Caffeine equals neurotoxin. Yes, it fries your brain. It fries your nervous system. It fries your dopamine receptors. Will the Q&A last week about money symbolism be posted? Oh, I didn't post that. That's my bad. I totally forgot. I will post that after this. Thank you for reminding me. How to detox the body. The best way to detox the body is going through a week cleanse of fruit. So only consume fruit, sea moss, and cayenne pepper, and lots of freshly pressed juice. Do that for a week or 2 weeks, depending on how you feel, and then start to fast. You will lose weight, but you're not losing weight, you're losing impurities. It's good to do this every couple months, to just go on a raw fruit diet, cleanse the body, push everything out, and then start to fast while, consuming sea moss and having lots of freshly squeezed juices. What is an alternative for coffee? Something with high energy levels. Okay. We're not taught the most simplest thing about the human body. It is an electromagnetic machine. It's electrical. It runs off electricity. The only energy you need is electricity, and that is found in fruits, vegetables. If you want energy, drink pure, fresh, pressed juice. That will give you more energy, more electricity than coffee. Can we cleanse ourselves through oil pulling? Do you recommend it? I do oil pulling every day with coconut oil in my mouth. Celery juice is a good one, very good one. Yeah, celery juice. Any more questions? What kind of music do you listen to when lifting? For me, rap, hip hop push me work harder, but I know it's terrible for my subconscious. Yes, very. At least you're aware of it. You should be definitely try and stay away from the hip hop music. Try and stay away from anything that's talking about anything negative, because it's all programming your subconscious. And your belief system is your reality, people. Your belief system is your reality. Okay? So look after your subconscious. That's what's controlling your actions. 90% of your actions on a daily basis are controlled through your subconscious beliefs. Okay? I listen to a lot of Pastel Ghost. I listen to a lot of... Let me get my playlist up. It's all like background music for TikTok. Do you know what I mean? Like Pastel Ghost. That's mainly what I listen to. That sort of music. I don't know what it's kind of called. I don't know what that genre is called. Does anyone know what that genre is actually called? Because there's not much words in it. The reason I listen to it is because there's not much words in it. And, it helps the subconscious. And I just love that music. Like lo-fi, yeah, a bit of lo-fi. Most people won't even know this type of music. Can you tell us how you use cayenne pepper? So I mix it with freshly squeezed orange juice every morning. So the first thing I have, empty stomach, I have a teaspoon of cayenne pepper, mix it in and just down it every morning. And sometimes at night. The feeling you get in your stomach after putting cayenne pepper on an empty stomach is absolutely amazing. It tingles in your stomach. It kills parasites. It kills all horrible organisms. Mix it with hot water. Yes, hot water and key lime water. That I bet that's powerful. If you mixed warm water with key lime with cayenne pepper in first thing in the morning, I can imagine how powerful that is. I've never done that, but I'm going to try that. Do you use sea salt? I don't know what to think about sea salt, to be honest. I try and stay away from it. I don't know whether it's good, don't know whether it's bad. I'm kind of mixed on it. Mixed information. I've heard people have benefits. I've heard other people say stay away from it. So I don't know. I just stay away from it. I'm not too sure on it. I drink fresh pressed celery juice every morning. Yeah, definitely. Is there any chance we could move to esoteric occult questions? The only reason I say that is because I might be posting this to YouTube, so it's I don't want them. I don't want them thinking I'm giving health advice because I'm not. This is what I do. I'm not giving anyone medical advice. This is what I would do to myself. Because I can probably get in trouble for that. So the subconscious is the all-knowing. It is the all-seeing eye. The subconscious knows everything. Your conscious mind does not. Your subconscious knows every single cell in your body. Your subconscious is making your heart beat. It's talking to your heart. It's talking to every organ, every cell in your body is being connected and spoken to by your subconscious mind. It is the all-knowing. The subconscious has access to the astral plane, imagination, the fourth dimension. It has access to the mental plane, thoughts. It has access to the ethereal plane, energy. And has access to your physical body. It's the door. It's the portal. The subconscious is the portal to the divine. You must go through the subconscious in order to access the divine. Any coupon codes for book 2? Yes, inside the university, there will be a 50% off coupon code. Speaking of ancient civilizations, why did they use symbols to give us true knowledge? This is a very, very good question. Very good question indeed. The reason they use symbols is because symbols are their keys. They hide meanings. They hide things. For example, if it was written down, if all of this sacred knowledge that I'm speaking now was written down, it can be easily taken. It can be easily misused. Someone can take it, read it, and steal it and misuse it and abuse the world and create horrible things. The reason they use symbols is because they're hidden. They hide the teachings. Only the ones who possess the key, that possess the knowledge, can read the symbol. So the symbols act as a guard towards this higher wisdom, this higher knowledge, which gives you power. All of the knowledge I teach you gives you power. And you can misuse it. You can misuse your imagination. You have no clue, unless you've put this into action, how powerful your inner consciousness is. You can become a Okay, listen. If you hate your job, it's not the job that you hate. Think about it. It's not the job that you hate. The hate is coming from your inner consciousness. It's the state of consciousness that you hate. So what does that tell you? You can change that inner consciousness to another reality, the feeling of another reality. You can become that consciousness within before you actually externally have it. And by becoming and knowing that reality, that's what produces effect on shaping your outer world. When you really, truly know that reality inside of you, of being free, of being wealthy, of having abundance, your outer world has no other choice but to rearrange itself to your new inner state of consciousness. That's what magic is. It's manipulating your inner state of consciousness. It's convincing yourself that you already have it, not believing it, knowing it. Okay? Knowing is different than believing. Believing is a lie. You should know thyself. Okay? So we can say that human overpopulation is intentional. There is no human overpopulation. We're all cramped in these cities. We're all cramped into one little place. We're not supposed to live like that. We're not supposed to live so cramped. This is why there's so many weirdos out in public. So many weird people doing weird things. This is when things start to go weird, and we shouldn't be living in this state, in this condensed state. We should be spread out. Okay. There is no overpopulation. It's just an illusion because we all lived in such. Have you ever been on a plane? Have you seen how much land there is? It's crazy. There's no overpopulation. And how many people do they say there's in the world? There's not that many people in the world that they say. I think it's like 8 billion. I think they say there's 8 billion people. There's not 8 billion people. There's probably more like 2 billion. And the reason I say that is because I have a friend who only has like 300K followers. So that's a lot of followers, okay? And he gets recognized everywhere he goes. And he's into all this stuff. And he says, listen, the population is definitely not 8 billion or whatever they say. I think it's like a couple billion. It's probably more like 1 billion. How to properly manifest intentions. Thought, emotion, and imagination are the key. You must know that you have that reality. Don't believe it. Become that reality within your consciousness. All day long, as much as possible. Feel it. Imagine it. Say it. And have zero doubt. How to have zero doubt. You can't, well, okay, so the doubt, that little voice that will seep into your mind saying, you can't do that. You can't do this. That's your old voice of your subconscious program. Listen, the reason why most people fail in life is because they have trained their subconscious that they will fail. They have told and believed that they will fail. The reason I will succeed for the rest of my life is because I have trained my subconscious to say, I will win, I will succeed, I will solve any problem. That's my belief system. And if my belief system is that, then my external reality, my conscious mind will seek a way to fulfill that belief. It will seek to control and create that belief in my external world. It will seek to solve any problem. I've trained my subconscious mind to know that I already have the reality, to know that I'm abundant, to know that I have everything that I already need. Therefore, if any problem comes, I can sort it straight away. But most people have a different belief. It's not your fault. We've been kind of manipulated and told this, that they will fail, that they can't do anything, that it's too hard. And that basically casts a spell on the conscious mind, where your conscious mind is just like, no, I can't do that, because of this subconscious belief that you hold. So you must reprogram your subconscious that you can do it, that you will solve any problem, and that you are abundant. That's the reason why successful people succeed. It's because they have a complete different mind state, a complete different belief system in their subconscious. Do you offer mentoring? Yes, I do offer mentoring, but it's mainly for people who want to grow their online presence, and for the amount of value and transformation that I can place into your life, and the time that, well, the price of my time, it will be a higher price tag, but your life will completely change if you join my mentoring, because I will transmute your life. I will transmute your mind, and I will transmute your whole reality, because I could tell you exactly what you need to do. How to have super genius power pulling information from the source. Okay, so you can do this. I talked about this in Book of Wisdom Volume 2, if you've read it. This is a technique that Albert Einstein used. This is a technique that Thomas Edison used. This is a technique that all of the ancient geniuses have used. So you get on a chair, you place metal below you or plates, and you hold a metal ball in your hand, and you fall asleep. And every time you fall asleep on the chair, you're going to drop the ball, because your body will become unconscious, and you will basically drop the ball, and it will wake you up, because it's going to hit and make a loud bang on the plate. And every time you go to sleep, basically what this is actually doing is shifting your consciousness from conscious into the subconscious. So from physical into the astral. Your consciousness is shifting between these two planes. And as you do this, you can bring down great ideas from these higher planes. So when you fall asleep, have an intention. And when you fall asleep, you'll drop the ball. And when you wake back up, you'll have an idea, and you just got to write it down. How to balance chakras. Don't focus on balancing your chakras. Focus on the mind. The mind is the cause of the chakras being blocked. If you have a blocked throat chakra, this is a problem in your mind, not the chakra. You see, the chakras are a result of the mind. You transmute the mind, you can transmute the chakras and cleanse them. So was Jesus a real man that walked? Okay, so I'm going to tell you something. Like, some of the things that I say in my reels, they are to catch attention. So if I say the first thing on the reel, Jesus never existed, straight away, you see that, it's going to trigger you. It's going to trigger Christians. It's going to trigger people. So yes, I do say things to catch attention. The reason I do that is because I have to, in order to catch attention. Maybe there was a Jesus who walked. So in the past, I have said Jesus never existed. Yes, this is to catch attention, to boost the reels, views, and comments and stuff like that. Maybe there was a man who was called Jesus and walked the earth. But listen, he was not the Son of God. You are all the Son of God. Jesus represents an archetype. He represents morals. He represents a way of living that you should embody in your life, not to worship. We shouldn't be worshiping this man. We should be embodying his qualities into our lives so we can become Christ consciousness, so we can live in harmony with our mind, emotions, body, and spirit. Okay? He was not the Son of God. You are all the Son of God. We are all God experiencing himself in a three-dimensional divided form. God is oneness, and he created a divided world so he can experience himself. Why do you quote from the Freemasons oft times? I don't recall me looking at Freemason quotes and quote them. I just simply, when I post a quote, I literally just, whatever comes to my head, I just whack it into Telegram or Twitter. Are dreams tied to your subconscious, and how do you understand them? Okay. Dreams and astral projection are two different things. Astral projection is your soul leaving this plane into the collective consciousness, into the collective mind, the collective astral plane. But dreams are basically the astral plane, but it's your personal astral plane in your personal subconscious. So when you dream, you're entering your own consciousness, you're entering your own subconscious. Every character, every event that happens to you, everything that is said to you, everything that happens to you in your dream is yourself pushed outwards, and you're basically experiencing your own mind. If something scary comes up in your dream, this is your belief, this is something in the back of your mind materializing and coming to you and showing itself to you. So in order to understand your dreams, it's basically suppressed emotions, suppressed thoughts, all lingering in your subconscious materialized. Okay. A few months ago, I'd have concurrent dreams of getting in a car crash that lasted for months. Then one day out of nowhere, I got into a really bad accident, and that low-key bugged me out. I didn't know if my mind was trying to warn me or what. You can explain that. Okay. If you are having dreams about having a car crash, this is a belief. Okay, so let me tell you something. Let's say you're a drug dealer, okay? And you live in fear every single day of the police coming to you. This dealer every day is worried, he's scared, and he lives in fear of the police getting him. He was believing it. This fear, this emotion he was feeling on a regular basis, repetition, and the emotion is basically impressing your subconscious. It's impressed his subconscious that deeply that he now believes it. It's now become a belief. So one day the dealer gets caught and he goes to prison. Let me tell you something. He placed himself there because he created a program, a belief in his subconscious of the police. And his external reality is now in a prison cell. But that prison cell is just an external manifestation of the prison cell of fear he installed in his subconscious mind. The four walls he's now trapped in is just basically an externalization of his own belief system that he created through consciousness, through the subconscious. If you embedded your belief that you will be in a car crash, you will be in a car crash. He placed himself there. He materialized that reality through the thought, through the emotion, through the belief. He put himself there. You see? So if you were having dreams, this was maybe, could have been anything. You could have watched a program when you were a child about a car crash, and that maybe scared you. Or you saw a car crash when you were very young, and that scared you, and that impressed your subconscious. Then you had a dream about it. Then you started to believe it. And then one day, bang, it happens. That's the power of the subconscious mind. It holds control over you. It holds control over every aspect of your reality, of your being. So, I hope you all enjoyed this live. I'll see you all inside Ethereal University. I'll be posting another lecture this week. And yeah, let me hold on.
bookofwisdom.com. Visit today.
What is good, people? How are we all doing? Today we're going to be talking about the different planes of existence, the occult side of the world, the things they don't teach you in school. And of course, you can only find that on this channel, so welcome. So you need to understand is that your consciousness moves through these different planes of existence, these different states of consciousness, which make up all of you. Okay? They are all interlocked planes. They are all interpenetrated into each other. They are all one. They melt into the plane above and below. You see, each plane is a product of each plane. As above, so below. Now, the higher you go, the more fluid, the more dreamy, the less dense it becomes. The lower you go, the more denser it becomes, the more solid it becomes. The lowest plane is the physical plane, which you are obviously aware of. You are inside of the physical plane now. But while you are in this inside of this physical plane, you are indeed inside of all these other bodies which you have not awakened yet. You have to awaken these different bodies. You have these bodies. Okay? It's like a ripple effect. And the center is the most dense, the most solid. This is Earth, heart, the heart of the ripple. And the lower you, the further you go out from the center, the more dreamy, the less fluid, the more fluid, the more less dense it gets until you're one with the all. You see? And this is what it's like. This is what this system is. It's like a ripple effect. Now, let's jump straight into the planes. First, you have the physical plane, made out of 4 elements. Five elements. The ether is the mother of the elements. It's the womb of the elements. It's the 5th element. And it gives birth to the 4 other elements. 4 is stability. Tables have 4 legs, and this is why the ether gives birth to 4, because it's the foundation of the physical world. Fire, earth, water, air. They are not pure. Each one of the elements melts into the other one. For example, earth and water both share cold. Water and air both share wet. You see? They compose of each other. They melt, they mold into each other based off the vibrational state of the ether. That's what it is. The 4 elements are the vibrational states of the ether. Okay? So you have the 4 physical elements making this, physical world. It's the lowest world. It's the world of effect. This world, whatever you see, whatever you experience, it's the effect. You can't change anything by manipulating this world. You got to manipulate the higher worlds to affect this world, you see? As above, so below. This is the lowest plane. It has 3-dimensional. It's the 3rd dimension. Space, height, and thickness. That's all it is. Front, backwards, upwards. You see, it's 3-dimensional. We cannot perceive the hidden side, which is the interior of this existence. We cannot perceive the interior from our exterior view. We are looking into this world. Okay? This is the exterior view. We can't see what's inside of that. That's the 4th dimension, which is the next one. It's the most gross and dense plane. 4 states of matter, the most slowest vibrational molecules exist in this plane. Above this plane, you have the ether. Okay? The word ether and either are the same thing, because either connects 2 scenarios in languages. I either support Manchester United or Liverpool. Either is connecting them 2 scenarios. The ether is doing the exact same, as you can see here on the planes of existence. It connects the astral world, which is very important, to the physical world. It's connecting these 2 worlds. So it's the ether. It's the ether. The ether is pure potential. Energy flows through the ether. It is pure energy, pure potential. Okay? The physical body is an exact copy of the etheric counterpart body. So every physical object has an etheric energy double. It's like a blueprint of that object. Every single object has an energy double, and that's the etheric double. Okay? The etheric body determines the shape of our physical body through its lines of force. All through life, it rebuilds and restores the physical body. Physical problems show up first in the etheric body because as above, so below. You manipulate the higher planes, it will manipulate this plane. And this is why sorcery works. You know, contact with astral plane entities. We'll get into that a bit later. So the reason why we can't see this plane, this energy world, which is all around us, which we are inside of right now as we speak, is that the molecules that compose it are further apart than those of the physical plane, making it invisible to the two eyes. That we can't perceive it. Our eyes cannot physically suck in that sort of information, and our brain cannot decode it. This is why, you know, they brainwash us with all these programs to keep us asleep, to keep these other bodies we have asleep, so we don't find out about these other bodies, and is to make you believe that everything's just a material. Only the material world exists. They don't want you to know is that everything that you see is a result of something you cannot see. As above, so below. There are realities within this reality. This is what I'm breaking down now, these different planes, on how this reality works. So your etheric double is your energy body. You can see here the physical, etheric, astral. Astral is your spirit. The ether is a part of the physical plane. It's like just above the physical plane, but it's still part. But then the astral plane is completely separate. It's another plane, but they're all interlocked. Don't think they're apart. They're all interlocked. They're all one. They all melt into each other. The chakras that we have are inside of our etheric body. They are our sense of organs which tune us to the fourth dimension. These 7 chakras connect us to the astral world, the fourth dimension. Okay? They are points for the flow of energy from the universe / 7 planets, because the 7 chakras are your 7 planets, and the 7 planets are connected to the astral world. They are feeding these 7 centers in our body. They connect us to the universe, to our etheric counterpart, and then to us, supplying the physical body. Because the energy comes from above. As above, so below. These 7 centers, these 7 etheric chakras, are being supplied with energy from the universe, the 7 planets, the solar system. Then it supplies the physical body. You see? So, the ether is very important. And this is, you know, that the ancients understood the science of the ether, and they could, you know, harness free electricity from it, because it's all around us. The ether is all around us. And this is what they were doing. They were harnessing free energy using the ether. The astral plane, the fourth dimension, very important plane. Very, very important. We've all been there. Every single one of you has been there. Okay? The fourth dimension is unseen of what we see. It's the interior of the exterior that we see. We see the third dimension, but we cannot see beyond what's making this third dimension. This is the fourth dimension. Okay? It's the dream world. This is where you go when you dream. Okay? This is where you go when you dream. It's the place of disembodied spirits or ghosts, entities, whatever you want to call them. When you hear ringing in your ears, that is not tinnitus. That is an entity around you. Okay? That is an entity around you. The fourth dimension is where thought forms exist. Mental images. Thought forms as in what you see in your mind when you think of an image, because the mind is the highest plane of existence. Mind is the highest plane of existence. And it manipulates all of the planes below. So it goes the mental plane, then the astral plane. So the thought is in the mind, the mental plane. That just the thought alone, no image, but then the form depiction, the thought form exists. It manifests in the astral plane as a sort of image, an entity, a living conscious being. So this is why thoughts are things. You see, thought forms exist within the fourth dimension. So when you imagine something, When you are, for example, right now, look into your hand and imagine there's an apple in your hand. If you can see that, you are seeing into this fourth dimension. You can only see into this fourth dimension using the mind's eye, not the two eyes, the mind's eye. When you shut off the two eyes into darkness, the third eye opens. The mind's eye is open, and you can see, this is astral travel. You got to work on astral travel, and you will see this astral plane, this fourth dimension. And there are 3 different sections to this astral plane: higher, middle, or lower. So yes, there is a kind of a heaven and hell, and a middle, mid-God. Heaven being the higher vibrational entities manifesting higher vibrational thought forms existing there, the lower vibrational thought forms existing in the astral plane. But these thought forms are beings. You can create these beings. They're called elementals. Okay? If you entertain specific thoughts for long enough, this will plant a seed and it will grow. If you so for example, you have a bad feeling or whatever, what's a good example? Unforgiving someone. You keep that energy inside of you for long enough, it will manifest in the fourth dimension. You entertain that thought long enough, it will manifest. And it will create an etheric body, and it will be an entity which will harm you. It will feed off you, this low vibrational energy. Your mind is so powerful. It creates thought forms, and these thought forms can take consciousness, can take bodies, etheric bodies. Now, that's why it's very important that you master your mind, master your thought patterns. So this fourth dimension is the astral world. So when you have a nightmare, this is the lower astral plane. You're in the lower astral plane. Whilst this physical body rests at night, your consciousness, you awaken this other body, your consciousness goes inside of this other body, whilst the physical body lays asleep. You see? So it's all inside of you. This is what you need to understand. You just haven't awakened these bodies yet. You can awaken them. You just got to awaken them. Okay? The next is the mental plane. This is the mind, the source, pure cause, pure motion, the most less dense, the most fluid. No form. There's no form to the mind. Astral plane is the first plane where a form takes existence, pretty much. The mental world has no form. It's pure mind, pure intelligence. Thoughts alone exist here without any images or manifestation. The most fluid, the most dreamy, the most causal plane. All of the rest take the effects of this plane. That's why it's mind over matter. Your thoughts they create vibrations. Each vibration is vibrating on a specific frequency, which creates mental images, creates effects down here on this physical plane. This is why it's so important to master your mind. Master what you think. Master your mind. It's the hardest thing to master. You could conquer the world, but it's probably harder to conquer your own mind than to conquer the whole world. I can promise you that, because the mind can play tricks on you. You got to listen to that inner guide within you that will constantly manifest the good things. So anyways, people, hope you learned a lot from this. Please work on trying to activate these other bodies. I will maybe do another video on trying to activate these bodies if you wish. Please comment down below if you would like to see that. And have an amazing day. Please like, subscribe, comment down below any video ideas you want me to do, any information you want me to spit. Thank you all. Have an amazing day.
bookofwisdom.com. Visit today.
What if dreams aren't random at all, but messages from a deeper part of yourself, trying to show you things? In this video, you're going to learn exactly what dreams are from an esoteric view, how to control dreams, and how to dream more frequently. Dreams are not nonsense. They are expressions of the subconscious mind. In the daytime, we're using our conscious mind, what we are aware of. This represents the daytime, the sun, the external world. We're operating in the external, outside the body in the day. But when we go to sleep, we return inward. Everything does this breath. We breathe in through the nose and out through the nose. Everything does this in and out process in the universe. We live, we die every single day. We wake up, we express things in the external. Then at nighttime, we return back to darkness, back to the internal. This is the breath of the universe. We have summer, we have winter. This is the breath of the sun and the seasons with the earth. You have an internal world and an external world. External is physical, the internal is spiritual. Like I said, when we go to sleep, we are returning back to the internal world of your own consciousness and subconscious mind. Your subconscious mind holds everything about you, your memories, your traumas, everything you've ever learnt, your language, your name, your job. Everything you identify with is stored within this vast network of the subconscious mind. It is your own personal consciousness. Therefore, when we dream, we return back to the subconscious mind, and we are in fact thinking, but in a subconscious way. The subconscious does not speak the same language as the conscious mind. The conscious mind uses language, thoughts, and all things that are very logical and very easy to understand. The subconscious is the complete opposite. It is very indirect, metaphorical, and symbolic. The subconscious communicates and works in symbols. Ultimately, symbolism is the language of consciousness. This is why in occultism and esotericism, it is filled with occult symbols, because symbols are used to communicate directly with the consciousness within the subconscious mind, and the subconscious mind is ultimately connected to the collective consciousness. We are all connected and tapping into the mental plane, where we receive thoughts, ideas, depending on what we attune our mind to. That's why we call it a mindset. But getting back on topic, the subconscious mind is your own personal network. It is like a net, an interconnected web of your thoughts, memories, traumas, emotional blockages, and all the things you identify with and have experienced in your life is stored within this network. It can be seen as a web. One example of the subconscious mind using symbolism is this next story I can tell you. Let's say I was in a very traumatic car crash as a young child. I experienced a lot of emotional trauma in that car, and that deeply impressed my subconscious mind with that trauma of emotion that I felt. Therefore, every time I see a car in my external world, that car is now a symbol that represents the state of consciousness I was feeling in that particular time of the traumatic car crash. The car is a symbol for a state of consciousness within my subconscious mind. Just like when you see a word, that word triggers what you believe that word to be in your subconscious mind. Symbols are the language of the subconsciousness. Therefore, when we dream, we are basically seeing symbols of our own personal subconscious mind. Our higher mind, which is basically our subconscious, the higher version of you that exists beyond your human thinking mind, communicates using symbolism. The higher mind does not speak human thoughts, human language. It speaks the language of symbolism. Therefore, when we dream, every event, every person, everything that happens, and everything you see is your own personal subconscious mind materializing within the plane of the astral plane. This is a dimension that sits just above the physical world that everything is pulled out of. For example, look around you. Everything you see around you was thought, then imagined. Imagination is the astral plane, and this astral plane sits above the physical world. As above, so below. These objects were thought, imagined within someone's mind, and then pulled into a physical reality. Therefore, the imagination is what you're experiencing within a dream. It is your subconscious mind thinking and materializing within the imaginative plane. For example, let's say you are a Christian, you believe in Jesus your whole life, you have lots of emotion towards Jesus. This deeply impresses your subconscious mind. You believe in him so much, you go to sleep, you have a dream that you meet Jesus. You did not meet directly with Jesus. You met with your own belief. It was your own belief materializing within the imaginative plane and revealing itself to you. Dreams are materializations of your memories, your subconscious beliefs, traumas, and anything that could be inside the subconscious mind. It is your subconsciousness revealing itself to you in a material form. Let's say you have a nightmare. There is a big dark figure chasing you and you are running away in fear, away from this dark figure chasing you. That dark figure is not an external entity. It is not a spirit or a jinn or a demon. It is in fact an aspect of your own mind. It is a symbol that represents maybe a fear, a trauma, or something you are running away from internally inside your subconscious mind. Something that you are not addressing, but something that is fearful, something that can be controlling you on a subconscious level. Let's say you have a fear to address something in your personal life. You want to address someone who is getting on your nerves at work. You continuously put this off and you fear doing that situation. Over a long period of time, this can slowly control you subconsciously. You start to avoid the person, avoid any contact. It is subconsciously controlling you. This is not the best example, but you can see what I mean. Hidden fears and traumas in the subconscious mind can subconsciously control your actions and ultimately lead you to low states of consciousness, keep you from reaching your higher potential, and ultimately create blockages within your own consciousness. That figure in the dream is a materialization of something that you are fearing and running away from and not addressing. This is why people always have dreams of traumas that they have experienced as a child or when they were younger, or maybe from a year ago or two. It's because that emotion is deeply impressed in the subconscious, and the subconscious is always trying to reveal things to you, communicate to you that you need to change, purify, and maybe heal within your own consciousness. This is how the higher self communicates to you, through the language of symbolism. Once you understand this, dreams can become a very powerful tool, not just entertainment at night time. Your consciousness never rests. Your consciousness is eternal. It is the very spark of the divine. Your body needs rest. Your consciousness is not physical. It does not need rest. So this is a way you can identify what your dreams are trying to show you is by writing them down. A dream journal. Every single dream that you have a book placed near your bed. Every time you wake up, first thing you should do is pick up the book and write every single detail that you can remember about the dream. The people that you met are all symbols or aspects of yourself. Maybe it is a friend you saw in your dream. That friend represents a state of consciousness that is within you and is trying to reveal something to you. It's about making the subconscious into the conscious, to become conscious of the unknown. Write down every detail, everything you saw, every event that played out, even the details of the clothes that they were wearing. Everything is symbolic within dreams. Write everything down and then analyze the dream. Don't analyze it from a logical mind. Analyze it with the right hemisphere of the brain, which allows you to see metaphors, read between the line. Try and gain the message that it's trying to show you. What does this overall mean to you? And what could this reveal about aspects of yourself that you need to heal or maybe take action in your life and world? Because your higher self is always guiding you towards awakening and fulfilling your mission in the manifested physical world. Dreams speak in symbols, not logic. Ask about your dreams. What is this trying to tell me? Don't take things literally. Look for an emotional tone and symbolic resonance. With practice, you'll begin to understand the personal language of your subconscious mind. Now that you understand that, again, please leave a like or a comment on this video. This is now a technique for lucid dreaming and dreaming more often. This is not going to happen overnight. This is not an easy method. It simply takes practice and dedication. Every morning, choose 3 time slots. For me, I choose 4:30, 5 a.m. and 6 a.m. 3 alarms that are going to go off at these 3 times, half an hour apart from each other. Each time you wake up, stay awake for 5 to 10 minutes. Turn off the alarm. Try and keep your conscious mind awake, but drift back into sleep. There's no other better way for me to explain that. It's very difficult, but try and keep the mind awake, but the body falling back asleep. More than likely, you will drift off back to sleep. Then the next alarm will go off half an hour after. This will wake you up again, guaranteed. You will probably drift back to sleep by repeating this process. After the 3 alarms go off, each one of them times, you're either going to have a dream or a lucid dream. But definitely you will have a dream. And if it doesn't work one time, keep trying it. I've been using this method for a very long time, and I can tell you 70-80% of the time it triggers a dream, and a very vivid dream. And it's ideal for lucid dreaming because keeping the conscious mind awake while letting the body fall asleep, you can become conscious within these subconscious realms of your mind. But when you are conscious inside the dream world, you can do what you want, but you also want to let the dream naturally unfold. If you try and take too much control, then you will wake back up. If you feel any fear in your dream, you will wake back up into the material world. Another tip to dream more often is to meditate before bed. Simply close your eyes and think about nothing for 5 to 30 minutes. Detach from everything outside you, your name, your job, work, thoughts. Mentally detach from the world and the physical pleasures and become pure awareness before you try and go to sleep. This will help you become conscious while being within the self. If you wish to learn more about consciousness, yourself, the Book of Wisdom Volume 2 can definitely help you. I'll leave a link in the description. Thank you for watching this video, and I'll see you in the next one.
bookofwisdom.com. Visit today.
So in this video, we're going to be breaking down the symbolism of the skull and bones. The skull and bones is found in the Masonic tradition. It's also found in a satanic secret society, such as the Skull and Bones Secret Society at the University of Yale, filled with secrecy there. Anyways, to dive deep into the symbolism, we have to think between the lines and read between the lines of what this symbol means. So this symbol is obviously a symbol that represents something in yourself. It is a way of living. It is a way of think, feeling, and acting. It is a state of consciousness. Each symbol represents a state of consciousness. Each symbol reveals something about yourself, the way you process things, the way your consciousness functions. This is what symbolism is for. It is visual representations of modalities of consciousness. So the skull and bones, if we instantly look at this symbol, we typically think of death, because a skull and bones, they are the last things to rot when the body dies. You see this symbol associated with death all the time. If you look on the back of of a product such as cigarettes or what else, vapes or vape liquid, you will see this symbol. Why? Because it represents poison or something that can kill you, or death, something that is toxic. So you always see this symbol on products that are toxic, things that can cause harm or internal damage to the physiology of the body. So that's a very basic exoteric term, which is external. It's a very external teaching. But inside the occult and esoteric traditions and occult schools of thought, this symbol represents the death of someone's consciousness or spirit. It is the death of their soul. Now, what do I mean, the death of their soul? This is used in satanic societies, or it's used in Masonic traditions. Two different meanings, okay? So inside the Masonic tradition, this symbol of the skull and bones is always found on a coffin, on a Masonic coffin. The coffin will have a symbol of the skull and bones. And if we observe the symbol, we have two interesting sections. We have a skull and we have bone, okay? These are two symbolic aspects of consciousness and forces of consciousness. The skull encloses the brain, and the brain is all to do with intellect and thinking, intelligence. However, these bones are for the limbs, such as arms and legs, and the arms and legs are specifically for action. The body uses these bones for taking action in the external material world, in the manifested world. So it's a symbol of thought and action, intelligence and action. But what is that the death of? If this symbol represents death, it is a symbol of the death of something, which is the soul. Okay? You can have very high intelligence, and you can also act upon that intelligence. However, you could also have no connection with your divine nature. So the thought and the skull and bones is a state of consciousness representing someone who is in the coffin. The Masons use this on a coffin. It is a symbol of thought and action. Mainly, it represents base consciousness. In the Masonic tradition, it represents base consciousness. I'm going to explain the satanic tradition of the symbol after. But in the Masonic tradition, they use this symbol to represent someone who's on base consciousness, which means they only think and act. They have no connection with the divine self, no connection with their higher self or the spirit or the divine nature of themselves. They only use their intelligence and they only use their body. They have no connection with emotion. There is no emotional symbolism in this image here. Hence why the image is either gray or black. It's normally gray because gray symbolizes dullness. Each color is symbolic of emotion, and looking at colors invokes emotion. However, gray has no emotional tone. It's dull, it's dead. So it represents disconnection from the emotional body of consciousness, but it represents thinking and acting without the emotions. Why is that significant? It represents the death of emotion. Someone who is in an unconscious state of living. Why is emotion important? Because emotion is basically the connection to law, moral law, natural law. When we're given birth into this world, we have a natural state of consciousness of innocence and love. As a child is not born racist, a child is not born a killer, a child is not born chopping people's heads off. A child is born with love and living in peace in a natural condition of consciousness. Therefore, the skull and bones is the inversion of this. It represents someone who either has high intelligence and they take action, or it just simply represents someone who is unconscious and they only think and act. They have no connection to their heart energy, emotional energy. This is very important, okay? They have no connection with their heart energy. And the heart energy is what allows you to take action on things that are good. For example, if you think of stealing an old lady's purse, the feeling will tell you it's wrong. But if you take an action anyway, that is now going against the heart, which is the feminine, the guidance system, the heart of goodness and righteousness and love and care. So in the unconscious state, in base consciousness, symbolizing the first degree of masonry, base consciousness, the checkerboard floor, you'll see a coffin with a skull and bones on, symbolizing an unconscious way of thinking and acting. They have no connection with their feminine qualities of consciousness, which is the heart energy. Look around in the world today, you will see this everywhere. People only think and act. They have no connection with their intuition, their feminine side. And the feminine side is what guides your soul through this life. So in the Masonic tradition, this is a symbol of someone who only thinks and acts, and they may even think and act unconsciously, because it's a symbol of death, which means the death of consciousness. They are unconscious. They don't even know they exist. They don't question life. They don't question what is this world. They don't question, they think manifestation is just a fairy tale. They unconsciously think and act and create their reality. They wonder why there's so much negative in their reality because they are unconscious. So this is a symbol of the death of consciousness. They have no connection to their internal self, the qualities of the heart, and they only think and act, an unconscious state of living. Now, to go into the satanic side of this, the Skull and Bones tradition, the Skull and Bones is a satanic society, allegedly. We don't actually know what goes on in there, but it's allegedly a satanic society. This symbol has a complete different meaning. Well, it's the same meaning, but it represents high intelligence, someone who is very, very, very intelligent in the mind, intellectually, and they take action. Because Satanism is not worshipping Satan. A lot of people won't understand this, but Satanism is not about worshipping Satan. Satan, therefore, is an allegory, a metaphor, or a symbol that represents the egoic force of an individual's mind or consciousness. Satan is a symbol representing the ego of man, of an individual. And like I broke down earlier, when we think about stealing an old lady's purse or punching someone in the face, the heart tells you that's wrong, but the body takes an action anyway. That little voice inside your mind that says, do it anyway, even though you know it's wrong internally, that little voice that says, do it anyway, that is what the ancients or esoteric societies call Satan. It's not a deity, but it's an aspect of our own mind, an unchecked aspect of ourself that is always trying to rule and gain, is trying to conquer you. This ego tries to conquer and take full control of you. And that's what we see in today's world. So therefore, in the satanic society, this is a symbol of head consciousness, no heart consciousness, because satanic societies do not want to connect with their heart. They prefer to live in their personal consciousness. What do I mean? The universe is one consciousness, one giant being expressed in individual forms. And that universal essence beyond your ego, beyond that universal consciousness, is the heart. But the head is the personal consciousness. The head is where your perception of yourself is. You know, that false character of who you think you are, your beliefs, you know, your name, your job, your status, your reputation. That is all head ego consciousness. It's not necessarily evil. However, in satanic societies, they do not connect with the divine. They would rather live in their personal consciousness and become their own god instead of connecting to the God of the heart, which is the God of the universe. They prefer to become like a material god. They want head consciousness, and they think and act without heart. They will think, they'll have high intelligence, they'll develop their mind, they'll develop the power of their mind, but they'll never develop with their heart. They'll never connect with their heart. So this is what this symbol is representing in satanic societies. They live in satanic consciousness, which is simply head consciousness, thinking, acting, high intelligence, high IQ, no connection with the divine. Okay? And today, this is what this, you know, the world is being pushed upon. This is, you know, the world is 80% Satanist, and people are walking around they're Satanists and they don't even know. This is how the dark occult has influenced the world to become so vain, lost in vanity, ego, lust, materialism, status, money. They've made the world unknowingly become satanic. Most of the people in the world are walking around Satanism. They're satanic. And what they've done is purposely tricked people to believe that Satanism is about worshipping worshipping Satan, when actually it's a state of consciousness. They think Satan is a deity. Yeah, very well said, esoteric. Yeah, they think Satanism is about worshipping this man in the sky or this negative force. But it's a state of being, because we are all God. We're all co-creators of God. We're not the God, but we are expressions or emanations of God. And our soul is the thought force of God. Just like when you think about a certain thought and you dwell upon it for a while, that thought becomes literally an entity or an energy form within the astral plane, and the soul of that elemental being or a thought force is your thought force. That's the soul of that being. Your soul is the thought force of God. You were thought into existence by the mind of God. I hope you gain an understanding of what this means in the two different ways, the Masonic tradition and the Satanic tradition. The Masonic tradition is a symbol of base consciousness, someone who only thinks and acts. They may have high intelligence, they may not. They're living in the death of their feminine side of consciousness. They're emotionless, have no connection with their moral compass of the heart. They have no intuition. They only think and act. They go against their heart. They take actions against their guidance. Someone who lives unconsciously creates their reality unconsciously, thinks, feels, and acts unconsciously. And then in the Satanic tradition, well, going back to the Masonic tradition, that base consciousness that I've just explained is the state that we must arise from, because that is the coffin. You'll see this symbol on a coffin, because the coffin represents the death of the spirit, the death of the feminine side of consciousness. and the death of conscious, being actually aware. And that's the state we must rise from, out of the coffin, into higher consciousness. And that's why Masons, not just Masonry, you have this whole story of death and resurrection is in everything. It's in the Bible. Jesus dies and he is resurrected. In Masonry, when you're initiated, they symbolically kill you and then you are resurrected. Every secret society symbolically kills you and then resurrects you. Why? Because in order to awaken to what you truly are, you have to kill who you thought you were in your mind. In order to awaken to what you are, you have to kill what you thought you were. So it's a death and resurrection. Okay, so this is the state we arise from, but in the satanic tradition, this is glorified, this state of consciousness. They are conscious, they have high consciousness, but they only have intelligence and action. Their intelligence and action are one. They think and act instantly, but they think and act at the expense of others because they have no connection with their heart. There's no heart symbolism here. It's a symbol of intelligence and action, the mind and the body. So the satanic tradition, they think and act at the expense of others. They seek to control other people because they have no connection with their heart. They have no connection with empathy, love, or care. They only care about themselves and the brotherhood of their secret society. This is what true Satanism is. It's not about worshipping Satan. It's about serving Satan, which is your ego, the egoic force that tells you not to go with your heart. So yeah, I hope that clears some things up about this symbol.
bookofwisdom.com. Visit today.
How are we all doing, people? It's Revival of Wisdom from the Wisdom Academy. Today we're going to be breaking down God, consciousness, and the higher and the lower self, and how to overcome the lower self. Now, the first thing you need to understand is that you are the invisible intelligence within the brain, within the body. This invisible intelligence is known as the mind. But you are not the mind. You are the observer of the mind, which is the soul, the invisible entity. The mind is your intellect, your intelligence. Now, the mind is, it's hard to put this in words, but the mind is something that gives you the ability to explore the universe. And this inner self is the I am. It's the quiet, the inner self, the voice you see in you hear in your head. This is why within spells high twin, inside, internal. The I is also the number one, which is one line. Because the one and only, is the inner self, which is the I am. This is why you say, my name is Harry. You are not Harry, you are the I, the inner self, the intelligence. Okay, this is why Jesus in French is I am. You look with the two eyes and you see with the inner eye. I and I, the same thing. Okay, because the I inside is what gives you the perception of what you're looking at. So when someone's trying to explain something and then you catch on saying, I see now, it's because you're seeing with your inner eye, the one that gives you perception, gives you intelligence, gives you the ability to understand things. This is the internal eye, the invisible self, which the physical body is nowhere near as complicated as this inner self. Is in infinite potential. God, G-O-D, generator, operator, destroyer, soul, mind, and body. Brahma, Vishnu, Shiva, the Father, the Holy Spirit, and the Son. They're all, the reason why you see God is always a triad is because it represents yourself. Your invisible intelligence is God. Me and you are the same invisible intelligence. We are the invisible intelligence experiencing the program being run by the central nervous system and the brain. I always say this in my videos, but I have to, in order for you to understand the things that I'm going to say later on in the video, you need to understand this concept, is that you are the consciousness experiencing the nervous system, the tree of knowledge of good and evil, which is you here. You would be in this invisible intelligence right here in the center of the brain. Now, this is why the ancient Christians show God is in the brain. This is the brain stem. This is the brain. This is also the brain stem and the brain. The brain stem and the brain. It's all depictions of the brain because the brain's the computer, the electromagnetic computer, which decodes the demands created by the invisible intelligence, the I, the inner self, you, your true self. The person moving, if you observe what someone moving, this is going to sound, but if you observe someone walking, it's not the body. The body is moving, but the thing telling it to move is the invisible intelligence. Before you kick a football, a decision is made within your invisible intelligence, your mind. And this consciousness, this invisible intelligence, is either stuck between the lower self and the higher self. Okay? When the invisible intelligence, meaning the true self, identifies itself with the physical body, it will trap its mind within physicality. This consciousness that we have is either operating in the lower self or the higher self. It's either feeding the material body or it's feeding the spirit. Okay? But because we are physical and spiritual, we need to be even. We don't want to be meditating all day long because we do have a physical body as well whilst we are here. We are playing a game in physical matter. Okay? Now, the reason that you incarnated here is to learn a lesson because the mind can manifest anything it wants within the astral planes, within the world of imagination. It can manifest anything it likes, but it incarnates into matter, into this game, so we can understand labor, because anything in matter, you have to labor to manifest. But in the astral, you can manifest at the click of a finger. You come here to learn the knowledge of good and evil. And your consciousness, I came out a bit off topic there, but your consciousness is experiencing the lower or higher self. The lower self is manifested in the lower parts of the body. Sex, food, and power, the lower three energy centers. These centers are like mini brains. You are literally thinking with these centers. And when your mind is stuck within these lower centers, you'll think, have you ever heard the term of thinking with your penis or thinking with your, you know what, as a man? Even females maybe, but mainly this is a boy saying, you're thinking with your penis. This is a truth, it's truth in plain sight. You think with these energy centers. When you're living off the lower three centers, all you care about is sex, food, and power. Eating, sleeping, and greed. Power's kind of like greed. Now, when we move up to the higher parts of the body, when we live our life within the higher parts of the body, this is considered heaven. Love, expression, intuition, and wisdom. This is what we need to be aiming to do, moving out of the lower half of the body and living our life within the higher self, the higher parts of the body, thinking with the higher energy centers, thinking with love, expression, intuition, and wisdom, spreading love, expression, intuition, and wisdom to others. Heaven is even. This is why Jesus is pointing at the heart chakra, always pointing at the heart. Earth rearranged his heart because in earth you're manifested as a physical being. You're in the heart, good and bad. You need to be balanced between the good and bad. Because love can be a demon too. That's a whole nother video, but love can be a demon. Now, the seven chakras are known as the seven seals in the Bible. When the Lamb opened the seventh seal, there was silence in the heaven for about half an hour. This is a verse from the Bible. The Lamb is Aries, which is the higher brain, the cerebrum, Ram, Aries. Because when the Ram opens the seven seals, you enter the kingdom of heaven. Because these chakras seal your invisible intelligence. They seal your true self. You are behind these seven seals, your true invisible self, your true consciousness. Because behind these seven seals, you do not think about anything materialistic. Your intelligence is not material. It's not physical. It's not from the physical world. It does not desire the physical world. The body is the beast. The body's the animal, the lower self, which can corrupt our intelligence. It can corrupt the intelligence. Okay? Now, we need to balance these chakras so that we gain a deeper connection between this intelligence and the brain. Because when there's a strong connection between the brain and the intelligence, your body and the intelligence, you have a strong connection. Therefore, you can manifest what the intelligence is saying at all times. Meaning, when, for example, your higher self, this is intelligence, the higher intelligence is always speaking to you. It's always guiding you. It's always telling you the right thing to do. You can feel it when you're doing something wrong. You can feel that you're doing something wrong because this higher self, this intelligence knows what it needs to do here. And when there's no connection between the body and this our intelligence, our true self, when we strip away, when you close your eyes for long periods of time, you will figure out you are this invisible, infinite, creative being. There's no words that I can't describe what it is, but it's the voice inside of your head that you can feel when you close your eyes. You are this being inside of the heaven, because this is heaven, this intelligence. And when there's a strong connection between the body, you can manifest everything it's saying. When everything is balanced, when you're no longer thinking with the lower centers, when they're all balanced, you're not thinking in particular with every center, you balance them all, you can manifest everything it says. Your body will act out what the intelligence is always saying. This is God in the brain, the intelligence, trying to touch Adam, representing the lower self. This is why they're not touching. Notice how Adam is resting, but the intelligence is always reaching out, stretching, symbolizing metaphorically saying it's guiding. I'm always reaching out. The intelligence, your intelligence is always guiding you. It's always reaching out to you. But Adam is ignorant of it. The lower self is ignorant of it. And that's why he's so relaxed and God is so stretching out. Because at our highest self, that when you think of when you want to better your life, that highest true version of yourself is God. When you're manifesting this, your highest self, this is God. Your truest form, your most perfect form, that is God. Your highest version of yourself, that is God. Emotions are not what you've been taught. Emotions are not something that should be reactive, okay? You should not let the emotion be you, except that you should experience them instead of letting them become you. You need to understand there's a separation in our consciousness. You have the soul, which is the person who is observing your thoughts. When you think a thought, who's the one observing that thought? The soul, you, the I am, the I, the inner self, the one. that one and only. And inside of every single body, inside of me, inside of you watching this video, there is this same intelligence that is inside of me, inside of you. And it's the exact same intelligence, experiencing a different body. And this is what we mean by the universe is mental. We all are all sharing the same ball of consciousness in a different body. The animals, the fish, the cells, all expressing this one consciousness. Me and you are the same. This is why the golden rule is treat others like others should be treated, because I am you and you are me in a different body. Now, going back, you need to identify that there's different levels of consciousness: soul, mind, emotion, and body. Okay? Your emotions are on a separate layer than the body, the mind, and the soul. So when you identify there's a difference between all of these, you do not let them become you. You do not let your mind rule you, because your mind can be corrupted. Your soul is the one that is pure good, pure love, but your mind can be corrupted. Okay? Your emotions can be corrupted. The body can be corrupted, but the soul can never be corrupted, only layered on top. You can only throw piles of programs within the subconscious, layering the soul down, but deep, deep down inside of every single one of you, there is a loving being. Because love comes from the heart. Love is the universal emotion, expression. Now, your thoughts can become bondage, your emotions can become bondage. Now, what do I mean by bondage? By conquering the lower self, we need to conquer our own mind, because the mind is what's manifesting the lower self. When you're thinking with the lower half of the body, when you're becoming your emotions, you need to experience the emotion, not become the emotion. Do not let the emotion become you. Do not let your thoughts become you, because your thoughts are tools that you can manifest. Your thoughts are the idea. Your emotion is the energy that you can use to manifest that thought. Your emotion is energy in motion, emotion. You use emotion to manifest, to feel as if you already have the thought. Therefore, you become that vibration. Therefore, your emotions are actually a creational force that is given to you to manifest things, because you're a human, a manifester. You're here to manifest things. You're a creator. You are a god. Your inner self, your intelligence, your I am, the one and only inside of you, the inner self, the quiet one, the one that's deep, deep down, the invisible intelligence, is it's creating things all the time. All the time. Speak no evil, see no evil, hear no evil. This is the astronauts, they're Freemasons, but they understand this, because thinking, seeing, and hearing can corrupt your mind. And when you have a corrupted mind, you'll have a corrupted subconscious. The subconscious will manifest into the body, because 90% of your behavior comes from the subconscious mind. So you got to speak, see, and hear no evil. But sin, what is a sin? To overcome our lower self, to overcome our lower self, the 7 deadly sins are not something that goes against an external God. A sin is something that goes against your inner guide, your inner conscience, the inner self that is always speaking to you. It's always telling you the right thing to do. A sin is something that goes against this inner guide. And this is why you can feel something where you can feel you're doing something wrong. Because the inner guide is speaking constantly. And when you commit these 7 deadly sins, which are 7 internal states which keep your invisible intelligence bound to your physical body. Because evil, right? Evil love bondage. This is why they stay in this realm and they control this realm, because they love the bondage of the body. They like matter. They want to stay in matter for eternal life. They don't want to ascend back into the heavenly realms where you do not have a physical body. You can explore the universe within the astral planes. They stay bounded to the body, bounded to the 3D construct of the physical world. They have greed, lust, envy, gluttony, wrath, sloth, pride. They want all of this. And if you want that, that's okay. But deep, deep down, you don't want that, because your soul is always telling you the right thing to do. Your soul knows what to do to get out of here. It needs to detach from the external world. Detach from all of these 7 internal states which bound you to your lower self, your lower centers. That's what a sin is. You know, you have a left and right brain. The left brain is always analytic. The right brain is metaphorical. So the right brain is producing a holistic view of reality. Now, what do I mean? And not view, perception. When you see, because your eyes are parts of the brain, so when you look at something and you look, that image is produced in the back of the brain in the visual cortex. And then the right brain produces a perception, a holistic, it breaks down what you're seeing into a holistic image, a holistic perception. So, for example, if you're in a woods, the right brain sees the whole woods as one big woods. The left brain is breaking that perception down into individual trees, branches, and leaves. So the left brain's to do with duality, the right brain's to do with wholeness, unified. The left brain's dualistic, analytic. This is necessary so that we can pick things up and manipulate them and break things down. We need the left brain, we need the right brain. I'm not saying any of them's bad, but the left brain, sinister in Latin, means left. Because when you're left-brained, you see everything in dualistic. You see everything is dual, when everything's actually one. We need to be focusing and strengthening our right hemisphere. I'm not saying sit in the right hemisphere all the time, but we need to be strengthening our right hemisphere. And this is why left is sin and right is right. Because when you focus on the right hemisphere, you see the holistic perception of creation. The right hemisphere sees humanity as one unified consciousness. The left hemisphere sees everyone as individual persons and egos. Because the left hemisphere is dualistic. And this is why the Bible says, cast the net onto the right side of the ship and ye shall find. John 21:6. What does that mean? Cast your energy, cast your perception into the right hemisphere of the brain, and ye shall find unified consciousness. You shall find your higher self, the one and only. If then you have been raised with Christ, seek the things that are above, where Christ is seated at the right hand of God. Wow. Powerful. What does this mean? Seek the things that are above, where the Christ is seated at the right hand of God. God is your consciousness, your invisible intelligence between the 2 hemispheres. The right hand of God is the right hemisphere. Seek the things that are above the heart. Love, intuition, expression, and wisdom. Seek the things that are above the heart, the higher self, the higher part of the body. Because when you seek the things of love, expression, intuition, and wisdom, you create a strong aura. You attract the same frequency. And this frequency is heaven, God. This is the Sumerian. This is the Sumerian artwork showing the lamb. This is a step symbolizing stepping upwards, raising up. He's stepping over the lamb up to the bird. His hand is going to the bird. The lamb symbolizes the lower self. Okay? The bird with the wings is in the sky. It represents the higher self. This is why angels always have wings, because it represents the higher self in the sky. The lamb is a ground animal, symbolizing the lower self. He's stepping over the lamb to the bird, his higher self, his invisible intelligence. Horus and Set, Jesus and Satan. Look, Horus has an evil brother, Set, just like Jesus and Satan. Horus is a bird, higher self. Set is a ground animal, lower self, which is the devil and the angel on your shoulder. You see? The right and the left hemisphere, the two wings. So the devil and angels always speaking to you. The higher and the lower self. It's the battle between the higher and the lower self, between the invisible intelligence and the physical body, because the body's the one that wants the sugar, it wants the pleasure, it wants the sex, it wants the porn, it wants all of the materialistic things, it wants the 7 deadly things. Okay? It wants this. There's a battle between the higher and the lower self, your intelligence and the body. This is why you need to become balanced, so that there's a deep connection between the body and the invisible intelligence, the I am. You need to master your mind with discipline, and you gain a connection between the brain, the body and the intelligence. Resurrection, transmuting sexual energy. Okay, this is important. Res is Resh, which is Hebrew. The early Hebrew Resh symbol is the head. This is the head. Resh, erection. Erection is a sexual stimulation. Resurrection is rise erection. You got to raise your sexual energy up the base from the spine to the head. This is the Christ, the Christos. Because there's a psychophysical germ, psychophysical oil produced in the brain every month. Go and watch my other video on raising the chrism. Okay? And every month there's this fluid produced in the brain, which takes 2 trips, because one's produced by the pituitary, one's produced by the pineal, magnetic female, magnetic and electric charge. And it takes 2 trips down the spine to the solar plexus, the bread of life in the Bible, or Bethlehem in the Bible, because the River Jordan's your spine. Goes down to Bethlehem. It gets born in Bethlehem, just like Jesus. Because when this oil travels to the solar plexus, it creates the seed, the seed of life, and it feeds the body, all the central nervous system, all the cells. It regulates the blood, does all sorts of good things for the body, this oil. Now, when you save your sexual energy and you raise your resurrection, you awake the Christ, you raise it from the solar plexus or the sacrum bone up to the brain, you activate 100% of the brain, and this is the true resurrection of Christ. Instead of wasting the energy and giving away your sexual fluids, because behind the fluids is the energy. So when you release that fluid, the energy is out there. You've released the energy. Your sexual energy is the most potent emotional force a human could possibly feel. Same with any animal or anything. The sexual urge, the sexual emotion is the most powerful, potent emotion that you can feel. It takes over the whole body. When you feel sexually aroused, it takes over everything because it's so potent. And when you fight the serpent, when you fight the sexual energy, which is shown here in the Egyptians, the cat cutting off the head of the serpent, or Hercules fighting the serpent, or in the Greek mythology fighting the seven-headed dragon, the seven chakras. The serpent is your sexual energy because it symbolizes your kundalini. When you fight it and you transmute this energy, instead of releasing it, instead of acting sexually on it, you can transmute the energy, transfer it from the solar plexus up to the brain. You can also do this with other tasks. Instead of releasing it, instead of raising it from the solar plexus to the brain, you can use it for other things. So, for example, you want to think critically. You can use it for critical thinking. You can use it for going to do exercise. You can transmute sexual energy into anything. But you can do this. You can raise the sexual energy, and you can use this energy to push the cerebrospinal fluid from the solar plexus up through the spine, up the 33 vertebrae to the brain, and it'll activate 100% of the brain. And this is the resurrection of Christ. Jesus was never dead. Jesus was never rose from the dead. It symbolizes the Christ, Jesus Christ. Christ is Christos, which means oil in Greek. The resurrection of the Christ, the Christos, the oil. When it activates 100% of the brain when it's raised, and it can regulate all the systems, it can regulate all the blood, it can regenerate the body. And this is the true Antichrist. They don't want us doing this process. The Antichrist is not against Jesus, it's against the fluid in our body that makes us live hundreds and hundreds of years and makes us live as gods. This is the true resurrection. And when you fight the serpent, you fight your sexual urges, your sexual emotion, the most strong emotion that you could ever feel. You can do this process. And this is the true secret of transmuting sexual energy. Because when you transmute the sexual energy, you can become a god. And this is why Hercules is fighting the serpent. Notice how the serpent is low. He's reaching down to it. It represents the lower self. Because the lower self wants the lust. It desires sex. The body desires sex. There's a fight between the higher and the lower self. But when there's balance, there's even. Heaven is even. When there's evenness between these, this is the kingdom of heaven. This is when heaven is on earth. So at our highest levels of ourselves, the highest level of our intelligence, this is God. God is something that we manifest. We need to achieve Christ consciousness by battling the body. There is no battle outside of the physical body. It's an internal battle. Jesus and Satan have been externalized. Nothing exists outside of you, because I explained in the beginning how you are the consciousness experiencing the central nervous system. Therefore, there is nothing outside of you. It's all internal. Jesus and Satan have been externalized. Why? Because it's business. The church is a business. It's all a business. They've created these figures to be historical when they're not historical. The Bible's not historical. It's all externalized. It's called exoteric, when the truth is esoteric, internal teachings. So anyways, people, balance the chakras, balance the two hemispheres of the brain, balance the conscious and the subconscious. Balance is perfect, the yin and yang. You are spiritual and physical. You live in day and night. You need to be balanced. Oneness. Seek oneness. And this is the true kingdom of heaven. And when we all realize that we are all the same intelligence, the same consciousness expressed in different bodies, when we all realize this, we all realize we're all one. Doesn't matter what race you are. It doesn't matter what race you are, where you're from, your nationality, because none of you are actually from here. None of you are from the physical world. You're manipulating the physical world through the physical body. You are the I am. We all have a soul. Every single one of you has a soul. We all have souls. The reason why they say some people don't have souls is because they're trying to suppress your mind. They don't want you to know that you have a mind. That sounds crazy, I know. But a lot of people haven't realized that they have an infinite intelligence called a mind. And behind that mind, if you can observe your thoughts, the person who is observing the thoughts, you have a soul. Everyone has a soul. Don't listen to all these people saying some people don't have a soul, some people do. We all have a soul. Every single one of us. So anyway, you need to break the lower nature of yourself. At our highest levels, we are gods. Our intelligence, our universal intelligence, the I am, the intelligence that's inside of the brain, is God. Our minds are being corrupted within believing that you are the body, and the result of this is a society like today, because everyone thinks they're the body, and everyone's living in the lower nature of self, where everyone only cares about themselves. But when we realize we're all one big consciousness ball, we're all the same consciousness expressed in different bodies, there will be peace. So thank you all, people. If you do want to learn more, if you do want to read my book, it's called The Book of Wisdom. I'll put it in the description. It's an amazing book, people. It's going to give you the best understanding possible about creation, yourself, and the world. It's amazing. The Bible, everything. I have just launched a new cymatic library. A friend of mine has just added this to the website. He creates beats, and he creates the purest beats. So they are actually the frequency that it tells you. Most of the stuff on YouTube and Spotify and Apple Music it says it's a certain frequency, but we know these major platforms are all playing with the frequencies of the app. So if you want a real binaural beats, solfeggio scale frequencies to meditate on or listen to throughout the day, join the Occult Library. You can get a 2-day free trial. I'll put the link in the description. Thank you all, people. Hope you all enjoyed this video. God bless you all.
bookofwisdom.com. Visit today.
What if I told you that you are under a spell, and this spell is controlling you in every aspect of your life, and you don't even realize it? Spells are not what you've been taught. They're not fantasy magic wands that are casted over you. No, no, no. Spells are much, much deeper. A spell is a belief system that is installed into your subconscious mind, which holds power over you. Okay? If I install a belief into your mind and that belief holds power over you and controls you, that is you under my spell. A spell is a belief that someone has installed into you. Okay? You have a subconscious mind. The subconscious holds power over 90% of your daily basis behavior, thought patterns, and overall emotional state. Because the subconscious is the back end of our mind, the mind that we don't really have access to. It's the shadow self, where all of our programs, all of our memories, all of our traumas, all of our everything that we've ever experienced is recorded and kept in this vast database called the subconscious. Now, the subconscious is the 90% of our mind. We are only aware of 10% of our mind, which is the conscious mind, which is what you're using now, what you're consciously aware of. But there is a subconscious mind that holds power over your conscious decisions, and you don't even realize it. For example, as a child, you had a very, very traumatic event happen. Let's say as a child, you were not loved enough by your parents. And this feeling of you not being enough for your parents and feeling alone as a child implanted this seed. And this seed was planted by your emotions, a strong emotion. And over time, as you grew older into an adult, this seed grew and grew and grew. And what this seed grew into is you being very needy, you always seeking validation from others. Okay. But you taking this conscious decision 10 years down the line actually stems from this hidden cause within your subconscious mind, within this little feeling, this seed inside your subconscious where you don't feel like you are worthy. So this results in a conscious decision of you seeking validation from others, being very needy from others. Okay. This is what the subconscious is. The subconscious holds power over us. For example, posting on social media. Why are you actually posting on social media? If you take a selfie with your new watch, new car, and you go and post that onto your social media, why are you actually doing that? On the deepest root cause, it's not because you just want to post a picture. No, it's much deeper. It comes from a subconscious belief or a subconscious emotion of you seeking external validation, whether you believe that or not. But that's what it is. If you're posting on social media, you're seeking attention, you're seeking validation from others on a deep level, on a subconscious level. You may not even realize this because it's subconscious. Now, this is what a spell is. Money is a type of spell. Remember, money doesn't actually exist. Money does not exist. Money is a physical object inside of the material plane. But the physical object has a belief in the mental plane. See, the mind is the highest plane. This is the root cause of reality, the mental plane. Okay? So our belief in our mind has given this piece of paper value and a meaning. But in reality, it's just a piece of paper with a belief behind it. But this subconscious belief behind this piece of paper is controlling your daily basis behavior, is controlling your emotional state and controlling your life without you even realizing it. Without you even realizing that it's all an illusion. Money does not exist. It's the belief that gives the piece of paper a power. And the way we break the spell is by realizing that the money doesn't actually exist. The whole world is under the spell of money, and it's controlling all of us. But the spell is the belief. Once we all wake up and realize money has no value, it doesn't actually exist, it's only a belief. There is no actual money. That's how we break the spell. The spell is broken when we figure out that we are under the spell, under the belief, under the illusion of this piece of paper having value, and it's controlling our lives. That's why the word money has Mon within it. Mon is moon, and the moon represents our hidden aspect of our mind, our subconscious, and the sun represents our conscious mind. So you have two versions of yourself. You have the self that you show to everyone, the conscious mind, and you have a shadow self called the subconscious, which is the hidden aspect of you. For example, do you really love your partner who you're with, or are you just with them for, is there a subconscious fear of being alone? Do you really want to be with this person, or is it stemming from, are you staying with them because it's stemming from this fear of being alone, of being lonely? Or are you just with them because you have a subconscious sexual addiction? And all of your conscious decisions are actually coming from this little seed of wanting sex or not being alone. you have two versions of yourself, the conscious mind and the subconscious, the shadow self and the self that you show to everyone else. Okay? And the subconscious is what's holding power over you. When you drive your car, you don't consciously have to think about changing gear. You've done it that many times. It's on autopilot. That's the subconscious doing it. You can be walking down the street. Your conscious mind can be thinking about what you're going to cook for tea later, but your subconscious mind is controlling your body and walking your body. You don't have to think about moving the body. You just do it because you've done it that many times. It's a program. It's a belief in the subconscious that's giving this movement power. You see, the subconscious holds a lot of power over you. Our beliefs hold power over our daily basis behaviors and actions. Okay, like I said, posting on social media, this is seeking external validation. There's a subconscious stem, there's a subconscious urge bringing this desire into conscious reality. So we must break the spell of our emotions controlling us, our traumas from a child controlling us. For example, another example of this, let's say you were in a car crash years ago, and this car crash led you to having a very traumatic event, very traumatic emotion you felt in that car crash. You felt a lot of pain. That was impressed into your subconscious. And even to this day, you're probably scared of going into trains, going onto cars, going inside of vehicles. And you might not even be aware that it's actually stemming from this event that happened 10 years ago. That's the spell. That's the spell that's holding power over you. And you don't even realize it. You realize the spell when you realize you're being controlled by this old belief, this old trauma. That's what a spell is. A spell is not something I cast over you with a wand like Harry Potter. Spell's much deeper. It's the hidden aspects of our mind that hold power over us, that control us. Okay? So how do we get rid of the spell? How do we break the spell? By installing new belief systems, by installing new programs into our subconscious. The subconscious is impressed by repetition and emotion. Everything you do on repeat, for example, tying your shoelaces, you can be looking up into the sky, closing your eyes, thinking about what you're going to create for tea while doing your shoelaces. You've done it that many times, you don't have to think about it. That's the subconscious taking over. Okay? That's the repetition aspect of the subconscious. For example, you could probably run down your stairs. You know exactly how to run down the stairs. If I tried to run down your stairs, every staircase is different. I'd probably fall over. But you've done it that many times, you know exactly how to do it. It's what we call ritual. When you have an evening ritual, when you tidy the house, you do your skincare routine, you wash your teeth, that's a ritual. This is what the ancients called ritual. When we do rituals, we're trying to implant something into our subconscious to either remove an old program, an old seed that is controlling us, for a new one that's going to grow into new light, into a new reality. So you can implant messages, implant new programs into our subconscious, which will then grow into a new reality. Okay? Because if I tell you something over and over and over again, every single day, for example, if I say, you do what I say every single day I repeat this statement into your ears, about a month or 2 months in, you're going to start to believe in that statement and you're going to start to be under my spell. You're going to start to do everything that I say. So this is what spells are. Spells are subconscious beliefs that hold power over you, and you don't even realize it. So we need to remove these old programs we have that are controlling us for new programs. And we do that through ritual affirmation and imagination. Repetition and emotion is key to impressing the subconscious. They are the two ways that spells are created, that programs are created. The subconscious only knows the now, and it only knows you. So every word you say is a spell. So when you call someone else a name, you're calling yourself a name, because your subconscious takes everything you say as truth, because it only knows you. It doesn't know anyone else. So every night we can do affirmation. We affirm the reality we want. This is what we call a ritual. We sit down or we stand up, whatever it is. You affirm the reality you are, I am statements. And then you imagine that reality. And you do this over and over again, every day, twice a day, 3 times a day, however many times. And this will cause repetition. This will install a new belief system into your subconscious, which will then start to show in your external reality. It will start to put you under a spell of the new program. For example, if I install into my subconscious that I believe that I am rich, every single night I affirmate that I am rich, I am wealthy, I am free. And then I do a ritual. I start to imagine this reality. Every single night, I do these two things on repetition, and I start to feel the reality and imagine the reality. Over time, I'm going to start to believe that I am rich, that I am free, and I am wealthy without having the physical reality. And what this will do is that it'll implant a message deep within your subconscious mind. It will plant the seed of this belief. And this belief over time will grow into 90% of my thoughts, 90% of my actions, 90% of my words. My words, my thinking will change due to this new belief. I may not even realize it, but I'm looking for more opportunities to make money. I'm speaking to more people because of this belief that I've installed. This belief has triggered new ways of thinking. My mind, my conscious mind, is now only operating to fulfill this belief. And my conscious mind might not even be aware of it. You won't even realize that you're manifesting this belief of being rich. And that's how it happens. You implant the belief within your subconscious. You implant the spell into your subconscious, which will then gain control over you. So we need to make sure we're removing the negative spells, the negative programs that are controlling us, for new regenerated ones, for new ones that are going to create new realities, a better life. Okay? You don't want negative traumas, negative seeds controlling you and growing into your life. If you don't cut them off, they will continue to grow and grow and grow. Your anxiety will get bigger and bigger and bigger. Your depression will get bigger and bigger and bigger. But it's all actually stemming from one belief system or one trauma. Okay? So this is important. Everything in this physical plane is an effect of the higher planes. It's a shadow of the mind. Everything we think, all physical objects, began as a thought, then an imagination, then energy, then a physical reality. So we must change the mental plane. We must plant seeds into our mind to change down into our physical material life. It's about manipulating this higher plane so we can create change and effect in the physical external material plane. That's what magic is. This is what spellcasting is. This is all what it is. It's not fantasy. This is the manipulation of the higher planes of consciousness, which your mind has access to. You have access to these higher planes. Okay? This is exactly what I teach in my university. I teach different rituals. I teach specific rituals to get rid of certain things, certain belief systems. I teach all different rituals, all different ways for you to create your own reality and live the best reality you want. We also have all of these different courses. We have activating the inner eye. This will teach you exactly how to lucid dream and activate your inner vision of imagination. We have the sexual alchemy course. This will give you the power of transmuting your sexual energy into creativity. We have electromagnetism studies. We have esoteric exchange, an exclusive live call that we do every single week, and I connect with all of the students. They can ask me questions, can speak with me one-on-one inside of these live calls. We have the real numerology section. We have the health section. We have a lecture section. Look at all of these lectures we have on occultism, symbolism. All of these lectures are designed to gain you power, to give your personal power back to you, to make you realize things about you. We have a meditation section. We have a library section where you can download all of our library, all of our books, different books on occultism, symbolism, Freemasonry, astral projection. And of course, we have the Manifestation Mastery course, which teaches you exactly how to create reality so you can live that desired reality that you want. This is the last chance to lock in the price of $55 a month. This is less than $2 a day. You can really level up your life because the price is going to increase as the value of the university increases, because there's a new symbolism course coming out. And if you join now, you'll get this course for free, because obviously when this course releases, the price will go up. The symbolism course will teach you the language of esoteric and occult symbolism. I'll leave the links in the description. Make sure to leave a like, comment, subscribe to the channel if you want to see more content. Thank you all, people. Have an amazing day.
bookofwisdom.com. Visit today.
What's good, people? We're back with another video. This is going to just be a quick video. Manifestation, magic, bending reality. So let's jump straight into this. So you have a conscious and a subconscious part of your mind. The conscious is what you're conscious of, what you're actually doing, where you can choose or not. However, the subconscious is the part of your brain which is automatic. So all of the systems in your body, like the digestive system, your heartbeat, these are automatically being ran. And you do not have to tell these systems to do anything. You do not have to consciously tell your heart to beat. It's automatically doing it. And this is what the subconscious mind is controlling. It's like the dark aspect of your brain or your mind. It is the way bigger aspect of your mind. Okay, it controls all the systems in your body. Okay, and this is where all of your programs are. So when you're in it from your childhood, what you've learned in school, all of these things are being kept in your subconscious, maybe traumas and stuff like that. So the subconscious is the female aspect, and the conscious is the male aspect, because the male is all about action and doing, and the female is more about creation, creativity, intuition. So you have a right and a left hemisphere of your brain, and these are obviously male and female. The right side of your brain is your female. It's to do with creativity, imagination, intuition, insight. Okay. And this is one of the most important sides of the brain. This side of the brain is the most attacked by the elites, whatever you want to call them. This side is one of the most important, because obviously your intuition is a massive part of reality. And if you don't have intuition, then you lose track of the things around you. You can't consciously feel if things are wrong or right. They don't want you to have intuition or creativity or imagination. They want you in the left side of your brain, which is just reasoning, logic, and basic things. So they just want you to tell you what you want, tell you what to learn, and then that's it. They don't want you thinking for yourself, which is the right side of the brain. So whatever the conscious side of your mind impresses the subconscious side of your mind. So if you do affirmations, for example, if you consciously do affirmations every day, you're reprogramming your subconscious mind. You're impressing a vibration and a word into your subconscious mind, and therefore it will reprogram it. So the male and female aspect are symbolized by the Star of David as well. The male being the upside triangle, the female being the downside, connected all in one, because we both have male and female energy. So every thoughts are electric, which is the male aspect. Emotions are magnetic, which is the female. Each thought creates a wave of vibration in all directions. So think of it like a water drop in a pool, but it going out in every single direction. It's not just flat. And these thoughts have a certain frequency, has a certain vibration. That vibration has a certain frequency. And this affects your aura. Every thought, every emotion directly impacts your aura and the strength of your aura. So if you're angry all the time, your aura in the astral plane will look red. However, if you're happy, it'll be more like blue and green. So it's very important. Your electromagnetic field is created out of your emotions and thoughts. And that affects reality because you're 60% water, and frequency and vibration create certain patterns and has a certain effect on water. We'll get into that after this slide. So each thought that people are thinking around you, you are actually subconsciously picking up these thoughts because it's emitting this vibration in all directions. So this is why you can pick up thoughts of other people on the odd occasion. However, when you're more in tune with your intuition, your right side of your brain, you can start to pick up on vibrations, thoughts, and other people's auras. You can pick up on the energy once your third eye is open, and you know whether you should be in that environment or not. This is what we call an atmosphere. When we go into a room and you can feel the tension if someone's been arguing, for example. This is the atmosphere, this is the vibrations, these are people's auras emitting these certain frequencies and vibrations. Okay, so our aura is contained of multiple layers. Obviously, we have the physical body. This is the electromagnetic layer. However, you have the different planes of existence, the spirit, mental, astral, etheric, and then physical. The physical is the lowest plane of existence. And the physical plane is a product of all of the planes above. So the mental impresses on the astral impresses into the etheric, and then the etheric creates the physical object. So the mind is the root cause of reality. The mind is the cause of everything. Your consciousness is pure cause. There's no effect. Everything you see in this reality is the effect. Everything that you experience is the effect, because the root cause was the mind. The decisions you made you experience that certain experience. And that decision was created on the mental plane. And this is just pure thoughts. And thoughts are things. If it exists in your mind, it is a thing. It's a certain frequency. So if you have a certain level of thoughts, if you're thinking positive, for example, you're going to have a strong aura, you're going to have a higher vibration, and that attracts like. Like attracts like when it comes to thoughts and vibrations and electromagnetism. So if you're thinking positive all the time, speaking positive, doing positive, you're then creating a higher vibration, and that's going to attract people on that similar frequency to you. Everything is electromagnetism, frequency, and vibration. Everything. You see, so this is why, for example, if I put my hand to a TV screen, if my finger was the same vibration as the TV screen, it would go straight through it. However, the particles in my hand and the particles on the TV screen are two separate vibrations, and this is what causes the friction to stop, and not my finger to go straight through it. So like I said, when you don't feel the vibe of someone, when you don't feel right, you don't really get along with someone, this is a vibration. Your vibrations are not matching, they're not similar, they're two complete different vibrations, and they're not aligning properly. So music has a massive part on this. Music is a massive, massive tool for the elites because music is frequency. And in 1975, the musical instrument are all tuned to 440 hertz. So Spotify, Apple Music, most of the music on YouTube is all set to 440 hertz. And 440 hertz is not divisible by 3, 6, or 9. And when you can't divide a frequency by 3, 6, or 9, it's not a natural frequency. As you can see here, this is 432 hertz. This makes a nice geometric pattern. However, 440 hertz is a distorted pattern. So when you listen to this, this actually shuts off the whole right side of your brain. Like I said at the start, this is the most attacked side of your brain. It's to do with creativity, imagination, intuition. When you listen to 440 hertz, it shuts off the whole right side of your brain. And obviously shutting off all of these forms of your brain. Music is a very, very powerful tool for the elites because it's the only thing which can enter your soul or your ears without consent, your body without consent. Everything else has to be through consent. You choose whether to eat something, you choose whether to drink something, but frequency, you're going to hear it no matter what. This is why it's so powerful. And music influences the body in many different ways. It's the most powerful imitator of everything. It directly affects all listeners. It directly affects intentions, gestures, movements, and actions. It stimulates your mind, and certain songs, certain catchy songs, can reprogram your subconscious mind, invoking certain emotions. This is why when you listen to slow beat songs, it makes you feel more sad. When you listen to upbeat songs, you feel more energetic. This is because these frequencies have a profound influence on reality and on how you feel. Because like I said, you are 60% water. And as you can see here, each frequency creates a different geometric pattern. And inside of you is 60% water. So like I said, 440 hertz is going to make a distorted pattern in your water. And this is going to have a profound effect on your emotions and your reality. So like I said, health is not just the body. You are made of body, mind, and spirit. You need to look after what you put in your body. You need to look after your spirit and look after your mind. It's very important to keep all these in balance because once one of these are unbalanced, it affects the other two. So if you're eating wrong, it's going to affect your spirit and mind. If you're thinking wrong, it's going to affect your body and spirit. These are all interlocked. You have to look after them all. So it's very important you understand music. Stop listening to low vibrational music. To be honest, you want to listen to music without any sort of speaking inside of it. You just want pure frequencies, which are the solfeggio scale, like one of these, for example, 432, 528 hertz. These are all good frequencies. It's called the solfeggio scale. And these frequencies make you more in tune with nature. 528 hertz is what the earth vibrates at. So it's very important. And the Rockefellers are the one who changed this to 440 hertz. The Rockefellers, one of the elite families. So if you want to manipulate reality, it's very important to have your chakras aligned and having a high vibration, because the higher your vibration, the more powerful your words and your intentions are on reality. So the lower your vibration, the harder it is to affect reality because you're on a lower state of consciousness. Like I said, you have the mental, astral, etheric, and physical. Everything is a product of the one above. As above, so below. This is what Hermes Trismegistus was saying in the Egyptian days. This is where it comes from. As above, so below. If you affect above, it directly affects below. So like I said, meditation helps on this, helps align your chakras. Think positive, feel positive. Like I said, your feelings are magnetic, your thoughts are electric. So once you combine these two together, you're then creating an electromagnetic frequency. And that will have profound effect on reality. So the law of cause and effect. every law, so the law of cause and effect, every effect has the root cause. Like I said, your mind is the root cause of everything. Every decision you make is having a different effect on reality. Everything happens for a reason due to the root cause, which is your mind. You choose everything that happens in your life. Okay? So it's very important you understand this and you constantly make the right decisions, the good decisions to have good effects on your reality. You have to be very conscious of this law because nothing escapes this law. This is the law of all consciousness. So think about it. Imagine a massive ball of consciousness. However, off this ball are different sparks, and each one of these sparks are in each and everyone's body. This spark is governed by these laws, the law of cause and effect, the law of correspondence, the 7 Hermetic principles. It's very important you understand this because this mass ball of consciousness is what is obeying these laws, and everyone has this spark of consciousness inside their third eye. And like I said, everyone is the same consciousness. This is why if you do bad unto someone else, that will directly affect your reality. So if you hurt someone, it's going to come back to you in one way or another because you are that same consciousness. This is like a mirror reality. As within, so without. Whatever you feel on the inside, you're gonna see that on the outside. You're gonna experience that reality, whatever you've impressed. So there's different ways to bend reality to your will. This is kind of a sort of magic. So obviously you have black magic, which is manipulating reality to harm and influence others, or to be very selfish. And then you have white magic, which is manipulating reality for the good of humanity. So you do have to be very careful with your intentions, people, when you're trying to manipulate reality, because this is nothing to be played with. If you are manipulating reality for the wrong reason, it's going to come and bite you in the ass in some way or another. Because everything is balanced. Everything balances out in this reality. Nothing escapes the laws. Not one thing escapes the laws. So if you're stealing from yourself because it's just going to come back in one way or another. Inside of everyone's heart, you know whether you're doing good or wrong. You know, you can feel it when you do something wrong. You can feel it when you do something good. The heart is the center of the Taurus field. It's balance. And this is why you say follow your heart, because it's the center of the Taurus field. It's very important to listen to this inner voice inside of you because that is telling you the right things to do, the good decisions to make. And when you keep following that voice, that good voice inside of you, it takes you to your life path. Very important to follow that voice. However, don't let the ego get in the way of it. Don't care what your friends are going to say. It's very important to understand this. So you have different ways of manipulating reality. You have sigil magic. This is where you create your own sigil or symbol. You create your own sigil and symbol, and then you charge it. You behind that symbol, you have an intention. So, for example, if you want to manifest wealth, you create a sigil which represents what you want. You create that sigil, you draw it out, you charge it because wherever your attention goes, energy flows. So whatever your attention is, you're sending energy that way. So what you do with your eyes and your hands, you place attention on the sigil. Imagine that it's glowing. Imagine that you're sending energy to the sigil. And then you burn the piece of paper once you've done this. And then after this, you meditate on that symbol. You constantly think about that symbol because that symbol is the frequency, is the thing that you want to manifest. So that's one way. Or you can just meditate on your reality. So imagine yourself having already what you have. This is what they call a mindset. You must set your mind to the frequency what you want to manifest. Okay? So if you want to manifest wealth, for example, imagine yourself being wealthy. What would it feel like? What would you be doing? Imagine a scene in your mind. Constantly do this, and you're putting out that frequency. Like I said, you must think because the thoughts are electric, and then you must feel, which is magnetic. Together, this creates an electromagnetic frequency, and this is how you attract things to you. You will attract the certain people to come in your life to bend reality to your will. Okay? Or you've got mirror magic. Stare yourself in the mirror, because a mirror reflects light. It also reflects energy. So you've got to be very careful with what you say to a mirror. You've got to be very, very, very careful, because whatever you send into that mirror is directly sent straight back to you. So if you're thinking negative, you're sending negative energy back straight to you, and that's going to have an effect on your reality. Affirmations are very important, because your words are frequency, your words are vibrations, and each word you say has a certain frequency. If it's positively charged, it's going to affect you positively. If it's negatively charged, because like I say, your brain and your mind is like the director of energy. That's what your brain is, and it directs energy into certain things. You can either positively charge it or negatively charge it, and this brain is creating your reality constantly. It's manifesting your reality constantly in the present moment. So this is what the government knows. The government know your mind is the root cause of reality. This is why they call themselves a government. Government. The New World Order is not being manifested by them. They are controlling the information. They are controlling your perception of this reality. And they know the mind is the root cause of reality. Therefore, if they control your perception of reality and your information, what you believe, you're going to manifest that information, that perception. So we, the people, as a collective consciousness, are the ones manifesting this new world order. You see, so this isn't black magic. They're actually tricking us into manifesting their own their plans, this new world order. You see, this is how smart these people are. They know how to get around the laws of reality. They know how to bend reality to their will without facing the consequences. They're getting humanity to do it. You see, there is a collective consciousness. As like I said, we all have that same spark of consciousness, right? So as a collective consciousness, we are on a very low vibration at the moment. However, we are waking up rapidly. There are more and more people waking up at the moment, and light always chases away the shadow. Light is a lot more powerful than darkness, you see. So one person waking up has a massive effect than one person being asleep. It has a profound effect. Because like I say, the light always chases away the darkness. It's more powerful. The light is always more powerful. High vibrations are more powerful than lower. So that's it for this, people. I hope you all enjoyed. This is a short, quick video. God bless you all.
bookofwisdom.com. Visit today.
Today's topic is the binary code behind the universe. You will learn the fundamentals of the binary code, deeper understanding of reality, which will give you more of a connection to the universe, evidence supporting the existence of this code, and how to use the binary code to shape your reality. Now, this is an important one. We have 0 and 1. This is the binary code of the universe. It underlies everything. It is the source of all creation. The universe is binary in nature, meaning it exists as both something and nothing, on and off, male and female, light and dark. Everything has its polar opposite. At its core, all that exists is 0, representing nothingness, infinite potential, and 1, representing something, order. 0 represents the feminine, vast, formless, and infinite potential. It is the space from which all things emerge, the womb of creation, the receptive and expansive force. 1 represents the masculine, structure, form, and order. It is the active principle, the initiator, the force that defines and shapes reality. Together, they create the fundamental duality that underlines existence, the balance between chaos and order, the void and creation, yin and yang. We see this in the masculine and feminine bodies. This is deeply encoded into the fabric of reality. And once you see this, you will never unsee this. So please leave a like on this video if you're if you love my content and you love the wisdom that I share with the world. So we see this with the masculine genital areas. Remember, this is the genital area. This is all to do with creation. These are the generative principles, the generative organs in the body that allow creation to continually outfold into new life. The genital areas are all to do with the code. The male is the one, the action. He's the initiator. The feminine is the zero, which is the infinite potential, the womb of creation. 0 and 1. This is why we have 10 numbers. 0 and 1. Masculine and feminine. We even see this in the bodies. The feminine body is made out of curves, which is 0, curves. And the masculine body is made out of lines. So please leave a like and comment if you love this. And if you have any lecture ideas, feel free, and I can make a lecture on any suggestions that you have. So look at the word masculine. Masculine, line. Line is just one line, which represents order. 1. Feminine. 9. 1 and 9 equals 10. 0 and 1. The binary code of all creation. Why is feminine? Why the number 9 for feminine? Because the moon has to go around 9 times to create a human in the feminine's womb. And look at this image of nature. All nature is zeros and ones. Now you can tell the stick is a one. It's a line, and here we have curves. It's curves and lines. Curves and lines create reality, creates matter. Everything is 0 and 1. We even see this with the sky. The sky represents zeros. They represent curves, the heavens, the heavenly bodies, the sun. These are circles, the moon, circles, the planets, circles. Down here is matter, representing the square. We have the Freemasonic square and compass, representing lines and circles, masculine and feminine. We see this with Leonardo da Vinci, with the circle representing the spirit, the void, the womb of creation, and matter, which is the body. This is the soul in matter, infinite potential in matter. This represents spirit over matter. This represents the architect of reality, zeros and ones, spirit and matter. This is all the same thing. Understanding this binary nature of the universe, where 0 feminine represents the infinite potential and 1 masculine symbolizes order and structure, can benefit you in several ways. Manifestation and creation is the first way it can benefit you. Now that you understand this, you understand that everything comes out of infinite potential. 0, infinite potential. 1, action equals manifestation equals creation. So you must pull things out of infinite potential. If you have ideas but don't take action, too much 0, nothing materializes. You'll never materialize if you sit there imagining all day, visualizing all day. You have to take action. They both come hand in hand. If you only take action without tapping into intuition and creativity, too much 1, your actions may feel hollow and misdirected. Using both effectively leads to greater success in life, work, and relationships. This is the 33rd degree motto, or this is on the 33rd degree of Freemasonry Scottish Rite logo, and it's called Order ab Chaos, order out of chaos. Chaos is the 0, infinite potential. Chaos is the dimension of the imagination. This is where this all ties in now. Imagination is the dimension of infinite potential, pure potential, formless creativity, and the realm of infinite possibilities. It is the void, the unmanifested energy that contains all that could ever be. That is the imagination. The imagination is the dimension that you are connected to, and you can pull any idea out of and materialize it into a reality. Matter, on the other hand, is order brought out of the imagination, chaos. It is when raw potential is structured, defined, and crystallized into form. This is the fundamental principle of order out of chaos, the process of turning the unseen into the seen, the abstract into the concrete, the dream into reality. That's why we say dreams into reality. Dreams are in the imagination, infinite potential, and the human mind is connected to high dimensions of consciousness, which we can pull ideas, things out of and materialize it into our lives. Whether that's good or bad, that's completely up to you. But we have access to higher dimensions beyond the physical plane. And this is the secret that the human mind is connected to, and that you are not just a physical body. Okay? The universe itself was born from chaos. Before form, there was only energy and potential. Our minds function the same way. The mind is a microcosm of the universe. Our thoughts exist in an infinite field of possibility, but they only become real when we take action and give them form. If your inner world is filled with chaotic thoughts and impulsive emotions and negativity, then creating order within is essential for balance, clarity, and growth. What do I mean? Order out of chaos, 0 and 1. All creation comes out of infinite potential. The mind, the imagination, is the infinite potential. The material world is the order. It's the effect. Therefore, if your material world has chaos, if your room is messy, if your body is out of shape, if you do not look after yourself, everything in the physical world is just a reflection of what's going on inside of you, what's going on inside of you. So if you have a messy room in a messy house, this reflects as a messy mind, a chaotic mind, and we must create order in our mind. So this applies to all realms of your life. This applies with your mind, it applies with your emotions, it applies with your manifestation, it applies with the physical world, with the masculine, feminine. 0 and 1 is heaven and earth. It's everything. It's duality. It's on and off. It's everything. So it applies to all realms of your life. Okay. So in order for this to benefit our lives, we must, 1, have awareness and observe the chaos. Step back and observe your thoughts and emotions without reacting to them. Recognize that you are not your thoughts. You are the observer of them. You are the soul. You are in between them. You are the midpoint between the left and the right, the 0 and the 1. You are the soul. Journaling or meditation can help you identify patterns and negativity and impulsivity. So it's important that we recognize these patterns, we recognize the chaos within us, and we transmute it. 2, implement structure, mental discipline, mindful practices, meditation, breath work, and slowing down your reactions. Cognitive reframing, replace destructive thoughts with constructive ones. This is so important. For every negative thought that you place attention to, place your attention onto 5 more positive. Never think about something that you don't want to manifest, because whatever you're placing attention on inside that mental field of consciousness, you're giving attention to it, which then can manifest into your action, and that will materialize into your world. Routine and ritual